Chapter 401, 85, Undead Li Shu dismounted from the pink nightmare, observing the bride-to-be floating in the air, then glanced at his finger, realizing the demon spirit ring of the bride-to-be was gone. With a thought, the bride-to-be transformed back into a ring and returned to his finger. Li Shu let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed the bride-to-be was still under his control, but strangely, she could independently turn into a demon spirit. A hungry demon spirit, this is truly the first one. But these demon spirits have very stable energy. As long as they're not summoned for battle, their energy doesn't deplete. There shouldn't be a concept of hunger. Why is the bride-to-be so peculiar, actually feeling hunger? Li Shu summoned the bride-to-be again and asked, "Are you hungry, right?" "Hungry," the bride-to-be replied faintly. "What do you want to eat?" Li Shu asked further. "Ruby," the bride-to-be answered. Li Shu retrieved a ruby from his pocket and offered it to the bride-to-be, who politely said, "Thank you, husband." Without any visible action, the ruby in Li Shu's hand emitted strands of red light, absorbing into the bride-to-be's body. The ruby in Li Shu's hand lost its color and shattered into powder with a crunch. "Husband, I'm still hungry," the bride-to-be said again. The terms accompanying that eerie tone made Li Shu feel uncomfortable, so he said, Can we change how you call me? Please say husband." Though the bride-to-be seemed a bit eerie, she appeared to have a good temperament. "For example, you could call me master," Li Shu said with a smile. Upon Li Shu's suggestion, the bride-to-be suddenly raised her head. Her hair slightly parted to reveal a crimson eye, as if dripping blood, with blood-like star lines in her pupils. She stared intently at Li Shu, stating word by word, "Is husband intending to divorce me and reduce me to a servant?" No, that's not what I meant. The term masters implies the most intimate person, not what you think." "If you don't like it, forget it," Li Shu hastily explained. The bride-to-be was indeed too frightening, especially with her ghostly appearance and ability to independently transform into a demon spirit. Li Shu feared she might silently appear beside his bed and strangle him in his sleep. "I see, I misunderstood, husband," the bride-to-be said, lowering her head again, her tone much calmer, restoring its previous eerie and distant quality. "Since you don't like that term, forget it. I don't have any more rubies now. I'll get some for you when we return," Li Shu said, having only one ruby with him. "I'll obey whatever husband commands," the bride-to-be said, transforming herself back into ring form and returning to Li Shu's finger. "Truly comes and goes at will. This demon spirit is indeed devilish." Li Shu chuckled to himself bitterly. Fortunately, the bride-to-be was relatively obedient. Li Shu resumed his journey and soon arrived at the Golden Gate. This deep mountain forest was scarcely populated. The hut where old Dao lived had long been destroyed, with not a soul around. He took out the prepared golden-green tourmaline and inlaid it onto the gate, entering the trial ground. He didn't have the money to buy so many trial badges, so he used gems to open the door. The dice trial was not difficult for Li Shu. He easily completed the B-level trial and chose the attribute reward. The trials here had an advantage for him. The completion speed was fast, unlike the time-wasting dark maze. As long as he guessed correctly, he could complete the trial, swiftly progressing through round after round to obtain attribute rewards. Though the attribute increase wasn't substantial, the speed made it gratifying as long as there were enough gems. After over a dozen tries, he finally obtained an entry ticket, and his primordial embryo quality became 2-2. At the stone table, since he had previously acquired the golden key, nothing was on it this time. Following the longevity lamp into the temple, the human corpses within had long decomposed. With immunity, Li Shu had no concerns. After leaving the side hall, he discovered the courtyard lacked the 2 black gate guardian beasts. Without the guardian beasts, there was nothing to kill in the temple, so Li Shu opened the temple doors, descending the mountain to hunt the frenzied beasts. With the A-level Black Death Demon King leading the charge, the frenzied beast hordes appeared as mere experience babies and cash machines to Li Shu. He only needed to follow and collect items. Acquiring quality demon cores, he fed them directly to the Jedi Knight, aiming to elevate its level to S-grade. Li Shu was already planning that once the Jedi Knight achieved S-grade, if Seaman Guan's Lightspeed number 2 was completed, he would compete for the Super Spirit Gemstone in Red Sand City to see if he could imbue the Jedi Knight with Super Spirit. Along the way, he fought several frenzied beast hordes without encountering overly strong ones. The toughest was merely A-grade with rainbow colors. Li Shu ventured deeper into the forest. The area was covered with rolling woodland. A common person would likely get lost, but Li Shu had no such worry, continually seeking places where frenzied beast hordes congregated. 402, Chapter 402, 85 Undead 2. After wandering in the deep mountains for over 10 hours, Li Shu suddenly saw a strange light rising faintly from a distant mountaintop. He observed it for a while and discovered that the mountaintop didn't have any noteworthy features, though for some reason there was an aurora-like light changing at the summit. Is it the light of a high-level demon spirit? Li Shu put away the Black Death Demon King and stealthily headed towards the mountaintop with the Jedi Knight. The mountaintop seemed nearby, but it took several hours to reach, clearing several frenzied beast packs along the way before arriving at the foot of the mountain. From the base of the mountain, it was clear that this mountain had nothing particularly special about it. The trees and plants on the mountain were no different from those on nearby hills, and this mountain wasn't that tall. Several mountains nearby were even taller. In truth, none of these mountains were very tall. The difference wasn't significant, and even mountains over 1,000 meters were rare. Most were just a few hundred meters high. Li Shu climbed the mountain with the Jedi Knight but didn't encounter any frenzied beasts. Near the peak, Li Shu finally understood where the strange light originated from. At the top of this small mountain, there was a peculiar tree with yellow leaves and a black trunk that twisted like coral. Full of yellow round leaves, it emitted a hazy glow while a smoky, flame-like aura rose from the trunk, intertwining with the glow to resemble a shifting aurora from afar. As he scrutinized the strange tree, Li Shu suddenly focused his gaze. A peculiar vase was actually standing beneath that strange tree. The vase towered over a person in height, its snowy white body decorated with blue patterns, resembling a porcelain vase no matter how one looked at it. A porcelain vase appearing in such a place was bizarre enough. What was even more bizarre was that its neck didn't contain any flowers or plantings, but rather something resembling a human head. It was described as resembling a human head because, from Li Shu's angle, all he could see was a head of gray-white hair cascading down and couldn't discern if there was a head beneath the hair. It would be great if Chujun were here. Li Shu examined it for a long time, but couldn't determine whether the vase and its contents were demon spirits. He didn't smell the scent of a demon spirit, but some demon spirits could hide their aura, so relying solely on scent wasn't necessarily accurate. Li Shu decided to move around, trying to get a clear view of whether the vase contained a human head, but after circling around, either the tree blocked his view or his position was wrong, preventing him from seeing the face. Li Shu hesitated about whether to get closer to take a look. If faced with an S-class demon spirit, he had a fighting chance, but if the vase contained a super spirit, he wasn't sure he could escape unharmed. One has to survive to become stronger. It's best to be cautious. After some thought, Li Shu turned to descend the mountain. Just then, the large vase moved on its own, starting with small side-to-side shakes and slowly turning around. Without waiting for it to fully turn, Li Shu spun on his heel and ran downhill. No matter what that thing was, it had definitely noticed him. It had been motionless until he decided to descend, then chose to move. It seemed to want to lure him closer before, but seeing he wasn't approaching, it decided to act out another plan. Dong! Dong! He heard the rolling sound of the vase behind him and ran even faster, though this small mountain wasn't steep enough for riding the pink nightmare, leaving him to rely on his legs. I've collected so many demon spirits, but none can serve as a flying mount. After a stretch of running, Li Shu no longer heard the vase rolling behind him, allowing him to breathe a little easier. Slowing down, he glanced back, almost scared out of his wits. The large vase had somehow positioned itself right behind him, with the head on the vase now facing him, and the distance between their faces was less than a foot. How should that face be described? Merely calling it ugly wouldn't do it justice. The face was wrinkled like old bark, where the eyes should be held even more wrinkles, resembling two chrysanthemums. The skin on its nose hung down, obscuring its mouth with folds. Although the sight wasn't particularly gory or filthy, it invoked a stronger sense of disgust. Li Shu retreated several steps, creating distance, and the Jedi Knight positioned the samurai sword defensively in front of him. The vase didn't make any more moves, but the wrinkles on the head's face twitched like worms, making one's scalp tingle. Finally, two narrow slits appeared where its chrysanthemum-like eyes were. Since the slits were exceedingly narrow, surrounded by wrinkles and sagging skin, they obscured the whites and pupils, with only a green light visible within the eyes. The moment his gaze met the vases, Li Shu felt his mind cloud over and became dazed, unconsciously moving toward the vase. Beside him, the Jedi Knight's red eyes dimmed, the samurai sword dropped to the ground, and he stood motionless, as if bewitched. Li Shu, eyes vacant like a zombie, walked mechanically to the vase. The flesh on the head's face squirmed, seemingly delighted, as the green light brightened from its eye slits. 403, Chapter 403, 85 Undead. 3. Li Shu was already standing in front of the vase monster's head, his face almost touching the repulsive face of the vase-headed creature. The vase monster slowly opened its mouth, the folds on its lips peeling back to reveal white teeth like jagged saw blades. Its crimson tongue licked the lips covered in wrinkles, seeming impatient. Suddenly, a flash of red light. With a loud clang, the Fire Lotus sword in Li Shu's hand slashed down onto the vase. He originally aimed for the head, but the head reacted, the vase spun and flew up, and the Fire Lotus sword missed the head, striking the rotating vase instead. The vase, which looked like porcelain, endured the full force of the Fire Lotus sword and Li Shu's full strength, yet it did not shatter. Instead, the Fire Lotus sword was deflected. "You sneaky brat, daring to plot against me." The vase monster finally spoke, its voice sharp and grating like a cracked bell with a hint of effeminacy. "You plotted against me first," Li Shu retorted coldly, gripping the Fire Lotus sword and glaring at the vase monster. He could now be certain that this creature wasn't a demon spirit, but a person. However, why someone would hide themselves in a vase and in such a place was beyond his knowledge. Though one thing was certain, this repulsive vase monster probably wasn't strong in combat. It was its eyes that possessed a sinister ability capable of controlling others' will. Even a Jedi Knight had fallen victim. This ability was more formidable than the illusory sea clams. Luckily, Li Shu's spiritual sense was too strong for such abilities to have any effect on him. The vase monster's constant attempts to entice Li Shu into looking at its eyes suggested its combat power wasn't high. Otherwise, it wouldn't have needed such tactics. Able to resist my ghostly eye covering, are you of commander level or elder level in Longevity Heaven? The vase monster asked, staring at Li Shu. You're from Longevity Heaven too? Li Shu queried. Bah, as if Longevity Heaven is worthy. The vase monster seemed disdainful, even somewhat contemptuous. Who exactly are you? Li Shu was surprised because, besides Longevity Heaven, he really couldn't think of anyone who would do such bizarre things. Hee boy, since you seem to be from Longevity Heaven, have you heard of the undead? The vase monster closed its eyes and chuckled eerily. Its laughter was bizarre, the wrinkles on its face wriggling, making Li Shu feel queasy. Sorry, I'm not from Longevity Heaven. What are these undead you're talking about? Li Shu said casually. Impossible, kid. Don't try to fool me. If you're not from Longevity Heaven, how could you be a trial taker and possess such a grade of demon spirit? The vase monster suddenly opened its eyes, fixating on Li Shu, though this time they didn't emit green light. These days, trial takers are everywhere. You see them all over the streets. Li Shu casually bluffed, having realized that this vase monster had been trapped here for a long time, unaware of what was happening outside. Even though due to the demon spirit competition, people were now aware of the trial taker's true situation, genuine trial takers were still few. They weren't everywhere on the streets. The vase monster was actually fooled by him, staring intently at Li Shu, trying to determine the truth of his words. Who are you really? Li Shu asked again, seeing that the creature was silent. Everyone knows the secret of trial takers. Could it be that Longevity Heaven has already fallen? The vase monster asked, staring at Li Shu. As if Longevity Heaven could fall, it's still a sanctuary coveted by trial takers. It's just that ordinary people have no chance to join. Li Shu fibbed seamlessly, yet made it sound quite believable. Who is the president of Longevity Heaven now? The vase monster clearly still didn't buy it. I haven't joined Longevity Heaven, so how would I know who their president is? But I have received a black invitation card. After I join Longevity Heaven and meet that legendary president, I'll tell you who he is. Though I reckon you won't live to see that day. You tried to kill me earlier, and I intend to settle that score. Li Shu raised his Fire Lotus sword, preparing to strike the vase monster. Hold on, if you truly intend to join Longevity Heaven, then you absolutely shouldn't kill me. The vase monster chuckled strangely. Why not? You're not from Longevity Heaven. What does my joining have to do with you? Li Shu asked coldly. Do you know of the Blood Seal Stone? The vase monster asked. I've heard of it. Li Shu felt a jolt in his heart. If you haven't fallen victim to the Blood Seal Stone, I can teach you a way to avoid its control. The vase monster stared at Li Shu. What method? Li Shu asked. Seeing Li Shu's reaction, the vase monster believed him a little more, though it still hadn't completely dropped its guard. It glanced at Li Shu and said, Let me have a taste of your blood. What tricks are you playing now? Li Shu frowned. I can determine from your blood if you've been affected by the Blood Seal Stone. If you haven't, then I can trust you and teach you how to counteract the Blood Seal Stone. The vase monster explained. You don't trust me, so why should I trust you? How do I know you won't use my blood for ill intent? Why don't you first tell me who you really are? Li Shu said. Who am I? I'm an undead. I've lived with the president of Longevity Heaven for thousands of years. Previously, even your president had to respectfully call me sir. Now, who do you think I am? The vase monster laughed, though its voice was more distressing than crying. Then, who exactly are you? Li Shu asked blankly. You really aren't from Longevity Heaven? The vase monster restrained its laughter, looking at Li Shu suspiciously, thinking he didn't seem to be faking. If he were truly from Longevity Heaven, hearing what was just said, he should have reacted in some way. In the past, countless talented individuals joined Longevity Heaven for the secret of immortality. Yet generation after generation passed, with many promising talents perishing within Longevity Heaven, and few truly achieving immortality. 4EO4, Chapter 4EO4, 86, The Legend of the Precious Jade. I don't have time to chat with you here. Li Shu raised the Fire Lotus sword, ready to kill. Sword shadows slashed towards the vase monster, and the large vase unexpectedly floated up, rotating in midair, moving up and down, left and right. Every strike from Li Shu landed on the vase. No matter how fierce the Fire Lotus sword's assault was, the porcelain vase, seemingly fragile and ready to shatter upon touch, blocked every strike without a single mark. Li Shu ordered the Jedi Knight to rush over and assist, but upon seeing the vase monster's green glowing eyes, the Jedi Knight turned treacherous and slashed at Li Shu. Li Shu dodged the Jedi Knight's blade, retrieving the Jedi Knight immediately. Fortunately, though the Jedi Knight was bewitched, it was still under control, transforming into a ring and returning to Li Shu's hand. Kid, you can't kill me. Why not we talk a bit more? The vase monster chuckled eerily. There's nothing to talk about. Li Shu turned his mind and began walking down the mountain. The vase monster swayed leisurely as it followed, saying while walking, "Don't you want the method to deal with the blood seal stone? I don't trust you. Who knows if you want my blood to harm me?" Li Shu said coldly. Hey, young man, you're quite suspicious." The vase monster continued to chuckle wickedly and said, "Actually, even if you're from the eternal heaven, it doesn't matter. But my method is useless for those already controlled by the blood seal stone. If you haven't been controlled, then this method will be effective." Seeing Li Shu ignoring him and just walking down the mountain, the vase monster became a bit anxious. "If you truly haven't joined the eternal heaven yet, we could make a trade. I'll teach you the method to deal with the blood seal stone, and you help me with something. I need to know the method first." Li Shu stopped and stared at the vase monster. "Fine, I can tell you the method right now." The vase monster surprisingly agreed without hesitation. "Aren't you afraid I'll take your benefit and not do your task?" Li Shu asked in surprise, looking at the vase monster. Hey, once you learn what I want you to do, even if I don't give you any benefits, you'd be bound to do it." The vase monster laughed eerily. "Speak then, I'm actually somewhat interested now," said Li Shu. "No rush, I'll first tell you the method to counter the blood seal stone." The vase monster unexpectedly swiftly revealed the method. "Are you not worried that I'm from eternal heaven now?" Li Shu was greatly surprised, as the method the vase monster spoke of seemed indeed feasible. "This method only prevents, if you're already in eternal heaven, controlled by the blood seal stone, this method is useless to you, knowing it makes no difference. If you're not from eternal heaven, using this method to enter it would plant a time bomb. Either way, I lose nothing." The vase monster chuckled eerily. "Tell me, what exactly you want me to help you with?" Li Shu was increasingly curious now. "Have you ever heard the story of the Jade of He-Shi?" The vase monster was not in a hurry, speaking slowly. "Who hasn't heard of the legendary Jade of He-Shi?" Li Shu frowned, not knowing what the vase monster was trying to imply. The vase monster laughed. "The story you heard, is it about a jade gatherer named Bian He who accidentally found a raw stone, believing it was an unparalleled gem, presented the first time to the king but was mistaken for a pebble and had his left foot cut in anger? Later presenting to the second king, again his right foot was cut, ending with both legs broken. He cried day and night at home with the stone. The third king, upon hearing the tale, found him, had the stone opened and polished, finally discovering the unique and unmatched Jade of He-Shi, named thereafter after the gatherer." "Isn't that the story?" Li Shu questioned. "Have you heard, before the Jade Gatherer found the Jade of He-Shi, he saw a pair of phoenixes landing outside the cave, and knowing the legend that phoenixes don't alight where there's no treasure, he found the Jade of He-Shi?" the vase monster inquired. "I've indeed heard a similar legend." Li Shu thought for a moment and said, though the formal Jade of He-Shi story did not include this part. "Have you considered what those mythical creatures, like the true dragon, phoenix, and Qilin, really are?" This question from the vase monster slightly stunned Li Shu. If it were before, he'd say they were mythical entities conjured by human imagination, mere figments. But under the City of Light, he saw the unparalleled king resembling a Qilin. Back then, Li Shu questioned if the mythical beings people spoke of, Qilin, True Dragon, and Phoenix, were in fact magical spirits, only that the term magical spirit didn't exist at that time. "Are you suggesting those phoenixes were magical spirits?" Li Shu asked the vase monster. "You're teachable. If the phoenixes were magical spirits, then why did they alight at the location of the Jade of He-Shu?" The vase monster continued leading. "If you enjoy being a teacher, I won't accompany you." Li Shu frowned. The vase monster laughed. "What attracts magical spirits can only be gemstones. Jade is considered a gemstone too. In modern terms, such as Phoenix, the mythical entities, would be very high-level magical spirits, and the gemstones that could attract them naturally aren't ordinary gemstones either." 405, Chapter 405, 86, The Legend of Bao Yu 2. "Had you ever heard of the Super Spirit Gemstone?" the vase monster asked a few questions before turning back to Li Shu. "I suppose nowadays not many people haven't heard of the Super Spirit Gemstone. Are you suggesting that the Heshi Bai is a Super Spirit Gemstone?" Li Shu was slightly surprised. "I don't know." The vase monster shook its head and said, "After the Heshi Bai was obtained by that king, it passed through many wars and eventually ended up in the hands of a great emperor who crafted it into the imperial seal, which later became a symbol of imperial power. Every hero who aspired to the throne desired to claim that imperial seal to rightfully seize the world. In thousands of years of history and turmoil, the imperial seal ultimately disappeared." The vase monster mentioned, revealing a nauseating smile. "What if I told you those were all legends, and in fact, the imperial seal never went missing? From the time of the first emperor, it has always been under the control of Cheng Shengtian. No matter its appearance or disappearance, everything has been secretly manipulated by Cheng Shengtian. Would you believe that? Since Cheng Shengtian acquired it, why would they send it out?" As Li Shu finished speaking, he had already thought of something, and his body involuntarily shook a little. He thought of the methods frequently used by Cheng Shengtian, finding a substitute to contract with those sinister demon spirit gemstones, thereby avoiding the negative impacts on people before the contract with the demon spirit gemstone was formed. If the Heshibi is also a demon spirit gemstone and at the same time a super spirit gemstone, then to what extent will the demonic spirit it engenders become powerful? A born super spirit? Just thinking about it made Li Shu's scalp tingle. If a demon spirit gemstone like this truly existed, it would indeed drive anyone to madness. If what the vase monster wanted him to do was to find the Heshibai, Li Shu truly could not refuse. It seems you have already realized that the Heshibai is very likely both a super spirit gemstone and a demon spirit gemstone. Unfortunately, over the thousands of years, not a single person has successfully contracted with it. Despite all efforts by the people of Changsheng Tian, even to the extent of gifting it to emperors blessed with great fortune who contended for the world, no one was able to form a contract with it. The vase monster said with a cold laugh. Eventually, the Heshibi completely vanished because Changsheng Tian dared not release it again. That Heshibi transformed into an imperial seal. With each emperor it passed through who was clothed in great fortune, the demonic spirit within became stronger. Although still uncontracted, it already possessed incredible magic force. The people of Changsheng Tian were afraid, worried that if the demonic spirit truly emerged, they themselves might not be able to control it, so they had no choice but to seal it away. You want me to take the imperial seal out of Changsheng Tian and give it to you? Li Shu thought the vase monster must be mad. Such a thing, there was no way Changsheng Tian would let an ordinary member even approach it, let alone take it out. There's no need to give it to me. If you have a chance to see it once you've entered Changsheng Tian, you can contract with it yourself. The vase monster's words were somewhat unexpected. What benefit is there for you? Li Shu asked, frowning. Hey, if you indeed have the ability to contract with the Imperial Seal, you better be careful. Do you think the leader of the Longevity Association would tolerate someone alive who possesses such a demonic spirit, potentially threatening his position? Even if he allows you to live, wouldn't he also desire the demonic spirit within the Imperial Seal? He's been waiting thousands of years for that demonic spirit. So as long as I contract with the Imperial Seal, I will inevitably become an enemy of the leader of the Longevity Association. Is this what you want? Li Shu interjected. That's right. As long as it can destroy the Longevity Association and that person, I am willing to pay any price. The voice of the vase monster was filled with a hatred that penetrated to the bone. The reason I've become like this is all thanks to that person, and this grudge I must repay. It's a pity, I haven't even joined the Longevity Association yet. I don't know if I will have a chance to come into contact with the Imperial Seal. Even if I have the opportunity, something that so many fortunate founding emperors throughout the millennia failed to contract with, what makes me think I can succeed? Li Shu said. Just because you can withstand my ghostly eye covering. The vase monster said with a cold smile. For thousands of years, I have seen many demon spirit gemstones, and many people contracting with demon spirit gemstones. I can assure you, your spiritual force far exceeds that of ordinary people. If you practice ghostly eye covering, which I studied, and fully develop and train your spiritual force, you have a great chance to successfully contract with that Imperial Seal. As for how you can come into contact with the Imperial Seal, that's a matter for you to resolve yourself. To achieve such a great fortune, naturally, you must make some sacrifices. Sounds tempting, Li Shu chuckled. If you are interested, come with me. I'll teach you ghostly eye covering, the vase monster said as it twisted the vase, heading for the mountaintop. Li Shu had no hesitation, following the vase monster back to the yellow leaf tree at the mountaintop. The vase monster looked up at the yellow leaf tree and said, "This tree is also a kind of demonic spirit. It cannot move, but it itself possesses incredibly powerful spiritual force, able to use its spiritual force to influence other demonic spirits, making them willingly come to it and perish, turning into its fertilizer and nutrients. Without a spiritually powerful creature, it's impossible to reach its presence." 406, Chapter 406, 18:6, The Legend of Baoyu. 3. There's actually such a magic spirit. Li Shu looked at the yellow leaf tree with some surprise, not feeling any influence from it on himself. Your spiritual force is different from ordinary people. The yellow leaf tree doesn't dare to emit any spiritual force influence on you. I was very surprised when I first saw you could come here without being affected. I only understood why after realizing you could resist my ghostly eye covering. The vase monster looked at the yellow leaf tree and said, "My ghostly eye covering technique was actually inspired by this yellow leaf tree. Unfortunately, I'm not the yellow leaf tree. I don't have its body structure, so I can't emit spiritual force directly like it does and can only use my gaze as the medium." The vase monster explained the training method of ghostly eye covering in detail to Li Shu. After listening, Li Shu couldn't help but marvel at the vase monster's ability to create such a method for training and utilizing spiritual force. Indeed, a genius. In essence, this is somewhat similar to how Li Shu's spiritual sense materializes after crossing the line. The vase monster should also have a talent for spiritual sense. Though his spiritual sense isn't as strong as Li Shu's, it can still match top magic armor masters, and his level of spiritual sense is probably the peak that ordinary humans can reach. It's just that due to the existence of that line, the vase monster's spiritual sense couldn't go further. Although he couldn't cross the line, the vase monster found another way, like a bottle, since the capacity of the bottle is fixed. Whether it is filled with water or cotton makes a difference. The vase monster's method is to continually compress and purify his own spiritual force, making his spiritual sense stronger than ordinary people at the same level. If you consider the spiritual sense of a normal magic armor master as a sponge, then his spiritual sense is a piece of iron. Although the vase monster's spiritual sense couldn't truly materialize like Li Shu's, it was already capable of affecting other creatures' spirits through his gaze. This method is of little consequence to Li Shu. As long as he understands the principle, he can easily achieve it without needing to practice. To connect spiritual force with gaze, you must be able to sense the existence of spiritual force with your eyes. Carefully observe that yellow leaf tree, and once you sense the spiritual force it emits, you can link your own spiritual force to your gaze. Focus, sense with your heart, use the method I taught you. It's not really about using your eyes to see. The eyes are just a medium. You need to use spiritual force to replace vision. The vase monster continued to impart his experience. Li Shu looked at the yellow leaf tree and only then realized that the flame-like, smoke-like presence he saw emanating from it before wasn't real smoke, but the wave of spiritual sense. Once you can feel the flame-like, smoke-like wave emanating from the tree, you've truly mastered the ghostly eye covering. The vase monster continued from the side. No, I've already told you. It's not about using your eyes to see, it's about using your spiritual force. Look at how I do it. The vase monster seemed to think Li Shu was rather dull, saying impatiently. Li Shu turned to look at him, seeing the vase monster's chrysanthemum-like eyes staring intensely at him. At that moment, they were wide open, glowing with a brilliant green light like two green bulbs. Li Shu stood there motionless, staring into the vase monster's eyes. The vase monster laughed hysterically as he approached Li Shu, his eyes shooting eerie green light that penetrated into Li Shu's eyes. As the green light flowed into Li Shu's eyes, the green light in the vase monster's eyes grew progressively weaker. When the green light in the vase monster's eyes completely disappeared, he closed his eyes, and his entire aura vanished as if he had stopped breathing. His head sagged, and the flesh on his face drooped even more. Boy, no matter how cunning you are, you're still caught in my trap. I'll use your body well, so just go peacefully. The vase monster's consciousness laughed maniacally within Li Shu's consciousness. But in the next second, the laughter vanished from the vase monster's consciousness. No, this can't be. How is this possible? The vase monster sensed an immensely powerful consciousness, boundless like an ocean. His prideful consciousness, in the face of that consciousness, was like a drop in the ocean, indescribably tiny, almost negligible. In the face of that terrifying consciousness, the vase monster was left with only panic and disbelief. He couldn't believe that there could exist a human consciousness this strong in the world, a consciousness that should belong to a god rather than a human. What a pity. You're the first human I've met who could cross the line. Li Shu opened his eyes. Green light scattered from them, condensing into points of green light in front of him. The amorphous green light struggled and twisted in the air, trying to return to the vase's body, but it couldn't move in the slightest. Spare me. I was wrong. I can give you anything you want. I can help you obtain the heirloom seal of the realm. I can help you seize immortal heaven. The consciousness of the vase monster, transformed into green light, trembled with fear in the air, frantically conveying its pleading thoughts. Li Shu merely glanced at it, and the green light instantly exploded in the air, disintegrating into bits of green light that scattered and vanished. Humans who should die must die, otherwise they become even more loathsome than monsters. Li Shu looked at the vase monster's corpse and vase with some disgust and summoned the Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight drew the samurai sword and unleashed the blood-light slash on the vase. The enormous crescent-shaped sword light struck the vase, and with a clang, the vase rolled far on the ground, stopping only when it hit the protruding roots of the yellow leaf tree, yet there wasn't a single mark on the vase. What is that vase made of to be so unyielding? Li Shu was a bit surprised. He felt extreme aversion toward the vase monster, even downright disgusted, and didn't want to sully himself by going through the vase monster's belongings. He just wanted it to completely disappear. But he hadn't expected the vase to be so peculiar that even the Jedi Knight couldn't cut through it. 407, Chapter 407, 18-7 Spirit-Eating Tree. This vase is quite peculiar, Li Shu slightly frowned, summoning the Black Death Demon King. One by one, black halos appeared on the ground, and several Black Death Demons crawled out from them. Under Li Shu's command, the few Black Death Demons approached the large vase, grabbed the vase monster's head, and attempted to pull his corpse out of the large vase. After a few tugs without success, they exerted a powerful force, unexpectedly tearing off the head completely. Gazing at the bloody and gruesome scene below, Li Shu felt a wave of nausea, yet continued to instruct the Black Death Demons to dig out the corpse within. The sight inside was extremely horrifying, with the vase monster's body filling the entire vase. The bottom of the vase had a narrow opening, into which the vase monster's body was crammed, with its neck stretched long, filling the bottleneck, and the body and limbs twisted and crammed together, making it almost indistinguishable what was what. No wonder it couldn't be pulled out. Now, with the Black Death demons forcibly extracting it piece by piece, parts and blood were scattered everywhere. Once the entire body was excavated, Li Shu glanced into the blood-stained vase, and his expression changed slightly. Inside the large vase grew a bizarre plant, resembling a single bamboo shoot, growing straight within the vase. The bamboo joints were particularly thick, about arm's width, but the middle was very thin, with the thinnest part only as wide as 2 fingers. The blood-stained bamboo joint stood upright within the vase. Its tangled roots could be seen penetrating into the bottom of the vase, melding with it completely. Li Shu was shocked in his heart. This strange bamboo had apparently grown within the body of the vase monster, making it unimaginable how they coexisted inside the vase. Suddenly, Li Shu noticed that the blood and flesh residues falling inside during the corpse excavation were disappearing at a visible speed. Meanwhile, the blood bamboo inside the vase seemed to grow slightly thicker. In just a moment, the bloodstains within the vase completely vanished. The inside turned back to a clear white, yet the blood bamboo became even more translucent and crystalline, like blood-dyed crystal. Is this blood bamboo also a demon spirit? Li Shu did not sense any demon spirit aura from the blood bamboo. However, the demon spirits he'd encountered before didn't resemble plants. Perhaps their auras differed, explaining why he couldn't detect a familiar demon spirit aura. Just like the yellow leaf tree nearby, he couldn't detect any demon spirit aura from it either. As he pondered, Li Shu glanced at the yellow leaf tree, immediately frowning again. At this moment, the yellow leaves on the yellow leaf tree revealed green veins resembling blood vessels. Li Shu watched for a while, witnessing those green veins multiply, with some leaves turning entirely green. I clearly eradicated the vase monster's consciousness, so why is it clinging to the tree? With this thought, Li Shu signaled the Jedi Knight to draw his sword and slash at the tree. Like a sword-light slash, the blood-light slash carved a deep groove in the black tree trunk. Seeing that the tree could be hacked, Li Shu ordered the Jedi Knight to keep chopping, sending wood chips flying with each slash, although breaking the tree would still take time. While the Jedi Knight hacked at the tree, more yellow leaves transformed into green ones, and what was even eerier was the growth of the tree trunk wherever it was cut, often outgrowing the sections lopped off within a single slash. Before long, all the leaves on the yellow leaf tree had turned green, emanating a faint green light. The freshly grown wood on the parts wounded by the Jedi Knight already exceeded what was originally cut away. With bizarre protrusions, it appeared as a scar on the tree bark. Li Shu watched for a while, noticing more and more that the scar resembled a human face, and it continued to grow. Before long, facial features like a mouth, ears, eyes, and nose appeared on the trunk, forming a human face grown on the tree. Suddenly, the eyes on the tree face opened, revealing green, jade-like eyeballs, lacking pupils and wholly jade-like, similar to an insect's compound eyes. Boy, you think you can truly kill me? I had long fused my consciousness with this spirit-eating tree. That flesh body and consciousness within were merely the last remnants, the tree face uttered in an ancient voice. That body may be useless now, but the vengeance for killing me shall be repaid in blood and flesh. I will turn your body into fertilizer, nourishing my spirit-eating tree form, the tree face continued, as bizarre green light blossomed from all the green leaves, casting the surroundings into a ghostly and sinister ambiance. Li Shu immediately realized what this entity intended, and turned towards the mountain below, witnessing the forest below trembling, with the occasional roar of frenzied beasts echoing. Before long, hordes of frenzied beasts charged up from the mountain below, coming from all sides, leaving it unclear how many frenzied beasts the forest harbored. Observing his environment, Li Shu knew it was too late to flee, but he had no intention to run. Previously, he had to search everywhere for frenzied beasts, and now they were presenting themselves. Wasn't it much more convenient? Summoning demigod Shauna, the Black Death Demon King with a roar summoned all 50 of his minions, and combined with the Jedi Knight, the 3 demon spirits stood guard on the mountain peak, launching a fierce battle against the frenzied beasts charging from below the mountain. 408, Chapter 408, 87, Spirit-Eating Tree 2. In the sky, frenzied beasts with wings on their backs flew towards them, but luckily their levels were low, and demigod Shauna swiftly dealt with them one by one. The frenzied beasts rushing up from the mountain base grew more numerous, like zombies besieging a city, relentlessly charging upwards, and for every beast that fell, more would trample over its corpse, advancing further. With a single bloodlight slash, the Jedi Knight was able to slay several frenzied beasts. At this moment, the advantage of the Black Death Demon King became apparent, as 50 radiant henchmen formed a battle array, guarding the mountaintop, forcibly holding the beasts at bay below. "You sly boy, possessing so many top-grade demon spirits, who exactly are you?" asked Treeface, observing the 3 demon spirits unleash their power in astonishment. Li Shu didn't respond, seizing the opportunity to collect the demon cores and other items scattered around. He picked only the quality demon cores and tossed them to the Jedi Knight and demigod Shauna, encouraging them to continuously consume the cores. Suddenly, blue light flames ignited on demigod Shauna's body. After consuming a few high-quality demon cores, he finally ascended to level C. While ascending, demigod Shauna continued to battle fiercely, neither his gun nor broadsword ever pausing. Once his ascension was complete, The power of his bullets increased, and the sword light from his broadsword became even more intense, capable of extending over 3 meters in length when fully concentrated. Li Shu sensed demigod Shana's information. Upon ascending to level C, he awakened a talent skill called Half-Heaven Demon. Demigod Shana's skills were always enigmatic. Previously, the Devouring God skill had left everyone confused about its purpose. Devouring God was neither an active skill like Bloodlight Slash nor a passive one like Desperate Realm. Demigod Shana had never seemed to use it. Now, he awakened a talent skill named Half-Heaven Demon, yet he was obviously a demigod, so why did the skill include the word demon? Could it be that demigod Shana has only a half-god, half-demon bloodline? If so, it should be called half-demon. What does Half-Heaven Demon imply? Half-god and half-demon each day. Li Shu still couldn't figure out what this Half-Heaven Demon talent skill was meant for. While Li Shu was puzzled, there was a change with demigod Shana. An A-level shining winged frenzied beast swooped down from the sky, and demigod Shana fired a bullet, hitting the beast's chest. There was a 2-level difference between level C and A, and although demigod Shana had quality on his side, his bullet shouldn't have been able to pierce the body of an A-level shining winged frenzied beast. Yet, this bullet penetrated the winged beast's chest and vanished. The next second, blue light flames ignited within the beast's body, instantly engulfing it entirely. The winged frenzied beast screamed, falling to the ground in agony, and soon the blue flames consumed it to ash, leaving only a demon core behind. Bang! 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 Any frenzied beast hit by demigod Shana's bullets or sword light would immediately ignite with blue light flames, and even if only slightly injured, the flames would rapidly spread across their body, and soon they would be reduced to ashes. Is Half-Heaven Demon a burning skill? Li Shu was slightly amazed. Though this ability seemed unremarkable, its effectiveness was extremely useful. One couldn't fight demigod Shana and sustain injuries without equating them to death. Li Shu soon realized this wasn't the skill effect of Half-Heaven Demon. Demigod Shana's normal attacks inherently carried this burning effect. The actual Half-Heaven Demon skill hadn't been activated, surprising Li Shu even more. This burning capability is basically a skill. How fortunate to have such a boon. Li Shu opted against forcing demigod Shana to use Half-Heaven Demon, since the exact nature of the skill remained unknown, and if it required time to recharge, it might be unavailable when genuinely needed. The number of frenzied beasts attracted by the spirit-eating tree remained uncertain, so it wasn't yet time to exert full effort. The multitude of beasts couldn't break the mountaintop's defenses, and seeing that the Jedi Knight and others still had strength left, Li Shu redirected his attention to examining the spirit-eating tree and the vase-bearing blood bamboo. The vase monster claimed his consciousness had merged with the spirit-eating tree, rendering his physical body useless. Yet, this statement seemed odd. If his physical form was truly unnecessary, why hadn't he fully integrated his consciousness into the spirit-eating tree? Perhaps he was wary of his consciousness being too strong, wanting to disperse some of it. This, however, seemed illogical. The only reasonable explanation could be that the vase monster lacked the ability to entirely transfer his consciousness into the spirit-eating tree, or he dreaded doing so. The reasons likely involved the spirit-eating tree or the vase and the blood bamboo within it. Previously, Li Shu attempted but struggled to destroy the spirit-eating tree, so now he focused on the blood bamboo inside the vase. Li Shu wielded the Fire Lotus sword, approaching the vase's opening, relieved that the vase interior was spotless. He pressed one hand against the opening and used the sword in the other hand to jab inside, trying to sever the blood bamboo. He stabbed repeatedly, causing clanging noises as the blade struck blood bamboo, yet it failed to leave any marks on the bamboo. T409, Chapter 409, 18-7 Spirit-Eating Tree 3 Li Shu turned and started stabbing at the roots under the blood bamboo, but to no avail. The tree face, seeing Li Shu's actions, sneered. Don't waste your effort. The demon spirit bamboo is not something you can cut down. Demon spirit bamboo? Could it be that this bamboo is the demon spirit wood grown from a demon spirit body? Li Shu immediately understood what this thing was. Earlier, he hadn't considered this possibility because the vase contained a vase monster, not a demon spirit, so he hadn't thought the blood bamboo was actually demon spirit wood. You actually know about demon spirit wood, yet won't admit you're from the land of immortality, the tree face said sharply, seeming to feel deceived by Li Shu. Just because I'm not from the land of immortality doesn't mean I can't know about demon spirit wood, Li Shu said as he continued to stab, his hands not stopping. Demon spirit wood is something created by the land of immortality. It's top secret even within the land of immortality. Few know of it. If you're not from there, how could you know about demon spirit wood? The tree face said with a deep voice. Haven't I told you, in this day and age, demon spirit wood is no longer a secret? I've even seen a large ship built with demon spirit wood that can sail across the Black Death Sea. What's a mere demon spirit wood? Li Shu, seeing that all his stabs had left no mark, paused his hands. Build a ship with demon spirit wood? The tree face's expression changed slightly. You're talking nonsense. To build a ship with demon spirit wood would require capturing countless demon spirits to grow it. Even if you had so many demon spirits, there wouldn't be enough seeds. I didn't ask you to believe me, I've seen it, so what does your belief matter? Li Shu continued studying the vase and the blood bamboo inside, feeling that this blood bamboo must be connected to the vase monster in some way. Even if you've truly seen a ship made of demon spirit wood, it definitely wasn't grown by the land of immortality unless it's something from the demon kingdom. The tree face seemed to agree that Li Shu had no reason to lie and changed his tune. Didn't you just say that demon spirit wood was something created by the land of immortality? How is it now from the demon kingdom? Li Shu shrugged. What do you know? The technology for growing demon spirit wood by the land of immortality was derived from the remaining records of the demon kingdom, the tree face said bitterly. I was the one who originally researched this technology, but that old bastard was so insidious and sly that he used it on me, trapping me alive in the Paradise Elixir bottle, neither able to live nor die. Since the bottle is called the Paradise Elixir bottle, it must have the power to make people immortal. No wonder you could survive inside. You should thank those who put you in the bottle, gifting you the great fortune of immortality. Li Shu laughed. If you like, when you're on the brink of death, I'll put you in the Paradise Elixir bottle so you can also enjoy the great fortune of immortality, the tree face said sinisterly. So this bottle can really bestow immortality? Li Shu was surprised. More than just immortality, it's like sharing longevity with the sun and moon, life with heaven and earth. The tree face laughed in a spine-chilling way. The Paradise Elixir bottle was unearthed from a relic in the demon kingdom. Originally, it contained mysterious seeds. Only those seeds can grow demon spirit wood. There were only so many seeds, and even if they were all successfully grown, there wouldn't be enough demon spirit wood for a large ship. So, the large ship made of demon spirit wood I saw must also be a relic from the demon kingdom, Li Shu said as he examined the blood bamboo in the Paradise Elixir bottle. Where did the blood bamboo here come from? It naturally grew here. After the Paradise Elixir bottle was found, all the seeds were extracted, but one seed remained rooted to the bottom, and it was left alone. That old bastard calculated against me, trapping me in the Paradise Elixir bottle. The blood bamboo kept growing, piercing into my body, consuming my flesh and blood to grow, while the energy it emitted sustained my life. If I hadn't encountered this spirit-eating tree and thought of using it to transfer my consciousness, I'd be trapped in that Paradise Elixir bottle forever, neither able to live nor die. The tree face's teeth gnashed audibly, wood chips falling, revealing deep hatred. But now it's all in the past. Fate ultimately gave me a chance to turn the tables, letting me find the spirit-eating tree, and now you. Your spiritual force is incredibly strong, unlike a human, but your body is pathetically weak. When you're dying and lose consciousness, I can transfer my consciousness into your body using the demon spirit tree. With your body as the foundation, I will surpass that old bastard, and revenge shall be mine. The tree face laughed arrogantly. I must thank you for preparing so many top-grade demon spirits for me. I will make sure to use them well for your sake. You're dreaming, but sadly these frenzied beasts are not enough to end me. Li Shu glanced down the mountain at the growing number of frenzied beasts. The forest was filled with blood-red eyes. Countless frenzied beasts surrounded the mountain, waiting to charge the peak. Demigod Shana and the Jedi Knight continued fighting while consuming demon cores, but they showed no signs of advancing further. No need to hurry, it's coming soon. You'll soon witness the truly terrifying things in this forest, the tree face sneered. Li Shu said no more, still studying the Paradise Elixir bottle and blood bamboo. After a while, he sensed some commotion below and rose to check. Frenzied beasts covered the hill, but a path was being cleared, and at the end of the path, a demon spirit was approaching the mountain. 4110, Chapter 410-88, Connecting Advancement. Li Shu examined closely, seeing that the demon spirit was a stag-shaped demon spirit, even more robust than an ox. Its entire body was pure white and crystalline, with coral-like antlers as clear as crystal, emitting a holy white light. At first glance, it seemed divine, but its eyes were blood-red, filled with evil and madness. It trod upon the mountain, causing nearby frenzied beasts to desperately avoid it, not daring to block its path even at the risk of trampling each other. Radiant Demon Spirit, an S-Class. Li Shu scrutinized the white stag demon spirit and commanded the Jedi Knight to intercept it. The mountaintop was limited in size, and if they battled there, it would inevitably affect Li Shu and other demon spirits. The Jedi Knight grasped the samurai sword, swiftly charging at the white stag with a strange red light glowing on the sword. Using the momentum from rushing down the mountain, the Jedi Knight leapt, gripping the sword with both hands, striking down at the white stag from above. The white stag did not evade, raising its head to meet the Jedi Knight's sword with its holy antlers. Blood-red and pure white demonic light bloomed like flowers, intermingling like a bizarre two-tone demonic blossom. The nearby frenzied beasts touched by the demonic light had their flesh, bones, and bodies severed by the demonic light, each screaming and rolling down the mountain. This clash resulted in a draw, but in reality, the Jedi Knight was clearly at a disadvantage. The Jedi Knight slashed using the downhill momentum, whereas the white stag met the attack standing still from below without retreating, showing it was indeed stronger in power and demonic light than the Jedi Knight. Li Shu was not alarmed, but delighted. Although the white stag was stronger than the Jedi Knight, it lacked a super spirit. As long as it lacked a super spirit, there was a chance to defeat it. The Jedi Knight engaged in a fierce battle with the white stag mid-mountain, occasionally unleashing explosive light flames from the clashes of red and white demonic lights. On the mountaintop, the frenzied beasts continued their frenzied assault, yet the defense line of the Black Death Demon army remained as strong as a fortress. Without any S-Class demon spirit participating, the defense line of 50 A-Class Radiant Black Death demons could not be breached. Your demon spirits are certainly strong. That Red Warrior demon spirit is likely only A-Class, right? Yet it can fight the S-Class Frenzied Demon Deer King without losing much ground. It is indeed a rare demon spirit. In the future, they will all be the foundation of my resurgence. You had better guard it well and not let it die, the Tree-Face taunted. You said you've lived for millennia, so what era were you born in? What was your status then? Li Shu inquired. You want to know the origins of the President of the Eternal Sky, don't you? Tree-Face sneered. Indeed, Li Shu admitted candidly. On the brink of death and still wanting to dig out secrets, your curiosity is indeed strong. It's a pity. I enjoy seeing people die with regret and unanswered questions. You should give up on it. Tree-Face glanced at the fight on the mountainside and continued, That frenzied Demon Deer King is an S-Class Radiant Demon Spirit. Enhanced by the light of frenzy, it possesses an immensely strong body and demonic light, almost invincible in close combat. If your demon spirit were S-Class, perhaps it could harm it. Unfortunately, your demon spirit is only A-Class, and its demonic light might not even qualify to harm it. Is that so? Li Shu said nonchalantly. While Tree-Face was about to speak again, suddenly seeing a red light shoot into the sky, the Jedi Knight's body ignited with red light flame, with power and demonic light surging simultaneously. Moreover, each slash condensed the blade light into a bloodlight saber. The Jedi Knight, as if possessed, stood above, wielding the sword in rapid succession, with blade lights already appearing as phantoms. One bloodlight saber after another fell, leaving the frenzied Demon Deer King overwhelmed, its body instantly slashed with bloodied cuts, the flesh tearing open. The frenzied Demon Deer King's antlers shot white light, unable to stop the Jedi Knight who had activated the desperate realm. The Jedi Knight moved like a phantom around the frenzied Demon Deer King, continuously executing frenzied strikes. A mournful cry shook the heavens. Amidst the continuous slashes, the frenzied Demon Deer King's head was actually severed by the Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight held the frenzied Demon Deer King's head with one hand, using the other hand to thrust the samurai sword into the severed neck, directly extracting the demon core from within. The extracted demon core drew an arc, falling into the Jedi Knight's mouth, which he swallowed directly. Tree-Face was dumbfounded. What kind of demon spirit is this, to have slain a Radiant S-Class with just an A-Class? After swallowing the frenzied Demon Deer King's demon core, the Jedi Knight seemed to have his ferocity triggered, rushing into the frenzied beast horde, taking down each beast's head with a single slash. He only killed those frenzied beasts of quality, directly extracting and eating the demon cores. In a short time, he had slaughtered nearly all the visible quality frenzied beasts nearby, with each demon core falling into his stomach. Li Shu was delighted to find that the red light flame on the Jedi Knight was growing increasingly intense, indicating an imminent upgrade. To S-Class. Li Shu felt joyful within. This was much faster than he had planned. This would be his first S-Class demon spirit. With an S-Class demon spirit, could a super spirit be far behind? The upgrading Jedi Knight became even more ferocious, frantically slaughtering amidst the frenzied beast horde, swinging the bloodlight saber wildly, casting continuous blade lights that split every nearby frenzied beast, leaving not one intact corpse. 411, Chapter 411, 88, Connection Advancement 2. The sword light slash's blade light grew longer and longer, starting at only a few meters, then becoming over 10 meters, and later the swung blade light directly became dozens of meters. The samurai sword swept horizontally, and swaths of frenzied beasts were directly cut in half by the blade light like cutting through wheat. Even those A-level demon spirits couldn't withstand the might of a single slash from the Jedi Knight. The ground was littered with corpses and dropped demon cores, with dirty blood and the shimmering of demon cores intermingling, creating a demonic spectacle. Suddenly, the Jedi Knight's gaze seemed drawn by something, looking towards the foot of the mountain. In the forest, at some unknown time, coiled a giant serpent-like demon spirit over dozens of meters long. That giant serpent demon spirit had a single crown on its head, its entire body covered in scales like fire-burnt crystal, spewing a red flame glow from its mouth. Wherever it passed, the trees immediately turned charred black, as if being carbonized by high heat. The Jedi Knight emanated a red glow all over, like a red lightning bolt, charging down from the mountainside. As he neared the foot, he leapt up, gripping with both hands, wielding a blade light as if the heaven-slaying blade, striking the giant serpent demon spirit head-on. The giant serpent demon spirit opened its mouth, spewing a torrent of red flame glow. The Jedi Knight slashed against the red flame glow, showing no sign of retreat, splitting the massive torrent of flame with the blood-red blade light. Boom. At the instant the blade light collided with the giant serpent demon spirit, the terrifying red glow burst upwards like a volcanic eruption, forming a massive red pillar of light, enveloping both the Jedi Knight and the giant serpent demon spirit in its glow. The red pillar of light lingered for a long time before finally dispersing, revealing the Jedi Knight standing atop the giant serpent demon spirit's corpse, its head cleaved in two, with its demon core nowhere to be found. The Jedi Knight's entire body shone with such intense luminescence it seemed about to explode, looking like glowing glass filled with fluorescent lamps, appearing almost like a glowing entity, its form barely discernible. S level now. Li Shu looked on with delight. Jedi Knight, Evolving Demon Spirit, level, S quality, none. Talent skills, Bloodlight Slash, Desperate Realm, Martial Spirit, Unrivaled National Hero, Jedi Knight. The name of the last skill was the same as the Jedi Knight's name, described as surpassing oneself, presumably a skill to stimulate potential. It's just unclear how the Jedi Knight and Unrivaled National Hero differ in this potential stimulating all-out attack, as they seem somewhat redundant. The Jedi Knight, having ascended to S level, was like a tiger among sheep, with blade lights reaping the frenzied beasts in swaths. Hordes of frenzied beasts were slaughtered in the blink of an eye, leaving the mountain covered with lifeless bodies. Soon, the Black Death Demon King and Demigod Shana on the mountaintop had little left to do. Demigod Shana began picking up demon cores, devouring those of quality and tossing ordinary cores up to the summit. Before long, a small pile of demon cores had formed atop the mountain, with a blue glow gradually rising from Demigod Shana's body, as if about to ascend another level after consuming many demon cores. This trip wasn't wasted. With the Jedi Knight reaching S level, it seems Demigod Shana is about to leap 2 levels consecutively. Li Shu looked towards the spirit-eating tree, feeling it was a real treasure trove. By letting the spirit-eating tree lure in demon spirits, he could quickly amass demon cores, and with a few more groups, perhaps Demigod Shana might also rise to S level. While Demigod Shana continued devouring demon cores, the Jedi Knight on the other side had already decimated the frenzied beast herd, with few survivors left. It's unclear how many high-quality demon cores Demigod Shana had consumed, as he ate almost all the relatively high-grade demon cores he collected. The blue glow on his body burned brighter and brighter, finally bursting forth, commencing yet another ascension. From C level, Demigod Shana ascended to B level, with little change in appearance but having gained an additional skill. Demigod Shana, Evolving Demon Spirit, level, B quality, Radiant, talent skills, Devouring God, Half-Heaven Demon, Final Requiem. Demigod Shana's skills were all rather peculiar, none standard, and as a gun and sword butcher with no musical instruments, how he produced a Requiem skill left Li Shu somewhat speechless. However, having a skill is better than none, and Li Shu felt that perhaps Demigod Shana's skills might serve a special purpose after all. As Li Shu was admiring Demigod Shana's skills, the Jedi Knight's slaughter had already concluded. He returned to Li Shu, sword in hand, his gaze falling on the spirit-eating tree. "Try the sword," Li Shu said with a smile. The Jedi Knight swung his sword at the spirit-eating tree, with the overblown fluorescent blade light cutting a large gash in its trunk, 1/3 deep of its diameter. A couple more strikes, and the demon spirit tree might well be severed. The tree's face turned pale, never expecting that by using the spirit-eating tree to lure in so many frenzied beasts, not only could he not kill Li Shu, but instead let his demon spirits ascend in succession. Generally speaking, feeding demon spirits requires meticulous selection, using demon cores or gemstones of the same type to ensure awakening talent skills upon ascension. Li Shu's 2 demon spirits were clearly not of the same type, yet they both consumed these frenzied beasts' demon cores, each awakening talent skills upon ascension, something the tree face had never anticipated. 412, Chapter 412, 88, Connection Promotion, 3. These demon spirits are too strange, unnaturally powerful. If I had known it would be like this, Trant would never have attracted those frenzied beasts here. The Jedi Knight was about to strike again, but was stopped by Li Shu. If you want to kill, then kill. Don't think you'll get any valuable information from me. Trant closed its eyes, showing a demeanor ready to die. If I kill you, who will help me attract more demon spirits? That would be my loss, Li Shu said nonchalantly. Don't dream about it, there won't be a second time, Trant replied coldly. Is that so? Li Shu signaled for the Jedi Knight to move forward. The Jedi Knight swung his sword at the spirit-eating tree, but with restraint, not cutting too deep and choosing a different spot each time. I don't know if this spirit-eating tree body of yours can feel pain. Let me help you find out, Li Shu said with a smile. The Jedi Knight kept cutting the tree trunk of the spirit-eating tree, changing spots after each slash. The wounds healed quickly, only to be opened again by the Jedi Knight. While the Jedi Knight was playing around with the slashes, Li Shu joined in collecting the spoils, deciding to gather everything first. This battle had slain thousands of frenzied beasts, along with 2 S-class demon spirits, resulting in a massive harvest. However, both S-class demon spirits' demon cores were devoured by the Jedi Knight. The white deer, though clearly a radiant demon spirit, left nothing behind, disappointing Li Shu greatly. The giant serpent demon spirit, however, gave Li Shu a pleasant surprise by leaving a demon spirit ring. Even though the giant serpent demon spirit was somewhat inferior to the white deer, it was still an S-class radiant demon spirit, and the demon spirit ring it left was directly S-class, effectively giving Li Shu an additional S-class combat strength. Nonetheless, Li Shu didn't rush to contract the demon spirit ring, as the giant serpent demon spirit was not especially useful to him. Its combat abilities didn't compare to the Jedi Knight, and its functionalities paled against the Black Death Demon King. Aside from its large size and ability to breathe fire, it didn't seem much use. Li Shu didn't keep idle spirits and intended to use it where it would be more appropriate. Besides the demon spirit ring, he also picked up some talent gemstones and skill rings, which seemed to have ordinary and common styles rather than rare, growth-oriented abilities. While Li Shu was happily collecting, Trant's face twisted and contorted, becoming even more grotesque than before. Despite Trant's silence, his expression revealed that the Jedi Knight's repeated slashes on the tree trunk were indeed painful for him. Seeing that Li Shu wasn't paying attention, and with the Jedi Knight showing no signs of stopping, Trant finally couldn't hold back and said, "All the demon spirits that could be attracted nearby have already been drawn here. There's no use cutting me anymore." "Then tell me about you and the Longevity Association. Let's start with you. What's your name, and have you really lived for thousands of years?" Li Shu, seeing that he had almost finished collecting, left the rest for demigod Shana to gather and walked over to the tree, piling the gathered items together. "Even if I said, you wouldn't know who I am." Trant didn't finish speaking before the Jedi Knight's blade struck again. "If I know everything, then why do I need you?" Li Shu said expressionlessly. Trant gritted his teeth, not daring to retort Li Shu. He had now merged with the spirit-eating tree, which had some peculiar abilities but no mobility, making it so that he couldn't even commit suicide if he wished. And his current situation wasn't very promising. The spirit-eating tree wasn't benevolent. Describing it as a fusion was more like a parasitism. An oversight might allow the spirit-eating tree to swallow his consciousness, making life truly worse than death. If it weren't for such concerns, he would not have hesitated in transferring all his consciousness to the spirit-eating tree. "I could give you a fake name, and you wouldn't be able to tell if it's true or false. Even if I give my real name, you wouldn't know it anyway. Might as well say something useful, saving us both some trouble," Trant said. "Let's hear what useful things you know." This time, Li Shu didn't command the Jedi Knight to strike again. "The president of the Longevity Association and I both were born in the pre-Qin era." "The scope of this pre-Qin era you speak of is far too vast," Li Shu said coldly. "The so-called pre-Qin era typically refers to the period before the first unified dynasty was established in the ancient Eastern Kingdom. From mythological tales to just before the Qin dynasty was founded, it can all be referred to as the pre-Qin era. Shortly before the founding of the Qin dynasty, we both witnessed the first unification," Trant continued. "The president of the Longevity Association even once served that first emperor. If he didn't lie to me, the president of the Longevity Association is a Qin dynasty person. They really have lived for thousands of years. How did they manage to survive till now? It's said that during his later years, the first emperor became obsessed with the elixir of longevity. Could it be that they really discovered the method for immortality?" With these thoughts racing in his mind, a phrase suddenly popped into Li Shu's head. "I am Qin Shi Huang. Send money. Do you think I'll believe such nonsense?" "You're not going to tell me that you're Qin Shi Huang and the president of the Longevity Association is Zhao Gao, that you both took the elixir of longevity, and then Zhao Gao tricked you, and if I just give you 998, you'll help me get out of trouble, and once you kill Zhao Gao and reclaim the world and treasure, you'll give me a huge sum of money?" Li Shu sneered. "I'm not Qin Shi Huang, and the president of the Longevity Association isn't Zhao Gao. I know it's hard to believe what I've said, but I have something that, once you see it, will make you believe me." Trant seemed well prepared for Li Shu's skepticism and spoke with confidence. 4113, Chapter 4113-89, Lightspeed number 2. "Cut him," Li Shu directly commanded the Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight raised his blade, ready to strike at the spirit-eating tree, when the tree's face hurriedly shouted, "The thing I mentioned is the Sueho bead, one of the 2 treasures most cherished by the first emperor. Continue. My patience is limited. This is your last chance." Li Shu stopped the Jedi Knight and spoke coldly to the tree's face. In fact, Li Shu didn't know what the Sueho bead was. He had never even heard of it. The first emperor had 2 treasures. Later generations only know about one of them, the heirloom seal of the realm, but few know about the Sueho bead. The tree's face dared not keep secrets and clearly explained the origins of the Sueho bead. During the spring and autumn period, there was a small country called the Chu Kingdom. While traveling, the ruler, Sueho, saw a wounded large snake on the road. Seeing the snake in extreme pain, he couldn't bear it and helped treat the snake and released it. Then followed the well-known story of the spirit snake repaying kindness. That night, the snake returned with a bead in its mouth, presenting it to Sueho as a token of gratitude. The bead shone brightly at night, emanating a strange radiance. Legend has it that the bead was the inner core of the snake, so some called it the spiritual snake bead, but most still referred to it as the Sueho bead. Later, the Chu kingdom was conquered by the Qin dynasty, and the Sueho bead fell into the hands of the first emperor, considered one of his most treasured possessions, as famous as the heirloom seal of the realm. After the fall of the Qin dynasty, the Shuihu bead disappeared along with the heirloom seal of the realm. Later, the heirloom seal frequently appeared, but the Shuihu bead was never seen again, its whereabouts unknown to this day. So there was not much information about the Shuihu bead to begin with, and it was normal for Li Shu not to have heard of it. The tree's face continued. Many people think the Shuihu bead might be an ordinary luminous bead or something similar, but that's incorrect. The Shuihu bead is a kind of gemstone, a gemstone that glows on its own. Do you take me for an illiterate? A stone that glows on Earth might suggest it has radiation. If the first emperor wore a radioactive gemstone, was he tired of living? Li Shu frowned and said, "Common gemstones reflect light but don't emit it themselves. Many naturally glowing gemstones are likely to contain radioactive elements, making them harmful to wear. Gemstones with excessive radiation are often seen as beautiful, like natural zircon. The color and fire are very attractive, but natural zircon can have excessive radiation, so unless tested by a professional, they should not be worn casually. A stone that glows on its own doesn't necessarily have radiation. It might also be a demon spirit gemstone. That Shuihu bead is a demon spirit gemstone, and the spirit within is extraordinary, completely different from regular demon spirit gemstones." The tree's face looked at Li Shu and asked, "The demon spirit gemstones you've seen, don't the spirits they form usually take humanoid forms, correct?" Li Shu nodded. "But the spirit formed by the Shuihu bead is a white snake," the tree's face said. "Even if the Shuihu bead exists, as a demon spirit gemstone, how does this relate to you and prove you are from the Qin dynasty?" Li Shu asked, looking at the tree's face. "The Shuihu bead disappeared when the Qin dynasty fell. Do you know why no one has seen it for thousands of years?" The tree's face smugly said, "Because that Shuihu bead was stolen by me during the chaos when the Qin dynasty fell, always kept by my side, it's naturally impossible for it to circulate. My first gem demon spirit came from the Shuihu bead, a genuine radiant demon spirit. That white snake demon spirit has accompanied me for thousands of years, advancing to S rank. It has saved me from countless disasters." "If you spare me, I can give you the Shuihu bead," the tree's face said. "You can't not know that a contracted gem demon spirit cannot bond with a second person unless the owner dies, right?" Li Shu said. "Do you think I still count as a living being now?" The tree's face laughed miserably. "That's true. Where is the Shuihu bead?" Li Shu laughed. "The Shuihu bead is not on me, but I can tell you where it's hidden. You can go retrieve it yourself," the tree's face said. "You've really gone to great lengths to create such a story to save yourself. I almost believed it." Li Shu coldly stared at the tree's face and said, "With a contracted demon spirit gemstone, the gemstone can automatically return to its owner. If the Shuihu bead was indeed contracted by this strange person, how could it not be with him? That old thing wanted to harm me. If I had the Shuihu bead on me at the time, do you think he wouldn't have seized it? You wouldn't even have a chance." The tree's face sighed. "I was always on guard against that old fellow, but I still lost in the end. However, before I was imprisoned in the Paradise Elixir bottle, I used some strategies I had prepared beforehand to separate the Shuihu bead from me and hide it in a place. If you want the Shuihu bead, you'll have to fetch it yourself. Even if you wanted to kill me, I couldn't get it here," the tree's face said. "Where is the Shuihu bead?" Li Shu pondered. "The place used to be called Rolling Dragon Slope. There's a crooked old tree on the slope, and the Shuihu bead is buried beneath it," the tree's face said in great detail, elaborating on the name of the region where Rolling Dragon Slope was located. 414, Chapter 414, 89, Lightspeed number 22. "You told me just like that. Aren't you afraid I'll betray you?" Li Shu asked with a smile. "If you truly wish to kill me, even making you swear won't help. What else can I do? Instead of being overly cautious and provoking your murderous intent, it's better to be straightforward. If you wish to go back on your word and kill me, just do it." Treeface seemed to see things very clearly. "If I can't find the Shuihu bead there, you know very well what the consequences will be." Having said that, Li Shu picked up the things from the ground and turned to head back to the temple. "Unless someone discovered the Shuihu bead and took it away, it's definitely still there," Treeface said. Li Shu said no more, putting a small pile of demon cores, talent gemstones, skill rings, and demon spirit rings into the Paradise Elixir bottle and had the Pink Nightmare carry the bottle back to the temple. He didn't kill Treeface, not for the Shuihu bead, but intending to keep the spirit-eating tree as a monster attractor. Having this thing attract demon spirits for him is much better than running around himself looking for them. After all, the spirit-eating tree won't grow legs and run away, and now the Golden Gate is already Li Shu's. As long as someone guards the Golden Gate, preventing outsiders from entering, the vase monster will be trapped inside the spirit-eating tree, unable to go anywhere. After Li Shu left, Treeface became fierce. The spirit-eating tree began to glow green, and many roots emerged from the ground, like leeches, penetrating into the corpses of the frenzied beasts, absorbing their flesh. Even the blood soaked into the soil wasn't spared. Gradually, a hint of blood color appeared on the tree, and Treeface sinisterly said, "If it weren't for letting the spirit-eating tree absorb the flesh of these demon spirits to evolve, why would I say so much nonsense to you? Once the demon spirit tree ascends, your body will definitely belong to me when you return. The connection between the Shuihu bead and me is not completely severed." Coupled with the super spirit body, it's not something you can contract. Anyway, it will eventually return to my hand. Just go ahead and retrieve it for me. I hope the Suiho bead hasn't been discovered by others yet. Treeface was somewhat worried that the Suiho bead had already been discovered and taken away, and hoped Li Shu could find it. Li Shu extinguished the longevity lamp, took the paradise elixir bottle and its contents back outside the golden gate. The harvest this time was already enormous. He didn't want to waste time in the land of trial anymore. He needed to first enhance his primordial embryo quality within the trial ground. The Jedi Knights were already S-class, but he was only D-class. His own level was equally important, and he needed to quickly raise his level as well. Li Qingyi was so young and already a super spirit, making him feel a bit inadequate with his small D-class trial taker status. Li Shu didn't consider that Li Qingyi came from a background with generations of accumulation, unlike him, who hadn't even been in the industry for a year. He buried the Paradise Elixir bottle along with those demon cores underneath the ruins of Old Knife's wooden house, and at the Golden Gate he frantically engaged in trials, improving his primordial embryo quality. Fortunately, his finances were quite substantial now, otherwise this constant spending on gemstones, even if it's just golden green tourmaline, would be unbearable for an average person. In more than 10 days, Li Shu improved his primordial embryo quality to 3 to 9, mainly because the trials at the Golden Gate allowed him to pass quickly. If it were the Dark Maze, he wouldn't have improved this much even if he doubled the time. The Golden Gate trial ground is truly a holy place for enhancing primordial embryo quality. Unfortunately, the higher you go, the harder it is to improve. I've been working on this last 01 for 2 days and still can't enhance it. Li Shu was exhausted, so he sat down in front of the Golden Gate to rest. Recently, he also looked into the Rolling Dragon Slope mentioned by Treeface. Now, that place wasn't called that anymore, and even the local regional name had changed. Li Shu compared for a long time before determining where Treeface referred to as Rolling Dragon Slope. Rolling Friend Slope is now White Knight City's territory. I should look for Chu Jun and have him take me there. Li Shu was thinking when he suddenly heard voices in the distance. Li Shu stood up and looked in the direction of the voices, and soon saw Ye Yuzhen leading a group over. Those people were all leading mules, with each mule carrying 2 large boxes. The team of over 100 mules majestically arrived at the front of the Golden Gate. City Lord, the items you requested have all been delivered, and the workers have also arrived. Ye Yuzhen quickly stepped forward to report. Good, I've had a Fei give you the blueprints earlier. Stay here and supervise. Build the toll station and seal off the Golden Gate completely. Without my permission, no one can activate the Golden Gate, and you can gradually charge fees. Li Shu said to Ye Yuzhen, Rest assured, City Lord, I will certainly complete the task with quality and quantity. Until the fees are charged, I will ensure no one approaches the Golden Gate. Ye Yuzhen promptly made his promise. All right, you oversee this here. I have to return to the City of Light. Li Shu didn't stay to improve that last 01 because he had received a message from Old Officer that his Lightspeed number 2 was completed. Once Lightspeed number 2 is achieved, he will have the capability to compete for the Super Spirit Gemstone, hence he's eager to return. I hope that Super Spirit Gemstone hasn't emerged yet. Li Shu hurried back to the City of Light as fast as he could. 415, Chapter 415, 89, Lightspeed 2-3. Returning to the City of Light, Li Shu went straight to Zimin Guan's laboratory with the Paradise Elixir bottle. You finally come back. Lightspeed 2 is already completed and the instrument tests have passed. Now, it just lacks human testing. Without you here, there was no way to test it. Ye Shiyuan, the little girl, doesn't possess enough spiritual sense strength and can only activate some of the functions. The rest has to be tested by you, huh? What's this? Zimin Guan was speaking excitedly when he suddenly spotted the Paradise Elixir bottle and asked with some confusion. Li Shu recounted the process of acquiring the Paradise Elixir bottle to Zimin Guan, who, after listening, replied with some doubt. When I was in the heavens of longevity, I never heard of such a person. I'm unsure whether what he says is true or false. You could take a trip to White Knight City to see if the Zuhu bead he mentioned truly exists, but be cautious and don't fall for his tricks. People like that should never be easily trusted. I'll claim the Super Spirit Gemstone first before going. It's not urgent. Let me test Lightspeed 2 first. You can keep this item to research. Be careful, as it's a bit strange. If there's anything unusual, notify me immediately. Li Shu instructed briefly before turning and leaving the office to head to the laboratory warehouse. Inside the warehouse were several sets of demon armor, but most were merely half-finished products for testing. The only complete set was undoubtedly the Lightspeed 2. The compressed form of Lightspeed 2 was similar to that of Lightspeed 1, with no further reduction in size. It's estimated that this type of demon armor is hard to compress further unless employing technology similar to Zimin Guan's set of demon armor. However, with this size, Li Shu was already quite satisfied. He walked over to Lightspeed 2, opened the glass cover, and examined it closely. The shell was black, entirely devoid of any patterns or decorative lines, squarely simple yet elegant. Li Shu speculated it was due to time constraints, leaving no time to pay attention to such details. Li Shu didn't mind this. As long as the performance was adequate, appearance didn't matter. Reshaping the appearance could wait for a time when he was free. Having experience with Lightspeed 1, Li Shu skillfully used a fingerprint unlock, causing the black demon armor to quickly dismantle and extend along his arm. In no time, the pure black demon armor completely enveloped Li Shu's body. On the black armor-shaped demon armor, mysterious and beautiful golden light patterns flowed, making the once lifeless pure black demon armor appear a bit more majestic. Yet, against the black base, the majesty didn't seem gaudy. Huh, what's this? Li Shu discovered an unfamiliar device attached to the back of the demon armor. Reaching out to touch it, he noticed that this device on the back could actually be removed. The device was a black rod, about a meter long, with a grip just right for holding. What is this thing? Could old Guan have equipped me with a baton? Li Shu felt this rod was similar to a baton, just a little longer. Li Shu didn't quite understand why Seaman Guan would equip him with such a rod as a weapon. Demon armor is a unified whole. Even if it has weapons, they are typically fixed and connected to the demon armor, otherwise there's no way to activate it. This rod was completely independent, unable to connect to the demon armor, leaving its purpose unknown. This is a weapon system I specifically designed for Lightspeed 2. How does it feel? Seaman Guan walked in smiling. How do you use this weapon? Li Shu really had never used such a demon armor weapon before. Just treat it as another set of demon armor and activate it the same way. Seaman Guan proudly continued, in Lightspeed 2, I've used some new technology where the demon armor itself can conduct your spiritual sense. Without needing any physical connection, just contact is enough to directly use your spiritual sense to activate the weapon system with an independent energy core. However, using this will definitely require diverting some of your spiritual sense. Normally, a demon spirit master can't handle it, but you should manage fine. It was Li Shu's first time seeing such a demon armor weapon, so he tried it, and it really could be activated without a physical connection, which surprised him. In the instant the rod was activated, golden light patterns instantly lit up, and one end of the rod elongated like a retractable stick. The rod body, also adorned with golden light patterns, extended to instantly over 3 meters in length, with a spearhead gleaming with blood-red light protruding from the top. The wooden rod instantly transformed into a long spear, entirely black interspersed with gold, with a spearhead carrying a hint of a blood-red hue. Li Shu merely activated the internal power slightly, and the long spear glowed a brilliant gold, with the entire spear shaft turning into something akin to a golden crystal, churning with strong demonic light fluctuations inside. The tip of the spear manifested a hint of bloodlight, bewitchingly enchanting to the utmost extent, as if a casual thrust would penetrate through the void itself. With a swift jab of his hand, Li Shu effortlessly penetrated through a meter-thick wall of testing demon ash as though it were soft tofu. Good stuff! What is this thing called? Li Shu exclaimed with joy. I didn't bother with a name, let's just call it the Lightspeed Spear. Seaman Guan answered as if it were very casual, yet his face was filled with pride, proving that this Lightspeed Spear was a masterpiece of his. Not bad, a good name. Li Shu nodded approvingly. The name's not important. What's important is that the Lightspeed Spear is crafted using the pair of monster horns you brought back, the spearhead-like weapon, and materials refined from demon spirit wood. The Super Spirit Gemstone is also installed inside. When you require greater power, just activate it, and it will unleash an enormous power of demonic light. Of course, the precondition is that your spiritual sense needs to be strong enough to stimulate its power. Earlier, when I had Ye Shiwan test it, her activation rate was very low, and the combat power unleashed couldn't reach the level of a super spirit, Seaman Guan explained. As long as the power is sufficient, is this material sturdy enough not to be burned by the power of demonic light? Li Shu questioned with a smile. Rest assured, this time we use refined materials from demon spirit wood without adding ordinary auxiliary materials, ensuring extremely high strength. I've invested heavily in this set of demon armor, using up at least a third of the demon spirit wood. You couldn't burn it even if you tried, especially this Lightspeed Spear, perfectly capable of bearing super spirit power, Seaman Guan confidently assured. Why don't we try activating the energy of the Super Spirit Gemstone? Li Shu looked uncertainly towards Seaman Guan and asked. Z416, Chapter 416, 19, Super Spirit Gemstone of the Old Mine, aren't you testing? Seaman Guan looked at Li Shu with confusion. I mean, to stimulate the maximum power of the Super Spirit Gemstone, Li Shu said as he played with the Lightspeed Spear. Of course, testing the maximum power is always best. Seaman Guan didn't quite understand why Li Shu asked this, as testing maximum power seemed normal, so why specifically ask about it? Then, let's give it a try. Li Shu held the Lightspeed Spear and his spiritual sense began to invade. The golden light on the Lightspeed Spear grew increasingly strong, like an iron rod gradually being heated to gold hue, until it became transparent like a golden crystal, with a single spot of bright red on the tip, resembling a droplet of blood crystallized on the edge. This was just the beginning. As Li Shu's spiritual sense crossed that line, the Lightspeed Spear in his hand suddenly surged with brilliance, so intense that the entire spear seemed to fluoresce. Only the powerful spear-shaped glow was visible. The body of the spear had disappeared. The intense demonic light made the Lightspeed Spear look like a gold-transformed viper. that spot of blood red resembling a blood-colored monocular serpent's eye, giving a sense of evil, menacing, mysterious, and eerie. Bang, bang, bang. Under the demonic light's radiation from the lightspeed spear, the surrounding instruments suddenly exploded continuously, as if something inside had burst. "Oh no, stop it. Stop immediately," Shimin Guan yelled anxiously. Although the equipment in the warehouse wasn't vital, they were testing instruments that were bought, causing him heartache. Li Shu withdrew his spiritual sense, and the light on the lightspeed spear gradually dimmed, restoring its original black rod-like state after a moment. Li Shu felt very satisfied. Although they hadn't yet reached maximum power, it was already stronger than the last overload on Lightspeed 1. The demonic light explosion of this extent didn't damage the Lightspeed spear at all, truly stronger than Lightspeed 1. Luckily, it was just the sensors that blew. We just need to replace the sensors. The demonic light from the Super Spirit gemstone was too strong, its radiation exceeding the sensor's limit. We should test outside. After inspecting the instruments, Zimin Guan breathed a sigh of relief, understanding why Li Shu asked earlier. No need for further tests, let's leave it at that. Li Shu dismantled the demon armor and put it in his backpack. Be careful using it, don't break it again. We no longer have materials to create another set like this. As Li Shu was leaving, Zimin Guan reminded him. Got it. Li Shu waved his hand, not turning back. With this set of demon armor, Li Shu definitely felt less apprehensive and planned to head to the old mining site in Red Sand City now. Recent reports didn't mention any demon spirits there. Hopefully the Super Spirit gemstone hasn't been discovered and taken away. Li Shu studied the news before heading there. The latest report on the old mining site was from 3 days ago, stating that the demon spirits appearing there recently had vanished as if they disappeared into thin air. Just have to try my luck and hope the Super Spirit gemstone is still there. Li Shu felt somewhat helpless. Magic armor masters are too reliant on demon armor. Without it, many problems are unsolvable. This issue could only be resolved when the City of Light grows bigger, allowing Shimin Guan to set up a production line for demon armor. By then, demon armor could be mass-produced and easily replaced, eliminating many issues. Provided there is money and materials and Zimin Guan resolves existing technical challenges, these are matters for the future. Currently, it's just Zimin Guan handcrafting demon armor, but luckily, Lightspeed 2 is adequate and shouldn't be easily damaged. Li Shu didn't want to cause trouble for the City of Light, so he headed to the hero's trial gate first, and under the watchful eyes entered the trial ground. After clearing the dark maze several times, he finally randomly acquired an entry ticket. Unexpectedly, during an S-level trial, the attribute reward allowed Li Shu's primordial embryo quality to finally reach the 40 limit. What puzzled Li Shu was, even without the ruby demon spirit causing chaos in his body, he still didn't advance directly to C-level. Last time, it was due to the ruby causing chaos that prevented D-level advancement. What's the reason this time? Li Shu couldn't help but frown. After long contemplation, Li Shu felt the issue likely lies with the beastling demon spirit. Could it be that last time I was mistaken, the obstacle to my level advancement was the beastling demon spirit rather than the awaiting bride? Li Shu pondered deeply, thinking it quite possible. Although it was after the awaiting bride transformed into the demon spirit ring that he advanced to D-level. Yet there may not be a direct connection between the two. Rather, the beastling demon spirit absorbed some special substance from the Starlight Ruby. Li Shu now contemplated whether there could be a possibility that he must also feed the beastling demon spirit inside him before they can advance together. Evidently, the beastling demon spirit cannot be fed enough through trial ground enhancements, as it continuously eats the demon core or gemstone carried by Li Shu, just not with significant quantity or effect. If that's true, then the primary way for the beastling demon spirit to grow might indeed be absorbing special substances from demon spirit gemstones. Only after absorbing the special substance from the Starlight Ruby last time was I able to smoothly advance. Consuming numerous demon cores without the beastling advancing indicates that the special substance in demon spirit gemstones greatly aids its growth. Li Shu hoped his speculation wasn't true. If it was, every advancement might require finding and consuming some demon spirit gemstones to likely successfully level up. 0417, Chapter 417, 19, Super Spirit Gemstone of the Old Mine 2. But something like the Demon Spirit Gemstone is truly a rare find. It's not something you can buy just because you have money. After wandering around the Black Death City, Li Shu calculated that it was about time to leave and departed from Black Death City. After coming out, it was indeed already early morning. There was no one left before the trial gate, and Li Shu quietly left the City of Light. Li Shu wore the Lightspeed number 2 and flew directly towards that old mine entrance. The flying speed of Lightspeed number 2 easily breaks through the sound barrier, taking little time to reach the old mine entrance. When Li Shu arrived at the old mine entrance, he found the mining area was filled with numerous huge pits, some over 10 meters, some pits just bottomless, with traces of battles all around. Am I really too late? Li Shu furrowed his brow as he inspected carefully, but felt something was not right. Although there were traces of battles everywhere, there were no remains of demon spirits, not even bloodstains. It showed that although conflicts happened here, they were not intense. indicating those demon spirits were somewhat restrained, not fighting to the death here, meaning this was not the place where the demon spirit gemstone appeared. After observing for a while, Li Shu came to the edge of a bottomless pit and looked down. It should be below. Li Shu didn't hesitate and directly controlled lightspeed number 2 to fly down. After descending a few hundred meters, the deep pit reached its bottom, where rock layer caves appeared, and among them, Li Shu saw some demon spirit corpses. He followed the trail of the demon spirit's death, navigating the massive rock cave for a while before suddenly noticing a strong red light emission at one location in the cave. This place was originally a ruby mine, but the ruby had long been almost completely excavated. Even if there were still raw ruby stones, they wouldn't radiate such a strong brilliance. Could the super spirit gemstone still be here? How could it possibly still be here? Could it be that the demon spirits and humans fighting for the gemstone all perished? Li Shu's heart skipped a beat as he hurried towards the direction of the red light. Soon, Li Shu saw the source of the red light. It was a twisted red light cluster, with red light constantly transforming, flowing, and twisting to form an eerie light domain. What is this thing? Li Shu was limited in his knowledge about the super spirit gemstone, suspected it was within that eerie light domain, yet he didn't understand what exactly this light domain was. The super spirit gemstone of the demon spirit he obtained didn't have this sort of thing. Li Shu scrutinized that eerie light domain without approaching it hastily, carefully observing its changes. Inside the bizarre red space, it was filled with demon spirit corpses, with gigantic S-class demon spirits lying dead there, severed or dismembered. Apart from these deceased demon spirits, there was also one demon spirit and 3 humans surviving within this eerie red space. The demon spirit was covered entirely with purple shells, its body emitting terrifying purple light, looking somewhat like a heavily armored human, yet there were no mouth or nose on its face. Instead, it bore 4 eyes. 4 eyes were symmetrically arranged vertically and horizontally, resembling a clover growing on its face, looking like an absurd abstract painting. Each eye harbored a purple pupil, observing 4 different directions. The 3 humans were 2 women and 1 man, the man occupying one direction alone, his body shimmering with golden light, holding a golden bow in his hand, with a quiver containing 3 golden arrows on his back. At this moment, the man was staring intently at the demon spirit, his expression somewhat grave. On the other side, the 2 women were Bai Ying and Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi brandished a cyan shield with a peculiar snowflake-like light pattern at the center, which was currently flickering with a bizarre white glow. Bai Ying stood behind Li Qingyi, holding a fan gleaming like jade, which emitted 3-color treasure light in red, yellow, and blue. The 4 individuals formed a triangle. Above them in the sky hovered a red gemstone, roughly the size of an egg. The red gemstone constantly spread red light, projecting the eerie space into a blood-red hue. Li Qingyi, let's join forces to slay this demon spirit first, then decide who will get the super spirit gemstone, Wan Chaoxin suggested, staring at the super spirit gemstone hanging in the air. All right. Li Qingyi also knew under these circumstances, if they continued fighting, neither would acquire the super spirit gemstone. None of them had anticipated that a super spirit demon spirit would be drawn here, and this demon spirit's super spirit limit was extremely high, comparable to her and Wan Chaoxin, leading to a stalemate with neither able to claim the super spirit gemstone. Shall we start, or should I? Wan Chaoxin asked the demon spirit. Together, Li Qingyi naturally was unwilling to charge forward alone to battle the demon spirit, and she didn't trust Wan Chaoxin. Then let's go. Wan Chaoxin's body erupted with intense golden light, the golden bow and golden arrow in his hands both gleaming with divine golden radiance. A bizarre phenomenon occurred. The golden bow Wan Chaoxin raised began to undergo an unusual transformation. The golden bow seemed to grow. The bow body continued to widen, not gathering demonic light, but truly growing. The bow body, initially not as thick as an arm, surprisingly transformed in an instant into golden wings, while the 3 golden arrows on the bowstring merged into one, with the arrowhead morphing into a phoenix head shape. 418, Chapter 418, 19, Super Spirit Gemstone of the Old Mine. 3. The bow and arrow drawn by Wan Chaoxin resembled a golden divine bird about to take flight, enveloped in his light flame, as if transformed into the shadow of the golden divine bird. There was an unusual transformation on Li Qingyi's side as well. Snowflake light patterns on the shield in her hands radiated brilliance, and the shield suddenly disintegrated into countless snowflakes, swirling around and enveloping Li Qingyi. These snowflakes intertwined to form a suit of snowflake armor, wrapping around Li Qingyi entirely, with rising snowlight seemingly casting the shadow of a snow goddess protecting her. The demonic light on both of them surged frantically. The demonic spirit seemed to sense something, and the 4 peculiar eyes on its face began to rotate like gears. With every rotation of the 4 eyes, the pupils transformed into different shapes. Sometimes triangular, sometimes circular, sometimes square, and even hexagram shapes appeared. As the 4 eyes rotated, they scrutinized Li Qingyi and Wan Chaoxin as if assessing something. Xiao Ying, step back, Li Qingyi said to Bai Ying behind her. Bai Ying hurriedly retreated but stopped after only a short distance, for behind her was a blood-red light wall, leaving her with no further room to retreat. Die! Wan Chaoxin roared as he released the bowstring drawn to its limit. The golden arrow immediately transformed into a splendid golden bird, dashing towards the demonic spirit with incredible speed. The demonic spirit's gaze focused, and the pupils in its 4 eyes simultaneously turned circular. A purple halo appeared in front of the golden arrow, blocking it like a grand golden bird. The golden arrow collided with the purple halo and vanished upon entering it, without raising a ripple. The purple halo disappeared in turn, only to reappear bizarrely behind Wan Shaoxin. The golden arrow, as if a golden bird in flight, emerged from the halo and aimed directly at Wan Shaoxin's back. Wan Shaoxin's expression shifted slightly. He swung his great bow shaped like golden wings, forcefully deflecting the golden arrow, and he was pushed back several steps before steadying himself. Li Qingyi seemed to teleport in front of the demonic spirit, with terrifying snowlight engulfing her arms and legs, assaulting the demonic spirit like a raging storm. The pupils in the 4 eyes of the demonic spirit transformed into triangular shapes, and it raised its hands to block Li Qingyi's attack. The terrifying snowlight on Li Qingyi, with each strike as though shattering ice and snow, was all blocked by the demonic spirit. At the point of clash, the snowlight and triangular beams continuously collided and shattered, momentarily evenly matched. Buzz. Wan Chaoxin unleashed another arrow, the golden arrow blazing with divine radiance, as if resonating with a thunderous bird cry. The golden arrow almost reached the demonic spirit when the pupils in the demonic spirit's eyes turned circular again, and a purple halo appeared once more in front of the golden arrow. The golden arrow acted like a living golden bird, flapping its wings to trace an eerie curve, bypassing the purple halo to aim at the demonic spirit's head side. Too close, the demonic spirit could not evade, as it was still parrying Li Qingyi's frontal assault. The pupils rapidly changed, eventually all turning square. Bang, bang. Li Qingyi's torrential punches seemed to pound upon a cubic prism of purple light, which enveloped the demonic spirit. The golden arrow also struck it. However, the arrowhead of the golden arrow, resembling a bird's head, pierced through the purple cube inch by inch. With each inch the golden arrow penetrated, cracks appeared throughout the purple cube. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingyi's fists blossomed with brilliance, the light seeming to coalesce on her fists into ice cones. Bang, bang. Punch after punch, the already cracked purple cube was forcefully shattered and obliterated under her barrage. Unimpeded, the golden arrow erupted in a golden divine radiance once more, thrusting towards the demon spirit's chest. The pupils in the demonic spirit's eyes shifted as it reached a hand towards the golden arrow. At the moment of contact, a purple halo appeared in its palm, diverting the golden arrow once more. However, Li Qingyi's punches had already landed. The demonic spirit could not counter with one hand, receiving consecutive hits from Li Qingyi, retreating as its body was bombarded with triangular forms of purple light shattering upon impact. Bang! The demonic spirit formed triangular light patterns on its fist, swinging it at Li Qingyi's face. Li Qingyi voluntarily took the hit, letting the demonic spirit's fist strike her face. The terrifying force merely twisted Li Qingyi's face to the side, only for her to quickly pivot back and land another punch on the demonic spirit's face. Clad in snowflake armor, Li Qingyi faced the demonic spirit directly, trading blows without an ounce of defense. Each punch landed on the opponent. Killing the enemy is the best defense, though this is true, one must also endure the beating. Li Qingyi evidently could endure, brawling with the demonic spirit without losing ground. As Li Qingyi and the demonic spirit brawled, Wan Chaoxin somehow maneuvered behind the demonic spirit. Wielding one end of his bow like golden wings, he swung down on the demonic spirit's neck like a headsman's axe. The demonic spirit, dazed from the exchange with Li Qingyi, failed to notice Wan Chaoxin behind it. By the time it realized, it was too late. The bow shaped like golden wings struck hard on the back of its neck. A burst of terrifying golden light erupted, and the demonic spirit's body crashed down like a meteor, creating a crater upon impact with the ground. Li Qingyi's long legs swung down fiercely from above, but where the neck carapace of the demonic spirit had shattered, the pupils in its 4 eyes transformed into hexagrams, and it vanished amidst the glow of a purple hexagram. Li Qingyi's kick landed on the ground, causing icy radiance to scatter, shattering the rocky surface into fragments that levitated skyward. 419, Chapter 419, 19:1. Phoenix Eyes Li Shu was observing the red light domain from the outside, but unfortunately it was all blood-red inside and nothing could be seen. Suddenly, ripples shimmered in the red light mass, and something drilled out from within. Li Shu quickly stepped back, gripping a baton-like light-speed spear, vigilantly eyeing the thing that emerged. Demon Spirit. Li Shu clearly saw what had emerged and was slightly surprised. With Wan Caoxin and Li Qingyi vying for the Super Spirit Gemstone, he thought all the demon spirits had already been exterminated. After all, powerful demon spirits that could rush out of the trial gate were rare, and those that could become super spirits were even fewer. The demon spirit corpses seen along the way were ordinary ones without any quality. Even S-class demon spirits, not to mention those without quality, even radiant demon spirits, can hardly contend with super spirit testers. Now that a demon spirit has rushed out, Li Shu couldn't help but be on guard. After emerging, the demon spirit's four eyes immediately locked onto Li Shu, its pupils constantly changing, seemingly assessing Li Shu's power. The Four Saint Pupils was not a super spirit that rushed out from the trial gate, but when it was extremely weak, it rushed out of the trial gate and grew hidden on Earth until reaching the level of a super spirit, not only with extremely strong abilities but, more importantly, extremely cautious and careful. Having fought Li Qingyi and Wan Kaoxin, it preferred to retreat rather than desperately compete for the super spirit gemstone, showing that it was not an ordinary low-intelligence demon spirit that only knew how to use brute force. The Four Saint Pupils swept its four pupils over Li Shu and relaxed significantly upon seeing him wearing demon armor. It was evidently aware of the magic armor master, having hidden on Earth for so long, though it never dared to show up. It had seen many magic armor masters and even secretly hunted them. When it was weak, it was somewhat apprehensive of magic armor masters, but now, unless a large-scale S-class magic armor master army appeared, a single magic armor master posed no threat to it based on its experience. All four pupils simultaneously turned triangular, and the Four Saint Pupils' figure moved like a phantom, punching towards Li Shu. Li Shu, seeing the terrifying light flame on the Four Saint Pupils and considering previous speculations, had guessed that it was most likely a super spirit. As he saw the punch from the Four Saint Pupils coming, with layers of triangular light lines appearing on the fist, it had a futuristic feel. Li Shu dared not be careless, his expression grave, his spiritual sense directly crossing the line, activating Lightspeed number 2 and the Lightspeed Spear, with golden light patterns instantly covering the demon armor and gun body. Seeing the Four Saint Pupils' fist already in front of him, Li Shu's baton-like Lightspeed Spear braced against the Four Saint Pupils' fist. The triangular light lines on the Four Saint Pupils' fist flickered, though neither gained advantage. It startled the Four Saint Pupils, since the magic armor masters it had hunted in the past were not so strong. While contemplating the next move, the Four Saint Pupils suddenly felt a stabbing pain in its fist and then in its heart. Looking down, the originally black short rod inexplicably turned into a long spear blazing with golden flames, which had pierced through its fist and heart. The Four Saint Pupils stared blankly at the Lightspeed Spear burning with golden flames, unable to comprehend how the rod became a spear, and how it pierced its three-phase eye defense so effortlessly. Magic Armor Master? This strong? The Four Saint Pupils wondered blankly. With a shake of Li Shu's hand, the spearhead and spear body retracted, returning to the original baton form. Li Shu dared not let the Lightspeed Spear and Lightspeed number 2 operate at full power for long, lest they burn out. Only then did the Four Saint Pupils regain its senses. Its pupils in the four eyes flickered with light patterns, its whole body bristling, ready to roar in rage. Thud. Just as the Four Saint Pupils opened its mouth, the Lightspeed Spear suddenly thrust out again with incredible speed, piercing inside its mouth, straight through the throat and neck. After impaling, the Lightspeed Spear retracted again. The Four Saint Pupils' body trembled with rage, wanting to risk everything against Li Shu, but as soon as it moved its toe, the Lightspeed Spear thrust out again, this time directly piercing one of the Four Saint Pupils' eyes. Each time the Four Saint Pupils attempted to move, the Lightspeed Spear would preemptively strike out. With several successive shots, all four of its eyes were burst, and it fell straight onto the ground. This super spirit seems rather weak. The previous super spirit that rushed out of the Golden Gate was much stronger than it. Li Shu hadn't expected this demon spirit to be killed so easily, suspecting it might not actually be a super spirit. But upon closely inspecting the Four Saint Pupils' wounds, Li Shu realized the issue might not be with the super spirit being weak, but rather a problem with the Lightspeed Spear. The spots on the Four Saint Pupils' body pierced by the Lightspeed Spear quickly turned into red liquid, as if being corroded by some force. In just a moment, nearly half of the Four Saint Pupils' body had turned into red liquid and continued to evaporate quickly. This was obviously not a normal state after a demon spirit's death, likely related to the blood-red light on the Lightspeed Spear. Perhaps when the demon spirit was first struck by the spear, its body was already affected by the Lightspeed Spear's power. The spearhead of the Lightspeed Spear was fused with the fanatic's peculiar weapon, thereby gaining its characteristics. It seems this effect was the result of the weapon's inherent properties. I-420, Chapter 420, 1-1, Phoenix I-2. Thankfully, I wasn't injured by that weapon back then, otherwise it would have been quite miserable. Li Shu thought to himself in alarm. He was becoming more and more satisfied with the Lightspeed Spear. Not to mention anything else, this suddenly popping mode was really useful, capable of achieving a surprise effect. You think you've blocked it, but actually, my spear is longer than you imagined. Moreover, the speed at which it extends is too fast, truly living up to the name of Lightspeed Spear, making it nearly impossible to guard against. Seeing the demon spirit turn into a puddle of red liquid, revealing a demon core as purple as an eye, Li Shu suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to use a tranquilizer bullet. The level is too low. I keep forgetting to use it. I have to remember in the future. Li Shu picked up the demon core and saw that on the four directions of this eye-like demon core, there was a pupil-like halo with lines of triangles, squares, circles, and hexagrams shining and changing within the halo. A super spirit level demon core. I wonder if feeding it to a Jedi Knight would directly grant a super spirit. While Li Shu was pondering this, he saw two more glowing items revealed in the evaporated portion of the red liquid. One was a thin purple crystal, clearly a super spirit gemstone, while the other was a ring, which should be a skill ring. Timing really is everything. I really came at the right time. I picked up a super spirit gemstone and a skill ring as soon as I arrived, along with this demon core, quite worth the trip. Li Shu picked up both the super spirit gemstone and the skill ring. Unfortunately, the demon armor lacked a storage compartment, so Li Shu had to take it off, put the super spirit gemstone and the demon core into the backpack he brought with him, and use the skill ring on the spot. Soon, the skill ring turned into a brand, hidden on Li Shu's finger. 4 holy pupils, super spirit skill, stage 1, super spirit limit 20%, stage 2, super spirit limit 40%, stage 3, super spirit limit 60%, stage 4, super spirit limit 80%. Are all super spirit skills this complex? Does this mean without a super spirit you can't use super spirit skills? Li Shu attempted to activate the first stage of the 4 holy pupils. The next second, purple triangular lines suddenly appeared in Li Shu's pupils, while the light energy in his body was absorbed into his eyes like a tidal wave, almost draining him entirely in an instant, scaring him into immediately stopping the skill. Is this a skill or a glutton? The skill wasn't even fully utilized, and I'm almost drained dry. Li Shu was a bit speechless. This skill seemed very powerful, but his body's light energy might not be able to support its use. I guess it's better than nothing. After leveling up, it won't be so easy to be drained. Li Shu dared not try the subsequent stages of the skill, packed up his things, and put on the Lightspeed 1 again, glanced at the red light domain, and walked straight in. Since the demon spirit could emerge, it indicated that there must be more within the light domain, possibly even that Earth-produced natural super spirit gemstone inside. It couldn't be missed. Ever since he started raising a bunch of eaters, Li Shu had become better at living frugally, resolutely not missing any opportunity to collect gemstones. Within the red light domain, Li Qingyi struck the golden divine arrow with a punch, and like a phantom, dashed to Wan Chaoexin, her whole body seemingly a battle weapon, with fingers, palms, fists, elbows, and knees attacking Wan Chaoexin like a storm. Wan Kaoxin swung the Golden Wing's bow to block, but couldn't fully defend himself, as Li Qingyi's flying knee strike hit his chest, knocking him back several meters before coming to a stop. Your super spirit limit has increased again? Wan Chaoxin glanced at the frost forming on his chest in surprise. Yes, my super spirit limit has reached 97%, 2 points higher than yours, so you can't win against me. Li Qingyi calmly looked at Wan Chaoxin. Deserving of the president's daughter, top of the top in both talent and fortune, it's truly unexpected for the indestructible ice shield to reach a 97% super spirit limit, Wan Chaoxin praised. So, this super spirit gemstone is mine, Li Qingyi said as she intended to claim the super spirit gemstone. Wait, although you're indeed strong, I'm sorry, I must take this super spirit gemstone. Wan Chaoexin straightened his robust body and said calmly, Why do you think you can take it? Li Qingyi paused and asked Wan Chaoexin with a frown. Your indestructible ice shield has a 97% super spirit limit, while my golden phoenix bow and phoenix arrow only have 95%, indeed inferior. Moreover, after your indestructible ice shield becomes spiritualized, it transforms into the indestructible ice armor, nearly possessing absolute defense. Even if my golden phoenix bow had the same super spirit limit as your indestructible ice shield, it couldn't penetrate your indestructible ice armor. Wan Chaoxin explained slowly. Wan, since you're aware of this, isn't it a bit presumptuous to still compete with Qingyi for the super spirit gemstone? Bai Ying, who was watching from the side, sneered. Wan Chaoxin ignored Bai Ying, staring at Li Qingyi and said, A high symbiotic contract super spirit limit doesn't mean absolute invincibility. Today I must take this super spirit gemstone. I ask you to allow it. 421, Chapter 421, 19.1, Phoenix Eye 3. If you have the ability, just take it. Li Qingyi stared at Wan Chaoxin. Unlike Bai Ying, she wasn't so naive. She knew Wan Chaoxin must have more tricks up his sleeve, otherwise he wouldn't say such things. Then please excuse me, Wan Chaoxin said coldly, taking something out from his pocket and placing it on his forehead. It was a golden gemstone shaped like a marquise, and when Wan Chaoxin placed it on his forehead, it appeared like a vertical eye fixed there. In the next second, the gemstone on Wan Chaoxin's forehead shone brightly with golden light, and the gemstone itself began to undergo an eerie transformation, gradually turning into a real eye with a golden pupil inside, a super spirit parasitic contract. Li Qingyi was slightly surprised. The advancement of a parasitic contract is even more difficult than a symbiotic contract, and Wan Chaoxin actually possessed a super spirit parasitic device, yet she had never heard of it before. This parasitic contract of mine is called the Phoenix Eye, obtained from within the Celestial Gate. If it wasn't for me already having completed a symbiotic contract with the Golden Phoenix Bow before that, I would have preferred to choose the Phoenix Eye as my symbiotic contract because it is even stronger than the Golden Phoenix Bow. The Phoenix Eye on Wan Chaoxin's forehead emitted rings of golden halos, eerily staring at Li Qingyi. However, I used every means to raise the level of the Phoenix Eye, and now it has become Super Spirit. Its Super Spirit limit is higher than that of the Golden Phoenix Bow, just like your unbreakable cold ice shield, reaching 97%. Although it cannot provide invincible defense like your unbreakable cold ice shield, or offer powerful destructive power like the Golden Phoenix Bow, the ability possessed by the Phoenix Eye is even stronger than both of these. You will be the first to witness the power of the Phoenix Eye. As Wan Chaoxin was speaking, he gripped the Golden Phoenix Bow and stepped towards Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi remained fearless, her body radiating snow-like light, charging towards Wan Chaoxin once more. So what if Wan Chaoxin possessed two Super Spirit contracts? The Golden Phoenix Bow couldn't break through the defense of the indestructible ice armor, nor could the Phoenix Eye. If she didn't even have that much confidence, Li Qingyi wouldn't have needed to enter the battle. Wan Chaoxin held the Phoenix Bow in one hand, not moving at all, while his other hand directly blocked all of Li Qingyi's attacks with a single hand. Li Qingyi, like a combat machine, transformed her entire body into a terrifying killing weapon, her strikes pouring down like rain, yet all were completely blocked by Wan Chaoxin with just one hand. How is this possible? Bai Ying's face was filled with disbelief. Li Qingyi's combat abilities were among the top even among the Super Spirit testers. This was determined by her character and symbiotic contract. Possessing the unbreakable cold ice shield made it very difficult for Li Qingyi to get hurt in combat. After the ice shield surpassed into a super spirit and became the indestructible ice armor, Li Qingyi became even harder to wound. Thus, Li Qingyi didn't have to fear getting hurt in battle, she could fully enjoy combat and grow through repeated failures. Within the Endless Sky, Li Qingyi challenged top-ranked fighters in all aspects, from being thoroughly beaten at first to a balanced exchange, and eventually to defeating her opponents. It could be said that Li Qingyi's fighting ability was honed through countless battles. Someone with such combat ability as Li Qingyi being blocked entirely by one hand of Wan Chaoxin was simply unbelievable. After obtaining dual super spirits, Wan Chaoxin has become this strong? Bai Ying's face was full of disbelief. With her rich combat experience, Li Qingyi had already guessed the ability of the Phoenix Eye. Because all her attack paths seemed to be seen through by Wan Chaoxin, no matter how she chose to attack, Wan Chaoxin could intercept her attack before it fully unfolded, striking at her most uncomfortable positions, forcing her to abandon the techniques and switch to others. Wan Chaoxin seemed like a divine spirit who could foresee the future, seeing through all her actions, which must be the ability granted by the Phoenix Eye. If you predict my actions, how will you do that if even I don't know what I want to do? Li Qingyi's eyes flashed as she suddenly abandoned all tactics, relying solely on beast-like instincts to pounce at Wan Chaoxin. As expected of the president's daughter, you've seen through the Phoenix Eye's abilities so quickly. Wan Chaoxin smiled and said, yes, the Phoenix Eye indeed has predictive abilities, allowing me to predict your behavior patterns. But if you abandon techniques and rely solely on instincts, strength, and speed to break the Phoenix Eye, then you're underestimating it too much. Phoenixes are divine spirits, traversing through past and future with each rebirth. The eyes can see through past and future. My Phoenix Eye is not just about predicting your actions, but seeing the future. No matter how you change, no matter what changes you make, all will appear in the future, visible to my Phoenix Eye, so nothing you do will be useful, and will all be seen through by me. Wan Chaoxin spoke while blocking Li Qingyi's wild, beast-like attacks with a single hand. It was useless, completely useless. All attacks were blocked by Wan Chaoxin's single hand. Although Li Qingyi didn't believe Wan Chaoxin could truly see any future, she had tried every method and everything was anticipated by Wan Chaoxin, with all attack techniques interrupted. Suddenly, Li Qingyi stopped attacking, stepped back 2 paces, and withdrew from the combat zone. I can't break through your Phoenix Eye, but you can't harm me either. You still can't take the Super Spirit Gemstone, Li Qingyi said. I told you, don't underestimate the power of the Phoenix Eye, and I also have this. Wan Chaoxin finally moved the hand that held the Golden Phoenix Bow. With his left hand, he raised the Golden Phoenix Bow, and with his right, he pulled out the Golden Arrow, placing it on the bowstring and slowly drawing back the bowstring. The Phoenix Bow, spreading like wings, gradually opened, and a stream of light appeared on the phoenix-shaped golden arrowhead. The eyes of the Phoenix head seemed to open. The Phoenix Eye has a boosting effect on the Golden Phoenix Bow. In the presence of the Phoenix Eye, the Golden Phoenix Bow possesses the power of dual super spirits. Can your indestructible ice armor withstand the power of dual spirit breaking? I am quite interested to find out. Wan Chaoxin coldly stared at Li Qingyi. The Golden Phoenix Bow had been drawn to its limit, and the Golden Phoenix Arrow was ready to fly at any moment. Soar 22, Chapter 422, 92, Speed of Light defeats the enemy. Wan Chaoxin, you win. Li Qingyi sighed. Wan Chaoxin smiled as he lowered the bow and arrow in his hand. Without actually shooting it, the demonic light on the bow and arrow gradually disappeared. Qingyi, how can you admit defeat? His pair of super spirit arrows can definitely only be used a few times, or maybe only once. He can use a double super spirit contract, and you can also use the super spirit demon spirit. The victory is not yet certain. Bai Ying said defiantly. Wan Chaoxin glanced disdainfully at Bai Ying. Everything must meet its cost. Even if I can only shoot one arrow, this arrow may still kill a super spirit. If a super spirit is killed, obtaining a super spirit gemstone is still not worth it. Only a fool like you would do such a thing, so Li Qingyi deserves my respect as a young lady, and you are just a fool. You, Bai Ying's face turned livid after being insulted. Wan Chaoxin, watch your words. You are strong, but that doesn't give you the right to insult others at will, Li Qingyi said coldly. Wan Chaoxin said indifferently, I've always appreciated your abilities, but your heart is too kind. For someone who is to inherit the longevity heaven in the future, this is not a good thing. Long ago, when demon spirits descended, the only law left in the world was the survival of the fittest, yet you still hold on to those humane rules. If you don't awaken as expected, the future of the longevity heaven is worrying. Li Qingyi wanted to say something but suddenly heard a sound, and everyone's attention was drawn over. They saw someone breaking into the super spirit light realm of the super spirit gemstone, which surprised them all somewhat. When they got a clear look at the person, who turned out to be a magic armor master, they all felt a bit surprised. I didn't expect there to be a noble magic armor master here, quite surprising. Wan Chaoxin glanced at the magic armor master and said with a cold smile. Like many of the top trial takers of longevity heaven, Wan Chaoxin looked down on magic armor masters. Even though it's the trial takers of longevity heaven who hold back the trial gate and bear the greatest pressure, most people in the world now believe the magic armor masters are the guardians of the world, granting them the greatest honor and fame. Wan Chaoxin disdains this greatly. Trial takers with thoughts like Wan Chaoxin are not rare within longevity heaven. Li Shu glanced around and roughly understood what was happening now. That super spirit gemstone had indeed not been taken yet. He had no mood to waste words with Wan Chaoxin, nor did he come here to talk nonsense. He didn't want to give Wan Chaoxin the chance to discern his true identity either. The light patterns lit up on Lightspeed Spear number 2, and Li Shu soared straight into the air, flying towards the super spirit gemstone in the sky. Do you really think magic armor masters can do whatever they want? Wan Chaoxin's eyes flashed with anger as he directly raised the golden bow and arrow, entering the super spirit state, and aimed the golden wings of the bow and arrow at Li Shu. Don't kill anyone. Li Qingyi tried to stop him, but it was already too late. The golden phoenix arrow, with a sharp whistle, shot towards Li Shu like a golden lightning. Wan Chaoxin didn't use the phoenix eye, he just unleashed a super spirit strike with the golden bow and arrow. In his view, there shouldn't be a magic armor master outside longevity heaven who can block this super spirit arrow. Maybe that deity can block it, but there is only one deity in the world. Wan Chaoxin stood in place, coldly watching Li Shu in his demon armor, waiting for the moment he would be pierced by an arrow. When he saw Li Shu actually use his weapon to block the golden phoenix arrow, the corner of his mouth showed a hint of disdain. However, at the moment the weapon collided with the golden phoenix arrow, it transformed into a golden spear, directly swatting the golden phoenix arrow away, causing Wan Chaoxin to be slightly taken aback. Seeing the Lightspeed Spear glittering with golden light, Bai Ying and Li Qingyi were also shocked. While they were still in shock, Li Shu had already flown to the front of the Super Spirit Gemstone, reaching out to grasp it. Bang! Li Shu only felt a massive force coming from the palm of his hand, forcibly bouncing it off. That energy came from the Super Spirit Gemstone itself, which surprised Li Shu somewhat. Are noble magic armor masters all so ignorant? A natural Super Spirit Gemstone can't be so easily taken away. Wan Chaoxin's lips curled into a cold smile. As his words fell, Li Shu reached out again to grab the Super Spirit Gemstone. Bai Ying couldn't help but shout, "You can't take away the Super Spirit Gemstone, you need to use a special method to retrieve it." But in the next second, Bai Ying's eyes widened and both Wan Chaoxin and Li Qingyi felt a bit incredulous. The magic armor master released golden light patterns from his hand and, after grabbing the Super Spirit Gemstone, forcibly held the Super Spirit Gemstone in his palm. Red demonic light radiated from the Super Spirit Gemstone as if desperately resisting, but it was still grasped firmly by that hand. The surrounding light realm also receded, with the red light returning into the Super Spirit Gemstone. The first time Li Shu's hand was bounced away, he already understood what was happening. The Super Spirit Gemstone has powerful light energy, powerful enough to form a light wall. Unless one's own light energy can resonate with the Super Spirit Gemstone, the gemstone cannot be taken away. To create light energy resonance, using the same attribute of light energy is the simplest, but unfortunately, the light energy of Lightspeed Spear number 2 is not of the same attribute as this Super Spirit Gemstone, so Li Shu had to take it by force. A423. Chapter 423, 92, Lightspeed Defeat 2. The Hand of God disassembles, reorganizes, and compresses various light energy, making it extremely simple to take the Super Spirit Gemstone. Of course, this doesn't require using the Hand of God, just employing some small tricks along with the powerful light energy of Lightspeed number 2 can achieve this. Where are you from, Magic Armor Master? Wan Chalcine stared at Li Shu and asked, as he had never seen such a Magic Armor Master outside. Even the Magic Armor Master inside long-lasting heaven who have special magic armor cannot easily forcefully take away a natural Super Spirit Gemstone like this Magic Armor Master. Li Shu completely ignored him, preparing to leave with the Super Spirit Gemstone. Seeing Li Shu ignoring him, Wan Chalcine's face became cold, and he raised the golden bow and arrow once again, while the Phoenix Eye at his forehead emitted Super Spirit powers again. Terrifying energy gathered on the golden bow and arrow, and the arrow tip, like Phoenix's opening eyes, aimed at Li Shu's back. Li Shu held the Lightspeed Spear in one hand and the Super Spirit Gemstone in the other, showing no intention of turning back, and continued walking towards the exit. Even Li Qingyi felt that this Magic Armor Master was a bit too arrogant, but still spoke up. Magic Armor Master, that's not yours. Put it down, or you may face disaster. However, Li Qingyi's words did not make the Magic Armor Master turn back. He continued to walk out on his own. These years, Magic Armor Masters have been overpraised, thinking they can act recklessly above the trial taker. It's time to make them wake up, to see the true master of this world. Wan Chalcine's gaze turned cold, and as his fingers loosened, the golden threads on the bowstring launched the golden arrow. The golden arrow emitted a phoenix cry, its glow like fire, transforming into a burning golden phoenix that rushed towards Li Shu's back in an instant. This arrow carried the dual super spirit powers of the golden bow and arrow and the Phoenix Eye, possessing strength beyond measure. Even Li Qingyi, who had the unbreakable cold ice shield, would not dare to face this arrow directly. Li Shu still did not turn back, swinging the gun with one hand. The body of the Lightspeed Spear surged with golden flames. The entire spear burned with intense golden glow, and in Li Shu's hand it spun rapidly like a golden glowing magic dragon, with a red light on the spear tip like the magic dragon's blood eye. Bang! The golden arrow collided with the Lightspeed Spear in the air, resembling a dragon and phoenix vying for glory, the explosion illuminating the surrounding stone walls with dazzling golden light, blasting them into pieces. Earlier, the protective light domain from the Super Spirit Gemstone had prevented significant impact on the underground cave during the battle. Now, without the protection of the light domain, the underground cave began to collapse under this blow. After the collision of two terrifying forces, the golden phoenix arrow, like a fiery phoenix, was deflected by the spew's glow and flew to the side, crashing into the rock at the cave's ceiling, triggering a more terrifying collapse. And Li Shu's serpent-like rotating spear glow did not miss, violently rushing towards Wan Caoxin behind him. In shock, Wan Caoxin quickly dodged, simultaneously wielding the golden phoenix bow to block the spear glow. The golden phoenix bow collided with the spear glow, unexpectedly jolted out of his hand, causing Wan Chalcine to stagger back several steps, his palms splitting open, blood staining his involuntarily trembling hands red. Wan Chalcine looked incredulously at the back disappearing in the falling rocks. Such a terrifying magic armor master he had never encountered in his life. Even within long-lasting heaven, it might be hard to find such a terrifying magic armor master. Li Qingyi and Bai Ying were even more shocked, a single spear breaking through the dual super spirit powers of the golden arrow, even knocking away the golden phoenix bow. What kind of terrifying light energy was this? Since when has a magic armor master become so terrifying? However, the collapsing cave had no time for them to think further. Li Qingyi dragged Bai Ying, blasting through the falling rocks to rush out of the cave. Wan Chalcine also gritted his teeth and rushed out of the cave, and when they reached outside, the magic armor master was nowhere to be seen. Boom! The entire minefield suddenly collapsed downward, forming a massive pit like an earthquake had just occurred. That magic armor master, Li Qingyi and Bai Ying, sat on the back of a large green bird, their gaze sweeping around but did not spot the magic armor master's figure. Can a magic armor master be so strong? Bai Ying looked confused, as her impression was that magic armor masters were not so strong. Even the strongest magic armor master within long-lasting heaven couldn't possibly push Wan Chalcine to such a state with just one spear, a complete defeat. Wan Chalcine stood on a nearby hillside, his expression changing unpredictably, doubting the origin of the magic armor master. He couldn't believe such a magic armor master would come from outside long-lasting heaven. If this were truly a magic armor master from long-lasting heaven, he would have to consider why he had never known such a magic armor master before, and why they suddenly appeared at this moment, snatching the super spirit gemstone he was determined to obtain even at the expense of exposing the Phoenix Eye. Li Shu, far away from the old mine entrance, looked at the Lightspeed Spear still emitting white smoke in his hand and smiled bitterly to himself. After returning, I'll be reprimanded by the old officer again. Fortunately, the Lightspeed Spear and Lightspeed number 2 are separate, otherwise the situation of Lightspeed number 2 might be worse. Wan Chaoxin's arrow was too strong, forcing Li Shu to fully power the lightspeed spear, even pushing it into overload. Even so, if it were a direct confrontation, the overloaded magic light of the lightspeed spear would still be inferior. Achieving such an effect was due to Li Shu utilizing special techniques. A424, Chapter 424, 192, Breaking the Enemy at the Speed of Light. 3. The golden arrow was actually deflected by the spinning lightspeed spear and didn't directly collide, so it didn't consume much energy. Hence, the lightspeed spear could continue to even send the golden phoenix bow flying, making it seem unstoppable. The super spirit tester still has some skills. I hope the damage to the lightspeed spear isn't too severe and can be repaired. Li Shu quietly returned to the City of Light, not daring to let anyone see him. Seizing the moment when there was no one around, he used gemstones repeatedly to generate an entrance ticket outside the gate, and only then did he enter. His power alone was still unable to counter Changsheng Heaven. Without absolute certainty, he didn't want to tear apart relations with Changsheng Heaven. Moreover, he wasn't alone anymore, and he couldn't let the entire City of Light fall into great danger because of him. This time, the harvest was undoubtedly huge: 2 super spirit gemstones, 1 super spirit skill, and 1 super spirit demon core. However, the lightspeed spear had a slight issue due to overload, and it's uncertain if it can be repaired. We'll only know after Zimin Guan examines it. I wonder how many super spirit testers like Wan Chaoxin exist within Changsheng Heaven. If entering Changsheng Heaven could offer more opportunities and intelligence, then it's worth a try. Li Shu had already mastered the way to deal with Bloodseal Stone. If he could infiltrate the core of Changsheng Heaven, he could easily gain a lot of information about the testers, rather than fumbling alone as he did now. Human development over thousands of years has relied on generational accumulation of knowledge. Learning from others is nothing to be ashamed of. It seems like I need to make a trip to Red Sand City and have a good chat with the Red Sand City Lord. What exactly is his status within Changsheng Heaven? Li Shu silently pondered. But before seeking out the Red Sand City Lord, Li Shu planned to first visit White Knight City to check whether the Suihu bead mentioned by Treeface truly existed. After resting for a while in Black Death City, Li Shu then walked out and went directly to Zimin Guan's laboratory. You're such a waster. Old Guan looked at the lightspeed spear in front of him, his face turning green with dismay. How long had it been since he went out? The freshly made lightspeed spear was already in such a state. Old Guan, don't rush to curse. See what this is. Li Shu placed a super spirit gemstone in front of Zimin Guan. Super spirit gemstone, what's the use? If the lightspeed spear is ruined, 1 super spirit gemstone isn't enough to compensate. Zimin Guan still wanted to curse, but then he saw Li Shu take out a demon core. Is this a super spirit demon core? Zimin Guan paused. He knew Li Shu wanted to seize a super spirit gemstone, but was puzzled by the appearance of yet another demon core. And this. Li Shu then brought out the red natural super spirit gemstone. Another super spirit gemstone. Where did you get this? Zimin Guan's expression quickly changed from cloudy to sunny, holding the super spirit gemstone and demon core. His smile couldn't be concealed. Isn't this snatched with blood and sweat? Even had a fight with that Wan Chaoxin from Changsheng Heaven in the process. That guy was indeed formidable, but with Lightspeed number 2 and Lightspeed Spear in hand, how could I fear him? A mere tester, how could he withstand our advanced demon armor? I cut him viciously, leaving him dumbfounded, and reclaimed the Super Spirit Gemstone, also dispatching a Super Spirit Demon Spirit, and took its demon core along with the Super Spirit Gemstone. I must say, Old Guan, your demon armor's creation is incredible, absolutely invincible. Li Shu gave Zimin Guan a thumbs up, offering 3 consecutive praises. Of course, mere testers can't compare with the demon armor one created. This demon armor is just trash. Wait until my complete demon armor set is finished. Even those super spirit testers and super spirit demons won't stand a chance. Zimin Guan's eyes were nearly protruding from his forehead, his smile wide. The battle was too intense, causing some damage to the lightspeed spear. I'm sorry, Old Guan, Li Shu said apologetically. It's no big deal. If it's broken, it's broken. Just repair it, and if not, make another. A gun is no big deal, Zimin Guan said generously, thinking Li Shu was going to give him the Super Spirit Gemstone and Demon Core, not caring about such trivial losses. Now I'm relieved. You check to see if this Lightspeed Spear can be repaired, and if possible, do try to repair it. Your laboratory isn't easy. Let's not waste, Li Shu said. Don't worry, leave it to me, Zimin Guan said, laughing. Old Guan, you're really reliable, so I'm off now, Li Shu said with a big wave of his hand, swept away the 2 Super Spirit Gemstones and Demon Core from the table. Before Zimin Guan could react, he had already stepped out of the office and disappeared in a flash. You bastard, leave the Super Spirit Gemstone and Demon Core. Zimin Guan, after celebrating for half a day, found all the items were taken by Li Shu, leaving him almost faint with anger. By the time Zimin Guan chased to the laboratory door, Li Shu had long vanished, leaving him stamping his feet in fury. Li Shu couldn't help it. He needed these items for the Jedi Knight's Super Spirit use, and couldn't give them to Zimin Guan now. Even if the Jedi Knight couldn't use 2 Super Spirit gemstones, he could give them to demigod Shauna. Li Shu now understood that the truly useful combat force had to be Super Spirit. Anything less was trash, as their combat power was on another level entirely. Currently, those with the best chance of achieving Super Spirit under his command were the Jedi Knight and demigod Shauna. First push the Jedi Knight to Super Spirit, and then elevate demigod Shauna. With 2 great Super Spirits by his side, he'd have support when heading to Changsheng Heaven. Returning to his room, Li Shu placed 2 Super Spirit gemstones and the Demon Core on the table and summoned the Jedi Knight. "Come, my unparalleled little treasure, choose and eat whichever you want, become Super Spirit for me," Li Shu commanded the Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight glanced at the 2 Super Spirit gemstones and 1 Super Spirit Demon Core on the table and surprisingly grabbed the Demon Core first and swallowed it. After swallowing the Super Spirit Demon Core, the Jedi Knight closed its eyes and waited for a moment, then suddenly opened its eyes and grabbed the Super Spirit gemstone from the Four Saints' pupil and swallowed it directly. Red light exploded from the Jedi Knight, instantly enveloping its entire body in a fiery glow. The glow nearly became tangible, like a red glowing eggshell, encapsulating the Jedi Knight. C425, Chapter 425, 193 Super Spirit State. This time, the Super Spirit state obviously lasted much longer, not as quick as when leveling up before. Li Shu waited for quite a while, still seeing no signs of the red fluorescence weakening. "Husband, I'm hungry." As Li Shu was waiting for the Jedi Knight's Super Spirit to manifest, the bride-to-be floated out on her own again. Only then did Li Shu remember that he had promised to give the bride-to-be a ruby to eat once he returned. Fortunately, some of the rubies he had exchanged for earlier were still left, so he took some rubies out of the safe, casually placing them on the table for the bride-to-be to eat at her leisure. Li Shu continued to focus on the Jedi Knight. He had never seen what the Super Spirit was all about, and now was a perfect opportunity to observe and study it closely. Maybe he could gain some insights for his own future Super Spirit transformation. While observing, Li Shu suddenly felt something amiss. How did the red light in the room become a bit peculiar, as if the red glow was growing brighter? No, this red glow isn't coming from the Jedi Knight. Li Shu realized something and immediately turned his head, seeing that, indeed, the bride-to-be was the one emanating the red glow. The bride-to-be is only E-level, eating a few rubies and leveling up is normal. Li Shu glanced at the rubies on the table and his expression changed dramatically. The rubies on the table were all there, but the Super Spirit gemstone he had placed on the table earlier was gone. "Seriously, did you eat my Super Spirit gemstone?" Li Shu hurriedly looked towards the bride-to-be. It's not that he didn't want to nurture the bride-to-be. After all, she was his only Aurora demon spirit at the moment, and nurturing her was necessary. However, for these initial small levels, regular gemstones would suffice to upgrade, and there was no need to waste a Super Spirit gemstone, which could be used when stepping into a Super Spirit state later. It seemed a bit wasteful to consume it now. Though a bit wasteful, what's done is done, and Li Shu wasn't one to dwell on such things. But Li Shu was worried that the bride-to-be might not handle the Super Spirit gemstone's energy. She was merely an E-level little demon, and the gemstone's energy was enormous for her. Li Shu feared she might burst from it. Apart from the Jedi Knight possessed by the evil parasite and the demigod Shanna, no other demon spirit could consume a large amount of light energy at once, as there were limits. Like the Masked Emperor, Li Shu had never left its spirit tank empty, always filling it up, but it couldn't digest the energy itself, leading to a very slow upgrade. With the bride-to-be enveloped in radiant light flames, Li Shu truly feared she might explode on the spot, the Super Spirit gemstone gone, and his only Aurora demon spirit would be lost, becoming a total loss. The red light flames on the bride-to-be grew even more vibrant, almost matching the fluorescent light emanating from the Jedi Knight. Although both were red demonic lights, the Jedi Knight's glow leaned towards pink, appearing very bright and lively. The glow on the bride-to-be, however, was a pure red, vivid yet not vulgar, graceful yet not coquettish, profoundly elegant, exuding a regal and noble beauty. The 2 different shades of red demonic light illuminated the entire room brilliantly. Fortunately, Li Shu's room had a special design, and the windows had been specially treated, preventing light from leaking. Otherwise, others might think this place had turned into a red light district. During past spirit upgrade processes, the speed was extremely fast, but the bride-to-be remained shrouded in red demonic light, with no signs of the demonic light dissipating. Even if anxious, Li Shu had no choice but to wait beside her, just hoping the bride-to-be wouldn't explode. The bride-to-be hadn't completed her upgrade yet, when changes started occurring with the Jedi Knight. The fluorescent eggshell-like demonic light around him finally began to recede. When the shape of the Jedi Knight gradually became visible, Li Shu noticed considerable differences from before, marking unprecedented changes with any previous upgrades. His armor, seemingly like fluorescent blood crystals, wasn't too different, but the shape of the armor had undergone a significant transformation. If the previous armor was a bulky warrior suit, now it resembled an insect's carapace, directly connected to his flesh, as if it grew from his being. Moreover, the previous armor had many connecting gaps. Now, aside from some joint areas, the armor was nearly one complete piece. The Jedi Knight now looked like a monstrous samurai wrapped in vivid fluorescent carapace, with a slender physique free of excess weight, exuding explosive power and a wild yet bewitching momentum. More terrifyingly, the original single blade had now turned into dual blades, with the monstrous Jedi Knight wielding a fluorescent samurai sword in each hand, the intense glow like glowing hot iron, radiant and fierce. This design is just outrageous. Li Shu couldn't think of any other descriptive word for the Jedi Knight's current appearance. Looking at him now, this guy really seemed like a mutated extraterrestrial killer. Just as Li Shu was about to check out the Jedi Knight's new attributes, the fluorescence on the Jedi Knight suddenly dimmed, rapidly changing shape until it reverted to its former S-level appearance, with the dual blades turning back into a single blade. Li Shu was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized that Old Blade and Wan Chaoshin didn't maintain the super spirit state continuously either. They likely entered the state only when using it. 426, Chapter 426, 19.3 Super Spirit State 2 Jedi Knight Evolvable Magical Spirit. Level S Super Spirit Limit 1%. Quality None. Talent Skills: Bloodlight Slash, Desperate Realm, Martial Spirit, Unrivaled National Hero, Jedi Knight. After looking at the current resources of the Jedi Knight, Li Shu was slightly taken aback. The level was still S, which meant that Super Spirit was not a level above S, but a kind of ability or state. In reality, those Super Spirits were still at S level, just equipped with super spiritual abilities. I finally have a clearer understanding of Super Spirit. The Jedi Knight's Super Spirit limit is only 1%, which surely isn't his true strength. This implies that the Super Spirit limit, like the primordial embryo quality, can be improved. I just don't know if the energy of the Demon Core and gemstones can boost the Super Spirit limit, or if it has to be a Super Spirit gemstone to enhance the Super Spirit limit, Li Shu mused silently. While Li Shu was pondering, the bride-to-be on the other side seemed to have completed her evolution. The red glow on her body was also starting to recede. As long as there's no eruption, it's fine. Li Shu breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, nothing was wasted. After the red light flame had fully receded, Li Shu noticed that, apart from the wedding dress being a bit more gorgeous, the bride-to-be didn't seem much changed and hurriedly checked her information. Bride-to-be, Evolvable Magical Spirit. Level B, Quality Aurora. Talent Skill, Wedding Dress. Li Shu was full of questions. He thought that the massive energy from the Super Spirit Gemstone should be enough for the bride-to-be to ascend to level S, but she only reached level B. However, this wasn't important. Why did the B-level bride-to-be not awaken additional talent skills and only have one wedding dress talent skill? What's going on? Li Shu felt like his Super Spirit Gemstone was wasted. Aside from the level increase, the bride-to-be didn't seem to get any special enhancements. Is this all the Aurora Demon Spirit has to offer? Li Shu was in disbelief. Thank you, my lord, I'm full. The bride-to-be gracefully bowed and transformed into a demon spirit ring, returning to Li Shu's finger. Li Shu was at a loss. Since the Super Spirit Gemstone was already consumed, he could only accept this result. Never mind, it's just one Super Spirit Gemstone. Now that the Jedi Knight has been elevated to Super Spirit, I'll just need to slay more Super Spirits in the future, and the Super Spirit Gemstones will be abundant, Li Shu consoled himself. After putting the Jedi Knight away, Li Shu called Afei and Chujun over to handle some recent matters at the City Lord's mansion. Although Afei and Chujun managed most of the work, some issues still required Li Shu's decision and signature. Afei, I need to talk to you. Don't leave yet. After resolving the matters, Li Shu stopped Afei, who was about to leave. Chujun winked at Li Shu, left first, and closed the door on the way out. What is it? Afei looked at Li Shu and asked, In a while, I plan to use the Red Sand City Lord's connections to enter the Immortal Heaven. Would you like to go to the Immortal Heaven with me? Li Shu asked Afei. The trial gate at Immortal Heaven is rich in resources, and at that time, entering some new land of trial would be best with reliable people around. It would be ideal if Chujun could go, but he was a member of the Chu family from White Knight City and possibly its future helmsman. Given his status, it wasn't suitable to take him to Immortal Heaven as it might cause trouble and even risk losing his position as the Chu family's successor. Thus, Li Shu asked Afei. Even though Afei didn't possess inspiration skills, she did have the abstention skill, which could solve many problems when needed. But if Afei was unwilling to go, Li Shu wouldn't force her. If you need me, I'll go, Afei said calmly. All right, let's decide that. You prepare first, and when I get to the Immortal Heaven, if conditions allow, I'll bring you along. Li Shu was somewhat moved. Afei knew about the Bloodseal Stone incident, yet she didn't even ask, a level of trust not common among people. Li Shu handed the Demon Spirit Ring from the S-level Great Serpent to Afei. Take this, you'll find it useful when we head to Immortal Heaven. Since Li Shu wanted Afei to accompany him to Immortal Heaven, he naturally wanted her to have self-protection abilities, or else she would be a burden given her current level. Afei didn't refuse and directly used the Demon Spirit Ring. After the Demon Spirit Ring completed a contract with Afei, she looked somewhat surprised at Li Shu and asked, A radiant demon spirit of S-level? Aren't you using it for yourself? I have something better. The Jedi Knight has gone Super Spirit, far stronger than that. Li Shu shared some information about Super Spirit with Afei, helping her to mentally prepare. So you're saying that after I achieve super spirit, I'll have a chance to personally avenge against God? Fei's eyes brightened as she spoke. In theory, you should have a chance, but before that, you must figure out which god is your enemy. Li Shu coughed lightly and said, I know. Fei nodded. After the previous incident with the fake god, she became more composed. It's been tough for you recently. Go back and rest. If you find suitable candidates, you can find them to help you. You don't have to do everything yourself. By saying this, Li Shu was essentially telling Fei that she could establish her own trusted team in the City of Light. 1427, Chapter 427, 19.3 Super Spirit State 3. I know, I'm heading back now. Fei didn't react much, just responded and pushed the door open to leave Li Shu's office. Are all the people around me so laid back? Li Shu internally chuckled wryly. Li Shu was planning to call Chu Jun to discuss going to White Knight City, but before he could make the call, Chu Jun already came over. Just as Li Shu was about to say something, he noticed there was someone behind Chu Jun, a young man around 20 years old. When the young man saw Li Shu, his eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly walked to the desk, grabbing Li Shu's hands with excitement, saying eagerly, Hello, idol. I'm your fan. My name is Xiao Er, a trial taker. Could you take me as your apprentice and teach me magic spirit control skills? Li Shu tried to pull his hand back twice from Xiao Er's grip but couldn't, so he looked at Chu Jun as if to say, Who is this? Why did you bring him here? Xiao Er, please calm down first. City Lord, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Er, the second young master of Mr. Xiao from Desha Group, an excellent trial taker who greatly admires you. Mr. Xiao is a major client of our White Knight City, and young Master Xiao Er is also our VIP guest. He approached me to express his admiration for you, and I thought young Master Xiao Er was very sincere and also a talented individual, so I couldn't bear to let you miss out on each other, and that's why I brought him to see you, Chu Jun explained. Young Master Chu, you overpraise me. Compared to the City Lord, I'm nothing. Xiao Er realized he was being a bit too forward and promptly let go, saying, City Lord, I apologize. This matter is unrelated to young Master Chu. I just really wanted to meet you and forced him to bring me here. Li Shu smiled. Young Master Xiao Er, you're too kind. If you weren't worth meeting, no matter how much you forced him, he wouldn't have brought you here. Since he did, it shows you are someone worth meeting. City Lord, since you think I'm worth meeting, would you please take me as your apprentice? Xiao Er candidly asked again. Li Shu looked at Chu Jun, who gave him a slight nod, giving Li Shu some assurance. Young Master Xiao Er, why do you want to take me as your master? Li Shu asked, looking at Xiao Er. Because of that unprecedented and unmatched Black Death Demon Army command battle you performed. I was in the stands and had the privilege to witness your extraordinary magic spirit control skills. I've never seen such a powerful control ability in my life. If the comparison is purely on control, you are undoubtedly the strongest trial taker, Xiao Er said frankly, though the flattery was a bit excessive. If you're just looking to learn spirit control, we can exchange experiences and insights. Taking an apprenticeship would be too formal, Li Shu replied. No, only when we're on par can it be called an exchange. I'm worlds apart from you, so you mustn't use the word exchange. Please, you must take me as your apprentice, and I'm willing to pay any price, Xiao Er said sincerely. Since young Master Xiao Er is so earnest, I'll be straightforward. You can learn from me, no need for formal apprenticeship, but there is a tuition fee, and it's this amount per year. Li Shu held up one finger. Xiao Er looked at the finger Li Shu held up and, slightly troubled, said, Teacher, you might not know, but because I spend too much, my family now only gives me a fixed amount of pocket money each year. I really can't afford such high tuition. Could you lower it a bit? On Chu Jun's account, I'll have it, but no lower. Li Shu thought Xiao Er was honest, and with Chu Jun's endorsement, he could earn some private money, so why not? A tuition of 500,000 a year isn't minimal, though it's just teaching some seemingly basic magic spirit control skills according to Li Shu, which doesn't take much time. As for whether Xiao Er can learn it, that's his own concern. Thank you, teacher. Let's settle it then. Give me your account number and I'll transfer the 50 million to you right away. Once again, Xiao Er shook Li Shu's hand excitedly. Li Shu was momentarily stunned hearing the number 50 million, thinking, this guy can't be talking about red sand currency, can he? But I was referring to White Knight currency. 50 million red sand currency is barely 200,000 White Knight currency. That's more than 300,000 less. Forget it. Consider it a favor for Chu Jun. Li Shu thought it wasn't a big deal, so he handed Xiao Er his account information. Teacher, for this 50 million space currency, should I exchange it for red sand currency and transfer it to you, or send space currency directly? Xiao Er asked. Li Shu nearly choked on his own saliva. It turned out the guy was talking about space currency, which was way more valuable than White Knight currency. Ahem, space currency is fine, no need for the hassle. Li Shu coughed lightly, sat down, took a sip from his teacup, and with feigned indifference said, Young Master Xiao Er, what level of trial taker are you now, and what type of magic spirit do you have? Teacher, I just upgraded to S level not long ago. It would be best for you to inspect my magic spirit yourself, as it's a bit cramped here, making it difficult to show. If you have time, we can go to a square, and I'll summon the spirits for you to see, Xiao Er promptly replied. Ahem, cough. Li Shu choked on the tea he just swallowed, taking several moments to recover, looking at Xiao Er with a peculiar expression and thinking, is this guy really here to learn? Isn't he here to show off? An S-level trial taker coming here, spending a fortune to learn from me, a D-level trial taker as his teacher? Is he out of his mind? Young Master Xiao Er, do you know what level I am as a trial taker? Li Shu asked, looking at Xiao Er. I don't know, teacher. It doesn't matter what level you are. I'm not here to learn how to upgrade or anything else, just to learn your magic spirit control skills, nothing else. I can handle those myself, Xiao Er straightforwardly answered. That's good. Li Shu nodded slightly. This Xiao Er was a person of conviction and ideas, not just a spendthrift with nowhere to squander his money. 428, Chapter 428, 1904, Xiao Tua Chujun. Who exactly is this Xiao Er? Li Shu asked Chujun after Xiao Er left. Chujun replied seriously, you might not have heard of the Deshao Group, but you probably have heard of Dream Diamond, right? You mean the Dream Diamond with diamond stores all over the world? Li Shu exclaimed in surprise. Dream Diamond is just one of the companies under the Desha Group. In the Hetai Federation, which has the largest reserves of diamonds, more than 80% of the diamond mines are controlled by the Desha Group. The Xiao family is the actual ruler of the Desha Group. Although Xiao Er isn't the true heir of the Xiao family, you absolutely shouldn't underestimate him. Chujun explained briefly about Xiao Er's background. The Xiao family's wealth is so vast that even if he isn't the heir, just a small part of it would be enough for ordinary people to strive for generations. Li Shu laughed. Chujun shook his head and said, the reason I brought Xiao Er here isn't because of the Xiao family, but because of Xiao Er himself. He and I could be considered extremes. I want to become a magic armor master but lack the talent, while he has the talent but doesn't want to be one, choosing to walk the path of a trial taker instead. Honestly, I'm a bit envious. The heavens have truly favored him. His magic armor master talent tested at an S level when he was young, but he chose not to pursue it and became a trial taker, excelling there as well, and is now an S-level trial taker, nicknamed Little Monsters. People vary greatly. Some are smart from a young age, picking things up in an instant. Others don't learn quickly, not because they're dumb, but because they haven't yet had a breakthrough. Having an early breakthrough gives an advantage, but it doesn't mean those who break through later are worthless, Li Shu replied. Chujun laughed and jested, I'm not as slow as those you described. Of course not. I've already reached D level. When will you advance to C level? Li Shu laughed. No rush. I want to take my time and savor some things thoroughly. Chunan paused before continuing. The Desha Group has deep cooperative ties with our White Knight City, and the Chu and Xiao families are quite close. So I know a bit about Xiao Er. He's very rebellious. However, if you can genuinely win his respect, he'd be a worthy friend. Don't be fooled by today's politeness. It means he doesn't truly recognize you yet. He's giving you all that money to show it's purely an exchange of interests. So he's flaunting by deliberately giving me so much money, Li Shu chuckled. But I don't mind if he wants to act high and mighty. I'd rather take the money than deal with those who are both pretentious and greedy. True, someone like Xiao Er is quite decent compared to some family members who act saintly yet don't spare a bone for the poor, their mouths bloody, Chujun laughed. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. If possible, could you accompany me to White Knight City? Li Shu told Chujun about the vase monster and the Suihu bead. Chujun listened and asked, are you sure the Rolling Dragon Slope the vase monster mentioned is the Good Luck Slope south of White Knight City now? I've compared it carefully, and it should be the spot. Li Shu noticed something off in Chujun's expression. That's troublesome. If you wanted to go somewhere else, I could arrange it. But going to Good Luck Slope is tricky. The owner there is mysterious, and even I don't know much. My father specifically warned me not to disturb those living there and advised not to have any interaction, but he didn't say why, Chujun said with difficulty. So even if there is a Suihu bead, it must already belong to someone, Li Shu said with some disappointment. Such a mysterious individual living at Rolling Dragon Slope, yet not a member of the Chu family, is already suspicious. Don't rush. I'll find time to ask my father and get some details, Chujun said. All right. Li Shu nodded, determined that if he couldn't rely on Chujun to gain access, he would personally visit the owner of Good Luck Slope, but he'd wait for Chujun to inquire first. Meanwhile, with nothing pressing, he could deal with Xiao Er, as he couldn't take the money for nothing. Xiao Er wasn't truly extravagant, and after spending so much, he would certainly not let the matter rest without some results. After handling matters at the city lord's mansion, Li Shu arranged for Xiao Er to attend a class with him in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Xiao Er arrived as promised, and Li Shu led him to a newly constructed indoor arena at the Demon Spirit Arena. The Demon Spirit Arena was under continuous expansion. The second tournament would be much larger, with more varied events to include everything. Teacher, do you need to see my demon spirits first? Xiao Er asked. Sure, summon all your demon spirits. Li Shu was curious to see what kind of demon spirits other trial takers had. Although Li Shu anticipated that Xiao Er's demon spirits would be numerous and of good quality, he was still surprised when Xiao Er summoned all his demon spirits. 429, Chapter 429, 19-4 Xiao Tu Tu. This is not some demon spirit, it's practically a small legion. There are 10 identical knights, 10 identical sword and shield soldiers, spearmen, and archers, along with some special demon spirits that seem very high quality, including some with radiant quality. Adding up these demon spirits, their number is probably 60 or 70, yet Li Shu doesn't see that many demon spirit rings on Xiao Er's fingers. Teacher, all my demon spirits are here. The highest level ones are this Divine Wind Eagle and this Thunderbolt Divine Soldier. Both are Radiant S-Class. Xiao Er simply introduced his demon spirits one by one. You've collected so many different types of demon spirits to form a demon spirit legion, right? Li Shu observed the spirits and asked. Exactly, but I don't have the ability to finally control all the demon spirits in battle. Not to mention 60 or 70, even a few spirits can't be controlled as intricately as you do. Teacher, how do you manage that? Xiao Er asked the most critical question right away, showing his strong purpose. Li Shu did not answer Xiao Er's question, but continued to ask. Since you want to form a demon spirit legion for combat, why didn't you first level up the legion spirits, but instead upgraded the Divine Wind Eagle and Thunderbolt Divine Soldier to S-Class? As a commander, the first priority is to stay alive. If I'm dead, what use is a strong legion? The Divine Wind Eagle is my mount, and the Thunderbolt Divine Soldier enhances my fighting ability. It's all to ensure my own survival, answered Xiao Er. Li Shu nodded slightly. Good thinking. Please advise me, teacher, Xiao Er said respectfully. If you can ensure your safety, meaning you already have the ability to defeat the enemy, why do you need this legion? Li Shu asked with a smile. Xiao Er immediately replied, surviving and defeating the enemy are not the same concept. Teacher, please don't confuse the two. What I want to learn from you is demon spirit control, not how to choose which spirits to strengthen or how to win. Here is a chessboard with some pieces. The rules are like this, Li Shu explained, pointing at the chessboard and pieces he prepared. Kongming chess, I could complete it when I was 5, Xiao Er interrupted before Li Shu could finish, calmly saying, this trains calculation skills, which aren't closely related to multi-line control. I have undergone a lot of training in this aspect, so my basics should be fine. Please teach me something deeper, teacher. Li Shu looked at Xiao Er, thinking, this Xiao Er is really not easy to deal with. 5 million won't be easy to earn. Teacher, I really want to learn your multi-line control. Please make sure to teach me well, Xiao Er said earnestly. All right, it seems your foundation is solid. We'll start directly with demon spirit control. Li Shu said somewhat frustratedly, Xiao Er wants to learn multi-demon spirit control, but that requires strong spiritual sense. How should I teach Xiao Er? There's currently no way to enhance spiritual sense, otherwise there wouldn't be the saying of destiny for the magic armor masters. Thank you, teacher. Xiao Er gazed directly at Li Shu, seeming to convey, I'm not to be taken lightly, teacher. You better teach well. Put away all your demon spirits, just leave one, said Li Shu. Xiao Er recalled all his spirits, leaving only one sword and shield soldier. Only then did Li Shu realize that Xiao Er removed most of the demon spirit rings from his fingers and stored them in his pocket, leaving only one ring per finger. Teacher, what should I do next? Xiao Er asked, staring intently at Li Shu. Follow my lead. Li Shu summoned a Black Death demon, then had it perform a set of military boxing. Xiao Er immediately had the sword and shield soldier put down its weapons and perform the exact same set of military boxing with precision. Teacher, what's next? Xiao Er asked, looking at Li Shu. Do it again. Li Shu sat on a nearby bench, picked up a prepared teapot, and poured himself a cup. I don't think it's necessary. This basic control I have practiced countless times. Doing it 10 or 100 more times will be the same. I won't make a single mistake, Xiao Er said confidently. Are you the teacher, or am I? Why don't you teach me instead? Li Shu put down the teacup and said, Of course you are the teacher, but Xiao Er wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Li Shu. No, but if you want to learn from me, just do as I say, or I'll refund your money, and you can find someone better, Li Shu said. All right, then I'll listen to you, teacher. Xiao Er controlled the sword and shield soldier to perform the military boxing again. Exactly the same? Li Shu asked. Exactly the same, Xiao Er replied. Then keep at it, Li Shu said with Li Shu. Teacher, how many more times do I have to do it? Xiao Er asked with a frown. Li Shu held up one finger, Xiao Er nodded. Once more, and then I'll be done. 430, Chapter 430, Chapter 430, 19-4, Xiao Er 3. No, I mean keep practicing until you can see the difference, Li Shu said. This, Xiao Er was a bit dumbfounded. All right, practice on your own, and come find me when you can see the difference. Li Shu stood up and left. This guy, is he messing with me? Xiao Er was skeptical. He really couldn't figure out the difference between the military boxing performed by his sword and shield soldier and the one performed by Li Shu's Black Death demon. For several days in a row, Xiao Er kept practicing military boxing with the sword and shield soldier, but he still couldn't see any difference between the two. Every time Li Shu came, he would demonstrate the Legion Fist with the Black Death demon and then watch Xiao Er do the same with the sword and shield soldier. Afterward, he wouldn't say a word and just told Xiao Er to keep practicing before leaving. At first, Xiao Er felt confident that there was nothing wrong, and that his military boxing was exactly the same, not a hair's breadth difference. However, as Li Shu continued to tell him to look carefully and think clearly, his confidence started to waver after many attempts. I spent 50 million to have him teach me. No matter how greedy he is, he should teach me something. Surely he wouldn't really deceive me like this? Is there truly a difference that I haven't discovered? Xiao Er opened his phone and watched the video of Li Shu demonstrating military boxing with the Black Death Demon again. He wasn't foolish. He recorded during Li Shu's second demonstration and each demonstration thereafter. He compared the videos and performed military boxing once again with the sword and shield soldier, but still couldn't see any difference. After leaving the indoor venue, Li Shu went to see Chu Jun, who said he had gathered information about Good Luck Slope. The situation over at Good Luck Slope might be a little complicated, Chu Jun said helplessly. What's going on? Li Shu asked hurriedly. I asked the old man for my family. At first, he didn't want to say anything, but later, when I pressured him, he reluctantly disclosed a little bit. He still doesn't know the background of the family living at Good Luck Slope, but back when the people from Long Life Heaven came to White Knight City and wanted the Chu family to join them, it was the owner of Good Luck Slope who chased the Long Life Heaven people away. Chu Jun explained the details. Developing White Knight City has been quite difficult. Like Space City, the territorial range of White Knight City lacks abundant gemstone resources, so it's considered a very barren place. Decades ago, no one thought much of White Knight City, which is why it had no choice but to embark on the magic armor manufacturing path. However, as magic armor technology progressed, White Knight City gradually gained momentum. There was a time when Long Life Heaven people came to White Knight City, intending to have the city's ruler then, who is now the old man of the Chu family, join Long Life Heaven. The Chu family's old man was naturally unwilling to surrender his hard-won domain to others. But as it turned out, the person from Long Life Heaven easily defeated all of White Knight City's magic armor masters with just one set of demon armor, and it was a crushing defeat with a significant gap in skill. The situation was dire when the Chu family's old man, for the sake of his family's legacy, was about to negotiate terms to join Long Life Heaven. Yet at that time, someone found him and offered to help drive away the Long Life Heaven people, asking only for Rolling Dragon Slope, which is now known as Good Luck Slope. The old man didn't have much faith in that person back then, but there was no other choice, so he treated a dead horse as if it were alive and agreed to give Rolling Dragon Slope to that person. Later, that person did indeed help us drive away the Long Life Heaven people, and since then, no one from Long Life Heaven has bothered us again, Chu Jun said with a smile. Since then, the Chu family truly began to soar, and now, in the magic armor manufacturing industry, it's second only to Space City. How did that person manage to drive away Long Life Heaven's people? Li Shu asked, intrigued. Given the power of Long Life Heaven, it seemed impossible for them to be driven away so easily, and for them to ignore such a juicy piece of land like White Knight City for so many years seemed unbelievable. You might not believe it, but after the old man agreed to the person's conditions, he just had the old man bring some paper and a pen and then wrote a word for the old man to show the people from Long Life Heaven. After seeing it, their expressions changed drastically, and they left without saying a word, never to return, Chu Jun said with a bitter smile. When I heard the old man tell this story, it felt like hearing a tale, but the old man wouldn't joke about this sort of thing. The story has to be real. What word did he write? Li Shu asked thoughtfully. Just a simple word, spirit, not a special name or symbol. That word is still hanging in the old man's study. I used to see it often when I was a kid and thought it was some famous person's calligraphy, never imagining its incredible power, enough to make Long Life Heaven retreat, Chu Jun said. Such a person, I rather want to meet him. What does the old man say? Can we go see him? Li Shu asked. You can try. If the owner is willing to open the door and let you in, then you can go and take a look, but you'll need to follow their house rules. If they don't open the door, you absolutely can't force your way in. All right then, get ready, and we'll go to Good Luck Slope and try our luck. I've already arranged everything I had to handle, nothing much to prepare, we can leave anytime. Chu Jun paused, looking at Li Shu and asking, Do you need to explain anything to Xiao Er? Nothing much to explain, just let him continue practicing, Li Shu said with a smile. Honestly, what's the difference between his manipulation and yours? He came to me 2 days ago, showed me your video and his video, and I couldn't see any difference. Where exactly is he lacking? Chu Jun asked curiously. Who said he's lacking? Li Shu countered. Then why make him practice that thing over and over? Chu Jun asked, puzzled. There's nothing to teach him for now, so let him practice first. Once I figure out what to teach him, we'll start officially, Li Shu said. You can do that? You're really something, Chu Jun said, wide-eyed. I have no choice, he's too talented. I can't think of anything to teach him at the moment. But since he paid so much money, I can't let him just wait around, so I'd let him practice for now to pass the time. Li Shu spread his hands. Alas, poor Xiao Er, Chu Jun said, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Su 431, Chapter 431, 19.5. The courtyard of Good Luck Slope can't find any information at all? Wan Xiaoxin looked at the intelligence that had just been sent and frowned. Can't find it. According to your description, I checked all the forces that might produce that level of demon armor but found nothing. The woman wearing the peafowl mask said, Nothing found over at Space City and White Knight City? Wan Kaoshin put down the intelligence in his hand and asked the peafowl. The spies have verified repeatedly. Their current research focus is on multi-core magic armor. With considerable upfront investment and impressive results, they likely have no time, energy, or funds to research other projects. With the demon armor you mentioned, capable of using high-powered demon armor weaponry without any physical connection, they haven't developed such technology yet. The peafowl replied. What about internally? Wan Chaoxin asked again. Internally, it's not easy to investigate. The Magic Armor Group and we operate under different systems. Aside from Vice President Bai, only the president of the Magic Armor Group has the authority to access their information. The peafowl replied. What does Duhuan say? Wan Chaoxin pondered. Duhuan means that the Magic Armor Group has many research achievements. He can't be sure if they have the demon armor technology you mentioned. The peafowl said. Can't be sure, so it's possible. Have Duhuan keep a close watch and transmit any clues immediately. Yes, I'll go relay your order to Duhuan now. The peafowl got up and left Wan Chaoxin's office. Neither Space City nor White Knight City can produce such demon armor, so it must be someone within the Magic Armor Group causing trouble. Who exactly is against me? Wan Chaoxin frowned and thought. In another room, Bai Ying and Li Qingyi were also troubled by the same issue. What does Uncle Bai say over there? Li Qingyi looked at Bai Ying, who had just returned, and asked, My dad said it's impossible. Currently, no one can produce demon armor weapons without physical connection, and those capable of emitting that level of demonic light must have super spiritual energy demon armor weapons. Currently, only one magic armor laboratory using super spirit energy exists in the Magic Armor Group, and they haven't made such demon armor. Bai Ying said after taking a breath. That's strange. Even the Magic Armor Group cannot produce such demon armor. Where did this Magic Armor Master come from? They can't have fallen from the sky, right? Li Qingyi frowned. My dad said you could try starting from Space City or White Knight City. If anyone could research such demon armor aside from the Magic Armor Group, it would be these two places. No other magic armor manufacturing bases have such research capability and level. Bai Ying quickly said. Did Uncle Bai mention City of Light? Li Qingyi thought and asked. How did you know my dad mentioned City of Light? Bai Ying was somewhat surprised. What did Uncle Bai say? Li Qingyi didn't answer Bai Ying and continued to ask. My dad said the demon armor worn by Frostleaf's Magic Armor Master should be based on ghost-faced magic armor with decent modification level, and Frostleaves can use Hand of God, likely the person who fought against God in Tyrone City. He really wants to know the final outcome of the battle between Frostleaves and God, Bai Ying said. Is there a possibility that the Magic Armor Master who took the Super Spirit Gemstone is also from City of Light? Li Qingyi pondered and said, Impossible, my dad said. City of Light is such a rundown place, they couldn't produce such demon armor. Even the modified ghost-faced magic armor probably comes from Space City's first laboratory. Bai Ying sneered, somewhat disdainfully. She had no good feelings towards Li Shu and subsequently felt the same about City of Light. True, researching such demon armor would require solving many technical issues. Without adequate technical accumulation, they can't produce such demon armor. Really want to know who made that demon armor? Li Qingyi sighed. That's simple enough. Aside from the Magic Armor Group, only Space City and White Knight City remain. If we visit these two places, an answer might be found. Bai Ying laughed. It's not that simple. Guanjinghao hasn't had a good relationship with us, and you know the situation in White Knight City. Even if we go, we can't get the answers we want. Li Qingyi shook her head. Though the reasons she mentioned are valid, deep down Li Qingyi felt something was off, not knowing why she felt that the Magic Armor Master might be somehow related to City of Light. Li Qingyi herself felt this possibility was extremely low, but she couldn't resist having such thoughts. I remember Chu Jun is supposed to be the son of the White Knight City Lord, right? Li Qingyi thought and said, Yeah, really don't understand what that guy is thinking. It's said that the White Knight City Lord is hell-bent on having Chu Jun inherit the position of White Knight City Lord, but he refuses to take over, insisting on being a trial taker, wandering around aimlessly. Legend has it that he's the real owner behind City of Light, and that Li Shu is merely a titular city lord used by Chu Jun to divert attention. Let's go, we'll take a walk to White Knight City, Li Qingyi said as she stood up and walked towards the door. Or 432, Chapter 432, 195, The Courtyard of Good Luck Slope 2. Do you suspect that the set of demon armor was made by White Knight City? Bai Ying quickly followed. Maybe. Li Qingyi wasn't sure, but she always felt there was some connection. Accompanied by Chu Jun, Li Shu was on his way to White Knight City. After entering the area of White Knight City, Chu Jun continually introduced the local customs to Li Shu. The power scope of White Knight City is no smaller than that of Space City. Even the entire Southern Cross Federation combined might not have as large a power scope as White Knight City. Unfortunately, despite White Knight City's vast power scope, there aren't many gem-producing mines, especially the 5 matricolored gem mines, which are extremely rare. Within White Knight City, there are also very few things related to trial takers to be seen. Everywhere is industries related to demon armor. The toys held by children on the roadside are mostly star-level demon armor dolls. Demon armor experience shops and magic armor master talent testing centers are ubiquitous. Although the demon spirit competition is so popular, within White Knight City there is little word about it, and no one hosts the demon spirit competition here. The closer to the main city of White Knight City, the more severe this situation becomes. In the Southern Cross Federation, you might occasionally see a trial taker, but having walked so long here, not even one trial taker has been seen. Stop looking, the situation here is similar to over at Space City. It's almost impossible to see a store related to trial takers, except for gemstone stores. There's virtually nothing related to trial takers here. Chu Ying sighed. Isn't that great? Such a huge market is just waiting for us to develop, Li Shu said with a smile. You want to promote the demon spirit competition here? Then you'd better kill me first. If you really did that, the old man would kill me first, Chu Jun quickly said. Not necessarily. Maybe the old man also wants to host a demon spirit competition? Li Shu said with a grin. Absolutely impossible, Chu Jun said firmly. Let's talk about this later. Do you want to go home first, or go with me to have a look at Good Luck Slope? Almost reaching the main city of White Knight City, Li Shu checked the location, and Good Luck Slope was just dozens of miles south of the main city. I'd better go to Good Luck Slope with you first to avoid you causing any trouble. Chu Jun paused, then said gloomily, Honestly, I'm a bit afraid to go home. After we finished handling the demon spirit competition together, the old man was almost driven mad with anger. He berated me over the phone like never before. I've never seen him so angry with me since I was a child. Don't worry, when we return from Good Luck Slope, I'll go with you to see the old man, Li Shu said. We'll see then. Chu Jun thought, if you go, and the old man doesn't break your legs, it'd be your ancestor's blessing. When the two of them arrived at Good Luck Slope, Li Shu was a bit surprised. Originally, Li Shu thought Good Luck Slope should be a hill, at least a ridge, but what he saw was indeed a large slope. The slope was covered with grass and various wildflowers. Although there were no tall trees, a few short trees were sparsely scattered, giving it a unique charm. In the midst of the flowers and grass, a large courtyard encircled by a wooden wall could be seen from afar. The courtyard walls were made by staking logs, the natural bark was the decoration, and the climbing good luck vines on the wooden wall made Li Shu think this was a tourist resort if he hadn't known how terrifying the resident here was. The two walked along a small path paved with cobblestones across the grass slope, arriving at the gates of the courtyard. Fortunately, the owner of this place wasn't a real antique. Although the courtyard was built naturally and simply, with a harmonious blend with nature, a doorbell was installed on the gate, thus nature wasn't taken to the extreme. After Li Shu pressed the doorbell, the two waited outside the gate. After a long time passed without hearing any movement from inside the courtyard, Li Shu pressed the doorbell a second time. There was still no response, and Chu Jun said, Could it be that the owner isn't home? Try again. If not, we'll head back. Li Shu pressed the doorbell again. If no one answered after ringing the bell 3 times, it would imply the owner doesn't wish to meet them, and further waiting would be pointless. Li Shu wasn't expecting much, but after the 3rd ring, surprisingly, the gate creaked open. Eerily, they didn't see anyone inside the gate, nor had they heard footsteps before. The gate seemed to have opened by itself. In broad daylight, there can't be ghosts, right? Chu Jun said, gazing suspiciously inside the courtyard. Have you read too many supernatural novels? There are no ghosts in broad daylight. This should be an intelligent electric gate. Li Shu noted that inside the courtyard, there were no complex structures like pavilions or towers, nor elegant things like fish ponds or rockery. The large courtyard was mostly grassland, with a few short trees. Because a row of bamboo was planted directly opposite the gate, the bamboo grew lush green, like a jade screen, obscuring the view of the wooden houses deeper within the bamboo. I apologize for the intrusion. May I ask if the owner is home? Li Shu stood at the gate but didn't enter, raising his voice toward the courtyard. The owner isn't here, but there is a guest. I have tea here, and if you don't mind, you're welcome to have a cup. A man's voice came from the wooden house behind the bamboo. 433, Chapter 433, 95 Courtyard of Good Luck Slope 3. Since the owner isn't here, we should probably not disturb. Li Shu said, turning around, ready to leave. Though he really wanted to go in and look for the Suiho bead, there was no such thing in this world where guests would receive other guests on behalf of the absent host. This was already something strange. Perhaps there was something fishy inside. Just as Li Shu and Chu Jun were about to leave, they heard someone inside continue speaking. The owner here might not even come back once in 10 or 8 years. I've lived here for decades, so you could say I'm half the owner. Since you rang the doorbell 3 times, you must be here for something. Why not tell me? Perhaps I might be able to help you. Li Shu and Chu Jun exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Today is really strange. The owner comes back once every 10 or 8 years, and a guest has stayed for decades. Who is the owner, and who is the guest? Li Shu said with a laugh. The person inside the wooden house also laughed and said, It's nothing strange. Some people spend hundreds of thousands to marry a wife they don't use, and others step in. Some raise a son for decades who might turn out to be someone else's. So what if it's a house? What you said makes sense. How shall I address you? Li Shu asked. When I was younger, people called me Ba Ye. Now I'm old and instead look younger. Some even call me Xiao Ba. The world is just so wondrous. Call me whatever you like. The person continued. Talking like this is quite troublesome. After all, I count as half the owner, so I have the right to invite you in for tea. Ba Ye then will respectfully comply. Li Shu initially wanted to enter, and having reached this point, there was naturally no reason to leave. Li Shu and Chu Jun entered the courtyard, walked around bamboo resembling a screen, and saw 3 wooden houses behind. These 3 wooden houses were quite interesting. The left one was painted red, the right one blue, and the middle one had no paint, showing the original wood color. The doors of the red and blue houses were closed, but the door of the middle house was open, with a low wooden table inside. Next to it sat a middle-aged man cross-legged, eating a bowl of noodles. The teapot on the table has tea, and the cups are in the cabinet beside it. Help yourselves, Ba Ye said while eating noodles. Li Shu and Chu Jun found this Ba Ye very interesting. Earlier, he described himself as quite old, but seeing him in person, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, not as old as imagined. Li Shu did not hesitate, went to the cabinet, took out 2 bamboo cups, handed one to Chu Jun, and sat cross-legged by the low table, pouring tea for both Chu Jun and himself. However, Li Shu didn't drink, just held it in his hand as if it were a hand warmer. Ba Ye, how have you been a guest here for so long? Li Shu asked, observing Ba Ye. This Ba Ye, though a bit advanced in age, still had excellent looks and presence. He must have been a heartthrob in his youth. Even now, probably many young girls would like such a gentlemanly uncle. Yet such an uncle, slurping noodles there, seemed to lower his elegance and image quite a bit. I want to leave, but the host is so hospitable and insisted on having me as a guest here. Hard to refuse such hospitality, so I stayed longer, Ba Ye said with a smile after swallowing his noodles. Is there really someone so hospitable, allowing a guest to stay in their house for decades? What kind of family is this? Chu Jun couldn't help but ask. You might not believe it, but the owner is a beauty, and not just any beauty, one of the great beauties. I've seen many beauties before, but those women, even the so-called peerless ones, pale in comparison to this lady of the house. Had I not seen her with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe someone so beautiful could exist. Before meeting her, I always thought those poetic phrases about a glance captivating a city or a nation were just the romantic fantasies of literati. But after meeting her, I learned that such beauty truly exists in the world. What are a city and a nation compared to this? If you could win the favor of such a woman, even gifting her the whole earth wouldn't be too much. One might even worry she wouldn't accept, Ba Ye said. Li Shu thought to himself, giving earth? Only you could think of that. Isn't this the ultimate simp behavior? Unexpectedly, this dignified Ba Ye is actually a simp. So Ba Ye, it's the lady of the house who keeps you here as a guest, making it hard for you to leave. What kind of woman is she to captivate you so entirely? Chu Jun was intrigued. Ba Ye rolled his eyes at Chu Jun's words and said, a fool wouldn't want to leave. No matter how beautiful, how does it compare to the wide world outside? If I could leave, I would have left long ago. But as you said, the owner isn't home and the door isn't locked. If you wanted to leave, who could stop you? Chu Jun said, unconvinced. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Ba Ye slurped his noodles twice more, swallowed, and then said, what brings you two here? By your looks, you must be here for a reason? We came here to find something, Li Shu said. Looking for something here, that's quite unusual. What are you looking for? Ba Ye asked with interest, setting his bowl on the table and wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. A bead that can glow at night, Li Shu said with a smile. The bead you're talking about, could it be that one? Ba Ye raised his hand and pointed upwards. C434, Chapter 434, 19:6. Character assessment. Li Shu and Chu Jun couldn't help but look in the direction he was pointing, only to see on the beam of the wooden house a transparent line like a fishing line tied, with a pearl slightly larger than a ping-pong ball hanging from it. The pearl was as crystal clear as jade, with a milky white body, and the surface seemed to be wrapped in a glaze, round and lustrous like a jade. Although very beautiful, it looked like an ordinary jade pearl, with nothing peculiar about it, and it wasn't glowing. The pearl is very beautiful, but it certainly isn't glowing, Chu Jun said. Don't be impatient. It's not the time yet. Why would it glow in broad daylight? Naturally, it will glow at night for illumination. Otherwise, why hang it on the beam? Ba Ye said. Li Shu thought even if this pearl really glows at night, it shouldn't be the Suiho bead. Who would hang such a treasure on a beam as a lamp? Aren't they afraid it would be stolen? Even though he felt this pearl was unlikely to be the Suiho bead, after seeing it, Li Shu still felt a hunger in his stomach, which surprised him somewhat. Is this the pearl you're looking for? Ba Ye asked again, seeing that neither spoke. The pearl we're looking for is called the Suiho bead. No idea if it's this one, Li Shu casually replied. Who knows what this pearl is called? I just heard the lady owner say that the pearl was dug out from beneath an old pine tree when the wooden house was built. She saw this pearl could glow at night and hung it on the beam as a lamp, said Ba Ye. Li Shu's face changed slightly because the vase monster had told him the hiding place of the Suiho bead was under an old pine tree. Could it be that this pearl is really the Suiho bead? Li Shu looked up at the pearl, scarcely believing he had found the Suiho bead so easily. If it is indeed the Suiho bead, the owner here has yet to discover its true value, and may still have a chance to get it. If this is what you're looking for, I advise you to leave quickly, Ba Ye said with a smile. Why leave? If it's really it, we could negotiate with the lady owner to buy it, Chu Jun said. Money might be precious to some, yet to others it might be worth less than toilet paper. Unfortunately, the owner here is the latter. Money means nothing to her. Bai Yi paused and continued, "What are you seeking this pearl for?" "To be honest, my friend once buried a Suiho bead here and asked me to retrieve it. Not sure if this is it," Li Shu said, inspecting the pearl. "From what you say, it's likely that it is. Too bad the owner isn't here, otherwise you could discuss with her and she might let you take the pearl." Bai Yi chuckled. Li Shu thought, if it really is the Suiho bead, how would she let me take the pearl? "When will the owner return?" Chu Jun couldn't help but ask. "No idea. Maybe 3 to 5 days, maybe 10 years. She'll return when pleased. The last time she came back was 7 years ago." Bai Yi calculated on his fingers. "The owner here is quite a peculiar person." Chu Jun smacked his tongue. "Peculiar? This isn't the only odd thing. I've been a guest here for decades, met her 6 times, and every time she appeared as a beautiful young girl, never changing, as if time had forgotten to leave marks on her. While I've aged over the years, she remains youthful and beautiful like a young girl," Bai Yi said. Li Shu and Chu Jun exchanged glances, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Could it be that a person unaging for decades is the undead of the eternal heaven? If the owner is indeed the undead of the eternal heaven, then it all makes sense. That's why people from eternal heaven backed away when seeing that character and never returned. As the two pondered, suddenly the doorbell rang. Could it be the owner returned? Chu Jun exclaimed delightedly, eager to see her after hearing Bai Ye's description of her as mysterious and beautiful. Bai Ye smirked. "Have you seen anyone ring the doorbell when returning to their own home?" Chu Jun hesitated awkwardly. Maybe she forgot the keys. After a while, the doorbell rang again. After hearing the doorbell ring again, Bai Yi suddenly said, "If someone enters, no matter what you hear or see, don't make a sound and don't leave this room." Although they didn't understand Bai Yi's meaning, seeing his earnest expression indicating something important, they nodded in agreement. Shortly, the doorbell rang again for the 3rd time. Bai Yi waited for a while, sensing the person outside hadn't left, loudly asked, "Who's outside?" "Disciples of the Eternal Heaven, Li Qingyi and Bai Ying, request to see Bai Yi." The voice from outside made Li Shu and Chu Jun freeze. Why have they come here? Li Shu wondered. 435, Chapter 435, 19:6, Word Divination 2, come in. As Elder Ba's voice echoed, the door outside automatically swung open, and the bamboo curtain hanging on the door of the wooden hut also fell down on its own, obscuring the scenery inside the hut. Through the bamboo curtain, one couldn't see anything inside the hut from outside, but from within, the view outside was clearly visible. Moments later, 2 women walked around that row of bamboo and approached, one tall with long legs and striking features, the other petite, charming, and graceful. Unmistakably, Li Qingyi and Bai Ying. Li Qingyi and Bai Ying pay respects to Elder Ba. Li Qingyi and Bai Ying arrived in front of the central wooden hut, stood before the door, and bowed, but showed no intention of lifting the curtain to enter. "What brings you here?" Elder Ba casually asked. "We came to see you, Elder Ba, hoping for your assistance in divination," Bai Ying replied. "Do you understand the rules?" Elder Ba asked. "Yes, Elder Ba, please have a look," Bai Ying said as she took out 2 fairly small boxes from her bag and placed them open on the stone steps by the door. Li Shu and Chu Jun couldn't help but look down, and through the bamboo curtain they saw these boxes brimming with gemstones, one filled with rubies, the other with sapphires. Judging by the size and quality of those rubies and sapphires, they were definitely of a superior grade. "Not bad. Each of you can divine one word. Who will go first?" Elder Ba glanced at the gemstones in the boxes and spoke indifferently. Li Qingyi and Bai Ying exchanged a few words, and Bai Ying eventually spoke. "I'll go first." "All right, there's a bamboo pole stuck in the ground next to you. Use it to write a word on the ground." After speaking, Elder Ba picked up a bowl and continued eating the leftover noodles. Bai Ying pulled out a bamboo pole stuck in the ground and started drawing on the ground with it. She wrote many strokes, seeming to form a complicated character. Li Shu and Chu Jun were curious, eager to know what word Bai Ying was writing. Soon, they saw Bai Ying had written the character, "Furs, armor, furs. Please enlighten me, Elder Ba." Bai Ying put the bamboo pole back and addressed the door. "What do you wish to divine? Good or bad fortune or marriage fate?" Elder Ba asked. "I'm not here for fortune or marriage divination. I'm looking for someone. I hope Elder Ba can guide me." Bai Ying spoke mildly but carried a somewhat authoritative presence. "Armor covers, upright above and beneath clothing, indicates that the person you're looking for must be a young adult wrapped in attire, likely a male magic armor master," Elder Ba said, looking at the word on the ground. Li Shu and Chu Jun turned their gaze towards Bai Ying, curious if Elder Ba's guess was correct. To them, it seemed a shot in the dark. How could one conclude from a single character that the person being sought was a male magic armor master? It seemed absurd. Indeed, it's a magic armor master. "Elder Ba, could you divine who this magic armor master is and where he is now?" Bai Ying hurriedly asked. Wow, he really guessed right. That guessing was spot on. Could Bai Ying be setting a trap? If she's acting, for whom is it intended? Could it be for the 2 of us? Li Shu and Chu Jun exchanged glances, both seeing the wariness in the other's eyes. Elder Ba, however, ignored them, staring at the word armor on the ground, calculating with his fingers before saying, armor has 12 strokes, perfectly matching the 12 branches of Earth, indicating a cycle of reincarnation. This suggests that the person is located not far from you, but no matter how you turn around, you still can't see him. Let me give you a few lines of divination. Though in close proximity, finding him requires effort, such ambiguity knows no bounds. Stand up and await the turn. Elder Ba, as a girl, I can't decipher these. Could you please interpret the divination for me? Ba Ying asked with a smile. It means there's no need to search. Searching won't lead to finding him anyway. Maybe when you stop searching, he will naturally appear before you. All right, next person. Elder Ba seemed to already be a bit impatient. Ba Ying wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi picked up the bamboo pole and wrote a character, then bowed before the door and said, Elder Ba, I am searching for someone too. Please provide guidance. Li Shu looked down and found the character, Li, written on the ground, causing a slight internal alarm. Previously, Bai Ying was searching for someone dressed in magic armor, likely myself, and now Li Qingyi wrote the character Li. Has she figured out I'm the magic armor master who stole the super spirit gemstone? This could be troublesome. Li Shu couldn't help but frown. He himself does not fear the Long Life Heaven, but with so many people in the City of Light, if he were truly targeted by the Long Life Heaven, the consequences could be severe. Seems like I need to quickly head to Red Sand City. Joining the Long Life Heaven is the only way to avoid these troubles. Li Shu pondered. Li has downstroke. You are seeking a man too, and his surname is Li. Elder Ba looked at the character Li and said, Chu Jun, hearing this, couldn't help but look towards Li Shu, who shook his head, indicating there was no connection to him. Indeed, could Elder Ba divine where he might be now? Li Qingyi asked. Cannot divine. Elder Ba abruptly replied, Elder Ba, by saying this, you're being a bit much. Isn't it known that your celestial inscription linked to super spirit can even divine matters concerning the demon kingdom? We merely wish to divine the whereabouts of ordinary people, yet you give answers equivalent to nothing. Aren't you unjustly taking these 2 boxes of gemstones? Bai Ying couldn't help but speak. Ai Ying couldn't help but speak. Chapter 436, 19.6, Character Testing 3, Bai Ying. Li Qingyi hurriedly stopped Bai Ying from continuing to speak. Uncle 8 laughed. You must be Bai Jingtian's granddaughter, right? Just like your grandfather. No matter how my grandfather is, he wouldn't deceive juniors here, Bai Ying said with a pout. Uncle 8, could you tell us why you can't figure it out? Li Qingyi stopped Bai Ying and then asked, Your surname is Li, and the person you are looking for is also Li. 2 trees make a forest, and in a deep forest, one cannot see the path. Twins are indistinguishable, difficult to find one's confidant. You're not just looking for someone, you're searching for your beloved, and your own feelings have not yet settled. How could I possibly discern where your beloved is? Uncle 8 smiled. I'm just looking for someone. Uncle 8, if you don't want to do the reading, that's fine, but there's no need to placate a junior like me. Li Qingyi's cheeks slightly flushed, and she said with feigned composure, Whether it's accurate or not, you'll find out in the future. I'll also give you a few words of a fortune. After pausing, Uncle 8 continued, Riches and immortals are both in separate worlds. Good and bad have their reasons. A wide heart can counter 100 ailments. Indeed, you are a person with fortune. Please interpret the fortune for me, Uncle 8, Li Qingyi said. Your destined noble person is your fated one. After pondering for a moment, Uncle 8 said, The saying melons and plums should be familiar to you. Don't crouch to tie your shoelaces when passing through a melon field, lest others think you're picking melons. Don't raise your hand to adjust your hat under a plum tree, lest others believe you're picking plums. Melons are green, hats under the plums. Your fated one should have a green hat. Li Qingyi's expression fluctuated, and beside her, Bai Ying widened her eyes at the mention of green hat, and said to Li Qingyi, Doesn't Li Shu have a green hat? You're not. No way. This reading must be inaccurate. Uncle 8, we came to have you divine words to find someone, but you're joking with us juniors. That's a bit inappropriate, isn't it? Li Qingyi said, looking at the curtain. I've already done the reading. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, but my skills have rusted over the years. It might indeed not be accurate. Surely inaccurate. How could someone like Li Shu be worthy of the president's daughter from our Changsheng Tian? You must have calculated wrong, Bai Ying said with a pout. So, it's the president's daughter. My apologies if I have offended you, miss, Uncle 8 said. Uncle 8, you're overpraising. Qingyi has one last question to ask, Li Qingyi said. Please go ahead, miss. Uncle 8 replied solemnly. Is the person Bai Ying and I are considering the same person? Li Qingyi stared intently at the curtain, as if trying to see through it. Li Shu's heart tightened upon hearing this. Sure enough, Li Qingyi is already suspecting that I am the magic armor master who stole the super spirit gemstone. But how did she guess this? I didn't show any flaws. Apologies, miss, but I really cannot answer that question. If you truly wish to know, do another word reading, Uncle 8 mused. Never mind, Uncle 8, we'll take our leave. Li Qingyi turned to leave. Shameless old man, still trying to trick us out of our gemstone? Don't even think about it. I'll tell my grandfather to come settle this with you. Bai Ying made a face at the curtain and turned to chase after Li Qingyi. Haha, if Bai Jingtian dares to come, I might just have to set off firecrackers in celebration. Uncle 8 laughed loudly. After Li Qingyi and Bai Ying exited through the door, it automatically shut behind them. Only then did Uncle 8 sit back down, looking at the two. The master has not returned. You probably can't take this pearl now. Do you plan to wait for the master to come back, or would you like me to give you a tip? Please, Uncle 8, enlighten us. Li Shu looked at Uncle 8. Have you seen those 2 boxes of gemstones outside the door? One of you should take a box of rubies and go into the red wooden house. The other should take the sapphires and go into the blue wooden house. Use these 2 boxes of gemstones to exchange for something from each person in those wooden houses, then I will give you this pearl. After the female master returns, I will explain myself to her. Uncle 8 said, Are there other guests in the nearby houses? This master sure knows how to entertain guests. Chujun asked with a smile. Uncle 8, since you're neighbors with them, sitting in the same place, why don't you do the exchange yourself? If I could go, would I need you? I can't leave this door. Uncle 8 sighed. You can't leave? Chujun was perplexed, standing and walking to the doorway, going in and out without anything happening. Uncle 8, the door doesn't seem extraordinary. Why can't you leave? Chujun asked Uncle 8. Even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. Just let me know if you're willing to help me make the exchange. If you're willing, go ahead and do it. If not, just leave. Uncle 8 seemed a bit annoyed as he spoke coldly. Uncle 8, what would you have us exchange? Li Shu looked at Uncle 8 and asked, Go to the red wooden house and get me a bowl of water, and let that boy go into the blue wooden house to get a leaf, Uncle 8 said. Uncle 8, can I go to both rooms myself to do the exchange? Li Shu asked calmly. With the speed of light number 2 on him, even encountering a super spirit wouldn't intimidate him. He wanted to see what Uncle 8 was up to. Of course. But if you go into both wooden houses alone, I fear you might not come out and end up delaying my matter, Uncle 8 said. What do you mean by that? Why wouldn't I come out if I entered both houses? Li Shu questioned in confusion. One of those wooden houses is located in an extreme yin position, and the other in an extreme yang position. If one body experiences extreme yin and extreme yang in such a short time, even if you don't die, you're unlikely to escape a serious illness. Uncle 8 ambiguously explained. It doesn't matter, just confirm that once I exchange it properly, you'll give me the pearl? Li Shu stood up and asked. Correct. Uncle 8 nodded. All right, then I'll go and make the exchange for you. Saying that, Li Shu walked towards the door. Wait, write a character first. Let me ascertain the omen for you. Uncle 8 called out to Li Shu, who was picking up the box and heading towards the red wooden house. 437, Chapter 437, 19:7, Red Wooden Cabin. You want to help me with a character divination? Li Shu looked at Bei with some surprise. Divining auspiciousness or misfortune might be of some help to you, Bei said. Li Shu thought for a moment and said, Even if your divination is accurate, knowing a bad result will only make me feel uneasy and won't change anything. If the result is good, knowing in advance reduces surprises, so I don't need the divination. Bei laughed. You're overestimating me. I don't have the ability to predict the future, just to guess at potential issues, a random divination. Li Shu thought for a moment, then drew a spirit character on the ground with a bamboo stick, a character written by the previous mistress here for the eternal heaven. Li Shu wasn't truly seeking fortune or misfortune, but wanted to know what Bei would say. He must know more than what he has revealed about the red and blue cabins, so rather than divination, Bei might have the chance to tell him something about the cabins. What Bei said earlier seemed to implicitly convey this meaning to Li Shu. Bei stood inside the door, carefully scrutinized the character, Li Shu wrote, and said with a somewhat grave expression, Your journey may be fraught with danger. At worst, it poses a mortal threat. At best, a risk of grave illness. Why do you say this? Li Shu asked. The character's spirit has a mountain above and fire below. The mountain collapses, fire erupts from below, causing landslides and volcanic eruptions. What perilous circumstances, life is bound to have grave worries. The character you wrote is in simplified form. The ancient had rain above, 3 mouths in the middle, and a witch below, symbolizing a shaman praying to the heavens for rain and obtaining it, signifying a divine spirit. It was originally a character of great fortune. But you didn't use the ancient form, choosing the simplified, essentially abandoning the divine spirit's protection. Your journey will surely be ill-fated. Bei turned to the other side of the doorframe and continued examining the character, Li Shu wrote. Following the earlier thought process, if you enter the cabin of extreme yang, catastrophe is certain. Entering the cabin of extreme yin also won't bode well. Looking at the character you wrote, usually people write it with small mountains and large fire, yet you wrote it with large mountains and small fire, which is a bit odd. What's odd about it? It's just different personal writing habits. Chujun, who had been listening to Bei speak about misfortune and bad luck, was already a bit annoyed. Mountain represents the real, fire the virtual. Mountain symbolizes yang, fire yin. Yin fire tempers Yang Mountain, making it increasingly solid, indicating one's vitality and spirit grow better. But your Yang Mountain is too large, Yin fire too small, the mountain crushes, fire extinguished. They say a lone Yang doesn't thrive, a solitary Yin doesn't grow, mountain crushes, fire extinguished, a lone Yang unbirth. This should be a fatal situation, but Bei pondered without finishing. Bei, could you please finish your sentence? We still have things to do, Chujun said with a sneer. Bei smiled. It's not that I don't want to finish. The character divination is rather peculiar. Even I find it hard to see through. Then tell us exactly what you can't comprehend, Chujun said. Mountain collapses, fire above torments, a most inauspicious sign, yet a lone yang doesn't thrive, a severe omen. Theoretically, the character written here and now signifies a fatal situation. But it's strange. The standalone interpretation indeed seems that way, yet when merging the two character interpretations, the situation changes. Bei pondered. Mountain collapses, extinguishes fire, so no need for torment above. Though a lone yang doesn't thrive, extreme yang can generate yin, a single mountain collapse heralds all things born. A standard writing of this character, although not auspicious, wouldn't signify severe misfortune. Your writing circulates both severe misfortune and great fortune. How can severities coexist? I am somewhat confused. Since you're confused, there's no need to look further. I'll go fetch what you need from the cabin, and upon my return, please keep your promise to give me the pearl from your room, Li Shu said, picking up the gemstone box and walking toward the red cabin. Li Shu, maybe we should each go to a cabin. Despite Bei's words being unreliable, I have an uneasy feeling. Chujun stopped Li Shu. If we both go inside, what happens if something goes wrong? You stay outside. In case something happens, not everything will be caught here. You will still be able to devise strategies outside. This place belongs to the Chu family. What you can accomplish, I cannot, and methods you can employ, I cannot, so it's only useful to keep you outside. Be careful. Hearing Li Shu, Chujun finally let go, but still worriedly reminded. Don't worry. Li Shu knocked on the door, yet no one responded from inside the red cabin. Anyone inside? Li Shu shouted while knocking. No need to shout. The people inside can't hear. Even if they could, they won't answer you. Just push the door and go in, the voice of Bei from the middle cabin said. Upon hearing this, Li Shu didn't say more. He tried pushing the door. Surprisingly, it wasn't locked and opened easily. Everything inside the red cabin was red. Red walls, red tables, red chairs. Everything visible was red. Directly across from the door was a red bead curtain. Behind it was the inner room, through which he could vaguely see a woman dressed in red, her face covered with a red veil, seated on an embroidered couch behind a low table. On the table sat a white jade vase with 3 flowers, one white, one red, one black, inserted into it. 438, Chapter 438, 19:7 Red Wooden Cabin 2. In front of the jade bottle were 3 jade bowls, also one white, one red, and one black. Sorry for the disturbance. Master 8 told me to use the gemstone to exchange for a bowl of water. Li Shu stood at the door, repeating this several times. But the red-dressed woman behind the bead curtain in the inner room didn't say a word, sitting there with her eyes closed, as if she hadn't heard, and didn't even open her eyes. Li Shu frowned slightly and directly walked into the room. As he stepped inside, the room didn't change at all, yet Li Shu felt something different, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. The wooden door behind him closed automatically. Li Shu didn't mind and continued to observe the things in the room, trying to figure out where his feeling of difference came from. Who has come? Just a moment ago, he had called out so many times outside, and the red-dressed woman seemed not to hear. Now, with just one more step into the room, not only did the red-dressed woman open her eyes, but she also took the initiative to ask. Could it be true, just as the 8th building said, that there's a gap between inside and outside, and people inside can neither hear nor see anything outside? Li Shu listened intently, indeed unable to hear any outside sound. His heart was even more amazed as he pushed the door, but it didn't budge. It wouldn't open. Master 8 told me to exchange this box of rubies for a bowl of water. Li Shu opened the box in his hand and presented the rubies inside towards the red-dressed woman. Which bowl of water do you want to exchange for? The red-dressed woman asked. Li Shu was slightly taken aback. Master 8 only told him to exchange for a bowl of water, but didn't specify which bowl. Li Shu thought for a moment, realizing it wouldn't be useful to go back and ask Master 8. If it was something important, Master 8 would have surely told him which bowl to exchange for. Since Master 8 didn't say, it was either to deliberately make things difficult for Li Shu, or he didn't know either, so asking again would have no meaning, plus the door couldn't be opened, there was no way out. Which bowl of water can I exchange? Li Shu asked. You can exchange for any bowl you like, but you must first drink the water in the other 2 bowls to take the one you want, the red-dressed woman said with a smile. What will happen if I drink the water in the bowls? Li Shu asked tentatively, not holding out much hope, guessing the red-dressed woman wouldn't tell him. Surprisingly, the red-dressed woman actually explained. The water in the white jade bowl is called Celestial Mandate. The water in the black jade bowl is called Predestined. The water in the red jade bowl is called Persona. If you drink just one bowl, each provides a great benefit. If you drink all 3, there will be a major transformation. But if you only drink 2, then it's hard to say. In what way is it hard to say? Li Shu asked. If you drink Celestial Mandate and Predestined, then it's fated and predetermined, losing the chance to change your destiny, and your future achievements will halt here, the red-dressed woman explained further, perhaps fearing Li Shu wouldn't understand. It means your body will be set, and no matter how you cultivate, you can't evolve further. Pausing for a moment, the red-dressed woman continued, if you drink Celestial Mandate and Persona, then your persona is determined by destiny, and can only leave it to fate. Future achievements, good or bad, rely solely on a gamble with luck. What if I drink Predestined and Persona? Li Shu asked. Your persona will be predetermined, and external forces won't change you anymore. It means that even the rarest treasures can't change your body, and you can only rely on hard cultivation to gain a little. The red-dressed woman smiled, asking, "Which 2 bowls do you want to drink?" "Can I drink all 3 bowls?" Li Shu asked. "Of course, but that little Master 8 has been trapped here for decades, longing day and night to escape. Without that bowl of water, he can't leave. If you drink all 3 bowls, he will definitely fight you to the death once you leave," the red-dressed woman said. Li Shu pondered silently. "If I only drink 2 bowls of water, from the red-dressed woman's words, there will be 3 outcomes. Either my status will be fixed, hard to advance further in rank, or leave it to fate, random rank improvement, but still can't advance further in the future. The last one is that I can't use external items anymore, meaning I can't use demon cores or gemstones to enhance my rank and abilities anymore in the future. These 3 paths are dead ends. None of them will be easy." "Is there truly such magical water in this world?" Li Shu asked incredulously. "If you don't believe it, you might as well try," the red-dressed woman laughed. Of course, Li Shu wouldn't try it carelessly, so he could only ask again. "If that's the case, then I won't exchange for it. Once you've entered this room, you can't leave without drinking the water in the bowl. If you're willing to stay here and take my place, guarding this place for me, I would be most delighted," the red-dressed woman said with a smile. "How can a wooden house trap you?" Li Shu asked. The red-dressed woman looked at Li Shu with a half-smile. "You have a way with words. You wanted to say, how could this mere wooden house trap you, but it came out as if it could trap me. You're a likable young person. Since I don't quite dislike you, I'll give you a few hints. The one who built this house is a person of great destiny. To change the world is just a fleeting thought. If you want to leave this house, you better drink the water in the bowls. It's better to offend Little Master 8 than to touch this wooden house, anger its mistress, and find the vast world unable to accommodate you. Look at that Little Master 8, after all, he is a super spirit tester, yet he obediently stays inside, not daring to step outside." 439, Chapter 439, 1907 Red Cabin 3. Li Shu thought it made sense. Bai Ying had mentioned earlier that the 8th Master was a super spirit tester. If even a super spirit tester was trapped in the cottage without a solution, then even if Li Shu wore his demon armor, he might not be able to break out. After all, the energy limit of the demon armor is just super spirit. Moreover, the Lightspeed Spear is not with him now. It's being repaired by Zeman Guan, which greatly reduces its destructive power. Changing the world is just a single thought away. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Where in the world can there be such humans? Li Shu frowned and said, "I've told you everything I should. Whether you believe it or not is your own business. Your death does me no good. Why would I harm you?" The red-robed woman felt slightly annoyed seeing Li Shu's disbelief. "I just find it hard to believe that there could be such powerful people in the world." Li Shu wasn't angry. He smiled as he spoke. "Before meeting the owner of this place, I thought the same, and so did Little 8. That's why we are all trapped here, supposedly guests, but actually prisoners guarding the place." The red-robed woman sighed. "What was your status before, and how did you end up trapped here?" Li Shu asked curiously. "My status wouldn't matter even if I told you. That Little 8 was once one of the 10 elders of Longevity Heaven, thinking that with the light of the celestial mandate runes he could roam the world, seeking fortune and avoiding misfortune. But when he got here, the owner wrote a character for him to measure, which caused him to bleed from his 7 orifices and almost die on the spot. Fortunately, he was left alive to obediently become a watchdog for the place. The owner left him a path of opportunity. If he manages to obtain a bowl of water and a leaf, he can leave and regain his freedom." The red-robed woman sneered. "What about you? How can you leave here?" Li Shu asked. "I will regain freedom when 3 bowls of water are finished," the red-robed woman said. "That doesn't sound too difficult. Just find a few people to come here and drink the water." Zhou Wen pondered. "If it were that easy, it would be great. The 3 bowls, celestial mandate, predestination, and personality, can't just be drunk by anyone. They require the chosen ones of Little 8 to drink them in the cottage. I don't know what rules the owner set for Little 8, but over the years, you're the 3rd person he's let in to drink water. Didn't the 2 before drink water? How did they leave if they didn't drink?" Li Shu looked at the 3 bowls full of water and asked. "They drank, just not finished, so they died. When they died, the water automatically refilled." The red-robed woman said dispassionately, "If one doesn't drink it all, they die?" Li Shu frowned. The woman in red hadn't mentioned this before. The red-robed woman didn't answer but smiled as she asked, "Did you notice the 3 flowers in the jade vase?" "I saw them. Is there a problem?" Li Shu asked. "The 3 flowers correspond to the 3 bowls of water. If the water in one bowl dries, the corresponding flower will kill." The red-robed woman chuckled coldly. "The first person drank all the water from the white jade bowl, causing a white flower petal to fall, and he died on the spot without warning. I warned the second person about this taboo. He was clever enough to drink 2/3 from each bowl and then combine the remaining third of each into one bowl. Li Shu had considered this earlier, seemingly the only way out. Unfortunately, when he drained the water from one bowl, he was killed by the flower." The red-robed woman sighed. "Can't all 3 bowls be taken out?" Li Shu frowned and asked. "If they could, he wouldn't have died. Either you drink all 3 bowls, or 2 bowls and take one, or else the door won't open." The red-robed woman said with some frustration, "I've thought for so long but can't figure out a way for someone to leave alive. After all this talk, it turns out the effect of combining two types doesn't matter. The real issue is how to leave alive," Li Shu said. "Exactly." The red-robed woman nodded. "Leaving alive is what matters most. Whatever effect those waters have on your body is trivial compared to death. Sadly, this is an unsolvable problem. You must drink all the water to leave, but drinking it all causes death. It's a vicious cycle." Li Shu lifted the bead curtain and walked to the small table with 3 bowls and the vase of 3 flowers, sitting down and scrutinizing them. The 3 jade bowls, red, white, and black, were all as translucent as if carved from crystal jade. The water inside was clear and transparent, no different from normal pure water with no detectable scent. The jade vase was the color of mutton fat white jade. The 3 flowers in it were vibrant, like blooming roses. "Drink and die, not drink, can't leave. That's quite interesting," Li Shu murmured, looking at the 3 bowls. "You actually find this interesting? Don't you understand that if you can't break this setup, your life is over?" The red-robed woman looked at Li Shu in surprise. "May I ask your name?" Li Shu smiled and said, "You're an interesting person. I'll make an exception and tell you my name. I am Wan Kaokun." The red-robed woman thought for a moment before answering. "Wan Kaokun? What relation do you have with Wan Kaosin?" Li Shu was slightly taken aback and asked. "The Wan Kaosin you mentioned should be a young man," the red-robed woman asked. "Yes," Li Shu nodded. "Though I haven't met him, according to the Wan family genealogy, the name Xin should be from my grandson's generation. He should call me great-aunt." The red-robed woman looked at Li Shu and asked, "Do you know Wan Chaoxin? Are you his friend? He gave me some things once. Does that count as friends?" Li Shu smiled and said, 1440, Chapter 440, 19:8, a spirit leaf. The people of the Wan family can give gifts to others, so they must be very good friends. Wan Kaokun thought for a moment and said, "It's a pity. I'm afraid you won't live to get out. Otherwise you could help me deliver a message to my family. Why don't you tell me the message first, just in case I can get out alive?" Li Shu smiled. Wan Kaokun sighed. "Actually, it's nothing much. I started learning martial arts at 3, entered the trial ground at 9, achieved super spirit at 13, was undefeated within the society before 20, and left the Wan family to travel the world at 27, thinking myself invincible, yet I couldn't withstand a person's finger, guarding their home for decades. I couldn't fulfill filial duties to my parents above, nor could I marry and have children to expand the Wan family below. I don't know what to say, just want to know if my parents are still safe and sound. Sister, don't joke. You don't look like you're that old. You sound like you're in your 20s at most, not much older than me." Li Shu remarked without flattery. He indeed saw Wan Kaokun as only looking like a woman in her 20s, not believing she could be Wan Kaosin's grandmother. Wan Kaokun laughed. "Xiaoba arrived here more than 10 years later than me. How old do you think I am now?" "I don't believe it. Could you take off the veil and let me see?" Li Shu asked. Wan Kaokun hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but then reached out as if to remove the veil, revealing a smooth and tender face that looked no more than a woman in her 20s. How could she be as old as she claimed? "Looking at your face, I can't call you sisters anymore. Are you sure you're Wan Kaoxin's grandaunt?" Li Shu asked, surprised as he examined Wan Kaokun. He was truly surprised. If Wan Kaokun was indeed that old, her preservation was truly incredible. Wan Kaokun listened, her face full of delight, laughing. "In this wooden house, time seems to have frozen. My appearance hasn't changed since I first came in, though my psychological age has aged." Li Shu smiled. "With such a youthful appearance, you shouldn't be wasting away here. Once I finish drinking water, sister, you can be free. In fact, you're no more than 20-something. You can start a beautiful life anew once outside. No need for self-pity or sadness. Have you thought of a way to break through?" Wan Kaokun's eyes lit up when she saw Li Shu so calm, as if he already had a plan. "I have some immature ideas. We could give them a try," Li Shu replied. "If you can truly save me, I, Wan Kaokun, will acknowledge you as my brother. If anyone dares to trouble you, they'll be my enemy," Wan Kaokun said before thinking of something, shaking her head. "Not appropriate, not appropriate. You're friends with Wan Kaoksin. If I recognize you as my brother, it will mess up the generations." "It's not inappropriate. I'm not very close to Wan Kaosin. He just gave me something. We aren't truly acquainted. It doesn't matter. I've decided to recognize you as my sister," Li Shu said with a smile. "Recognizing such a beautiful sister isn't a loss, and she's Wan Kaosin's grandaunt. More importantly, even if Wan Kaotun isn't as powerful as she claims, she is a member of the Wan family. In the future, when he enters the realm of longevity, he will inevitably deal with the Wan family. Having this connection should reduce some troubles. Li Shu most fears trouble." Wan Kaokun nodded. "If you really can get out, we'll swear an oath of brotherhood and become siblings by different surnames." Wan Kaokun didn't really believe Li Shu could break through and escape, but found this person quite interesting. If she truly gains a brother, it should not be too dull. It's just that Wan Kaokun, trapped for decades, indeed feels too bored. Li Shu looked down at the 3 bowls of water before him, then reached out and picked up the white jade bowl. Wan Kaokun felt a surge of nervousness when she saw Li Shu pick up the bowl. Only 3 people have come after all these years. If Li Shu dies, who knows when the next person will arrive. Li Shu picked up the white jade bowl, but instead of drinking the water, to Wan Kaokun's astonished expression, he slowly poured the water from the white jade bowl into the white jade bottle. Wan Kaokun was first taken aback, then stared at the white jade bottle with surprise and joy. Li Shu's move was somewhat unexpected, yet seemed to make sense. As the water was almost poured dry, Wan Kaokun's heart uncontrollably raced. She truly feared that when the water dries, it would be the moment Li Shu dies. But until Li Shu emptied the bowl and put down the white jade bowl, the white flower in the white jade bottle showed no reaction. Li Shu then picked up the black jade bowl, pouring the water into the white jade bottle as well. After the water emptied, the black jade bowl was returned, and the black flower didn't react. Li Shu then picked up the last red jade bowl, again pouring this bowl of water in, but again the same result. After placing the red jade bowl back on the table, Li Shu looked at the white jade bottle before him, his expression subtly serious. The 3 bowls of water poured into the white jade bottle as he expected, without any danger. But now was the moment of his decision, how to drink the water in the white jade bottle. Drinking the mixed water from the 3 bowls together can avoid bodily harm, so he poured the 3 bowls of water in. 441, Chapter 441, 19:8, A Spirit Leaf 2. Now there are 2 options. One is to directly take the white jade bottle and drink the water from it. The consequence is unknown, and there's no way to explain it to the 8th Lord. The 8th Lord being angry is secondary. If the water cannot be taken back to him, the Sueho bead cannot be exchanged. The second option is to pour out another bowl from the white jade bottle. The consequence is unknown. Wan Kaokun is now full of surprise and seems to have noticed Li Shu's hesitation. He said, "You don't need to worry about that little 8. With me here, he won't dare to harm a single hair of yours." Li Shu shook his head, reached out to grasp the white jade bottle, and slowly lifted it up. The 3 flowers within the bottle were becoming increasingly radiant, nurtured by the water in the 3 bowls. The petals appeared as crystal clear as jade. Without hesitation, Li Shu tilted the bottle, and the water quickly filled the red jade bowl. Li Shu raised the white jade bottle, brought his mouth to the bottle's mouth, and drank the flowing water in gulps. As soon as the water hit his stomach, he immediately felt a warm current flowing into his belly, quickly expanding throughout his body. In no time, he felt extremely hot, as if he had just entered a hot pool from a cold one, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body, and he couldn't help but shiver. Li Shu was drenched in sweat, feeling increasingly warmer inside, but the heat wasn't scorching. Somehow, Li Shu just felt increasingly drowsy, and before long, he closed his eyes and his body fell down. He didn't know how much time passed before Li Shu woke up, feeling incredibly refreshed, as if he had worked for 3 days and nights and then had a good sleep. His body felt indescribably comfortable, as if every cell had come alive. Opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was Wan Kaokun's beautiful face, both furious and joyful. Only then did Li Shu realize that he was actually lying on Wan Kaokun's embroidered couch, with Wan Kaokun lying beside him, one arm supporting her cheek, and the other hand holding a small round fan of light gauze, gently fanning Li Shu. "Brother, you finally woke up." Seeing Li Shu awake, Wan Kaokun said with a smile on her lips, "How long did I sleep?" Li Shu stretched lazily, sitting up from the bed, and asked. "Only about 2 or 3 hours, Wan Kaokun said. "That short?" Li Shu frowned slightly. It felt much shorter than he had imagined. He got off the bed, glanced at the low table in front, and saw that the 3 bowls and the white jade bottle were still there, but the black, red, and white flowers were gone. Of the 3 bowls, 2 were still empty, and only the red jade bowl was filled with a bowl of water. "Where are the flowers?" Li Shu looked at Wan Kaokun and asked. "They're gone. After you finished drinking the water from the white jade bottle, the 3 flowers withered and decomposed into nothing." Wan Kaokun replied. Li Shu quickly checked his own body, surprised to find that he had somehow already been promoted to a C-level trial taker. Li Shu, trial taker, level, C-level, quality, Aurora, primordial embryo, quality, 4-1, symbiotic contract, evil spirit token, C-level. Forbidden Spear, C-level, talent skill, Twin Souls, evil spirit transformation, the 7th Great Taboo, no killing, the 7th Great Taboo immortality, the 7th Great Taboo unknown, ultimate light. The talent of Ultimate Light has not changed. The skill suffix of the Evil Spirit token has changed from Twin Souls to Evil Spirit Transformation, and only the Forbidden Spear has acquired an additional talent skill. After seeing this, Li Shu picked up the red jade bowl on the low table and said to Wan Kaokun, "Sister Chun, I'll take this water to 8th Lord first. You are now my brother, Wan Kaokun's, so you are not allowed to call him 8th Lord anymore. Just call him Little 8. Wan Kaokun said. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Li Shu said. "Tell him I've acknowledged you as my brother and see if he dares to accept being called 8th Lord," Wan Kaokun said indifferently. "Then I'll call him Old 8 from now on." Li Shu thought for a moment and said, "That works too." Wan Kaokun laughed and said, "I still don't know, brother, what's your name? My name is Li Shu, Wood and Child Li, Cultivation and Self-Cultivation Shu." Li Shu replied, "Little Shu, you go first. When I'm out of trouble, we will swear a blood pact. You, as my brother, I, Wan Kaokun, acknowledge." Wan Kaokun said, "Okay." Li Shu replied, holding the red jade bowl as he left the red wooden house. The wooden door, which previously couldn't be opened no matter how hard it was pushed, now opened easily, and after Li Shu walked out, it closed by itself. Chu Jun saw Li Shu coming out and hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Li Shu shook his head and walked towards the wooden house door of Eighth Lord with the red jade bowl. "You managed to trade the water back," Eighth Lord exclaimed, delighted and surprised, seeing Li Shu coming in with a bowl of water. "Eighth Lord, do you know who's in that red wooden house?" Li Shu didn't put down the water but asked with the bowl in hand. "I don't know. When I arrived here, that person was already in the red wooden house and I had never seen them. The things in the red and blue wooden houses were all told to me by the owner here." Eighth Lord shook his head and said. Li Shu nodded his head, said nothing else, set the red jade bowl in front of Old Eight, and then turned to walk out of the wooden house. "I'm going to the blue wooden house to exchange the leaves you wanted," Li Shu said, picking up another box of blue gemstones and heading towards the blue wooden house. "Be careful," Eighth Lord admonished from inside the house. Li Shu pushed open the door of the blue wooden house and saw the inside was completely different from that of the red wooden house. V442, Chapter 442, 19:8, A Spirit Leaf 3. Inside the blue house, there were no furnishings to be seen, nor any person. There was only a large tree growing within the wooden house, so thick that it took 3 people to embrace its trunk, supporting the roof like a giant pillar. The top of the tree seemed to have been chopped off by someone, showing only the trunk without any treetop. On this massive trunk, there was only one small branch about a foot long, with a single green leaf hanging from it. The trunk was ashen and withered, appearing to have been dead for many years, with dried and cracked bark in many areas. Yet that green leaf was vibrant and teeming with life. Li Shu stepped directly inside, and the door closed by itself immediately. "Is anyone there?" Li Shu called out, but there was no response. The house was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Strange, didn't Old Eight say there was someone in this house? How come there's no one here? Could the mistress of the place have deceived Old Eight? Li Shu circled the large tree, seeing nothing other than the green leaf on the small branch. Examining the green leaf more closely, he discovered a faint white pattern on it, surprisingly forming the character Spirit. "Without a person, how am I supposed to take the leaf? Should I just leave the gemstone and take the green leaf with me?" Li Shu felt it couldn't be that simple. The character on the leaf must have been left by the mistress. What does she mean by leaving a spirit character on a leaf? Li Shu pondered with a frown. After thinking for a long time without any clue, Li Shu had no choice but to place the gemstone on the ground and said, "I'll trade the gemstone for the green leaf. If there are no objections, I'll just take it." He asked 3 times, and still no one answered. Li Shu reached out to pluck the green leaf from the tree. He carefully pinched the leaf's stem, trying hard to pluck the palm-sized oval leaf. Despite applying force, pulling the branch downwards, the stem showed no signs of breaking. Li Shu had a thought and summoned the Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight swung his saber at the leaf stem with precise control, aiming only to cut down the leaf without intending to harm anything else. But to everyone's surprise, the saber couldn't cut through the seemingly soft stem, leaving no mark whatsoever. After a bout of swaying, the small branch and green leaf returned to stillness. What a resilient branch! Li Shu frowned slightly, and with a thought, the Jedi Knight entered the super spirit state. In an instant, the Jedi Knight transformed into a fully armored, glowing warrior, emitting a strong radiance like a monster. The Jedi Knight's twin blades slashed continuously, with the crimson glow of the samurai swords cutting again and again at the leaf's stem, sending the green leaf and small branch trembling vigorously, yet unable to leave a scratch. Li Shu was astonished. Although the super spirit limit of his Jedi Knight was merely 1%, it was still the power of the super spirit, far stronger than an ordinary S-class demon spirit, yet he couldn't leave even a scratch on it, such resilience. While Li Shu was distressed and helpless, an aged voice suddenly spoke. "Stop chopping, you're already dead." "Who are you?" Li Shu asked, frowning. "Who I am doesn't matter. You should hurry and leave your last words. If a later comer manages to leave alive, they might deliver your message to your family," the aged voice spoke again. Upon careful listening, Li Shu found that the voice was emanating from inside the tree. "Why tell me I'm dead only now? Why didn't you speak when I came in?" Li Shu asked while examining the tree, trying to find where the speaker was hidden. "No need to look. I'm inside the tree's trunk with no way to enter," the aged voice continued. "When you came in, I didn't speak because it was unnecessary. Regardless of what I said, it couldn't change the fact that you are destined to die. Now I'm telling you, as you have little time left, allowing you some time to leave your last words." "I have no last words to leave." "Tell me why you believe I'm already dead," Li Shu said. "Sigh, people, always the same, thinking that knowing the truth would change everything, and in the end, nothing is left behind," the aged voice sighed. "This tree is named Divine Spirit. It was once an ordinary ancient tree, but someone wrote the word spirit on its leaf, transforming it into a divine spirit. How can the body of a divine spirit allow mortal wounds? The damage you've inflicted upon it will return to you. Your spirit struck it with so many blows. Once the time comes, those damages will be inflicted upon you. Do you think you can survive so many blows? Even if the ancient tree truly has that peculiar power, it's my spirit that struck it. The power should fall upon my spirit," Li Shu said. "Humph, those criminals who wield the blade to kill, do you think the blade should be judged or the person? The divine spirit is aware, your petty tricks won't deceive it, the aged voice said disdainfully. So, it seems I'm truly going to die soon, Li Shu said. Certain death, the aged voice declared adamantly. I assume you're also trapped by the owner of this place. If you know of a way out, perhaps you could share it with me. If I manage to break free, you too can escape. If I fail, you'll have lost nothing, Li Shu said, looking at the ancient tree. Saying the same words over and over, yet nothing changes. Why waste your breath, the aged voice said. The person in the red house said the same, yet here I am alive. Everything has a possibility, and even if there isn't, having someone to talk to after being trapped for so long can't be that bad. Li Shu smiled. You broke out of the red house? The aged voice suddenly sounded a bit surprised. I tend to have good luck, Li Shu replied. How did you drink the 3 bowls of evolution liquid inside the red house? The aged voice asked. So the 3 bowls of water were called evolution liquid. Li Shu recounted how he poured the 3 bowls of evolution liquid into the white jade bottle and then drank. Only by letting go can one obtain. You did well. Thankfully, you left 1 bowl. Had you drunk all 3, you would already be dead, the aged voice said. Li Shu didn't ask why. He merely said, Could you provide some guidance on breaking free from the blue house? There's something buried beneath the tree. Retrieving it can sever the spirit leaf, the aged voice said. 443, Chapter 443, 99, Innocence, under the tree. Li Shu looked towards the base of the tree. The trunk was directly buried into the soil and no roots were visible. You don't have much time left. If you can't let go, then dig quickly. Although digging it out won't help, many have tried before. Even if you dig it out, you still won't be able to take it, the elderly voice said. Why can't it be taken out? Li Shu asked while instructing the Jedi Knights to dig the ground. The Jedi Knight slashed continuously, forcefully carving a large pit into the ground, shaking countless stems below with each strike, yet none of them broke. The attacks that strike the roots will also return to you. You had better be cautious, otherwise you'll die even more miserably. The elderly voice warned. What difference does it make? 1 cut means death, 10 cuts mean death. It's all the same, buying some extra time is good. Not only did Li Shu not heed the warning, but he urged the Jedi Knight to slash the soil with more effort, directly entering the super spirit state. Clang! The super spirit Jedi Knight had barely swung a few times when it suddenly felt like it struck metal, emitting a metallic ringing sound. Found it. Li Shu instructed the Jedi Knight to dig out the surrounding soil and indeed saw something embedded in a massive tree root. Li Shu had the Jedi Knight step back and went down himself, wiping the soil off to find a part of a black metallic handle exposed. He couldn't tell whether it was a sword handle, a knife handle, or some other weapon handle, as everything below the handle was buried deep into the massive root, unseen. Li Shu gripped the handle tightly and pulled, but the handle didn't budge an inch. It was expected, considering even the Super Spirit Jedi Knight couldn't affect the roots. This thing was stuck deep until the handle. It would be strange if it could be easily extracted. No wonder the elderly voice said even if you found this thing, you couldn't pull it out. Li Shu backed away and had the Jedi Knight go down to pull. The Jedi Knight gripped the handle with both hands and exerted force, his entire body glowing fiercely. Later, he directly entered the super spirit state, his whole body emitting an ascending glow, yet the object embedded in the root showed no signs of loosening. Why is it so tight? Li Shu frowned. Even the Jedi Knight couldn't pull it out. This thing was indeed very challenging to extract. Stop wasting your strength. You won't be able to pull it out. The elderly voice again poured cold water. Why can't it be pulled out? Li Shu asked casually. Before you, many tried all sorts of methods to pull it out, yet all failed. No one knows why it can't be extracted because no one has ever succeeded. The elderly voice paused and continued. Using brute force is useless. Forget that your magic is just barely super spirit. Even trial takers with over 80% super spirit limit have attempted to extract it and still failed. Have super spirit testers been here before? Li Shu was slightly surprised. Trial takers, magic armor masters, ordinary people? Over the years, countless have come here, yet all became fertilizer for the divine spirit tree. I've seen far too many, the elderly voice sighed. Magic armor masters too? Why did magic armor masters come here? Li Shu was somewhat surprised. Your curiosity is really strong, but you only have less than 3 minutes left. You had better think about how to use these last 3 minutes wisely, the elderly voice stated. Did the magic armor masters who came here use demon armor but still couldn't pull this thing out? Li Shu asked. Of course not. The strongest magic armor master of the Long Live Heaven lost his life here. The elderly voice said disdainfully, even super spirit couldn't extract it. How could a magic armor master possibly succeed? As a trial taker possessing super spirit magic, how could you ask such a question? Final question. Are you from the Long Live Heaven? Li Shu asked solemnly. Since even the Jedi Knight couldn't extract it, Li Shu could only use his lighting speed number 2 as the final test. It was his last card. But if the person in the tree was from Long Live Heaven, revealing his demon armor might expose the theft of the super spirit gemstone. If he could pull it out and leave here alive, Li Shu would need to consider whether to seal the secret. So he must first determine whether this person is from Long Live Heaven, like Wan Kao Chun and the Eighth Lord. Upon hearing this question, the elderly voice didn't answer immediately. It remained silent for several seconds before replying. I was once from Long Live Heaven, but later no longer was. Are you asking if I'm from Long Live Heaven? Why weren't you later? Li Shu asked again. Young man, do you really have no fear of death? You have only 2 minutes left. Are you sure you want to continue talking to me? The elderly voice seemed a bit surprised at Li Shu's composure. If you are willing, I am quite interested to know. Li Shu replied expressionlessly. His calmness was due to knowing that being unsettled was futile. Whatever had to be done should be done. Emotions wouldn't foster good results, rather might worsen them. Someone actually wants to hear my story in their final moments. Is my story so interesting? If you want to spend your life hearing a story, I will tell it to you. But this story is too long. Your time is not enough, so I will briefly tell it. The elderly voice continued. I joined Long Live Heaven for a woman, but that woman chose another person from Long Live Heaven. Hurt by that, I left Long Live Heaven and have since never had any dealings with them. 444 Tour Chapter 444, 99 Innocence 2. Is it really that simple? Li Shu was taken aback. An old voice chuckled. You have barely more than a minute left to live, yet you still want to hear a story. I've never met someone like you. If you manage to survive, I can tell you the story in detail. Sadly, your time is almost up. In that case, shall we make a promise? If I survive, will you tell me the whole story? Li Shu smiled. Such a promise is meaningless. You can't pull out that thing. You're bound to die, the old voice stated. If I die, so be it. But if I don't, will you then tell me the story? Li Shu asked. I've truly never seen anyone who wants to hear a story even in death. Fine, I'll promise you. If you manage to stay alive, I'll tell you my story in full. The old voice said solemnly, I find you to my liking. If you have any last words or wishes, speak now. If there's a day of escape, I might fulfill them for you. You need to hurry. You have less than a minute left. No need, Li Shu said as he took out the Lightspeed 2 from his backpack and donned it. The next second, the Lightspeed 2 fully enveloped Li Shu's body, and golden light patterns appeared on the black demon armor. So, you are a magic armor master. How intriguing. Did you become a magic armor master first, or a trial taker? The old voice asked with some surprise. That's a story I can tell you after I've survived, Li Shu said as he moved to the handle. He grabbed the handle with both hands, causing the demon light pattern on the Lightspeed 2 to emit a dazzling glow. Golden light surged from his body, and white smoke began to rise from the seams of the demon armor. This is a phenomenon of overheating and melting due to power overload. The Lightspeed 2 is already quite good. If it were the Lightspeed I, it would have been ruined by now. I've already told you, it's useless. You can't even pull out the super spirit, let alone the demon armor can't. The old voice hadn't finished speaking when it suddenly cried out in surprise. Between Li Shu's hands, the handle began to rise bit by bit, the exposed part emitting a piercing white light. The entire blue room was illuminated under that white light. It actually moved. The old voice was so excited it trembled. After all these years, someone finally managed to move it, giving him hope of regaining freedom. The white light from beneath the handle was like a dawn illuminating the entire room. Li Shu slowly straightened, pulling that object exuding incomparable radiance from the root, its speed increasing. White smoke rose from the Lightspeed 2 on his body, as if steam from boiling water inside continuously billowed outward. Cling! With a subtle tremor, the object was completely pulled out. Li Shu stood fully upright, holding the object in both hands, standing on the massive tree root. The intense white light on the object quickly retracted once separated from the root. Only then did Li Shu see clearly that what he pulled out from the root was neither a sword nor a knife, but a four-sided mace over 4 feet long. The mace body and handle were as black as ink, except near the handle on the mace body, where a luminous white character shone faintly. Li Shu had no time to admire the appearance of the mace. He gripped it single-handedly and leapt, swinging towards the stalk of a green leaf. The bladeless four-sided mace struck the leaf stem, surprisingly cutting it directly. While not even the sharp samurai sword of a Jedi Knight could harm it, this bladeless spiritual mace cut through it effortlessly, which seemed somewhat unscientific. Even more unscientific was what happened after Li Shu landed and caught the green leaf. Though he only cut the leaf without letting the spiritual mace touch anything else, a tree some distance away from the mace's trajectory was slashed open on a slant, its upper half sliding down from the cut, crashing against the wall. Within the hollow tree sat a monk in a gray robe. The monk, with clear, delicate features and skin so smooth it seemed to glow, resembled Tang Zeng of legend. The young monk sat cross-legged in the tree hollow, one hand raised before his chest, the other holding a string of beads, his face filled with shock and joy as he met Li Shu's gaze. Li Shu didn't have time to look at the monk. He hurried to remove the Lightspeed 2 as its internal temperature was astonishingly high, nearly roasting him. Once dropped to the ground and returned to a compressed state, the Lightspeed 2 still emitted scorching white vapor, and Li Shu figured it might soon follow the path of the Lightspeed 1 puree. I wonder what the old man will ridicule me with when I get back, Li Shu sighed, glancing down at the spiritual mace and green leaf in his hands. The spiritual mace was rather heavy, but still within a manageable range for Li Shu. However, it did not seem to be a contract. At least Li Shu didn't sense any contract energy waves from it. 445, Chapter 445, 199, Naivety 3. Trying to drip a drop of blood onto it, the blood flowed down the body of the mace and straight onto the ground, unable to be absorbed by the spiritual mace at all. What exactly is this spiritual mace? Li Shu was curious, but it wasn't the time to study it. He turned to look at the monk inside the tree hole. He thought the voice belonged to an elderly man on the brink of death, but to his surprise, it was actually a young monk with clear eyes and delicate features. The young monk's shock and joy had already subsided, and his calm demeanor had a stately solemnity to it. However, the young monk had no tonsure scars on his head, just a red dot on his brow, coupled with his rosy lips and white teeth. Li Shu's first thought was, Tang Zeng. Do you still want to hear my story? The monk asked. Can you first tell me what your Dharma name is? Li Shu asked the monk with a smile. What Dharma name? The monk was slightly startled. Aren't monks supposed to have Dharma names? Li Shu was puzzled and asked. The monk chuckled, stood up, and walked out of the tree hole, saying as he walked, I'm not a monk, I'm just naturally bald. You're not a monk, so why is there the white hair-like mark on your brow? Li Shu asked, staring at the red dot on his brow. That's not a white hair-like mark, just a red mole. The monk paused and said seriously, My name is Tang Tianjin. You can call me by my name or by my courtesy name, but please don't call me a monk. All right, Tianjin. Li Shu looked at the string of beads Tang Tianjin was fiddling with, which looked like Buddhist beads in any way, and then at Tang Tianjin's dignified face reminiscent of a Buddha. He thought to himself, is he really not a monk? Age-wise, I could be your grandfather. Can't you call me in a more formal way? Tang Tianjin sighed. I don't know how old you are, but judging by your appearance, calling you an elder is not something I could bring myself to do. You can choose between Xiaotang and Tianjin, Li Shu said. Then it's Tianjin, Tang Tianjin said with a bitter smile. All right, Tianjin, now should you tell me your story? Li Shu looked at Tang Tianjin and smiled. Tang Tianjin sighed again. The story is very complicated. Let's wait until we get out of here. I'm not in a hurry, you can talk slowly. Li Shu was unfazed. He was still waiting for the demon armor's cooldown, and as the cooling system was running, the temperature hadn't dropped, so he didn't dare to pick it up. It was too hot to handle. All right. Tang Tianjin reluctantly said, The story roughly goes like this. I fell in love with a beautiful lady of the everlasting heaven. At first, the lady quite liked me too, so for her sake, I joined the everlasting heaven. But later, she left me for some reason and went to be with someone else, so in my sorrow, I left the everlasting heaven and have not had any contact with them since. Was it then that your hair fell out? Li Shu asked. No, I was born without hair. Her leaving me has nothing to do with it. You're overthinking. Tang Tianjin saw Li Shu's face full of disbelief and was helpless too. Everyone who heard his story thought he went bald because of unrequited love, but he truly hadn't done that. He was just born without hair. Your account is too sketchy. Where's the full version of the story you promised? Li Shu was a bit displeased. That's how the story goes. Tang Tianjin was adamant, insisting that's it. Li Shu realized that when Tang Tianjin agreed to tell him the story, he didn't really expect Li Shu to survive, and now he was evidently regretting it. With Li Shu staring at him silently, Tang Tianjin showed no guilt, meeting Li Shu's gaze as if nothing were amiss. I get it. A man as handsome and charismatic as you, with such smooth skin, doesn't look like he's from a poor background. There could only be one reason the lady broke up with you, I understand. Li Shu glanced at a certain indescribable part of Tang Tianjin and turned towards the room door, intending to open it and leave. Tang Tianjin's face turned red instantly, watching Li Shu about to open the door and go out. He gritted his teeth and said, It's not what you think, it's about my appearance. With your looks, you're at least close to the world's most handsome man. What more is there to explain? We are all men, we understand. Li Shu nodded. Tang Tianjin's eye twitched and he suddenly cursed, Damn it, I said it's about my appearance. That woman said, whenever she is with me, she feels like she's dishonoring the divine spirit, bearing too much psychological pressure to bear. Li Shu was stunned. Then he carefully examined Tang Tianjin's appearance again. Prominent forehead, square chin, fleshy cheeks, round drooping ears, clear eyes, and a red mole on the brow. This really was good-looking, but, according to his description, Li Shu found his looks indeed slightly too upright, too compassionate. Ha! Imagining the picture Tang Tianjin portrayed, Li Shu couldn't help bursting into laughter. If you keep laughing, see what happens? Tang Tianjin said through gritted teeth. Li Shu held back his laughter, realizing it wasn't nice, and forced a calm tone. Tianjin, this isn't a big deal. Just find a lady with better psychological resilience. I'm going out now. If you can leave, then let's leave together. Tang Tianjin restrained himself and followed Li Shu out of the blue wooden house. When Chu Jun saw Li Shu come out, he was overjoyed, but when he saw a young monk with delicate features and rosy lips following behind Li Shu, he was slightly startled. We can talk later. I'm going to swap the beads first. Li Shu took the green leaf and made his way to the wooden house where Eighth Lord was located. A446, Chapter 446, 200, Sworn Brotherhood. You brought it back. Uncle Eight looked at the green leaf in Li Shu's hand, his hands uncontrollably trembling. Calm down. Give me the jewel first. Li Shu withdrew the green leaf into his grasp. Uncle Eight nodded, stood up, moved the stool to under the beam, stepped on it, and took down the jewel hanging from the beam, handing it to Li Shu. Li Shu accepted the jewel before giving the green leaf to Uncle 8. With trembling hands, Uncle 8 received the green leaf and carefully cupped it in his hands, then returned to the table and placed the leaf into a bowl full of water. As soon as the leaf entered the water, the originally clear liquid immediately turned emerald green. The leaf seemed to melt. Moments later it disappeared, leaving only a bowl of green broth. Uncle 8 lifted the bowl and drank the green broth in large sips. Li Shu stared at Uncle 8, wanting to see what reaction he would have after drinking, but it seemed as though there was no reaction at all. Uncle 8 laughed heartily as he walked towards the door. After exiting the wooden house, he basked in the sunlight, closing his eyes and spreading his arms wide, seemingly embracing the air of freedom. "Little 8, what are you doing?" a charming woman's voice sounded. Uncle 8 was slightly angry. Apart from the mistress of this place, who else dared to call him Little 8? Were they tired of living? But upon turning his head, Uncle 8 stared wide-eyed. You are Wan Kao-kun. How are you here? Your face." Wan Kao-kun came out of the red house and ignored Uncle 8, walked straight to Li Shu and grabbed Li Shu's hand, saying, "I said I acknowledged you as my brother, now let's swear a blood oath to become siblings." As she spoke, Wan Kao-kun took out 2 jade bowls, one white and one black, placed them on the stone steps, then waved her hand, and a strange light fell into the bowls, drawing the surrounding moisture rapidly into them, quickly becoming 2 full bowls of water. Wan Kao-kun bit her hand, squeezed 2 drops of blood, and dripped one into each bowl, then looked at Li Shu. Li Shu was a bit annoyed. He just wanted to recognize her as his sister, not partake in any blood oaths, but Wan Kao-kun truly wanted to swear a blood oath. Given the present situation, Li Shu couldn't refuse, so he reluctantly cut his finger and dripped his own blood into the bowls. "Wait, since we are all companions in exile, should I not be included as well?" Tang Tianzhen suddenly walked over, smiling. "Who are you, and what qualifies you to be sworn siblings with me?" Wan Kao-kun frowned. "You live in the red house, I live in the blue house. We've lived in the same yard for decades. Isn't it destiny?" Tang Tianzhen still smiled, showing no sign of anger. "You're from the blue house?" Wan Kao-kun sized up Tang Tianzhen in surprise. When Wan Kao-kun arrived, there were already people in the blue house, so she didn't know who resided there, only knowing that Uncle 8 was in the middle wooden house. "That makes sense, since we've lived in the same yard for decades. That's quite the destiny. Count me in too," Uncle 8 chimed in, smiling. His gaze fell on Wan Kao-kun, seemingly curious about whether she would agree or not. Wan Kao-kun ignored Uncle 8, only stared at Tang Tianzhen, and after a long while she faintly said, "If that's the case, let's do it together. Since we're swearing, including one more friend shouldn't be an issue." Li Shu pulled over Chu Jun. Chu Jun was somewhat reluctant. He didn't want to partake in these sworn sibling affairs, but had no choice after being forcefully brought over by Li Shu. Uncle 8 took out his red jade bowl, but there were only 3 bowls, which were insufficient for the 5 of them. Wan Kao-kun handed the white jade bottle to Li Shu with a smile. "Li Shu, let's share a bottle together." "All right." Li Shu nodded. All 5 made the blood oath again. Just as they were about to drink, Uncle 8 said, "Wait, we haven't decided the hierarchy yet." Uncle 8's gaze swept across everyone. Then he smiled and said, "Spring Sister suggested this, so naturally she is the deserving eldest sister, worthy of first place." No one spoke, so Uncle 8 glanced at Tang Tianzhen and said, "This master should be a learned monk, worthy of the second position." "I'm not a monk. My name is Tang Tianzhen," Tang Tianzhen said calmly. "Then Brother Tang is the second brother," Uncle 8 immediately chimed in with a smile. Having said that, Uncle 8 turned his eyes to Li Shu and Chu Jun, his smile growing, just about to speak when Chu Jun said, "I have money, so I won't be 5th. "Money? How much can you possibly have?" Uncle 8 sneered dismissively. "This yard is built on my family's land. What do you think?" Chu Jun muttered. He deliberately made things difficult for Uncle 8. It was obvious that Uncle 8 was bullying the weak and fearing the strong, flattering Wan Kao-kun and Tang Tianzhen first, selfishly wanting to be third, ignoring age in determining hierarchy. "You're from the Chu family?" Uncle 8 was slightly stunned. "Chu family heir," Chu Jun corrected. Uncle 8 rolled his eyes and smiled. "I've lived on Chu land for decades. Naturally, I must respect the owner. Brother Chu deserves the 3rd place." Speaking, Uncle 8 again looked at Li Shu. "I won't be 5th. Figure it out yourself," Li Shu said calmly. 4447, Chapter 447, 200, Sworn Brotherhood 2. This, Yuba felt a bit uneasy. "I only recognize Xiao Shu." Seeing Yuba looking at him, Wan Chaoken said calmly, In the end, Yuba had no choice but to settle for the 5th position. Above him were 3 brothers and a sister, yet Yuba still seemed very happy. When it came to the oath-taking part, Yuba directly took the lead and swore, "Today I, Yuba, with Wan Kayakan, Tang Tianzhen, Chu Jun, and Li Shu, form a sworn brotherhood, not seeking to be born in the same year, month, and day, but seeking—" "Hold on." Wan Kayakan interrupted Yuba, saying coldly, "You're already half buried, you old man, who wants to live and die with you." Yuba awkwardly smiled, then said, "Big Sister's lesson is right. I did not think it through. I'll say it again. Today I, Yuba, with not seeking to be born in the same year, month, and day, but seeking to support each other, help one another, unite as one, not harming each other, not betraying the brotherhood and sisterhood, not, if violated, may heaven's 5 thunders strike, may we not die well, descend to 18 layers of hell to never reincarnate, bear children without a posterior, get hit by a car when. Stepping out, and the whole family contract aides, Li Shu and Chu Jun, stared dumbfounded at him, not knowing what the hell he was up to. As the oath grew increasingly venomous, Yuba swore for several good minutes. If not for Wan Chaochun's glare, he might have continued. Your turn now. Yuba looked at the others. The same. Wan Kaokun said. Li Shu and the others also followed suit. The 4 then finished their oath, and then each drank their own blood. Wan Kaokun picked up the white jade bottle, drank a sip, and then handed it to Li Shu. Li Shu took it, drank a sip, and returned it to Wan Kaokun. From today onwards, you're my 4th brother. If anyone bullies you, just come find me. Wan Kaokun said to Li Shu, then added, I've been away from home for many years. I need to go home first. Let's gather again later. With that, Wan Kaokun turned and left. Seeing Wan Kaokun leave, Yuba cupped his hands and said, 3 brothers, I also have relatives waiting at home. I'll leave first, and we'll reminisce another day. After Yuba left, Li Shu and Chu Jun looked at Tang Tianzhen. My parents have long passed away, and I have no children. Now alone and with nowhere to go, I'm used to living here for decades, so I'll continue to live here. Tang Tianzhen said. If you don't mind, second brother, you can come back to City of Light with us. Li Shu said. 4th brother, don't worry, I long have no ties with Changsheng Heaven. Tang Tianzhen seemed to see through Li Shu's thoughts, smiled, and said, City of Light always welcomes second brother. Li Shu also smiled. Everything was understood without words. After Li Shu and Chu Jun bid farewell to Tang Tianzhen, they went to White Knight City. Li Shu, why do you think those 3 insist on forming a sworn brotherhood with us? Chu Jun wasn't a fool, could naturally see there was a problem, especially with that old 8th. Li Shu shook his head and said, I know something about Wan Kaokun, but I don't know much about Tang Tianzhen. As for the old 8th, he seems to fear Wan Kaokun a lot. He probably doesn't know Tang Tianzhen either, but seeing Wan Kaotun seemed to be cautious of Tang Tianzhen, so he is also very wary of Tang Tianzhen. That old guy swore such a vicious oath because he's afraid. Chu Jun realized, said with a laugh. Li Shu laughed. That's good. If Wan Kaotun ever wants to turn against me, it will at least make him think twice. She seems nice to you. Why would she turn against you? Chu Jun asked puzzledly. She's Wan Chaoxin's grandaunt, Li Shu explained. So, wouldn't that make us like Wan Chaoxin's ancestors? Chu Jun said, scratching his chin. The 2 hurried to White Knight City, and on the way, Li Shu was constantly studying the spiritual mace in his hand. This spiritual mace is quite strange. Li Shu already confirmed that it's not a contract. It seems to be just a weapon made of metal. Apart from the Ling character on the mace, there's no other special feature. But having pulled it out, Li Shu knew very well that this thing is not as simple as it appears. In fact, even if Lightspeed Spear's power were fully unleashed, it couldn't pull it out from the tree roots. The reason it was eventually pulled out wasn't entirely due to the Lightspeed Spear's immense power after overload. Instead, the Ling character on the mace resonated with Li Shu's spiritual sense after crossing the line, causing the mace to vibrate, which made the roots holding it loosen, allowing it to be pulled out. This thing, like the demon armor, reacts to spiritual sense. However, its requirements are higher, and it can only react after I cross the line. Moreover, the spiritual mace is different from the demon armor. The demon armor relies on demonic light as energy, but the spiritual mace contains no demonic light, nor does it emit demonic light upon activation. Yet, the power it unleashes seems more terrifying than top-tier demon armor. Li Shu researched for a long time and found that only after his spiritual sense crosses the line can it unleash its power. The destruction force the spiritual mace can unleash after being powered surpasses even the Lightspeed Spear. However, the spiritual mace has a problem. As Li Shu keeps activating it, the Ling character on the mace becomes more and more vivid, as if it might come to life and fly off the mace. Li Shu has a hunch that the Ling character might really fly off from the mace, and when that happens, there will surely be significant events to follow. 448, Chapter 448-200, Sworn Brotherhood 3. When they arrived in White Knight City, Chu Jun arranged for Li Shu to stay in the guest room of the Chu family's courtyard while he hurried away. Li Shu lay on the bed, holding the white jade bead in his hand, playing with it repeatedly. The jade bead was crystal clear, with a mist inside that flowed like milk, looking exceptionally magical. Li Shu couldn't determine whether this was the Suiho bead as the vase monster mentioned, but he could confirm it was undoubtedly the demon spirit gemstone. Holding this jade bead, Li Shu continuously felt waves of hunger from his abdomen, as if urging him to quickly swallow the bead. The magic spirit infant in my stomach likely relies on some special substance in the demon spirit gemstone to evolve. Its level is not sufficient for evolution, and my level cannot increase either, which is indeed hard to justify. Li Shu didn't immediately turn the jade bead into a demon spirit. Even if it's a parasitic relationship, it doesn't make sense that if the magic spirit infant doesn't ascend, neither can he. This relationship doesn't entirely resemble parasitism. It seems more like a symbiotic contract with Li Shu. Those 3 bowls of evolution liquid can upgrade both me and the magic spirit infant simultaneously, but I don't know what their origin is. What kind of existence is the owner of Good Luck Slope? Why build such a courtyard on Good Luck Slope, and why place so many strange things here, also trapping Wan Keo-kun and the others? Li Shu was somewhat puzzled about what the owner of Good Luck Slope intended. If the purpose was merely to imprison Wan Keo-kun and the others, there was no need to leave so many things inside. If imprisoning Wan Keo-kun and the others was to guard the treasures of the family, then Wan Keo-kun and they were counterproductive, not only unable to help guard the treasure but could become internal aids. Could it be that the female owner wants to give these treasures away? Or does she want to use the treasures to lure others to their deaths? Li Shu couldn't figure out the logic anyway. He had never seen a normal person do such things. With severe hunger in his stomach, Li Shu dripped blood on the jade bead to turn it into a demon spirit ring. The blood dripped on the crystal surface of the bead and was gradually absorbed by the jade bead, but the next moment, the white mist inside the jade bead churned, rejecting Li Shu. The entire bead vibrated, escaping from Li Shu's hand and falling to the ground. A large amount of mist sprayed from the jade bead, covering the whole room's floor like dry ice, making the tables, chairs, and bed seem as though suspended in clouds. Just as Li Shu frowned, a white head emerged from the thick white mist, raising its head to stare at Li Shu. The head was clearly a snake head carved out of white jade, the size of a bucket, with wicked snake eyes coldly staring at Li Shu. The vase monster indeed used another sinister trick. This magic spirit hasn't completely severed ties with him and remains his magic spirit, making it impossible to form a new contract. Li Shu looked at the white jade-like snake and immediately summoned the Jedi Knight to stand in front of him. The Jedi Knight faced off with the white snake. The white snake did not initiate an attack, and Li Shu did not direct the Jedi Knight to attack. After all, this was the Chu family. If a fight broke out here and damaged someone's house, it wouldn't be appropriate. Although the white snake wasn't completely disconnected from the vase monster, the distance between them and the trial gate separation might prevent the vase monster from controlling the white snake. A peaceful resolution wasn't entirely impossible. The white snake's non-aggressive stance seemed to confirm Li Shu's thoughts. Li Shu was contemplating how to turn the white snake back into a jade bead when his body suddenly underwent a transformation. Strings of crystal liquid began oozing from his body, as if every pore was exuding liquid. Within moments, Li Shu's entire body was enveloped in the white liquid, which then hardened into a crystal shell, making Li Shu appear spirit-like. Why did the magic spirit infant come out voluntarily this time? Li Shu was somewhat surprised. The last time the magic spirit infant emerged was due to life-threatening danger, but this time there was no threat, yet it still came out, which wasn't a good sign. Li Shu felt his body being moved by a powerful force, walking involuntarily towards the white snake. The white snake shivered as it saw Li Shu approaching, retreating as if frightened. But the room wasn't very large. It retreated not far before hitting the wall, leaving it with nowhere to go. Li Shu, controlled by the magic spirit infant, reached out to touch the trembling body of the white snake. The next moment, the crystal shell on Li Shu's body began to melt, flowing towards the white snake, covering its scales. Li Shu was delighted. Could it be that the magic spirit infant discovered the white snake demon spirit has greater parasitic value, so it intends to leave me and parasitize it? The white liquid on Li Shu's body diminished, while the amount on the white snake increased, soon enveloping its entire body. The white liquid on Li Shu was scant, leaving just a bit of white mucus connected to the white snake's white liquid at his fingertips. It's finally leaving. Li Shu watched as the white liquid nearly detached from his fingertip but suddenly changed his expression. The white liquid about to separate instantly adhered again, with large quantities flowing back into Li Shu's body. Li Shu frantically shook his hand, attempting to fling away the last bit of white liquid. But it was futile. The bulk bounced back, landed on him, seeped into his pores, and quickly disappeared. Li Shu finally noticed that the white snake enveloped by the white liquid had vanished. He hurriedly looked down at his finger and indeed found a white jade ring, definitely the demon spirit ring resulting from the magic spirit infant swallowing the jade bead. Li Shu sighed and carefully examined the magic spirit's information. At this point, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. 449, Chapter 449, 21, Dragon Vein Spirit, capable of evolving into a magical spirit. Level, S level. Quality, Radiant. Super Spirit limit, 99%. Talent skills, Celestial Luck, Earth Luck, Human Luck, Lucky Strike, Guaranteed Slash. Celestial Luck, aided by the heavens, enhances fortune. Earth Luck, aided by the earth, enhances fortune. Human Luck, aided by people, enhances fortune. Celestial's Will Strike. The Celestial's Will Strike imbued with the fortune of heaven and earth. Guaranteed Slash. Using this talent skill, one is guaranteed to be slashed. These talent skills may seem peculiar, but a closer examination reveals that they are incredibly useful. The heaven, earth, and human 3 luck need no explanation, as carrying fortune surely brings great luck. Increasing even a bit of good fortune is already very powerful, not to mention that being a talent skill, it may have other uses. Celestial's Will Strike, as Li Shu understands it, combined with the reference of the last skill, is likely a sure hit strike. Every attack will surely connect, which could be an extremely powerful ability. Even when all four skills are combined, none are as potent as the last skill, Guaranteed Slash. It sounds like a completely useless or even counterproductive talent skill, but in reality, it is the strongest talent skill of the Dragon Vein Spirit. Imagine if Li Shu encountered an unbeatable enemy and the opponent's blade was about to descend on his neck, with no way to evade or block, Li Shu would surely be doomed. But then, the Dragon Vein Spirit beside him suddenly activated the Guaranteed Slash skill, and the blade's trajectory was forcibly altered, slicing into the Dragon Vein Spirit instead, allowing Li Shu to avoid a deadly disaster. It's practically a super spirit life-saving skill. Its effects don't stop there. When the trajectory is forcibly changed, the opponent's behavior and actions will inevitably expose flaws, creating the perfect opportunity to defeat the enemy. One could say this skill is explosively strong. The talent skills of the Dragon Vein Spirit are very powerful talent skills for Li Shu. Moreover, it is already in the super spirit state, with a super spirit limit of 99%. Such a magical spirit is not easy to find. Now, the Dragon Vein Spirit is the strongest magical spirit in Li Shu's arsenal, without a doubt, as the Jedi Knight's 1% super spirit limit is clearly lacking in front of the Dragon Vein Spirit. Li Shu summoned the Dragon Vein Spirit, and a white giant serpent appeared before him. However, atop this serpent's head, there was a pair of horns. Whether you call it a dragon, it indeed looked like a serpent and had no claws. Calling it a serpent, its head had horns, though they were two bald and straight spikes, like two sharp cones, also not resembling traditional dragon horns. The Dragon Vein Spirit was shrouded in a jade-like glow, as if amidst clouds and mist. It seemed both real and illusory, as if one could see it clearly yet not at all, but with such a colossal body spanning dozens of meters, its strength was undoubtedly formidable. Being in another person's home, Li Shu couldn't test its super spirit state or talent skills and had to put the Dragon Vein Spirit away again. If the vase monster knew I took the Sueho bead, he would probably be so angry he'd spit blood, Li Shu thought to himself. In fact, at this moment, the vase monster wasn't just spitting blood in anger, but was indeed spitting blood. The tree face on the spirit-eating tree was coughing violently, occasionally coughing up horrifying blood. How is it possible that my contract with the Dragon Vein Spirit has been severed? How is this possible? With the fortune of heaven, earth, and human luck combined, the Dragon Vein Spirit can't be forcibly severed from its contract. Impossible, the tree face exclaimed incredulously while coughing up blood. Having the contract magical spirit forcibly taken away, the tree face suffered a backlash from the contract. If not for being parasitized on the spirit-eating tree, if he were still in his original flesh and blood form, the backlash might have cost him half his life. Even being part of the spirit-eating tree, the backlash wasn't that severe, but the tree face still wasn't in a good state. After putting away the Dragon Vein Spirit, Li Shu began to study the changes after advancing to sea level. The improvement in primordial embryo quality needs no mention, the main focus being those talent skills. The Ultimate Light hadn't revealed any new talent skills, but its percentage reached 40%. The Evil Spirit token didn't gain any new talent skills either, still only having Twin Souls. However, the Twin Souls later transformed into Evil Spirit transformation. Li Shu tried slightly, and the Evil Spirit token could still take the form of the Forbidden Spear, possessing all capabilities of the Forbidden Spear, with nothing else particularly noteworthy for the time being. The Forbidden Spear gained an additional talent skill, the 7th Great Taboo Unlucky, stating that creatures struck by this misfortune bullet will suffer unluckiness. What this unluckiness truly entails will have to wait for testing in future battles. Just 3 more levels to reach S level, got to speed up. Li Shu's promotion speed was already quite fast, yet he was not satisfied. Previously, whatever Li Shu learnt, he grasped immediately. Such a promotion speed was a bit slow for him, but it gave him a sense of different enjoyment. Chu Jun left for quite a while and hadn't returned, perhaps being scolded by each family member in turn. As mealtime approached, Li Shu felt a bit hungry and decided to go out to get something to eat. As he opened the door, he was startled, almost thinking he had seen a ghost. A man standing expressionlessly right by the door with a somewhat rigid face looked like a cross between a zombie or someone who'd had excessive cosmetic surgery. Opening the door and seeing such a person would startle almost anyone. 450. Chapter 450, 2001, Dragon Vein Spirit 2. Who are you? What are you doing standing here? Li Shu naturally didn't suspect him of peeping. In fact, there wasn't even a cat's eye on the door, making it impossible to see inside from here. Moreover, when Li Shu first arrived, he tested it, and the room's soundproofing was quite good. Even with the television at maximum volume inside, no sound could be heard outside, indicating the room had been soundproofed. Chuchi, the master asked me to follow you. The man spoke without any change in his facial expression. Except for his mouth, none of the muscles or skin on his face moved, as if it wasn't his real face but a human skin mask. The man's words were incomplete, but Li Shu understood. This expressionless man should be called Chu-Chi, sent by the master he referred to follow Li Shu. It was just unclear who this master was. It could be the current city lord of White Knight City, or perhaps Chu Jun's grandfather. How long have you been standing here? Li Shu asked as he looked at Chu-Chi. Chu-Chi raised his wrist, looked at his watch, and replied, 37 minutes. Thank your master for me, but I don't need anyone taking care of me, Li Shu said, preparing to leave. The master ordered me to not leave your side and to ensure you aren't harmed and don't harm others, Chu-Chi said woodenly. Li Shu stared at Chu-Chi, thinking, could this guy be a robot? Chu-Chi, right? Did your master say I can't go out? Li Shu, knowing not to get angry at someone following orders, asked with a smile. No, he didn't, Chu-Chi responded. That's fine. I'm going out to eat. You can follow me, Li Shu said as he moved Chu-Chi's arm aside and walked out. Chu-Chi hesitated for a moment but didn't stop Li Shu. He just followed closely behind him. Li Shu was not short, but this guy was half a head taller than him, probably over 2 meters, and very well built. He was strong, not fat. Aside from his expressionless face, his movements were swift. Just as Li Shu and Chu-Chi stepped out of the building, they were met by a few young men and women who appeared to be in their 20s or 30s, blocking their path. Are you Li Shu? One of the men sized up Li Shu and asked. Yes, what can I do for you? Li Shu asked calmly. I am Chu Sangguai. I've heard your demon spirit is formidable. I'd like to test whether your demon spirit is stronger or the Chu family's demon armor, Chu Sangguai said. Before Li Shu could say anything, Chu-Chi stepped in front of him and said to Chu Sangguai and his group, the master has ordered that no one is to harm Li Shu. Please, young masters and ladies, go back. Li Shu, as the rightful city lord, shouldn't you face your challenges like a man? Chu Sangguai was evidently wary of Chu-Chi, not daring to push him aside, trying instead to provoke Li Shu into fighting. Li Shu had no interest in playing games with these people and simply walked around them. Chu Sangguai's group wanted to stop Li Shu, but Chu-Chi blocked them, and all they could do was glare helplessly. Li Shu, are you even a man, not daring to say anything back? Chu Sangguai's group started taunting him. Li Shu ignored them and kept walking, secretly admiring. The Chu family's upbringing isn't bad. These guys can't even hurl insults properly. If it were Shale here, words like garbage and waste would have rained down by now instead of such subtle taunts. Li Shu ignored them. With Chu-Chi holding them back, they had no choice but to watch as Li Shu walked away. Chu-Chi, where's a good place to eat in White Knight City? Li Shu asked Chu-Chi beside him. Chonghui Street's Niu family buns are delicious, Chu-Chi answered confidently. Buns? Are buns a local specialty of White Knight City? Are they really that good? Li Shu asked skeptically. Yes, they're delicious, Chu-Chi affirmed again. All right, let's try Niu family buns then. Li Shu let Chu-Chi lead the way, and they walked 2 streets, turned a corner, and reached the Niu family bun shop Chu-Chi mentioned. The shop sign read Niu family buns. Chu-Chi seemed familiar with the place, and after sitting down, he directly called out, Boss, give me 20 buns. Can the 2 of us really eat that much? Li Shu laughed. How many do you want? Chu-Chi looked up and asked Li Shu. Li Shu looked at the neighboring table where someone was eating buns as big as an adult man's fist, then said, I'll just have 3. What fillings are there? Only beef fillings. After Chu-Chi said that, he shouted to the boss, add 3 more buns. Hearing this, Li Shu twitched his lips, realizing that the 20 buns Chu-Chi ordered were all for himself and didn't include him at all. Soon, steaming buns were served, filling 2 large plates, stacked like small hills. Li Shu took a bun and tasted it, finding the skin soft and the meat juicy, with a mouthful of aroma. The taste was okay, but not as good as he imagined. For Li Shu, it was a bit too greasy. Chapter 451, 200 in Dragon Vein Spirit 3. Li Shu ordered another bowl of porridge, and eating buns with the porridge was not too bad. By the time Li Shu finished 1 bun, Chu-Chi had already devoured almost a whole plate, probably eating 7 or 8 buns. When Li Shu finished his 2nd bun, there were only 4 buns left on the 2 large plates. I can't eat anymore, Li Shu said, putting down his bowl. I'll eat the rest, Chu-Chi said simply, stuffing another bun into his mouth. Chu-Chi, doesn't the City Lord's mansion provide meals? Li Shu looked at Chu-Chi, feeling like he must have never had enough to eat before. They do, but not as delicious as these buns, Chu-Chi replied. Li Shu finally understood that these Niujia buns must be something Chu-Chi loved, not some famous dish of White Knight City. Are you a magic armor master? Li Shu glanced at the large backpack on Chu-Chi's back, which was a huge mountaineering bag fully packed, and this guy never put it down. No. Chu-Chi shook his head. Li Shu was a bit surprised. He thought Chu-Chi was carrying some demon armor, but it turned out he wasn't a magic armor master, so it wasn't demon armor. If it wasn't demon armor, what was he carrying that never left his side? What's in your backpack? Li Shu couldn't help but ask. Demon armor. Chu-Chi's answer surprised Li Shu again. You're not a magic armor master, so why are you carrying a demon armor? Li Shu was even more curious. The old man is afraid this demon armor would be stolen, so he told me to carry it, Chu-Chi answered. The more Li Shu heard, the stranger it seemed. In a place like White Knight City where demon armor is produced in vast quantities, how is there nowhere to store demon armor, leaving Chuchi to carry it around all day? If they're afraid of the armor being stolen, wouldn't having a person carry it make it easier to be stolen? People do sleep after all, and it's impossible to stay alert 24 hours a day. Walking around with it so conspicuously, is it really safer than storing it in a warehouse? What kind of demon armor is it? Can I take a look? Li Shu asked with a smile. No, Chuchi refused bluntly. Not giving up, Li Shu said. Your old man is afraid the demon armor might be stolen, so he had you carry it. What if someone snatches it from you? It can't be snatched as long as I'm here, Chuchi said as he stuffed the last bun into his belly. He seemed slightly unsatisfied, but he paid and took Li Shu out of the Niujia bun shop. So, you're a trial taker? Li Shu asked as they walked. Yes, Chuchi nodded. What level? Li Shu was somewhat curious. There must be trial takers in White Knight City, but likely not many, just like in Space City. Chuchi said expressionlessly, his words very concise. Is there a trial gate in White Knight City? Li Shu hadn't heard of there being a trial gate in White Knight City. There's one over 100 kilometers south of the city. You can get there quickly by express train, Chuchi said. I'm a trial taker too. Can you take me to see it? Li Shu was genuinely curious about what a trial gate is like in a gemstone-scarce place like White Knight City. Sure, but you'll have to use your own gemstone to open the gate, Chuchi said. No problem. What kind of gemstone is needed to open the gate? Li Shu asked with a smile. Black sapphire, Chuchi answered. Shandong sapphire? Li Shu thought for a moment and immediately understood what Chuchi was talking about. In the White Knight City area, gemstone resources are indeed scarce. In places that produce gemstones, most are like aquamarine and rarely have veins of the 5 great gemstones. Shandong sapphire is a special case. Though it's a sapphire, it's a bit darker than sapphires from other regions, and as early as the Old Era, when its value was discovered by foreigners, most high-quality rough stones were looted. Later on, high-quality rough stones became scarcer. Many were dim in color, lacked transparency, and even had pure black colors, hence why some call it black sapphire. However, high-quality Shandong sapphire is very distinctive. Its blue color is very unique, with some shades showing a green tint, unlike sapphires from other regions, and those in the know can easily recognize it. It is said there are even dual-colored red and blue mandarin duck sapphires, though Li Shu had only heard about them and never seen one. Is there a shop selling gemstones near the trial gate? I don't have any black sapphires on me and need to buy some, Li Shu pondered aloud. Yes, we'll buy them when we arrive. Chuchi took Li Shu to the station. After they boarded the transport vehicle, they headed directly to the trial gate Chuchi mentioned. On the way, Li Shu and Chuchi talked about the topics surrounding the trial gate. Chuchi told Li Shu the trial gate was called the Demon Tower, and the trial ground was indeed a demon tower. The trial project was very singular, climbing the Demon Tower. The higher the trial difficulty, the higher you need to climb. But how many floors this demon tower had was still unknown since no one had reached the top. It seemed as if the demon tower had no top. Of course, it could also be because there are very few trial takers in White Knight City, so it's normal for no one to have reached the top. After getting off the station, Chuchi called for another vehicle, riding with Li Shu over the bumpy old asphalt road for half an hour before finally reaching the trial gate known as the Demon Tower. The Demon Gate was unexpectedly located in an abandoned factory courtyard. This factory had long gone bankrupt, with many sections of the walls and plant buildings collapsed. Not a single human shadow could be seen nearby, nor was there any guard for this trial gate. Clearly, the people from White Knight City didn't value it, and it was unknown if any trial takers ever came here. Next to the trial gate, in a small shack, a young man was lazily sitting in a chair. On the table in front of him laid a piece of torn cloth with various gemstones casually thrown on it. Most of those gemstones were dark in color, some black and some an inky blue, and they didn't seem very transparent. There were also some blue-green gemstones that were slightly more transparent but had a lot of impurities. The gemstones varied in size, the smallest being 1 or 2 carats, the largest possibly several tens of carats. Many were polished into pebble shapes without any faceting, generally the way lower-quality gemstones were handled. As Li Shu examined those sapphires, he felt a sense of hunger in his stomach again, surprisingly. 452, Chapter 452, 2002, Demon Tower, Brother Chi, back to conquer the Demon Tower again. The young shop owner saw Chuchi and immediately stood up with a smile. Yes. Chuchi responded with a nod. There aren't many people as persistent as Brother Chi nowadays. Those coming to challenge the Demon Tower are getting fewer. I saw videos online. Many places outside are hosting demon spirit competitions. I heard many who used to come here have gone to the Southern Cross Federation, and my business is getting worse. The young shop owner sighed. Why go so far when the trial gate is free here? Li Shu asked. The young shop owner shook his head and said, They have demon spirits over there. There's no such thing here. Who would stick around here endlessly? Why aren't there demon spirits? Li Shu asked, puzzled. Only those who reach the top of the Demon Tower can enter the area that trial takers talk about. But the tower is too high, no one can reach the top. Without entering the land of trial, where can you get demon spirits? Not to mention the demon spirits, you can't even earn rewards like skill talents. Who would stick around here? The young shop owner pointed to the gemstones on the table and said, "Brother, you're from out of town, right? Pick whatever you like. I'll give you a 10% discount for Brother Chee's sake. The prices have dropped today. The small ones are 45 per carat. Pick and choose as you like. These blue ones are 160 per carat. Big ones aren't expensive either. The price really was cheap, though the quality was quite ordinary." Li Shu looked at Chu Chi and asked, "How many gemstones are needed to open the gate?" "Just 10 carats or more of black sapphire will do," Chu Chi replied. Li Shu glanced at the gemstones on the table, split them with his hand, pointed at half of them and said, "I'll take all of these. Calculate how much." The young man had never seen such a lavish buyer. His eyes immediately lit up, his face beaming with smiles. "Today I met a big boss. No wonder you're Brother Chi's friend. Let me calculate for you." The young shop owner took out a precise electronic scale and weighed and packed the gemstones into small plastic bags, 10 per pack. The small ones are 106 carats, the bigger ones are 137 carats, the blue ones are 54 carats, the larger ones are pricier. The young shop owner was weighing and rapidly pressing the buttons on a calculator. "The total is 78,066, but I'll round off and give you an additional discount for being such a large customer. Let's make it 70,000. The young shop owner said generously. Li Shu took out his phone and directly scanned to pay 70,000 White Knight currency without bargaining. Having gotten a few million from Xiao Air, Li Shu didn't lack money as he did before, and these gemstones were indeed very cheap. 70,000 White Knight currency would buy only 2 or 3 carats of premium blue sapphires from Red Sand City, but with these gemstones he got several hundred carats. Luckily, Li Shu exchanged quite a lot of White Knight currency before deciding to come to White Knight City, so he wasn't worried about running out of money. "Why did you buy so many?" Chu Chi asked Li Shu after he packed away the gemstones. "Just to save from buying again if I come back later," Li Shu replied casually. This was just one of the reasons. In fact, Li Shu was interested in a particular black sapphire among them. That single demon spirit gemstone was worth much more than 70,000. Chu Chi said nothing more, and the two of them arrived at the gray-blue trial gate. Li Shu took out 10 black sapphires and embedded them. The trial gate opened with a roar, and they walked in together. "Welcome to the Demon Tower Trial Ground. B-level trial initiated. Trial rules are as follows. A windowless octagonal room with only a staircase to the second floor showed trial rules on the light screen. The rules were simple. Climb to the second floor before the 60-second countdown ends to pass." Li Shu glanced at Chu Chi beside him, somewhat doubting if he really was an S-level trial taker, as he wore only a white tight suit without any sign of a contract. "You go first, with me here. Don't be afraid. If you can't climb up, I'll push you up," Chu Chi said. Li Shu nodded and walked up the stairs. As soon as Li Shu stepped onto the stairs, he felt his body sink, as if bearing a weight. Thankfully, this level of weight wasn't much for Li Shu. He easily climbed to the second floor, followed by Chu Chi, whose relaxed appearance confirmed to Li Shu that Chu Chi had a stronger physique. The second floor was another octagonal room. The light screen indicated they had completed the first round of testing, granting reinforcement rewards, and offering the choice to exit or continue to the second round. Li Shu and Chu Chi both chose to continue, and after the countdown ended, Li Shu ascended the stairs to the third floor. The weight felt on his body intensified this time, but Li Shu could still easily complete it. Passing over 10 levels, the weight increased on each floor, and by the 18th floor, Li Shu felt it was very difficult to walk. "How many floors does this demon tower have?" Li Shu asked, looking at the stairs leading to the 19th floor with a frown. This demon tower trial ground was indeed different from other trial grounds he had been to. Although he could exit any time, it seemed to complete the ultimate test. Reaching the top might be necessary. Or 453 Chapter 453, 2002, Demon Tower 2. Given his current physical condition, it seemed he couldn't complete even a B-rank test for the final trial. No wonder the trial takers here chose to flee. "I don't know, but the highest I've reached was the 36th floor, and I still didn't reach the top," Chu Chi replied. Upon hearing that even the 36th floor wasn't the top, Li Shu knew he definitely couldn't make it to the top either. He decided to climb as many floors as possible, earn some physical enhancement rewards, and forget about the final rewards. Li Shu gritted his teeth and continued upward. His physical condition didn't allow him to keep climbing, but once he activated the blood-boiling skill, he immediately felt much lighter. With the doubled physical enhancement, the sense of burden wasn't an issue anymore. Every time Li Shu climbed, he needed to activate his skill, while Chu Chi beside him never used his skill, showing how strong his physical condition was. He claimed to be S rank, and it seems he wasn't lying. "Chu Chi, did your S rank status come from improving here?" Li Shu asked curiously. "Yes, I grew up in White Knight City and never left. I've only entered this one trial gate," Chu Chi answered truthfully. "Impressive." Li Shu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. To climb this tower multiple times and achieve S rank using ordinary enhancement rewards, Chu-Chi was rather tough. That's odd. You haven't been to other trial grounds and haven't reached the top. How did you obtain a symbiotic contract? Li Shu suddenly thought of a question and asked while observing Chu-Chi. I once killed a trial taker and got the symbiotic contract, Chu-Chi replied expressionlessly. Li Shu had to admit, to reach S rank this way, this guy must have put in a lot of time and effort. Understanding that his symbiotic contract was once someone else's parasitic contract, a symbiotic contract dies with its owner while a parasitic contract does not. Generally speaking, the quality of a parasitic contract is not as good as a symbiotic contract. Achieving S rank with a low-quality symbiotic contract in a trial gate is unimaginably difficult. On the subsequent stairs, the burden increased immensely just on the first level, so by the time Li Shu reached the 23rd floor, he had to activate his dual skill. Only under the enhancement of the dual skill did he reach the 24th floor. Using the triple skill support, Li Shu managed to reach the 27th floor, but his body was already struggling. Even though he only needed to use skills when climbing stairs, the burden of 3 skills was too overwhelming on his body. Li Shu felt that continuing like this would damage his body, and going further up seemed meaningless. The slight enhancement rewards were not worth the bodily damage. As Li Shu was about to give up, he suddenly had an idea and looked at Chu-Chi, asking, Chu-Chi, have you ever tried going down? No, why would I go down? Chu-Chi shook his head. You see, the rule says to enter the next level before the countdown ends to complete the trial. This next level, in normal terms, means the place which hasn't been visited yet counts as the next level. But looking at it separately, the next level can also mean going down a level, right? Li Shu said with a smile. Seems it could be interpreted that way, but what's the point? Even if we could go downward, what's the point in returning? Chu-Chi asked uncertainly. Let's go ahead and try. If we can't go down, we'll just climb another floor upward, Li Shu said. All right, Chu-Chi nodded and didn't say anything more, although he felt it was pointless. With the countdown ending, a new round of testing began, still with 60 seconds to enter the next level. Li Shu and Chu-Chi moved toward the stair entrance leading to the 26th floor and followed the stairs downward. Without obstruction, they smoothly climbed onto the stairs, indicating it was possible to go down. However, going down seemed useless, as the octagonal room on the 26th floor remained the same as when they ascended. The burden on the stairs leading from 26 to 27 was identical, without any differences. Let's return to climb the 28th floor. There's nothing different here. If we descend now and return to the 27th floor, climbing the 28th floor might leave you with insufficient time, Chu-Chi said, following behind Li Shu. You're here, aren't you? Let's descend the stairs and see. Li Shu checked the light screen on the 26th floor, also displaying a countdown, allowing them to see the time, which made Li Shu feel something was off. Chu-Chi grabbed Li Shu and said, Stay here, don't move, I'll go. With that, Chu-Chi bypassed Li Shu and descended. His speed was much faster than Li Shu's, slightly slower than normal stair descent, and shortly he reached the bottom of the stairs, returning to the ground of the 26th floor. The moment Chu-Chi left the stairs, his timing appeared unexpectedly on the light screen, suggesting he had completed the trial. Chu-Chi was slightly stunned, while Li Shu nodded slightly, as he had envisaged this possibility but wasn't entirely sure. Chu-Chi had now validated his guess. Li Shu no longer hesitated and slowly descended from the stairs, moving much more gingerly, as even with the triple skill, he could only inch forward step by step. 454, Chapter 454, 2002, Demon Tower. 3. Thankfully, time was rather ample, and when there were only a few seconds left in the countdown, Li Shu also came down. The countdown stopped, and his timing appeared on the light screen. Final trial completed. Rewards are being randomly generated. Each person can choose one reward. The prompt on the light screen made Chu-Chi's eyes widen. How could this happen? How did you know? Chu-Chi looked at Li Shu, full of incredulity. I didn't know, just like trying new things. It was completely a fluke. Li Shu smiled. The sea of suffering is boundless, but turning back is the shore. Perhaps this Demon Tower trial ground wants to make the trial taker understand this principle. Unfortunately, I've been suffering here for so many years and still couldn't grasp such a simple truth. Chu-Chi sighed, but his face remained expressionless, looking rather peculiar. Principle is principle, doing is doing. Isn't there also a saying about the mountain of 9 ren falling short because of one imperfection, which teaches you not to give up? The so-called principles will always have their reasons no matter how they are said. So principles, whatever they are, don't matter, just persist in doing what you believe is right. You never once turned back, and haven't you already reached S level? If you had turned back and entered the land of trial, you might have long died there, or perhaps been distracted by its contents and wouldn't have ascended to S level so quickly. Chu-Chi seriously looked at Li Shu for a while before nodding and saying, No matter what, I must thank you for helping me discover the real clearing method. Otherwise, I would be stuck at S level, unable to advance further in the trial ground, and would have had to stop here. Looks like we both got lucky. Li Shu saw the shield icon appearing on the light screen. Both of them had randomly obtained entry tickets. Both chose an entry ticket, and soon they were sucked into a black vortex separately. Copper lamp stone table on top of the stone table was a piece of black clothing. Clothes! Li Shu's eyes instantly lit up. He had long wanted a piece of clothing but didn't know where to get a contract-type clothing. Every time he entered the trial ground, he was clad in a tight white outfit, and if it was all men, it was fine. But when women were present, it was somewhat uncomfortable with some body parts being prominent. The clothes on the stone table were folded neatly like a tofu stall. Impossible to tell the style, but it looked rather complex, not like ordinary outerwear, with a texture resembling a piece of black satin. Li Shu reached out to grab the clothes. With his current physical fitness, picking up a typical contract was quite easy. The clothes lifted easily, and the longevity lamp immediately emitted that elusive voice. Insignificant, Li Shu didn't give it the chance to finish, directly dropped his blood onto the clothes, and the clothes burst forth with black light, unfolding automatically and swirling onto Li Shu's body without assistance. This attire was somewhat complex, with a short robe on top and a skirt on the bottom, purely black with a satin-like texture, exuding a unique charm on the wearer and a bit of ethereal elegance in the spirit. Is this a Confucian skirt? Li Shu looked at the black attire on himself, slightly surprised. This was a Confucian skirt from ancient Han culture, considered a type of Han Fu, unexpectedly appearing as a contract-style garment. Though it included a skirt, it was men's attire. In ancient times, skirts weren't exclusive to women. Horan Master Robe, Parasitic Contract. Quality, Radiant. Grade, E-level Evolvable. Original quality, 09 Talent Skill, Vast Righteous Chi. Turns out, it's a Radiant contract. Li Shu was somewhat surprised, originally thinking the contract from this place wouldn't be of high quality, yet it turned out to be Radiant quality, and having a talent skill at E-level was quite rare. Hopefully I'll get a pair of shoes soon. Li Shu glanced at his shoeless feet. His feet were still wrapped in the white tight suit, making them look as if he was wearing white stockings, which felt very mismatched after donning the clothes. Longevity lamp guided Li Shu into the darkness, and when Li Shu's eyes brightened enough to discern his surroundings, he discovered he was still in an octagonal room with stairs leading upwards. Yet this building wasn't bright and clean like the previous Demon Tower. It was exceedingly old and rundown, made entirely of black wooden combinations, pure wood architecture with mortise and tenon joints, not a single nail. Despite its dilapidation, even slightly eerie and horrific, the entire building was intricately crafted with exquisite beauty. On each wooden pillar was carved a peculiar creature, a bird, a blackbird, resembling a phoenix or eagle, its eyes full of savage intent, seemingly poised to attack. While Li Shu was scrutinizing this building, he saw Chu Chi's figure appear beside him, accompanied by another floating longevity lamp. Li Shu noticed Chu Chi wasn't clad in a Confucian skirt but had a black glove on his left hand, likely the parasitic contract he obtained here. Righteous gloves, Radiant Parasitic Contract. Chu Chi directly stated, seeing Li Shu look at his gloves. You don't need to tell me. Li Shu shook his head with a wry smile. This Chu Chi is quite frank. Is this the land of trial? Chu Chi curiously surveyed his surroundings, though he was already S-level. It was surprisingly his first time in the land of trial, making him quite unique among trial takers. Yes, the land of trial is full of peculiarities. We must be careful. Even seemingly insignificant things could be fatal. Li Shu knew it was Chu Chi's first time entering the land of trial, so he offered a couple of warnings. Just follow me, I'll ensure your safety. Chu Chi misunderstood Li Shu's intention. Previously, when traversing the Demon Tower, Chu Chi noticed Li Shu's physical fitness was far inferior, naturally assuming he should protect Li Shu, especially since this was the order from the old man. Thank you for your efforts. Li Shu smiled without contesting. What should we do now? Should we go up? Chu Chi looked at the stairs leading to the second floor. We should go up, but Li Shu was about to suggest using magic spirits to probe the path, yet Chu Chi had already dashed up, ascending to the second floor in a few strides. Ah. As Li Shu was shaking his head and sighing, suddenly hearing a scream from the second floor, his heart tightened, promptly summoning the Black Death Demon King and Black Death Demon Army to charge upward. Encircled by a group of minions and mini-minions, Li Shu ascended to the second floor, initially bracing for a fierce battle, but the sight before him left him genuinely stunned. 455, Chapter 455, 2003. Beating Chu Chi was bound by a black rope around his hands, hung from the beam, being whipped by a magic spirit. The magic spirit looked extremely peculiar, resembling a mummy, but instead of bandages, it was wrapped in a black ribbon-like material all over its body, which looked more like paper tape. On top of that ribbon, numerous mysterious symbols emitted a faint white glow. The rope suspending Chu Chi was formed from the ribbon-like material of the magic spirit, and the whip that struck Chu Chi was also made from that material. Snap! The whip made from the black belt struck Chu Chi's body, causing him to grunt, tearing his white tight-fitting clothes and leaving a whip mark. It was evident that although this magic spirit was strange, its level should not be high, probably around D or C level. When the whip landed on Chu Chi, it left only shallow marks and didn't heavily injure him, indicating that Chu Chi's physical resilience was far superior to this magic spirit. Li Shu couldn't quite understand how this magic spirit, clearly lower in level than Chu Chi, managed to hang him up. Was there a mechanism within the tower that even an S level like Chu Chi couldn't resist? In the next moment, Li Shu's doubts were quickly answered, not lingering for too long. After a whip from the magic spirit, Chu-Chi broke free from the ropes binding his hands, landed on the ground, and rushed towards the magic spirit, intending to punch it to death. But what happened next left Li Shu dumbfounded as the magic spirit's hand flung out the black belt, which seemed alive, binding Chu-Chi's body, reversing his hands and feet behind him, pulling tightly and suspending him again. Chu-Chi's body hung in the air in an awkward position and then was whipped directly across the face by the magic spirit. After a whip, Chu-Chi once again freed himself from the restraint of the ropes, trying yet again to charge at the magic spirit. But he was suspended again, in an even stranger pose, and Li Shu couldn't bear to watch. The sound of whips continued as Chu-Chi was bound and whipped repeatedly. Despite his superior physical resilience compared to the opponent, he couldn't dodge the ropes. Once bound, his joints locked, his body fell powerless, leaving him only to be whipped. Li Shu could see clearly that the black belt thrown by the magic spirit was almost a guaranteed hit, impossible to dodge, and Chu-Chi couldn't sever the black belt either, which was why he found it so frustrating. Strangely, Li Shu didn't see Chu-Chi use the symbiotic contract. His hand was equipped with a gauntlet obtained from the parasitic contract just now. At this point, why didn't he use the symbiotic contract? If it transformed into a weapon like a sword, he could potentially cut through the black belt directly, avoiding many problems. But Chu-Chi seemed to have no means against this peculiar magic spirit, repeatedly being whipped, though luckily his physical resilience was strong enough that the magic spirit couldn't really harm him, only causing minor superficial injuries. Chu-Chi, let me handle it, you don't mind, right? Li Shu asked Chu-Chi. Go ahead. Chu-Chi, hanging from the beam like a butterfly, responded immediately without hesitating. Li Shu didn't use the Black Death Demon Regiment. Instead, he summoned back the Black Death Demon King, then walked toward the magic spirit himself. The mummy-like magic spirit saw Li Shu approaching. Its arm wrapped in black belt swung. Instantly a black belt flew over, aiming at Li Shu's body. Li Shu didn't draw his sword to cut the black belt, but rather made a peculiar gesture. He bowed to the magic spirit, and the black belt that was flying towards him did not bind Li Shu's body. After Li Shu's bow, it flew back on its own, wrapping back around the magic spirit's arm. Chu-Chi was stunned. After freeing himself, he didn't rush up immediately but stood aside, gazing at Li Shu with a complex expression, murmuring to himself, "Are magic spirits so particular? Just a bow and no binding? What's going on? Does killing magic spirits require proper etiquette?" Taking advantage of the moment when the magic spirit's black belt returned to its body, Li Shu drew the Fire Lotus sword from his waist, charged like a startling rainbow past the magic spirit, and cleaved its body in half with one strike. The light flame on the Fire Lotus sword ignited the black belt on the magic spirit, burning its body to ashes in no time, leaving only a flowing colored demon core to fall. "Excuse me, I'll keep this demon core." Li Shu smiled, picking up the demon core. "It's your spoils after you killed the magic spirit. There's nothing to apologize for. I should thank you for helping me out of confinement," Chu-Chi said, striding toward the stairs leading to the third level, needing to solve the mysteries within his mind. Li Shu made no move to stop him. Judging from the second level's magic spirit, the third level probably wouldn't present a much stronger magic spirit. Chu-Chi, after all, is an S-level elite. Ordinary magic spirits wouldn't easily kill him. The recent whippings had already healed him. Li Shu followed Chu-Chi up to the third level, where the third level still displayed those mummy-like magic spirits wrapped completely in black belt. The magic spirit saw Chu-Chi rushing up, immediately flung out a black belt, and Chu-Chi, seeing the black belt flying over, didn't dodge or evade, but rather bowed to the magic spirit. 456, Chapter 456, 203, Beaten Up 2, and then he was doomed. The black belt wrapped around his hands and feet, hoisting him up like a pig. What's going on? Why doesn't Li Shu get tied up when he bows, but I do? Right now, Chu-Chi's mind was buzzing, completely unable to figure out what was happening. Smack! The demon spirit's whip cleared his thoughts a bit. After breaking free from the black belt, refusing to accept defeat, he bowed to the demon spirit once again, only to be hoisted and beaten again without suspense. Chu-Chi was a bit dumbfounded. He clearly saw Li Shu do this, so why does it work for Li Shu but not for him? He really couldn't understand. How about I give it a try? Li Shu laughed straight out. Chu-Chi didn't understand the Demon Kingdom's characters, so naturally he couldn't grasp what was happening. In fact, the weaknesses of these demon spirits were all written on their bodies. The white light symbols on those black belts were the Demon Kingdom's writing, and the one on the previous demon spirit's body read bow. So Li Shu tried a bow, which is commonly known as a hand salute, to see if it had any effect. As a result of his bow, the black belt on the demon spirit flew back by itself, and its body seemed to pause for a moment, which allowed Li Shu to easily slay it. Chu-Chi appeared a bit wooden, but his mind was quite nimble. He's not truly a fool. Seeing Li Shu use a bow, he mimicked him, completely disregarding his face. Unfortunately, the white light symbol on the black belt of this demon spirit did not mean bow. Naturally, his bow was useless. Want to switch? Li Shu smiled. Switch. Chu-Chi answered without hesitation. Li Shu walked toward the demon spirit, watching as the demon spirit threw the black belt over. He put his hands down and bowed to the demon spirit. With this bow, the black belt flying towards Li Shu instantly returned, and Li Shu charged forward, the Fire Lotus sword once again slaying the demon spirit. Unfortunately, it still didn't drop anything good, just a flowing color demon core. Chu-Chi stared wide-eyed, thinking to himself, first it was bowing, now it's kneeling. How come killing a demon spirit needs so many rituals? Is this a quest to kill demon spirits or learn etiquette? Despite the complaints in his mind, Chu-Chi figured out the pattern. Killing demon spirits requires manners. Etiquette must be in place, otherwise it won't kill the demon spirit and he'll be hoisted up for a beating. Though the injury was really nothing to him, it was embarrassing to be beaten like this. Chu-Chi gritted his teeth and proceeded to the next level. Sure enough, there was another demon spirit wrapped all over in black bands, swinging the black belt right away. Chu-Chi did a double bow and double kneel, thinking, showing manners can't hurt, I've shown you such respect, just let me kill you peacefully. Smack. Chu-Chi was once again hoisted up and whipped, this time even harder than the previous occasions. His white tight shirt was about to turn into a beggar's outfit and red whip marks appeared on his body. Why? Chu-Chi was tearful, truly unable to understand why things turned out this way. Why can Li Shu succeed but he cannot? Did I misunderstand from the start it's not a matter of politeness? Does the demon spirit judge based on appearances? A pretty face can bow freely, but when I try, I get hoisted up and beaten? It's not my fault that I'm not attractive. I didn't choose my deathly pallor. I was born with it and can't change it. Killing demon spirits also involves appearance discrimination. What kind of world is this? Chu-Chi was frustrated to the point where he almost started swearing. It's really rough being illiterate. Li Shu watched Chu-Chi getting repeatedly beaten, secretly grateful for his time spent learning the Demon Kingdom's writing in the Nether House, able to read the words on the demon spirits. Otherwise, he could have been hoisted up carelessly too. These demon spirits were strange. Their black belt seemed capable of restraining all living things. Even Chu-Chi, who was S-ranked, couldn't evade it, nor could he. After going back, I must read more books in the Nether House and study the Demon Kingdom's writing thoroughly. Maybe it'll be useful someday. Li Shu resolved to master demon text, determined not to remain illiterate. Chu-Chi, do you know why you keep getting hoisted and beaten? Li Shu didn't approach himself this time. Standing at the stairway, he spoke to Chu-Chi. I know it's a matter of looks. You don't need to remind me. Chu-Chi gritted his teeth, speaking. What nonsense is that? Li Shu was both amused and annoyed, utterly clueless about Chu-Chi's conclusion, and had no choice but to say, this has nothing to do with looks. When a demon spirit wants to beat you, would it really care if you're pretty or ugly? Then why do they stand for you while you can bow and they let you kill them, but I do the same and get hoisted up and beaten? Isn't it because of looks? My character is impeccable. Chu-Chi argued indignantly. You're overthinking it. Li Shu said seriously. All right, if you trust me, do as I say, and I guarantee that you can kill these demon spirits however you want. All right, tell me what to do. Chu-Chi freed himself from the black belt once more, landing on the ground as he spoke. Give it a worship, Li Shu said directly. The reason Li Shu didn't approach this time was that the text on this demon spirit read worship, and he wasn't keen on kowtowing to a demon spirit. Though these demon spirits were indeed peculiar, even placing their weaknesses on their bodies and in the form of various rituals. 457, Chapter 457-203, Beaten Up 3. More bizarrely, after the black belt hoists someone up, it only whips once, and then the black belt will automatically loosen. This doesn't seem like fighting a monster, it's more like teaching someone manners. When Chu-Chi heard Li Shu tell him to bow, he was first stunned, then gritted his teeth and actually made a thud sound as he knelt before the demon spirit, bowing directly to it. As soon as he bowed, the black belt thrown by the demon spirit indeed did not bind him again. Taking advantage of the moment when the black belt flew back, Chu-Chi burst up, his gloves on his fists emitting a black light, and punched a massive hole through the chest of the demon spirit. Just now, he was really frustrated, and now he finally vented his pent-up anger, instantly feeling much relieved inside. Do you want to continue? If you want to, I tell you what to do, and we can split the items we get. How about that? Li Shu said with a smile. Chu-Chi nodded, agreeing to it, but in fact he was more curious about what these demon spirits were all about, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Li Shu surprisingly knew how to deal with these demon spirits, and from his perspective, it was unrealistic for Li Shu to casually reveal such secrets to him. The two went up another level, and on this level, there were actually two demon spirits. Chu-Chi looked at Li Shu, who took a glance at the two demon spirits and only said to Chu-Chi, bow to the left, bend to the right. Only then did Chu-Chi rush forward, directly sending the two demon spirits away with a combo bow and bend. Li Shu and Chu-Chi, one directing, the other slaying demon spirits, continued charging to higher levels. Most of the demon spirits in the tower were flowing color demon spirits. There were practically no ordinary demon spirits. Those killed before were all just D level or C level. The further up they went, the more demon spirits there were, but the types were only bow, bend, and kowtow. After climbing over a dozen levels, they still didn't find any other ceremonial demon spirits. Although they were all flowing color demon spirits, the drop rate was still low. After killing dozens of flowing color demon spirits, they hadn't even seen a single talent gemstone, let alone a demon spirit ring. Chu-Chi was no fool. After killing so many demon spirits, he also noticed that the symbols on those demon spirits were slightly different, likely corresponding to bow, bend, and kowtow. Those symbols correspond to different etiquettes, right? Chuchi asked Li Shu. Correct. Li Shu nodded. You can actually understand these symbols. Chuchi didn't feel proud for discovering the secret. Instead, he admired Li Shu even more. I can understand a little, and if you look at them enough, you can understand them too. Now you already understand these symbols, don't you? Li Shu chuckled. That's different. Without you, I would never have guessed the meaning of these symbols. Chuchi said seriously, you've discovered the real way to clear the demon tower and taught me how to kill these demon spirits. For me, or even the whole White Knight City, this is too important. With this knowledge, White Knight City can hold on to trial takers in the future and cultivate its own trial takers. I should thank you on behalf of White Knight City. What's there to thank? White Knight City shouldn't care much about these, right? Li Shu replied with a laugh. Chuchi said helplessly, trial takers are an unstoppable trend. Whether White Knight City is willing to accept it or not, the future will be a stage for magic armor masters and trial takers alike. It will be needed here sooner or later. Li Shu nodded and said, if Chu Jun could inherit the city lord position, trial takers would surely have a spot in White Knight City in the future. Chuchi understood Li Shu's meaning and expressionlessly said, the master raised me. I am loyal only to him. Li Shu smiled and didn't say anything more as they continued to ascend to higher levels. I can already understand the symbols. You don't need to waste your breath. Let's still split the items equally. Saying this, Chuchi walked toward a group of 7 or 8 demon spirits with an imposing figure like a god of slaughter ready to cleanse the battlefield. Then he went up with a set of bowing, bending, and kneeling in a 3-hit combo. Just after Chuchi completed the 3-hit combo, before he could get up, he was hoisted up, surrounded by the 7 or 8 demon spirits who mercilessly whipped him, driving him to scream in agony. Such a naive guy. Seeing Chuchi entangled by the demon spirits with no chance to come down, Li Shu couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. What's going on? Why doesn't it work? Chuchi, while screaming, asked. You got the sequence wrong, Li Shu explained. Didn't you see? One of the demon spirits has 2 types of symbols. You must make the gestures according to the sequence represented by the symbols, otherwise it won't work. Why didn't you say earlier? Chuchi said, tears streaming down his face. Didn't you say you already recognized them? Besides, I hadn't had time to say anything before you rushed in. Li Shu laughed. Chuchi was frustrated to the point of almost spitting blood as he gritted his teeth and said, there are too many demon spirits. I don't even have the chance to unbind. You'll have to handle it. Li Shu knew he couldn't count on Chuchi and had to take matters into his own hands. Chuchi watched Li Shu approach, eyes wide as he waited for Li Shu to perform the bow, bend, and kowtow combo. After all he put into bowing and bending along the way, it was Li Shu's turn. Who would have thought that Li Shu would stop walking toward him and directly summon the Black Death Demon King? The Black Death Demon King summoned a horde of minions, and the 7 or 8 demon spirits' black belts couldn't ensnare them, and they were directly swarmed by the Black Death army. This works too, Chuchi watched, dumbfounded, realizing that all his bowing and kneeling were unnecessary. It was just a matter of having enough people. You're at least an S-level trial taker. In the future, get more demon spirits. There's no need to do everything yourself. A trial taker should behave like one. Li Shu said with a smile, if you want to buy demon spirits, the City of Light always welcomes you. I'll give you a 20% discount. I'm not buying. I'll kill demon spirits myself to get a demon spirit ring. Chuchi said through gritted teeth, there's no need to split today's gains. You didn't need me at all, so I can't take the stuff. That's not how it is. Just because I don't need you now doesn't mean I won't need you later. There are still many levels above us. It's like the saying goes, prepare soldiers for 1,000 days to use them at a critical moment. We'll split things as usual, and when I need you, just don't let me down. Li Shu pointed upward. 458, Chapter 458-244 Chusanhu Elder. Chu Jun looked at the elderly man eating at the same table, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles. He came to see the elder in the morning and ended up waiting outside the courtyard for half a day before being called in at lunchtime. At the dining table, it was just him and the elder. The elder said nothing at all, not even mentioning the City of Light or the Magic Spirit Contest, which made Chu Jun even more uneasy. Eat first, we'll talk after the meal, the elder said calmly. Chu Jun had no choice but to swallow back the words that were on the tip of his tongue, eating this meal without tasting anything. After finally finishing the meal, Chu Jun said, Elder, organizing the Magic Spirit Contest is certainly not an intention to ruin the Chu family. It's basically the trend of the times. Even if I don't do it, it's only a matter of time before the trial takers step into the spotlight. The sooner we face it, the more time we have to prepare. If we wait until the trial takers are fully developed before trying to respond, then we'll be too passive. Chusanhu watched Chu Jun calmly. After he finished speaking, he smiled and said, You can decide on these matters yourself. There's no need to inform me. Elder, aren't you angry with me? Chu Jun was slightly taken aback, not expecting the elder to say such things. Why would I be angry with you? My grandson wants to do something, and he has achieved something of such magnitude that it can change the world's balance. Why would I be angry? Isn't this something to be happy about? Chu Senhu smiled. Chujun never expected the elder to say such words and was too excited to know what to say. Xiaojun, you've grown up. It's time to carve out your own world. The current status of the Chu family isn't built on one profession or another, but on the roads paved by countless Chu descendants. Your path is also the Chu family's path. Walk it as you desire. Remember, the Chu family and this old man will always be behind you, always your support. No matter how times change, whether demon armor will be replaced by trial takers, it's all irrelevant. As long as there are still Chu family members and they dare to step forward, even if the Chu family withers, it's a preparation for a more splendid bloom next time. Chusan, who patted Chujun on the shoulder, go ahead and do it. Show this world that no matter how it changes, the Chu family will always stand at the top, no one can defeat us, nor can anything cause the Chu family to decline. Elder, Chujun was so moved he could barely speak. But this time when you go, take Chu-Chi with you. Don't make this old man worry. Chu-Chi with you. How could that be if Brother Chi isn't by your side in case Chujun's words were interrupted by Chu-Chi knew? In the past, when Chu-Chi wasn't by my side, hadn't I still come through these many years, the Chu-Chi wasn't as fragile as you think. You should be worrying about yourself. The road between you and the City of Light isn't easy to walk, Chusan-Hu said gravely. On the 36th level of the Demon Tower, Li Shu and Chu-Chi fought their way up, slaughtering 200 to 300 magic spirits. When they reached the 36th level, the magic spirits here were somewhat different. Within the tower on this level stood a magic spirit wrapped entirely in black bands. The light pattern symbols on its body were as brilliant as stars, constantly flowing and changing as if they were alive on the black bands. In the previous tower levels, there were at least several magic spirits. This time there was only one, which was unusual. The Black Death Demon King roared. 50 A-level radiant Black Death demons charged at the magic spirit. The magic spirit opened one eye, and the black bands on its body bloomed like chrysanthemums, the flowing light pattern symbols on them entangling the necks of the Black Death demons, hanging them up one by one. In the blink of an eye, all 50 Black Death demons were hanging from the rafters, struggling in vain, looking like 50 hanged ghosts. Crack. As the black bands tightened, the heads of the Black Death demons snapped, and their bodies went limp. Li Shu and Chu-Chi both felt a chill in their hearts. The power and abilities of this magic spirit were clearly many times stronger than those of the previous ones. Chu-Chi, the 3 kneel 9 bow obeisance. Li Shu said, staring at the demon text on the magic spirit's body. Chu-Chi immediately stepped forward to perform the obeisance. After the 3 kneels and 9 bows, those black bands that resembled spider webs retracted. Chu-Chi exploded into action, his gauntlets radiating terrifying demonic light, landing a punch on the magic spirit. The light talismans on the magic spirit's body trembled chaotically but weren't pierced by the punch. In contrast, the glowing black bands entwined Chu-Chi's body. A flash of bloodlight streaked through the air, and the black bands on the magic spirit flew out, entangling into a black pillar that collided with the blood-red blade light. Yet the black pillar was cleaved open directly by the blood-red blade light. The blade light cut through the black pillar and split the magic spirit's body into halves, and a demon core fell out. Is this the Jedi Knight? It's much stronger than what I saw on TV. Chu-Chi gazed at the Jedi Knight in awe. Li Shu picked up the demon core, frowned, and said, "Let's stop here for today. We won't go to the next level for now." 459. Chapter 459, 24. Chu-Chi nodded without saying anything. Since Li Shu had already decided not to go further, he wouldn't be able to go any further either. The two of them extinguished the longevity lamp and returned to the trial gate. The reason Li Shu didn't proceed was simply that he didn't want to take any risks. There were already S-class demon spirits on the 36th floor. Going further might encounter super spirits. Although Li Shu also had a super spirit, there was no need to take risks. He planned to wait for Chujun to come to the demon tower first to sense the kinds of demon spirits above. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy meant no need for reckless risks, so why not take advantage of it? On the way back, Chu-Chi didn't say a word. Just as they were approaching the Chu family's home, Chu-Chi suddenly turned to Li Shu and said, "If you want to continue to the demon tower, I can scout the way for you. My symbiotic contract can protect me so I don't die easily. You don't have to worry about that." "I found it strange that you hadn't used your symbiotic contract yet," Li Shu asked curiously. "My symbiotic contract is called the 5 Elements Inner Armor. It attaches to my 5 internal organs, protecting them from serious injury and also boosting my potential, making my physical strength and regeneration ability far exceed that of ordinary people. So you don't have to worry about my safety. I can go scout the way." Chu-Chi explained the abilities of his symbiotic contract, clearly unwilling to let Li Shu underestimate him. This trip to the Demon Tower he hadn't been able to help at all, which made him a bit frustrated. That's indeed a strong contract with powerful effects. If you have the chance to go to the City of Light, we could team up to the Land of Trial, Li Shu said thoughtfully. There will be an opportunity, Chu-Chi nodded. In the past, he always underwent trials alone without any interaction with other trial takers. But today, after entering the Land of Trial with Li Shu and seeing all of Li Shu's demon spirits, he started to have higher expectations for trial takers. After they had their meal, Li Shu returned to his room, while Chu-Chi stood outside, continuing to keep watch. Although he knew that Li Shu's demon spirits were strong enough to protect him, Chu-Chi still had no intention of leaving. Soon, Chu Jun returned and informed Li Shu that they could head back to the City of Light now. Not staying a few more days? Li Shu smiled. No need, there will be plenty of time to come back in the future. There are many things waiting for us to do back in the City of Light, Chu Jun replied with a smile, clearly in a good mood. By the way, Brother Seven will be coming with me to the City of Light. It's something the old man instructed, and I couldn't refuse. However, he's only responsible for my safety. I won't let him get involved in the city's affairs. Chu Jun was worried that Li Shu might think he wanted to infiltrate and control the City of Light. Chu Chi is a good person. The city is currently short of manpower, so if you don't mind, maybe he could help with some tasks, Li Shu replied, open to utilizing anyone helpful, including Chu Chi. As long as you don't mind, Chu Jun chuckled. The three of them set off, and Chu Chi still carried that large backpack, having not left it in White Knight City. Li Shu was quite curious about the demon armor inside the backpack, wondering what kind of demon armor it was that required Chu Chi to carry it like that. Li Shu had privately asked Chu Jun about it, but unfortunately, Chu Jun didn't know what kind of demon armor was inside the backpack either. When he left the Chu family for the Southern Cross Federation, Chu Chi wasn't carrying such a backpack, so he was seeing it for the first time as well. Chu Jun also told Li Shu a bit about Chu Chi. He was an orphan taken in by the old man from a young age and had been following him ever since, acting as the old man's bodyguard and one of his most trusted individuals. Even though Chu Chi wasn't related to the Chu family by blood, he was essentially regarded as family, such that when Chu Jun saw him, he would call him Brother Seven. But Chu Chi was very modest, always addressing Chu Jun as young master without any arrogance from being favored. The three of them returned to the City of Light together. Li Shu kept in touch with the Fae and knew there wasn't much going on in the City of Light apart from minor issues with Xiao Er. Teacher, you're finally back. As soon as Li Shu returned to the City Lord's mansion, before even sitting down, Xiao Er rushed over, eyes blood red. What happened? Li Shu was startled by Xiao Er's bloodshot eyes and messy hair, looking like a bird's nest. Teacher, I discovered what was different. Xiao Er grabbed Li Shu's arm, stating with urgency, What's different? Li Shu was slightly taken aback. He knew Xiao Er was referring to the practice of military boxing with sword and shield soldiers, but Li Shu had suggested it merely to kill time, with no actual differentiation between the two. But now Xiao Er was telling him he had found something different, which intrigued Li Shu, making him curious about what exactly Xiao Er had discovered. It's truly remarkable, sir. Your ability to simultaneously control 50 demon spirits is beyond my reach. Your painstaking efforts I understand now, Xiao Er said, a touch of excitement in his voice. What have you understood? Li Shu asked in confusion. Teacher, you don't need to test me any longer. I'll demonstrate for you now. Although it's not perfect, it shouldn't betray your teachings, Xiao Er said, pulling Li Shu outside. Once they reached the courtyard, Xiao Er summoned his sword and shield soldier demon spirit and began practicing military boxing with it. After watching for a moment, Li Shu's expression turned peculiar. 460, Chapter 460, 24, Chu Sanhu, 3 Xiao Er, manipulated the sword and shield soldier while saying to Li Shu, although it's still military boxing, the way you control the Black Death demon to execute military boxing has spirituality, whereas when I manipulate the sword and shield soldier, it's just a rigid copy. You're telling me that controlling magic spirits emphasizes intention rather than form. No matter how strong a person's spiritual sense is, it's impossible to focus on 50 tasks at once and control each magic spirit down to the details. That's simply impossible. Therefore, there's no need for such detailed control. You just need to grasp the intention, allowing the magic spirit to understand it. It will naturally accomplish the manipulation I desire. It's like a general commanding soldiers in war. You can't teach those soldiers hand by hand how to fight, but as long as the soldiers understand the general's intentions, they'll know what to do. Controlling by intention, unifying intention and spirit is the true essence of multi-control. As long as I control by intention, I can navigate as many magic spirits as needed. Thank you for the teaching. I understand now, Xiao Er said excitedly. Li Shu stared blankly at Xiao Er. He truly hadn't thought of these things at all, and it was entirely Xiao Er's own thinking. Because Li Shu directly used his powerful spiritual sense to multitask, he never used the method Xiao Er mentioned, so how could he have taught Xiao Er such a method? Not bad, very not bad. Li Shu watched the video Xiao Er recorded over and over. Anyway, he couldn't see any spirituality in his control of the Black Death demon, nor did he know how Xiao Er saw it. Teacher, I've understood your multi-control technique, so I'll take my leave now. After gaining Li Shu's approval, Xiao Er put away the sword and shield soldier and turned to leave. Where are you going? Li Shu was somewhat dazed, not knowing what was up with this kid. Spent millions, and now just leaving. I've grasped the essence of your multi-control technique. I can practice on my own in the future. You have nothing more to teach me. Staying here would just be a waste of time. I'll head back first, Xiao Er said. Li Shu cursed inwardly. This guy is really a dog, learning and then running. Calling me teacher at every turn while learning, then criticizing the teacher for being incompetent once learned. This is fine, but I won't refund the tuition. Li Shu thought this was just as well and wouldn't stop Xiao Er from leaving. He'd received the money, and whether Xiao Er learned or not was his own affair. No time wasted on him, earning millions easily. This was quite nice. The money was originally the tuition for the multi-control technique, and since I've learned it, I certainly won't make you refund it. Xiao Er said indifferently, waving his hand. City Lord, we'll meet again. When you hold the magic spirit competition next, I'll also participate, and I will use the multi-control technique you taught to defeat your multi-control technique. With that, Xiao Er walked away, full of pride. This guy is no ordinary dog, just now calling me teacher, now turned into City Lord, and wants to take me on in the magic spirit competition. Damn, he's a dog. Li Shu was left speechless, never having seen such a person. Li Shu certainly wouldn't take Xiao Er's words to heart, only feeling like he'd gained more insight. There are all kinds of people in this world. After Xiao Er left, Li Shu returned to his office, picked up his phone, and pulled up Red Sand City Lord's phone number, hesitated for a moment, and dialed it. Have you made up your mind? After connecting, Red Sand City Lord's voice came over with a hint of laughter, as if already knowing why Li Shu was reaching out. I've made up my mind. I want to join Longevity Heaven. Li Shu didn't waste words, directly stating his intentions. All right, come to Red Sand City and find me. I'll recommend you for membership. Red Sand City Lord said with a chuckle. Can I ask you a question? Li Shu pondered. Go ahead. Red Sand City Lord responded readily. What is your position in Longevity Heaven? If you recommend me to join, what kind of treatment can I expect? I don't want to start as an ordinary member, Li Shu said. Red Sand City Lord said with a smile. For talent like you, how could you possibly be an ordinary member? My position in Longevity Heaven will be clear to you later, but I can assure you, as long as you're willing to join, the treatment will surely not be low. Li Shu still wanted to confirm what not low meant, but was interrupted by Red Sand City Lord, though after joining now, there might be a bit of trouble. What kind of trouble? Li Shu frowned and asked. Did you take the Super Spirit Gemstone from Wan Shaoxin and Li Qingyi at the old mining site? Red Sand City Lord said one sentence, surprising Li Shu, not knowing how he confirmed it was Li Shu who took the Super Spirit Gemstone, or whether Red Sand City Lord was just bluffing. Li Shu was about to deny, but Red Sand City Lord didn't give him the chance, continuing, You don't need to deny. Denying in front of me is meaningless. You just need to think about how to handle things with Wan Shaoxin after joining, preventing him from discovering this, or deciding how to deal with it if discovered. The Wan family's influence in Longevity Association is significant. If he targets you, it could be very troublesome. Red Sand City Lord said with a smile. But I can offer one suggestion so that even if Wan Shaoxin knows it was you who took the Super Spirit Gemstone, he still can't touch you. I'm listening, Li Shu said. Few people in Longevity Association make Wan Shaoxin wary. The 6 commanders and 2 vice presidents are such people, and there are those elders as well. If I were you, after joining Longevity Heaven, I'd choose to affiliate with one of them. Haven't I already joined under you? Li Shu asked confusedly. From Red Sand City Lord's implication, he seemed not to be a vice president or commander or elder. What on earth was his identity? 1461, Chapter 461, 25 Eternal Heaven. You don't need to inquire about my identity. Didn't I just tell you? You'll naturally find out when the time comes, said the Red Sand City Lord. I've already said all that should and shouldn't be said. Think it over yourself, then come find me in Red Sand City. All right. Li Shu hung up the phone, still pondering the words of the Red Sand City Lord. He's not the vice president, nor an elder or the commander. Excluding these people, it seems like only the president is left within Eternal Heaven. This made Li Shu highly suspect that the Red Sand City Lord might be the president of Eternal Heaven. The invitation card previously given to him by the Red Sand City Lord, even Li Qingyi mentioned it was suspicious, lacking a mark for any commander. According to Li Shu's understanding of Eternal Heaven, it is divided into 5 tiers: ordinary members, super members, commanders, vice presidents, and the president. The identity of elders is quite special and cannot simply be categorized into one specific position. The fact that the Red Sand City Lord could introduce Li Shu to the organization suggests that he is not an ordinary or super member. However, Li Shu denied the identities of the commanders, vice presidents, and elders, leaving only the possibility of the president. In fact, aside from the commander, neither the vice presidents nor the elders have the authority to recruit new members. This is also why Li Shu suspects that the Red Sand City Lord is the president of Eternal Heaven. If the Red Sand City Lord really is the president of Eternal Heaven, being invited by the president to join Eternal Heaven surely places me in a high position, Li Shu thought to himself. He called Ah Fei over and explained in detail about him joining Eternal Heaven. I'll go with you, Ah Fei said. Don't rush. Let me go to Eternal Heaven first and understand the situation there. Then you can join later. Someone has to hold the fort here in the City of Light. We can't all leave at once, Li Shu said while handing a card to Ah Fei. Keep the money on this card in case any hurdles come up in the City of Light. After Ah Fei took the card, Li Shu thought for a moment and added, After all, it's just material possession. Don't dwell too much on it. Stay alive, and everything else can be dealt with. Got it. Ah Fei looked at Li Shu and said, You're talking like you're making posthumous arrangements. It's unlucky. Your words are the most unlucky, Li Shu replied gloomily. After Afei left, Li Shu went to Zimenguan's lab, where the old official immediately started berating him as soon as he saw him. Li Shu had previously asked Chu Jun to send over the Lightspeed 2 for repairs, and Zimenguan was so angry after inspecting it he almost spat blood. For others, a set of demon armor could last a lifetime, but for Li Shu, a lifetime meant just 1 or 2 uses. After ranting for a while and seeing Li Shu standing silently, Zimenguan couldn't help but stop, asking suspiciously, "Kid, what's the matter?" "I've decided to go to eternal heaven," Li Shu replied. At first, Zimenguan was startled by this statement, then frowned and contemplated for a moment before saying, "Some parts of the Lightspeed 2 are badly damaged and hard to repair, but some components are still usable, and the core is fine. Give me some time to salvage usable parts and build you a new set of demon armor. Continue working on the demon armor, and I'll use it when I return." Li Shu had no plans to bring the demon armor to eternal heaven. Makes sense. If something goes wrong in eternal heaven, even the strongest demon armor can't get you out. Zimenguan chuckled. "Once you're there, check out the demon armor team for me, see what those bastards have developed. Once I go to eternal heaven, please keep an eye on the Yi siblings for me," Li Shu pondered. Li Shu wasn't too worried about the others. They each had their ways to survive, and even without the City of Light, they had other paths. However, the Yi siblings didn't have as many options. If the City of Light were truly gone, their lives might not be easy. Their abilities weren't sufficient to establish themselves independently, yet possessed things that tempted others, making it easy for them to be manipulated. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them. That girl Ye Shiyuan has great talent. While you're away, she'll help me test the demon armor. How could I possibly let anything happen to her?" Zimenguan chuckled. After leaving the lab, Li Shu went to see Qin Shi and informed her that he would be leaving the City of Light for a while, assuring her that her issues seemed thoroughly resolved and that he could give her a ride back to Tyrone City if she wished. "Are you that eager to kick me out?" Qin Shi said with some annoyance. "What? Will you miss me?" Li Shu teased. Qin Shi's cheeks flushed slightly. "What nonsense are you saying? I just think there's more opportunity for fortunes here in the City of Light than in Tyrone City, so I wanted to stay and earn more. Once your contract with Tyrone City is up, you're welcome here any time. Things with Kun Sha have gone quite badly, help him out," Li Shu remarked. "Of course, I'll adhere to my contract." "Do you really need to tell me that?" Qin Shi rolled her eyes at Li Shu. "Wait for me to come back. Once I'm back, if there's a chance, I'll take you to the trial ground to enhance your physical abilities. Even for a magic armor master, becoming a trial taker has no drawbacks," Li Shu smiled. "The deal's settled then, and you'll have to personally take me into the trial ground," Qin Shi said, blinking her eyes. "Of course, I'll personally escort you into the trial ground. For an outstanding magic armor master like you, if anything happened to you, I'd cry my eyes out," Li Shu said. "Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?" Qin Shi laughed. 462, Chapter 462, 2005, Eternal Heaven 2, having settled the affairs of the City of Light, Li Shu set off for the Red Sand City. Now he had 2 super spirit entities in hand, which provided him with a certain degree of protection. However, in a place like Longevity Heaven, super spirits might not truly be reliable. Fortunately, Li Shu had another plan. If he encountered an insurmountable obstacle, he would have to devise another solution. After arriving in Red Sand City, the city lord did not invite him to a meal this time, but instead engaged in a private discussion with him in the conference room. Every year, Longevity Heaven has a fixed time for recruiting new members. An initiation ceremony will be held uniformly. This year's ceremony is still far off, but with my recommendation, you can skip the process and join first. However, one thing is unavoidable. The city lord explained about the blood seal stone. After you arrive at the headquarters, someone will come to you daily, requesting you to drip blood onto the blood seal stone. This cannot be resisted. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to leave Longevity Heaven alive. "I've heard about the blood seal stone. I'm aware of this matter," Li Shu said, looking at the city lord. "Where exactly is the headquarters of Longevity Heaven? Cannot be revealed." The city lord smiled and shook his head. "You don't need to know where that place is. Once you join, find a backer to avoid hardship and suffering." "Who do you think I should find as a backer?" Li Shu asked. "It's not about whom you should find as a backer, but about seeing who wants to pull you over. You think the commanders and elders of Longevity Heaven are like cabbages on the street for you to pick and choose?" The city lord laughed. "Actually, it doesn't matter whom you choose as a backer. Although there are many factions within Longevity Heaven, it is still fairly balanced at present. They restrain each other, and as long as you join one faction, it will be harder for Wan Shaoxin to cause trouble for you." "Which faction does Wan Shaoxin belong to?" Li Shu pondered and asked. "The Wan family has been commanders of Longevity Heaven for generations and have also produced many elders." The city lord roughly introduced some matters about the Wan family. "All right, everything that should be said has been said. Now you should go in." The city lord led Li Shu into his secret chamber and pointed to a metal coffin on the ground. "Is it necessary to use this?" Li Shu frowned. "Without this, no one would dare to take you into Longevity Heaven." The city lord chuckled. Li Shu said no more and pushed open the coffin lid to lie inside. To his surprise, the inside of the coffin was lined with soft mattresses and pillows, making it quite comfortable to lie in. "Kid, good luck," the city lord said as he covered the coffin lid. Inside the coffin, it was pitch black. Fortunately, Li Shu possessed the dark mirror, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to see anything. But being able to see was of no use, as there wasn't much to see in such a confined space. Li Shu listened intently but heard nothing. The coffin was excellently soundproofed, so not a sound could be heard. After a while, Li Shu felt the coffin shake, as if it was being lifted, and then it began to jolt continuously. Shachu had previously told Li Shu that each time she went to Longevity Heaven's headquarters, she was carried inside a coffin. But Li Shu sensed something amiss, although the coffin jostled, seemingly as if it were being carried by someone walking. Yet, from Li Shu's perception, this was not the sensation of someone carrying a coffin. Moreover, such a heavy coffin couldn't feasibly be manually carried into Longevity Heaven. A transport vehicle would likely be used. Is it a car or a plane? Li Shu pondered the coffin's vibrations and silently judged inside. It should not be a plane, as a plane wouldn't shake this way. It likely wasn't a train either, as a train wouldn't jolt this excessively. After thinking it over, it could only be a car or similar transport vehicle, as only a car would jolt this way on rough roads. Could the headquarters of Longevity Heaven be near Red Sand City? Otherwise, why use a car for transport? Li Shu felt something was off. If the headquarters of Longevity Heaven were truly in the Southern Cross Alliance, things wouldn't be as chaotic. All resources would be controlled by Longevity Heaven long ago. Bang! Li Shu felt the coffin suddenly give a jolt, then come to a standstill. Did it arrive so soon? Li Shu was surprised. With his time perception ability, it had only been just over an hour, less than 2 hours, and even by car, it shouldn't have gone too far. Could Longevity Heaven's headquarters truly be nearby? Li Shu harbored doubts. While Li Shu was contemplating, the coffin lid was suddenly opened, and strong Li Shu to instinctively squint. A face blocked the sunlight, appearing in Li Shu's field of view. Rather than a face, it was a mask. A bronze mask resembling the face of a terracotta warrior. "Put this on." The masked man handed a mask to Li Shu inside the coffin. Li Shu took the mask and examined it, finding it similarly a bronze mask, but with a slightly different facial shape compared to the masked man's. "Must I wear it?" Li Shu asked while putting the mask on his face. "Unless you want everyone to know your true identity, then you can choose not to wear it." The masked man said coldly, "Come out and follow me." Saying this, the masked man turned and walked away. A463. Chapter 463, 2005, Eternal Heaven. 3. Li Shu quickly emerged from the coffin and began to survey his surroundings, but what he saw left him momentarily stunned. He discovered that the coffin was actually on a beach, and scattered across the white sand were several metallic coffins, arranged haphazardly and abundantly all over the visible beach. Li Shu was shocked to realize that this seemed to be an island. At least the areas within his sight were all surrounded by the ocean. Red Sand City also has places close to the sea, but there's no sea near Red Sand Main City. Even if you drive to the seaside, it would take more than an hour to reach. Not to mention, this looks like an island. He didn't feel like he had taken a boat. How did he end up on an island? Seeing the masked figure completely ignoring him and walking ahead, nearly out of sight, Li Shu hurriedly chased after him. The beach was flanked by dense forests, with many unfamiliar plants that Li Shu couldn't use to identify the geographical area. The masked figure led Li Shu along a stone path into the forest, and after a short walk through the woods, Li Shu witnessed a breathtaking scene. Most people have played with spinning tops. Even if they haven't, they've certainly seen them, but who has ever seen a spinning top as large as an island? Li Shu saw a gigantic spinning top, or more accurately, a mountain resembling a spinning top standing on the ground. But this mountain was exceedingly peculiar. It was incredibly narrow where it connected to the ground, resembling the tip of a spinning top, while it grew wider as it ascended, culminating in a mammoth island-like expanse at the top. Atop that spinning top-like mountain was a colossal city, with all its buildings pure white, as if carved from alabaster. This city, seemingly constructed in heaven when viewed up close, presents an overwhelmingly intense visual conflict. This prompted Li Shu to recall an ancient poem, "The White Jade Capital Above, 5 Towers and 12 Cities. Immortals stroke my head, let me live long with my hair tied." Such a wondrous and enigmatic spiral city, not to mention witnessing it, even dreaming of such a city would never have crossed one's mind. Aren't the people who built the city worried that the connection to the ground might sever? That spiral mountain looks like it could collapse at any moment, Li Shu pondered internally. The masked figure remained silent, simply leading Li Shu forward. As Li Shu approached, discovering the entire base of Spiral Mountain was a massive basin, he was even more stunned. Inside that vast basin stood countless enormous ancient gates, erect like gravestones in a cemetery. Many humans wearing bronze masks either flew on magical creatures to the gates or rode flying swords back to the city. The scene was enough to astonish even Li Shu, who had seen much of the world. trial takers and magical creatures rarely seen outside were commonplace here, as if anyone without a magical creature ride would be embarrassed to go out. Li Shu finally understood why Longevity City hadn't occupied all the trial gates worldwide. There must be thousands of trial gates here. With so many gates nearby, anyone can choose whichever one they wish to enter, so why waste time traveling to distant locations? It's entirely unnecessary. They only need to control the gemstone mines worldwide, continuously acquiring gemstones to open gates. The scattered trial gates globally weren't worth their time or effort. Where exactly is this place? Is it really near the Southern Cross Federation? Li Shu wondered to himself. Do you have a flying magical creature or contract? The masked figure asked Li Shu. No, Li Shu replied, shaking his head. Then climb up yourself, the masked figure pointed toward the city and said. That is the gateway to Longevity City. Once there, someone will register your details and arrange your sustenance and lodging. With that, the masked figure's ring transformed into a dragon-like magical creature, flying him toward Longevity City's gateway without giving any regard to Li Shu. Are all Longevity City residents this indifferent? Li Shu didn't mind, assessed the surroundings for a while, then proceeded along the downward stone steps into the basin filled with trial gates. The stone steps led directly to the gateway of Longevity City, but Li Shu couldn't quite grasp how to ascend that mountain, which was narrow at the base and wide at the top. It wasn't like he could cling to the ceiling like a gecko. Occasionally, people flew by on magical creatures, and once Li Shu descended the steps to the ground, he promptly summoned the pink nightmare for transportation. In such a place, a magical creature was perfectly normal, unlike outside, where it needed to be concealed. Li Shu rode the pink nightmare onward along the stony path, but soon realized a problem. Within this basin, quite a number of people resided, and on either side of the stone road were clusters of shack-like houses, where people in tattered clothing stood by the roadside, or watched him from within their homes with strange expressions. Who are these people? How can there be so many individuals resembling beggars or scavengers within Longevity City? Li Shu noticed that the shack-like areas not only housed adults but also plenty of men and children, growing ever more perplexed. This was entirely contrary to his conception of Longevity City, a gathering place for the world's elite. The Longevity City atop Spiral Mountain very much fit Li Shu's image of Longevity City. But the areas below the mountain appeared akin to a slum, completely overturning Li Shu's understanding. As Li Shu was riding the pink nightmare forward at full speed, he suddenly saw someone on the road ahead blocking his way. He had no choice but to stop the pink nightmare, sizing up the person obstructing him. The figure was a tall, ragged man with a cross-shaped scar on his cheek, lending him a somewhat menacing appearance. Your life, I claim it. The man spread his arms, conjuring a blood-red spear that trembled in his grasp, its violent spearhead aimed straight at Li Shu's chest. 464, Chapter 464, 206, Veeps are not as good as dogs. The eyes of the people on both sides of the stone path were fixed on the man and Li Shu. Do we have a feud? Li Shu asked the man. No feud, the man replied. Then why do you want my life? Li Shu asked again. For a chance to ascend to Longevity City, the man said slowly, his eyes firmly fixed on Li Shu. Oh, you think killing me will allow you to go to Longevity City? Li Shu asked with some surprise. It seemed that Longevity Heaven was not as magnificent as he had imagined. It seemed even more brutal than the outside. At least he could ascend directly to that celestial city, while these people seemed to have no opportunity to even attempt it. On the rooftop of a shabby two-story building in the distance, a masked man and a masked woman were watching the situation with Li Shu. Dare to bet with me? The man said casually. How to bet? The woman asked. Bet whether that newcomer trial taker can ascend to Longevity City, the man said. Bet on what? The woman frowned slightly. If you lose, you'll be mine. I'll ensure your safe return to the city, and no one in Longevity City will dare touch you, the man said. What if you lose? The woman asked, staring at the man. If I lose, I'll grant you a chance to return to the city and ensure that no one dares to touch you for 3 days, the man said. All right, I bet he can enter the city, the woman smiled. Only because he has a shining demon spirit? The man said dismissively. No, just because I think he's strong, the woman said calmly. Then let's wait and see. Don't forget your promise, the man said with a smile. The woman said nothing more, just watching the two in confrontation in the street. The man blocking Li Shu was already impatient. His blood-red spear suddenly thrust out. The dazzling spear aimed directly at Li Shu's chest, nearly instantly reaching him. Dang! Li Shu drew the Fire Lotus sword and directly sliced the spear apart. The man roared, his spear transforming into a furious sea dragon, crazily coiling towards Li Shu. Li Shu sat calmly on the pink nightmare, his hand wielding the Fire Lotus sword seemingly casually, knocking the spear away time and again. No matter how fierce the man's storm-like spear attacks were, they couldn't even touch a corner of Li Shu's clothes. The man's spear skills were decent, but unfortunately too low level, probably just a D-level trial taker. Li Shu could kill him with a single stroke if he wanted. Suddenly, the man retracted his spear and stepped back, his face pale as he looked at Li Shu. Why don't you kill me? He realized that Li Shu's level should be higher than his, making it easy to kill him, but Li Shu only defended and didn't attack, otherwise he would have died long ago. "There are a few questions I'd like to ask," Li Shu said. "No need to ask. If you can't ascend Spiral Mountain, you'll become part of this place anyway, and then you'll understand," the man said and turned away, disappearing into the slums within moments. Li Shu understood the man's meaning. Most people here were either those previously invited to Longevity Heaven or their descendants who couldn't ascend Spiral Mountain. Longevity Heaven really is ruthless. Li Shu frowned slightly, riding the pink nightmare and continuing forward. The people in the surrounding slums, though eager, dared not provoke Li Shu. "Looks like I won," the woman smiled. "Don't rush, the road ahead is long," the man said, leaping down and heading in the direction Li Shu left. The woman followed suit, her expression unchanged. When Li Shu reached the foot of the mountain, he found that what appeared to be just a small point connecting with the ground from afar was actually much larger than he imagined. The place connecting the mountain to the earth had at least 100-meter diameter, but it's still hard to imagine how such a small area could support the enormous mountain and city above. As he stowed away the pink nightmare and surveyed the mountain, contemplating how to ascend, he suddenly saw another person walking over. This person was wearing armor, resembling medieval knights' heavy armor, with light patterns shimmering on it, clearly a contract. As he approached Li Shu, he charged directly, like a rampaging tank. The light pattern grew ever stronger, burning like flames on his body. The terrifying momentum made one doubt even a small mountain would be demolished by him. The Fire Knight, one of the 4 generals of Wansheng Town, why would he come here? The woman frowned slightly. The man laughed. The Fire Knight recently advanced to S level. He plans to leave Wansheng Town for Longevity City, and with a new trial taker arriving, it's quite convenient. With a newcomer's invitation card, he can directly become a member of Longevity Heaven without needing another selection. Of course, the Fire Knight wouldn't miss this opportunity. "You knew the Fire Knight had advanced to S level and wanted to go to Longevity City?" The woman looked at the man. "A game is a game. I let you choose first. It's your choice to pick that newcomer. Can't blame me. Rest assured when you're with me, you'll have your benefits. Better than being alone in Longevity City," the man laughed. "Who's to say who'll win or lose?" the woman said coldly. "You think a newcomer can defeat the Fire Knight?" The man said contemptuously. If he were truly that strong, the commander who recruited him would have had people escort him directly to Longevity City. Why would he need to go this Wansheng path? Wansheng Path, Number 465, Chapter 465, 26. A VIP is not as good as a dog too, who can really understand the ways of the world, the woman said calmly. "Haha, well, I wish you sweet dreams and hope that newcomer can defeat the Fire Knight." The man spoke and looked toward the battlefield, but was stunned by what he saw. The Fire Knight, like a terrifying tank, charged toward Li Shu. Before reaching him, a warrior glowing with red light appeared in front of Li Shu. The blade light flashed, and a massive blood-red crescent blade light cleaved toward the Fire Knight. The Fire Knight roared in fury, crossing his arms to block the blood-red crescent blade light. Boom. The clash of armor and blade resounded thunderously. The armor on the Fire Knight's arms was forcibly shattered by the overwhelming force, pushing him back dozens of steps until he sat down on the ground, blood flowing incessantly down his arms. The Fire Knight looked at Li Shu in astonishment, and the man in the distance was equally shocked. An S-class demon spirit? That newcomer actually has an S-class demon spirit? The man was incredulous. "It seems that I've won this time." The woman spoke and then ignored the man, walking directly toward Li Shu. "Spare his life." Just as Li Shu was about to let the Jedi Knight continue the attack, he heard a familiar voice from behind. Turning around, he saw a woman in a red leather jacket and boots, wearing a bronze mask and with a full figure approaching. He immediately recognized her as Sha Chu. Sha Chu beckoned to Li Shu, signaling him to follow her. Li Shu withdrew the Jedi Knight and left with Sha Chu. The two quickly disappeared into the tangled alleys of the nearby slums after entering. After the Fire Knight got up, he glanced in the direction where Li Shu and Sha Chu had left, gritted his teeth, and entered the slums as well. "Why are you here?" Li Shu looked around at the modestly furnished room, noticing that there was nothing but a bed. It seemed more like a temporary resting place than a home. "I've lost my paragon of virtue and sin, and I don't have the means to return to Longevity City, so I had to stay here for now and wait for an opportunity." Sha Chu removed her mask, smiling as she said, "I knew you would come, so I stayed in Wansheng Town waiting for you. Do members like you have to climb up every time you return?" Li Shu found such a requirement to be utterly baffling. "I didn't have to before, but unfortunately the commander I used to follow got into trouble, so now I can only rely on myself." Sha Chu sighed. "What's going on exactly?" Li Shu furrowed his brow. "My situation is quite bad now. The commander who introduced me into the association encountered issues, and the new commander had grudges against me in the past. Before, with the old commander's protection, it was fine, but now it's a bit troublesome." Sha Chu explained briefly. "Strictly speaking, only the area on the Longevity City side can truly be considered the heavens of longevity. This slum-like place below is called Wansheng Town. Most people living in Wansheng Town were initially invited to the heavens of longevity, but failed to reach Longevity City." Others are descendants of those brought here to explore the trial gate. Of course, some are members of the Heavens of Longevity who were exiled here. These people are generally used to explore new trial gates. They can usually enter the trial gate, but they need to obtain gemstones first. There are no gemstone mines on Spiral Island, and all used gemstones are transported from outside, so it's not easy for people in Wansheng Town to acquire them. However, if any members of the Heavens of Longevity need assistance entering the trial gate, they might recruit some trial takers from Wansheng Town, providing those people with an opportunity. I need to return within Longevity City for a handover, but I'm afraid that once I go back, I might not have a chance to come out alive, so I can only stay in Wansheng Town for now. Sha Chu sighed. Is your grudge with that new commander so deep? Li Shu asked. He used to have designs on me, but I wasn't interested in him. Does that count as a grudge? Sha Chu said helplessly. In the past, with the old commander's protection, he couldn't do anything to me. I was originally hoping that after returning this time, the old commander would assign me a long-term task so I wouldn't return to the Heavens of Longevity for a while. I didn't expect that before I even returned to Longevity City, I'd hear of the old commander's troubles, and now he's become our group's commander, making things quite troublesome. Li Shu laughed. No wonder people have criminal thoughts with someone as alluring as you. You really know how to make light of the situation. Anyway, now I'm yours, so you have to help me bear this burden. Sha Chu said lazily, stretching. Don't make it sound like there's something between us. I haven't even touched you. We have a purely professional boss and employee relationship. Li Shu spread his hands. We could have something. I wouldn't mind, Sha Chu said with a smile. I mind. In a place like this, I don't have such interests. Li Shu looked around at the dirty and messy slums. How do you want me to help you? Under which commander's invitation did you join the Heavens of Longevity? Can you ask that commander for help? Sha Chu asked earnestly. I don't know either. Li Shu recounted to Sha Chu what the Red Sand City Lord had said. After hearing it, Sha Chu was surprised and said, How is that possible? Only the 6 commanders in the Heavens of Longevity have the right to invite people to join. If the Red Sand City Lord isn't one of the 6 commanders, how could he have the authority to issue an invitation card? 466 Chapter 466, 26, A VP is not as good as a dog 3. I don't know. We'll probably find out once we're inside Longevity City. Li Shu paused and then continued. Why don't you wait for me in Wansheng Town? After I get into Longevity City and figure out the situation, you can go back. That's probably not possible now, Sha Chu said with a wry smile. Previously, another fellow wanted to recruit me. I used him and the new commander to keep each other in check until you arrived. I thought I'd be relieved when you came, but things turned out differently when I crossed him. Then there's no other choice. We'll just have to enter Longevity City together, Li Shu said with a smile. You can still laugh? Sha Chu gave him a sharp look. Think carefully. If you take me into Longevity City with you, you'll end up offending both a commander and a powerful figure there even before entering the city. Are you sure you want to bring me along? Why not? I've already got the good stuff that 2 powerful people are interested in. Why would I give it up? Li Shu said with a smile. You're the thing, Sha Chu said, annoyed. Li Shu shrugged and said indifferently, Whether I'm a thing or not doesn't matter. The important thing is how we're going to climb that mountain now. Didn't you bring demon armor? Sha Chu asked, looking puzzled at Li Shu. No, who knew I'd have to climb a mountain in Longevity Heaven? Li Shu said helplessly. Had he known, he would have brought a set of demon armor to avoid this trouble. What can I say to you? Sha Chu said helplessly. Without demon armor, climbing that mountain is quite troublesome. It's not an ordinary mountain. Even trial takers find it difficult to climb. Every year, many people from Wansheng Town attempt it and end up dying, or if not, they come back maimed. Is the mountain really that hard to climb? Li Shu asked, surprised. Although the mountain looks like a mushroom, for ordinary people, it's not easy to climb from the bottom. However, with a trial taker's physique, climbing it with some tools shouldn't be too difficult. The first time I came here, the old commander took me up. Later, when I had the Avenger, I could fly up myself and never had to climb Spiral Mountain. But I heard it has a mysterious magnetic field that possibly alters gravity, making it feel like you're climbing with weights. Without S-grade physique, it's nearly impossible to go up. Trial takers from Wansheng Town generally wait until they're S-grade to dare climb. Many lower-tier trial takers who try meet tragic ends, Sha Chu explained. Isn't there any other way? Li Shu felt the situation was tricky. He's only C-grade, and Sha Chu might be at most C-grade or not even there. The 2 of them attempting Spiral Mountain is indeed a challenge. Li Shu thought about it carefully and realized none of his demon spirits could fly. The Ice Soul Sea Demon can float, but the height is limited and not strong enough to carry them. I wonder if Dragon Vein Spirit has the ability to climb mountains, he pondered. Looks like we'll be stuck in Wansheng Town, but that's okay. How many gemstones did you bring? We can try our luck at the trial gate, maybe we'll find a flying demon spirit. Sha Chu thought it over and proposed. That's an idea, Li Shu agreed and asked. Is there a place in Wansheng Town to buy demon armor, even low-grade ones that can fly? Sha Chu laughed and said, My dear City Lord Li, do you think if there were such demon armor here, anyone would leave it unused and still climb? Maybe people just like challenges and want to climb themselves, Li Shu laughed. Stop dreaming about good things. Focus on getting a flying demon spirit. I know which trial gates produce them, but it requires luck for entry tickets and luck to get a demon spirit ring. Do you have enough gemstones? Sha Chu asked Li Shu. Li Shu placed his bag of gemstones in front of Shachu. All the gemstones I brought are here. Shachu opened it and found just over 20 gems, each 1 or 2 carats in size, with a decent variety, including ruby, sapphire, topaz, spinel, and diamond. But the quantity was very limited. You came to Longevity Heaven with such a small amount of gemstones? Shachu's eyes widened. To be honest, I came to Longevity Heaven to take advantage, so why bring so many gemstones? Li Shu said. Your idea, how should I put it, is indeed quite optimistic. Shachu was at a loss for words. I thought having an invitation card meant being a VIP, but turns out a VIP is no better than a dog, Li Shu chuckled. No problem, we don't need flying demon spirits to climb, we'll just climb ourselves. You think you'll rely on the Jedi Knight to climb? That's difficult. Even S-grade demon spirits barely fend for themselves on Spiral Mountain, let alone climb carrying 2 people. Shachu shook her head. My Jedi Knight isn't just S-grade, Li Shu said. You don't mean to tell me the Jedi Knight is already super spirit, do you? Shachu was shocked, staring in disbelief. She spent immense effort and resources just to elevate the Avenger to S-grade, and never dared to dream of becoming a super spirit. That quick and in so little time, Li Shu's Jedi Knight reached super spirit level. It was unbelievably fast. War 467. Sor 467, Chapter 467, 27, Carving a Path to Survival, just reached Super Spirit with only 1% Super Spirit limit. Can we ascend Spiral Mountain together? Li Shu pondered aloud. He secretly planned in his heart that if the Jedi Knight couldn't take both of them up Spiral Mountain, he would have to reveal the Dragon Vein Spirit. Such a life-saving demon armor, Li Shu hadn't planned to expose it so soon. 1% Super Spirit is enough. Super Spirit and non-Super Spirit are 2 completely different concepts. As long as you can achieve Super Spirit, even with just 1% Super Spirit limit, climbing Spiral Mountain shouldn't be a problem. Shachu laughed. I should have known. Someone like you wouldn't come to Longevity Heaven without thorough preparation. As long as we can ascend, tell me in detail about the situation in Longevity City. Only after arriving did Li Shu realize that his understanding of Longevity Heaven seemed too superficial. You've already seen it. Longevity Heaven is divided into Longevity City and Wansheng Town. Although Wansheng Town is inhabited by lower-class people, don't underestimate it. Many trial takers in the town have intricate ties with the 4 major families in Longevity City. Every time a new trial gate is developed, it's always the trial takers from Wansheng Town who pave the way first. It's a deep affair. Like the Fire Knight you defeated today, his real name is Mo Ruhai, a member of the Mo family, one of the 4 major surnames in Longevity Heaven. For some reasons, he was exiled to Wansheng Town, but as long as his strength is enough, he can return to Longevity City anytime. However, Mo Ruhai was exiled by the Mo family, so even if he returns to Longevity City, he cannot return to the Mo family, which is why he wanted to take your invitation card, hoping to join another faction and find a new supporter. Wait a minute, what 4 major families? Aren't there only 6 commanders who can recruit members in Longevity Heaven? Li Shu frowned. The 6 commanders are responsible for recruiting from the outside, but before the Longevity Association was established, Longevity Heaven already had 8 major families. However, with the passage of time and changes in power, now only 4 major surnames remain in Longevity City. But that doesn't mean the other 4 families completely disappeared. They've just merged into the existing 4 major surnames. Currently, Longevity Heaven's 4 major surnames are Li, Mo, Han, and Sun. The Li family is the lineage of the president of Longevity Heaven. The other 3 surnames hold roughly equal power in Longevity City. Many of the members and super members who joined later want to marry into the 4 major families, so their descendants can live in Longevity City, enjoy the benefits of Longevity Heaven from a young age, and undergo trial taker training earlier. Isn't the Wan family one of the 4 major surnames? Li Shu asked, a bit surprised. The Wan family was originally one of the 8 major families but later declined. They weren't originally surnamed Wan either. Later, an exceptionally formidable individual emerged, reviving the Wan family who then adopted the Wan surname. After several generations' efforts, although now not one of the 4 major surnames, the Wan family already has the aura of a major family, and there's a chance in the future that the 4 will become 5 major families. The 4 major surnames represent Longevity City's indigenous population. Besides them, other original family groups mostly align with the 4 major surnames. You will understand these more as you go along. Other than the 4 major surnames, the 6 groups managed by the 6 commanders, these groups primarily consist of trial takers. Besides the 6 groups, there's a special demon armor group managed personally by Vice President Bai, not belonging to any group and without a commander. All magic armor masters recruited into Longevity Heaven, regardless of which commander recruited them, must join the demon armor group and cannot stay in the commander's groups. In a place like Longevity Heaven, the demon armor group is actually the least favored group. After all, when it comes to high-end combat power, magic armor masters struggle to compete with super spirit trial takers. Demon armor cannot enter the land of trial and is mainly used to guard the trial gate, essentially acting as gatekeepers. Their status is quite evident. Magic armor masters admired by the outside world are held in such low esteem here? Li Shu was a bit startled. It's unavoidable. Magic armor masters require high talent and depend too much on demon armor. Given the current level of demon armor, it's hard to rival super spirit trial takers, so low status is quite normal. Sha Chu laughed. Look at the people of Wansheng Town. Many have the talent for magic armor masters. If they wish, many could join the demon armor group, but they rather endure hardship to enter the land of trial as trial takers, not wanting to be magic armor masters. Thus, you know the status of magic armor masters in Longevity Heaven. Outside, when were magic armor masters ever so disliked? Here, it's the opposite of outside. Li Shu laughed. Besides the 6 groups and the demon armor group, there are 2 vice presidents. Vice President Bai takes charge of the Demon Armor Group and some internal affairs, while Vice President Han is elected by the 4 major families representing them and comes from the Han family. The 10 elders are personally selected and appointed by the president, enjoying very high treatment and honor, but usually don't hold much actual power, often doing the dirty and tiring work of guarding the trial gate. However, becoming an elder grants a chance to reach the super spirit stage, so many are willing to strive for it, although elder positions aren't easily attainable. 468 Chapter 468 27 Open a New Path 2. After Sha Chu's detailed explanation, Li Shu roughly understood the main structure of Longsheng Tian, but figuring out the intricate network of relationships wasn't that easy. There must be countless connections between the 4 great families and the various groups. The entangled interests and power struggles within even Sha Chu found hard to comprehend. To which faction does that old guy, the Red Sand City Lord, actually belong? I used to think he was the president of Longsheng Tian, but it turns out there are so many native forces within Longsheng Tian. However, the 4 great families probably don't have the authority to invite outsiders or issue invitation cards. It's likely that the Red Sand City Lord being the president of the Longevity Association is still the highest possibility. Li Shu pondered to himself. Alright, that's about all I know. Since the Jedi Knight has already become Super Spirit, climbing Spiral Mountain is more than doable. Let's head to Longevity City now to avoid any long delays leading to more problems, Sha Chu said as he stood up. Alright. Li Shu followed Sha Chu out the door and headed toward Spiral Mountain through the dilapidated alleys of Wansheng Town. In the muddy alley, pairs of eyes could be seen watching them through door cracks, windows, and wall gaps. Those eyes were filled with puzzlement, curiosity, envy, and even jealousy and resentment. Only a few elders, who were so old that they could hardly walk, sat on the stone steps outside their doors, fearlessly scrutinizing Li Shu and Sha Chu with their yellowing eyes. Why are there only children and elders? Li Shu asked Sha Chu, who was beside him. To survive in Wansheng Town, besides entering the trial gate, they also need to go fishing at sea. There isn't much land in Longsheng Tian to farm, so food mainly comes from the sea, Sha Chu replied. Why not bring in food from outside? Li Shu asked with some confusion. From the time he entered the coffin to entering Longsheng Tian, it was less than 2 hours. At such a close range, transporting food from the Southern Cross Federation should be entirely possible. That, I don't know. Sha Chu evidently didn't know why food wasn't being brought in from outside. As the 2 of them were walking, they suddenly heard a creaking sound from a wooden door beside them, and a figure rushed out, spreading their arms to block Li Shu and Sha Chu's path. Li Shu and Sha Chu were both a bit surprised. Blocking their path was only a child who looked about 7 or 8 years old, wearing just ragged pants with a bare, bony upper torso, appearing both dark and thin. The child held a knife in hand, the blade small but covered in a mixture of rust and blood-stained color, yet its edge was sharp, glinting blood red. Judging by the knife's shape, it seemed like a knife used for killing fish, rather than a weapon for combat. Just as Li Shu was about to ask the child why he blocked their way, he saw nearby wooden doors opening one after another, with one child after another stepping out. The oldest was about 10 years old, while the youngest was just learning how to walk. In a short time, both sides of the alley were packed with children like this, blocking Li Shu and Sha Chu in the middle of the alley. Each of these children held the same kind of fish-killing knife, and their eyes were all fixed on Li Shu and Sha Chu. Sea monster, what do you want? Chusha frowned and shouted into the alley. Li Shu had heard from Chusha before that there are currently 4 major forces in Wansheng Town, whose leaders are called the 4 Great Generals. Sea Monster is one of them. With a creak, a wooden door not far ahead opened. An elderly person with white hair and leaning on a crutch hobbled out. The children blocking him all retreated to the sides of the alley, clearing a path. Are the esteemed adults preparing to return to Longevity City? The elder's voice was hoarse, carrying a strong, fishy smell. Looking at the elder, Sha Chu said, Sea Monster, having these children block our way, what is your intention? Nothing much, just hoping to say a few words to the esteemed adults. Sea Monster looked at Li Shu and said, This must be Lord Li Shu from the City of Light. You know me? Li Shu wasn't surprised. When he revealed himself as a Jedi Knight, he had already prepared for being recognized. The spirit magic competition and the name of the Lord of Light City have already spread worldwide. Although within this Longsheng Tian there are no televisions to watch the spirit magic competition, one can hear of your lordship's name and the power of your spirit magic monster from those who have returned from outside. Sea Monster smiled. Sea Monster, you should be aware of my current situation. What help do you need from me? Shachu frowned and asked. You can't help, but this lord can. Sea Monster locked his murky eyes on Li Shu and said, Tell me, how can I help? Li Shu asked, looking at Sea Monster with interest. Suddenly, Sea Monster dropped the crutch, knelt on the ground with a thud, and directly bowed before Li Shu, pleading, I implore you to provide a path of survival for our children. The children nearby also dropped their fish-killing knives, kneeling down like Sea Monster and bowing before Li Shu and Sha Chu. What does this mean? Li Shu looked at the prostrating Sea Monster in surprise. Sea Monster, still on the ground without getting up or raising his head, spoke each word clearly. We are but guilty and lowly people, destined to risk our lives fishing at sea. That is our fate. But these children should not share our fate. They should not see death from birth, should not live their lives without even a glimpse of hope, should not be born here only to die here. I plead with you to give them a path to live. Li 469, Chapter 46927, Paving the Way for Survival 3, Sea Monster, have you gone mad? This is the immortal heavens, and it has its own rules here. How can we possibly have the ability to open a path of survival for them? Sha Chu rebuked. The Sea Monster raised its head to look at Li Shu, its expression calm, but its eyes blazing like fire. No, if there's anyone in this world who can open a path of survival for our children, it is only you, sir, who can accomplish it. This is strange. Why is it that I'm unaware of having such great abilities? Li Shu said as he looked at the Sea Monster. Sir initiated the magic spiritual contest, making the trial takers known to the world, allowing all mortals to cultivate. This is a blessing for mortals and also a fortune for us sinners. If everyone could be a trial taker, then the gates of the immortal heavens would certainly open wide. Only then would our children have hope, have a survival route. No matter what difficulties arise, please, sir, persist. If there is ever a need for us, even if it means being shattered to pieces, we will not hesitate. Please open a path of life for our children. We are willing to be stones on this path, to build its foundation with bone and blood, without regret. As the Sea Monster spoke, it prostrated itself on the ground again. Unknowingly, more and more people with a fishy stench came out from the alley and beyond, prostrating themselves on the ground, pleading in unison. Please open a path of life for our children. We are willing to be stones on this path, to build its foundation with bone and blood without regret. Let's go. Li Shu glanced at the Sea Monster and the people sprawled on the ground, saying nothing more. He simply called Sha Chu and walked past them. These people did not stop them, they only watched as they left, seeing them out of Wansheng town. Most of the people under the Sea Monster's command are criminals brought in from outside, used as cannon fodder to explore the trial gate. Every once in a while, such a group of people are sent in. Most die inside the trial gate, with a small portion lucky enough to survive, no longer needing to explore the trial gate. These children are their descendants. Although these people no longer need to be forced to enter the trial gate as cannon fodder, they still have to go out to sea to fish and are called fishmen, providing food for Longevity City with little chance of becoming trial takers. They are considered the lowest class in the immortal heavens. After the magic spiritual contest, there are two opinions within Longevity City. Some of the upper echelons believe that since everyone will be a trial taker in the future, the immortal heavens should reform the current system, including giving the descendants of these fishmen a chance to become trial takers. However, other upper echelons think that fishmen are just fishmen, they just need to provide food for Longevity City. There's no need to waste resources letting them become trial takers. Anyway, everyone will be a trial taker in the future. More trial takers can certainly be brought in from outside to be cannon fodder or fishmen. There's no need to waste resources on these fishmen. Sha Chu chuckled bitterly. The Sea Monster hopes you can persevere, meaning not only to continue hosting the magic spiritual contest, but also to speak up for these fishmen in Longevity City and give their children a chance to become trial takers. I'm not even a member yet, and it seems he has high expectations from me, Li Shu joked, but his eyes showed no trace of humor. This matter arose because of you and the magic spiritual contest. The reason for the reform among the upper echelon is also due to you and the contest. Regardless of your status after entering the city, you will likely face trouble because of it. Sha Chu sighed. I kept advising you against hosting the magic spiritual contest back then because I feared the immortal heavens would be against you. Now, this situation is quite favorable. At least there are still people within Longevity City supporting you in hosting the contest. Let's talk when we enter the city. Li Shu and Sha Chu arrived once more at the base of Spiral Mountain, looking at the towering mountain resembling a heavenly pillar and dome. Despite having seen it once, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. In front of the city gates of Longevity City, a few people dressed in lavish clothing were talking and laughing amongst themselves. That Lord of Light City is finally coming, and I am genuinely looking forward to it. A young man with long hair said, smiling. It's still uncertain whether he can ascend Spiral Mountain. Perhaps later this mountain may witness him turning into a pile of smashed flesh. A man clad in blue armor said disdainfully. The long-haired man looked at the two beautiful women beside him and said, Qing Yi, Bai Ying, you've interacted with him. How is his ability? Can he ascend Spiral Mountain? Bai Ying pursed her lips. That person has some abilities, but trying to ascend Spiral Mountain might be difficult. Seeing the long-haired man looking at her, Li Qingyi pondered, the Lord of Light City's own level should not be high, at least not yet reaching S level. If he wants to ascend, he might have to rely on his demon spirit. I wondered if he has a flying demon spirit. If he does, it shouldn't be hard to climb. If he doesn't, although that Jedi Knight is already S level, taking him up might not be easy. It's also unclear who invited him into the guild and why they're not here to receive him. I'm also curious as to who brought him here. Joining the guild at this time would indeed be rife with trials and tribulations. The long-haired man laughed. If it weren't for the fact that he still owes us something, who would care about his life or death? Consider him lucky. Even if he can't climb up on his own, we'll have to lend him a hand. Bai Ying said, looking at the long-haired man, Mo Liu. We might need you to intervene later. The long-haired man, Mo Liu, nodded with a smile. Don't worry, if he's struggling, I will certainly ensure his safety and help bring him up. Pausing for a moment, Mo Liu added, he didn't kill Mo Ruhai, and that's a favor that needs to be repaid. He has good fortune. Bai Ying said with a pout, let's do this. Sha Chu took a deep breath, looking resolutely at Li Shu. Li Shu nodded slightly, then summoned the Jedi Knight. With the sword hanging at its waist, the Jedi Knight picked up both Li Shu and Sha Chu under its arms, its feet powered by energy as it leapt onto the side of the mountain. 470, Chapter 470, 28, Longevity Hall. That guy knows we absolutely would protect his life, so is he desperately risking it? Bai Ying couldn't help but mock. This guy really values women over his own life. Mo Lu laughed and said, though a bit reckless, he's quite the man. The man in blue armor frowned and said, if one doesn't know their limits, even if he enters Longevity City, sooner or later something big will happen. What exactly does he owe you that you must protect him? At least within half a year, we must keep him alive, Li Qingyi said. Let's hope he doesn't enjoy risking his life too much. Otherwise, even if we want to protect him, we might not be able to, the man said. In his view, Li Shu was courting disaster, letting a non-flying demon spirit bring two people to climb Spiral Mountain. What else could this be if not reckless? The Jedi Knight's feet continuously stepped on the mountain wall, leaping upwards repeatedly. If this were an ordinary mountain peak, the Jedi Knight could carry two people effortlessly, leaping dozens of meters as if it's child's play. But now each jump only ascends a distance of 3 to 4 meters. This is just the beginning. The truly challenging part is yet to come. The part below is difficult, but at least they could ascend. It's the area above that is like a dome, where the real test for the Jedi Knight lies. Li Shu was clamped under the Jedi Knight's arm. Though he didn't need to climb himself, he still felt his body becoming extremely heavy, as if a colossal force was pulling him down. Li Shu looked at the increasingly distant ground, seemingly in thought. This force doesn't seem to be gravity. Although it's similar to gravity, there are still some differences. Li Shu silently felt the force pulling on his body. The Jedi Knight's ascending speed got slower and slower, with each jump becoming shorter. This was only halfway, and it already felt like he was about to stop moving. I said so. This person loves to risk his life. Having an S-class demon spirit carrying two people up the mountain without using its hands, how can it climb? Bai Ying looked at Mo Lu and said, let's not waste time here, you guide him up. Don't rush, let's see first. Rescuing him when he falls won't be too late and can serve as a lesson, so he won't risk his life so much once he enters the city, said the armored man. You're right, you must watch carefully and don't really let him fall to his death, Bai Ying instructed worriedly. Don't worry, with me here he won't die, Mo Liu said with a smile. Seeing that the Jedi Knight hadn't even reached halfway and was already unable to move, Mo Liu was preparing to summon the demon spirit when he suddenly saw a strange red glow emanate from the Jedi Knight's body. Super Spirit. Bai Ying and 3 others were startled simultaneously. The Jedi Knight has actually become a super spirit? Mo Lu and the armored man looked at Li Qingyi and Bai Ying with some surprise. Bai Ying also looked surprised. No way, wasn't the Jedi Knight only Class A before? How did it become a super spirit in such a short time? How is this possible? Even with resources, a demon spirit can't absorb so fast. Li Qingyi, pondering the Jedi Knight, said, last time I saw the Jedi Knight, he indeed was Class A. Being able to advance to Class S in such a short time is surprising enough, but becoming a super spirit is truly unbelievable. Looks like this, Lord of Light City is quite reliable. Since his Jedi Knight has become a super spirit, climbing Spiral Mountain shouldn't be an issue anymore. No need for me to act, Mo Lu said with a smile. Did you ever consider how his Jedi Knight became a super spirit? Where did its super spirit gemstone come from? The armored man said coldly. Sun Gang, are you suggesting something? Bai Ying looked at the armored man, seemingly realizing something. Didn't you say a magic armor master stole the super spirit gemstone? Could the Jedi Knight's transformation be related to that gemstone? Sun Gang said. Probably not. The one stealing the super spirit gemstone is a magic armor master, Bai Ying pondered. Isn't there a magic armor master under him named Frostleaves? Sun Gang continued. That Frostleaf's magic armor master is indeed strong among magic armor masters, but to say she stole the super spirit gemstone and easily swept aside Wan Chaoxin still seems impossible. Bai Ying shook his head. Qingyi, what do you think? Sun Gang looked toward Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi thought for a moment and said, the timing of the Jedi Knight's advancement does indeed appear coincidental. But just as Bai Ying said, that Frostleaf's magic armor master I've seen too. Her style and that of the magic armor master who stole the super spirit gemstone are entirely different, and I believe that the said magic armor master should be male. While they were discussing, the Jedi Knight, shining like a ghostly warrior with all its glow, had already reached the dome summit. At this moment, the Jedi Knight, holding Li Shu and Sha Chu, stood upside down on the mountain wall. The light patterns on its body emitted terrifying demonic light, forcibly pressing its body onto the rock summit. The Jedi Knight carried the two upside down on the rock summit, walking as if on flat ground. This demon spirit is quite interesting. I was really looking forward to it fighting the Snow Princess, but unfortunately they didn't encounter each other at the Demon Spirit Tournament, Mo Lu said with interest watching the Jedi Knight. 471, Chapter 471, 208, Longevity Hall 2, what's there to look forward to? Once Blowing Snow Empress has accessed her super spirit, he definitely won't be a match for her, Bai Ying sneered. While they were talking, a sudden burst of golden light shot across the sky, instantly reaching the Jedi Knight who was running upside down along the mountain wall, nearly reaching the cliff's edge. Golden Phoenix Arrow, Wan Chaoxin, Li Qingyi, and the others were taken aback, not expecting Wan Chaoxin to make a move under everyone's watchful eyes while Li Shu was climbing Spiral Mountain. There was no time to stop it now. The arrow was incredibly fast, like a phoenix weaving through the sky. The Golden Phoenix Arrow carried a terrifying tremor and was already upon the Jedi Knight's chest in an instant. The Jedi Knight, holding Li Shu and Sha Chu in his arms, had no way to draw his sword to block it. Moreover, due to needing to release demonic light to press his body against the stone top, fighting the terrifying gravity, the Jedi Knight's movement speed was very slow. Evading the arrow seemed impossible. Just as the Golden Phoenix Arrow was about to pierce the Jedi Knight's chest, he made an unexpected move. The Jedi Knight forcefully pushed off the stone top with his legs. The force combined with the terrifying gravity, causing him to plummet rapidly, evading the seemingly unavoidable arrow. Although the arrow was evaded, the Jedi Knight was now suspended in midair, and returning to the stone top became immensely difficult. While the Jedi Knight fell like a shooting star, he suddenly exerted his arms, tossing Li Shu and Sha Chu into the air. Li Shu and Sha Chu's bodies flew upwards, while the Jedi Knight's body rapidly descended, crashing heavily onto the ground below the mountain. Boom! Falling from such a height, with the terrifying gravity added, the impact was like a nuclear explosion, smashing a big pit into the rocky ground, with rocks and dust rising like a mushroom cloud. Even for a super spirit, one might doubt whether they could survive such a fall. Whoosh whoosh! Before they could see the Jedi Knight's condition clearly, two more golden arrows pierced through the air, one aimed at Sha Chu, the other at Li Shu. In mid-air, they had nowhere to find support. Evading was impossible. Li Qingyi and Mo Liu were already rushing over on a flying demon spirit, but they were still slightly too slow to block the two golden arrows. Just when everyone thought Li Shu and Sha Chu would meet their end, a warrior like an evil spirit suddenly appeared before them. His body emitted a red fluorescent glow, eyes shining with a sinister red light, holding a samurai sword in each hand like fluorescent sticks. His face bore an evil grin, revealing teeth like saw edges, and his twin blades fiercely struck the two golden arrows. Boom! Golden light and red fluorescent light exploded in the sky. Waves of demonic light blossomed like a kaleidoscope, and the terrifying shockwave blew Li Shu and Sha Chu's bodies into the mountainside, rolling a great distance before coming to a halt. Boom! The Jedi Knight landed at the edge of the mountain, body glowing red like demon flame rising, holding dual blades while gazing into the distance, with a wicked and ferocious appearance, resembling a demon overlooking earthly creatures, waiting to harvest souls. This demon spirit seems really strong. Mo Lu, riding a mechanical bird-like demon spirit, arrived near the mountain cliff looking at the Jedi Knight in a bit of a daze. Wan Chaoxin's Golden Phoenix Arrow wasn't something an ordinary super spirit could withstand. That was a terrifying symbiotic contract with a super spirit limit reaching 95%. To face off against it and not fall behind was somewhat terrifying. Li Qingyi and Bai Ying found it hard to believe as well. The fact that the Jedi Knight could attain super spirit in such a short time was already incredible, and now he could directly confront the Golden Phoenix Arrow with a super spirit limit of 95%. Could it be that he already surpassed 90% super spirit limit as well? Such a super spirit limit was not something every demon spirit could achieve. Even if there were enough resources to fuel it, even eating super spirit gemstones as food, if the demon spirit's innate limit wasn't high enough, it couldn't reach a very high super spirit limit. Additionally, no one could afford the luxury of using super spirit gemstones as food, so the typical demon spirit's super spirit limit progression couldn't be overly rapid. That the Jedi Knight could evolve to such strength in such a short time only meant that his potential was immensely vast, And Li Shu must have invested an unimaginably vast amount of resources to achieve this. They couldn't imagine that the Jedi Knight's super spirit limit was actually only 1%, still far from 90%. Li Shu looked at the Jedi Knight standing in front of him, feeling a slight surprise. Of course, he knew the Jedi Knight was strong, but hadn't anticipated this level of strength. Had he known the Jedi Knight could leap directly from the ground to the top of Spiral Mountain, he wouldn't have bothered so much. However, under normal circumstances, the Jedi Knight wasn't this fierce. It was the effect of activating the Jedi Knight skill and Desperate Realm simultaneously. Li Shu had experimented with the Jedi Knight skill many times before without understanding its real function, and today he finally saw its effect. I am Mo Liu, a guiding envoy responsible for guiding new members into the city. Please follow me. Mo Liu descended next to Li Shu, smiling at him. C-472, Chapter 472-208, Longevity Hall 3. Li Shu put away the Jedi Knight and called Sha Chu to follow Mo Liu toward the gate of Longevity City. Although Longevity City is called a city, it has no walls. Its best defense is this suspended mountain peak. The so-called city gate isn't really a gate, but just a white jade arch. The white jade arch towers tens of meters high, exuding grandeur. In bold, it displays the words Longevity City, and the white jade pillars on either side bear a couplet inscription. After Mo Liu led Sha Chu and Li Shu through the archway, he said to Li Shu, "You are a new member. You need to follow me to the Temple of Heaven to complete the initiation ceremony. Once you have your identity, you can be allocated a residence." With that, Mo Lu turned to Sha Chu and said, "You are an existing member. You may go to your residence. Shouldn't she come with me and wait outside?" Li Shu looked at Mo Lu and asked. Mo Lu understood what Li Shu was worried about and smiled. "Rest assured, I can guarantee that no one will touch her before you return." Li Shu frowned, trying to say something, but Sha Chu interjected, "The Mo family is known for keeping their word. Don't worry about me. After you finish the ceremony, come find me at my residence." Seeing Sha Chu say this, Li Shu did not say more. After bidding farewell to Sha Chu, he followed Mo Lu to the Temple of Heaven. The entire architecture within Longevity City was constructed from crystal-clear white jade, appearing extremely luxurious, as if not of the mortal world. The people coming and going varied in attire, but most were recognizable at a glance as trial takers. Effectively, everyone visible here was a formidable trial taker. Longevity City and the town below, Wansheng Town, were as different as heaven and hell. Real life was no more truthful than this. Li Shu followed Mo Lu all the way to the Temple of Heaven and looked at the temple's center where the building resembled a towering white jade structure. He couldn't help but glance at Mo Lu, who stopped walking. "Due to your arrival at an unusual time, the Temple of Heaven is not yet open. Normally, it's closed and should be visited during the annual ceremony. However, instructions have asked for you to complete your ceremony alone, showing that you are highly valued by the authorities above. Cherish this opportunity." Mo Lu pointed at the central white jade tower and said, "I can only escort you two here. You'll need to complete the ceremony within the Longevity Hall yourself. Thank you." Li Shu expressed his gratitude. Earlier, he saw Mo Lu and Li Qingyi rushing to save him, knowing Mo Lu harbored no ill intentions toward him. "It's polite of you, City Lord Li. Hosting the Magic Spirit competition and informing the world of Trial Taker's existence. I deeply admire you, City Lord Li, notwithstanding that it's within my duties." City Lord Li, quickly proceed to the Longevity Hall to complete the ceremony. Eventually, we can interact more often. I'm Mo Lu, residing in the main Mo family residence. Feel free to visit me anytime, Mo Lu said with a smile. Sure. Li Shu acknowledged, heading towards the Longevity Hall that appeared as a white jade tower. Li Shu reached the large entrance of the Longevity Hall. The tightly closed jade door opened automatically before he could reach out to push it. Li Shu scrutinized for a moment, lifted his foot, and walked in. The door closed automatically behind him. Outside the Temple of Heaven, Mo Lu did not leave, and soon Li Qingyi, Bai Ying, and Sun Gang arrived. "What do you think? Which group will he be assigned to?" Bai Ying asked, looking at the Longevity Hall. "I've served as guiding envoy for a few years and escorted many members before. Usually, some commander would inform us upon arrival. But for this Li Shu, no commander gave me any notice, and I have no idea which commander brought him in," Mo Lu said. "Regardless of which commander brought him in, it's like we found treasure. Just with the Jedi Knight, he can make a stand in Longevity City," Sun Gang said. "It's really strange. How could the Jedi Knight evolve so fast?" Bai Ying was still in disbelief that the Jedi Knight could contend with the Golden Phoenix Arrow. It's probable that the matter isn't so simple. Li Qingyi had seen Li Shu's invitation card, which bore no commander mark. No commander welcomed Li Shu, implying that the invitation card might indeed have significant issues. What significant issue could it be? At most, he's a super member. There's no way he could suddenly become a commander, Bai Ying said, pouting. A super member certainly matches his magic spirit, Sun Gang nodded. Mo Lu then analyzed beside them. Whether he can become a super member is uncertain. If it were a regular person, solely relying on the Jedi Knight, being a super member is certain. But don't forget, numerous people harbor resentment toward him over the magic spirit competition, and among the 6 commanders, a majority have no favorable impression of him and even take significant issue with the magic spirit competition. Are you implying that a commander might purposely lead him into the association? Li Qingyi promptly grasped Mo Lu's meaning and frowned. If that's the case, Li Shu could indeed be in trouble. It's pointless for us to speculate here. We'll wait and see the result. Even if he's just a regular member, as long as he's within Longevity City, we can protect him, Mo Lu said. While speaking, they couldn't help but all look towards the Longevity Hall, and then, wide-eyed, they saw something. Atop the Longevity Hall, resembling a white jade tower, strange brilliance was blooming. The source of this brilliance was a giant orb at the top of the hall, originally white, now radiating 5-colored light, which seemed to color the entire Longevity City. Many jade bells hung beneath the hall's eaves, rang along with the brilliance from the orb. Dong, the crisp sound of the jade bell spread throughout Longevity City, causing many people to express confusion and walk out their doors to look towards the Longevity Hall. 473, Chapter 473, 29. The birth of a new group, Li Shu walked into the Longevity Hall and found the hall rather strange. Places like the Temple of Heaven are mostly built for prayer and sacrifices, generally enshrining divine statues. But there were no divine statues in the Longevity Hall. The large palace, besides the various eerie monster carvings on the jade pillars and jade wall, had a large jade furnace at its center. Within the jade furnace, the light flickered, sometimes bright, making the jade furnace appear crystal clear, almost transparent. When it dimmed, the jade furnace seemed ordinary, no different from the jade of the jade hall. Carved on the jade furnace were some patterns, not the monsters on the pillars and walls, but images like clouds and lightning. As Li Shu was studying the jade furnace, he suddenly heard a voice. "Take out your invitation card." Surprised, Li Shu realized the voice came from within the jade furnace. He looked at the furnace while taking out the black invitation card. Where should I place this invitation card? The voice inside the jade furnace did not answer his question. After a moment, it sounded mildly surprised. "So it's this card. What's your name?" "My name is Li Shu. Is there something special about this card?" Li Shu asked. Based on the tone of the jade furnace's voice, there seemed to be indeed a problem with this card. "Do you not know the meaning of this invitation card?" the voice inside the jade furnace asked, a bit surprised. "No, the person who gave it to me didn't tell me if it had any special significance. Can you tell me?" Li Shu asked, looking at the card in his hand. The voice inside the jade furnace said, "There are 3 types of invitation cards for Longevity Heaven. A red invitation card represents ordinary membership invitations, and a black invitation card represents super membership invitations. Although the card in your hand is also black, it is not a super membership invitation card, but a commander invitation card." Commander invitation card? Li Shu was slightly surprised. He didn't find it particularly strange to become a commander, but why would the Red Sand City Lord give him such a card? He had almost no interactions with the Red Sand City Lord and had even killed the City Lord's brother-in-law. If the Red Sand City Lord truly was the president of Longevity Heaven, how could he let Li Shu be the commander of Longevity Heaven? Touch the invitation card. There are no marks on it. Only commander invitation cards have no marks because you need to mark them yourself. The future commander, as the issuer, only you can decide what the mark on your card will be, the voice inside the jade furnace continued. There are 7 commander invitation cards in total. The previous 6 already had owners a long time ago. The successor can only inherit the commander invitation card from the previous commander with no way to change the mark. The only unused commander invitation card is this one in your possession, so this is the only opportunity to mark the invitation card. "Kid, you look quite young, so why would the old guy let you be a commander? What's special about you?" the voice inside the jade furnace asked. "I don't seem to have anything special." Li Shu thought for a moment and said, "There must be something special. The old guy is very shrewd. He wouldn't let an ordinary person be a commander, especially as this unprecedented 7th group commander." The voice in the jade furnace paused, then asked, "What's your super spirit limit?" "I'm just a C-level trial taker, still far from the super spirit rank," Li Shu replied. "A C-level trial taker? Are you sure?" The voice inside the jade furnace seemed incredibly surprised. Impossible. How could the old guy let a C-level trial taker become a commander? Has he gone crazy? Or is he so old that he's confused? "How could I get my level wrong?" Li Shu asked, looking at the jade furnace. "Is it so strange for a C-level trial taker to be a commander?" "It's not just strange, it's unprecedented. A C-level trial taker, not to mention being a commander, wouldn't even qualify as a super member without a special identity," the voice inside the jade furnace continued. "Could it be that your identity is special, perhaps a leader of a major power?" "I'm the City Lord of the City of Light. Does that count as a special identity?" Li Shu laughed. "City of Light? What place is that? Has the outside world structure changed significantly again?" The voice inside the jade furnace seemed very puzzled. Li Shu explained the origin of his City of Light, and the voice inside the jade furnace sneered after hearing it. "What sort of special identity is that?" not to mention your insignificant City of Light, but even the master of the entire Southern Cross Federation doesn't qualify to be a commander of Longevity Heaven. At most, they could be a supermember. Then, I don't know what special identity I have. Li Shu spread his hands and said, though he secretly wondered, could it be that the Red Sand City Lord has discovered my identity as God? Otherwise, why would he want me to be a commander in Longevity Heaven? It's really strange, the voice inside the Jade Furnace pondered for a long while before saying, in any case, let's complete the ceremony first. You can come up with a name for your group. That name will be your mark, and from now on, the invitation cards you use to recruit group members will have this name's mark. A name? Let's call it the Longevity Group. Li Shu replied casually. 474, Chapter 474, 209. The birth of the new Group 2. Sorry, this name has already been used. The first commander of the Realm of Eternal Life used this name. The voice from within the Jade Furnace said, it seems I'm not the only one lazy enough to not bother coming up with a name. Li Shu mumbled to himself. The voice from the Jade Furnace said with a strange tone, now that you mention it, it does make a bit of sense. I originally thought he used Eternal Life as his name to emphasize his role as the first commander. Turns out, he might have just been too lazy to think of a name. Given his personality, it's quite possible. Who was the first commander of the Realm of Eternal Life? Li Shu asked curiously. A name is just a code. The commander of the Everlasting Group is naturally Eternal Life. Regardless of what future successors are called, the code name for this group's commander can only be Eternal Life. The voice from within the Jade Furnace answered, so I'm not just naming myself, but also naming future commanders. I better think this through. Li Shu pondered, rubbing his chin as if he were deep in thought. Friendly reminder, the words Eternal Life, Immortal, Emotionless, Seeker of the Way, Demon Spirit, and Divine Beast already have owners. You don't need to waste brain cells on those. The voice from within the Jade Furnace advised in a rather humane manner. Those names are too ordinary and vulgar. I never planned to use such names anyway. Li Shu laughed. Oh, I'm rather curious about what name you'll come up with then. The voice from the Jade Furnace sounded slightly dismissive. Is it all right if I take a little longer to think? Li Shu asked. Usually, the ceremony should be completed promptly, but I'm also curious about what name you'll devise. So I'll make an exception and let you think a bit longer. The voice from the Jade Furnace responded. Li Shu simply sat in front of the Jade Furnace pondering. Calling it the Father Group seems too straightforward and not elegant enough. The Wealth God groups won't work either. Just getting rich isn't enough, as the saying goes. Getting promoted, getting rich, and dying in peace are three great joys of life, so how can you only have one? Are you sure you've actually read any books? The voice from within the Jade Furnace couldn't help but interject. I've read a few. Why? Li Shu asked. It's nothing. Continue with your thoughts. The voice from the Jade Furnace said. Li Shu continued to think for a while and suddenly asked, does the group name have to be 2 words? There's no strict rule about that, but the mark shouldn't be too long, or else it will be troublesome to engrave. 2-word group names are also easier to remember, and when someone calls you, it'll be easier to shout. If your name is too long, people in the future won't call it fully, and you'll get all sorts of versions. You should think this through. The voice from the Jade Furnace evidently didn't want Li Shu to choose too long of a name. What you said makes sense. 2 words seem more fitting. The voice from the Jade Furnace, seeing that Li Shu accepted its suggestions, felt obligated to help this new commander without much culture to avoid him creating some bizarre name, which would embarrass the entire Realm of Eternal Life. Actually, you can choose a name based on your own characteristics. For example, the Seeker of the Way group was founded by a commander who was himself a cultivator. Or the Forgetting Feelings group was founded by a commander known as a Desireless. The voice from the Jade Furnace continuously gave Li Shu hints. Makes sense. What are my own characteristics? Li Shu mumbled to himself. You're still young and probably don't have much experience. Don't think from a philosophical angle, be direct. What strengths do you have? The voice from the Jade Furnace continued to guide. My strengths. Does being technically proficient count? Li Shu asked. Of course it counts. That's very good. But if it's just about skills, it seems a bit monotonous. What other strengths do you have? The voice from within the Jade Furnace felt gratified, feeling that under its guidance, Li Shu finally had some normal thinking. What other strengths? Li Shu thought carefully and realized he didn't seem to have any other notable strengths. He wasn't particularly frugal, hadn't done charitable work, wasn't very enthusiastic towards people, and wasn't known for helping others. If it weren't for the fact that he invests a lot of heart into things he likes, he might as well be described as lazy and content with good food. If he were to talk about wealth, he couldn't surpass Chu Jun. In terms of determination, he couldn't compare to A Fei. Regarding kindness, Ye Yuzhen surpassed him by far. After much thought, it seemed aside from his strong technical abilities, he didn't have any other standout strengths. The voice from within the Jade Furnace saw that Li Shu hadn't spoken for ages, thinking, what the heck is he? Not only is he uneducated, but he's also not capable. How did that old guy choose him as commander? Could he really be senile? Li Shu thought for a long time, suddenly slapped his thigh and said, I remembered, I have another strength. What strength? The voice from the Jade Furnace hurriedly asked. I was quite successful as a teacher. I made 50 million just by saying a few casual things, Li Shu said. The voice from within the Jade Furnace couldn't quite believe it, saying, You, a teacher and a successful teacher, is measured by how much money they make? Why? Isn't that considered a strength? Li Shu asked puzzledly. It is, of course it is. The voice from within the Jade Furnace quickly said, afraid that Li Shu would come up with some other crazy idea. Being a teacher is at least a respectable and honorable profession, so using it as a group name shouldn't be too bad. I-475, Chapter 475, 209, The Birth of the New Team. 3. You're good with technology and can be a teacher. The voice within the Jade Furnace trailed off, sensing something was amiss. Now, I get it. Let's call it the Technician Group. Thanks for helping with the name. Li Shu felt the name was pretty good. Technician Group, are you sure? The voice inside the Jade Furnace grew increasingly peculiar. I'm sure. What's the next step? Li Shu was quite satisfied with the name and didn't want to waste more brain power on it. Put your card through that slot into the Jade Furnace. I'll mark it for you. Are you certain about this name? The voice asked again. Didn't you help me come up with it? I think it's quite good. Li Shu directly inserted his card through the slot. Inside Longevity City, countless people stared towards the direction of Longevity Hall, most of them bewildered and puzzled. The longevity bead lit up and the jade bell rang. Something that hadn't happened for years. Only when a new group was formed did this method announce it to the whole city. Many started heading towards the Temple of Heaven, eager to know if a new group was really being established. Keep in mind, the last of the 6 groups of Longevity Heaven was formed almost 100 years ago. Now with a new group, many had high hopes, as a new group meant a new commander, and joining now might provide much room for maneuver. Many people gathered before the Temple of Heaven to see who was establishing the new group. What kind of person was this new commander? Outside the Temple of Heaven, Li Qingyi, Bai Ying, Mo Liu, and Sun Gang were all stunned. The only person who had entered Longevity Hall earlier was Li Shu, and now with the longevity bead lit and the jade bell ringing, Longevity Heaven would have a new group, leaving no doubt who the new commander was. Him, the commander? Bai Ying looked discontent, not believing Li Shu was qualified to be the commander. Has there ever been such a young commander? Mo Lu was equally bewildered. Sun Gang pondered. The former commander of the Dao-seeking group stepped down, and Wan Chaoxin wanted to compete for the commander position, yet he was denied purely for lack of seniority and age. Li Shu is about the same age as Wan Chaoxin and has just joined Longevity Heaven, yet starts a new group as commander. What's his background? They all looked towards Li Qingyi. As the president's daughter, she was the one most likely to know about such matters. Don't look at me, I don't know either. Li Qingyi was equally confused, not understanding how Li Shu could become the commander upon entering Longevity Heaven and even start a new group. This was utterly unprecedented, something that had never happened before. Previously, every founding commander of a group in Longevity Heaven was a person of high standing. How could they let someone new create a group and be the commander? Ah! Bai Ying suddenly widened her eyes and shouted at Li Qingyi. What's the matter? Li Qingyi and the others were startled, turning to Bai Ying. Bai Ying looked at Li Qingyi with a peculiar expression. Qingyi, Li Chu is also a Li. Could he be your half-brother? Upon hearing it, Li Qingyi, Mo Lu, and Sun Gang initially thought it was a joke, but upon further reflection, their expressions turned somewhat strange. Li Shu, with the same surname Li, possessed a Jedi Knight-like magic spirit that advanced at an extraordinary pace. He even dared to hold a magic spirit tournament, something those at commander level thought impossible for decades. Now, shortly after joining Longevity Heaven, he became the commander of the new group. If he wasn't the president's illegitimate child, how else could he achieve these things? Qingyi, could Li Shu truly be your real brother? Mo Liu didn't dare to utter the words, illegitimate child. Probably not. Li Qingyi felt it impossible but started having doubts, considering all that had happened with Li Shu. Could my father really have an illegitimate child? Li Qingyi looked at Longevity Hall, her expression shifting unpredictably. The jade bell rang 13 times, and the bead cast a 10,000-mile glow. Not only within Longevity City, but those in Wansheng Town could also see this marvelous sight. Several trial takers flying magics in the sky, initially planning to enter the trial gate, hurriedly returned. The trial takers and fishmen in Wansheng Town also looked up to the radiant sky. The brilliance atop Longevity Hall's bead grew stronger, dyeing the entire sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. The multicolored glow shifted repeatedly, forming shapes that alternated between human figure and cross figure. All sorts of colors trembled violently, as if innumerable colorful symbols morphed across the sky. The multicolored symbols slowly gathered, forming into 2 characters. An old man sipping tea inside the white jade pavilion watched the constantly changing symphony of light with delight, murmuring to himself, how many years has it been? A new group is finally being established. Who is this founder? surely of extraordinary identity, perhaps from one of the four great families, or that super member making a significant breakthrough now strong enough to establish his own group. The old man watched as the light gradually coalesced into a character, sipped his tea, and mentally recited the forming word, technician, the root of all methods, a good character, starting this group with this word. It's quite unorthodox. Master. A master opens the creation of the world, a foundation for eternity. This character has momentum. Technician, master, technician, master, technician. The old man connected the two words, and the tea he sipped spurted out. Technician group. The old man looked at the two characters formed in the sky with a peculiar expression, lost in thought for a while. Technician group. Ha ha ha. Oh my, this new commander is truly a talent. I wonder who will join this group. In the demon armor group, a few magic armor masters laughed until they were nearly out of breath. 476, Chapter 476, 210, The New Commander. This new commander is truly remarkable, coming up with such a name. With a name like this, if there aren't a few beauties in this group in the future, it would be a disgrace to the heavens and their parents. Lei Qingfeng laughed so hard he almost cried. Beside him, Chu Tianyu also laughed. This commander might have formed the new group just to benefit the young and old folks of Longevity City. That's true. The four families think their bloodlines are noble, yet the birth rate has been declining year after year. Such brilliant bloodlines should definitely be passed down more. Now that I think about it, forming a new group at this time, and as a technician group, makes sense. Lei Qingfeng chuckled, just wondering which lucky ones will be able to join this group. You two haven't gone to test the new demon armor. What nonsense are you chatting about here? An old man walked over, scolding them. Lei Qingfeng smiled and said, Professor Shu, didn't you see the glorious new group formation? From now on, the 6 longevity groups will become 7, with the new group as the technician group. I really want to see what kind of people the members of this group are. What business is it of yours, what kind of people they are? Hurry up and go test the demon armor for me, and get the new demon armor out soon. Only then can our group stand tall and proud. Just as Professor Shu was speaking, a voice came from the direction of Longevity Hall. The 7th longevity group is officially established today. The formerly temporary demon armor group is now officially renamed as the technician group. The new commander will assume office within 3 days. Members of the demon armor group, please. The words that followed were unclear to Professor Shu, Lei Qingfeng, and Chu Tianyu because they were already stunned. We are the lucky members of the technician group. Lei Qingfeng felt like his brain was struck by a series of lightning bolts, numbing his mind and leaving him standing there, dazed. Li Shu came out of Longevity Hall and saw that the Temple of Heaven outside was already crowded with people. Li Qingyi, Bai Ying, Mo Lu, and Sun Gang were also outside, looking at him with peculiar expressions. Li Shu was just about to greet them when he saw Li Qingyi, Bai Ying, and Sun Gang turning around and leaving with incredible speed, disappearing instantly, leaving only Mo Li standing there. Mo Liu didn't want to stay either. He wanted to be as far from Li Shu as possible, just like Li Qingyi and the others, but he had to take Li Shu to his residence and couldn't just leave like they did. Why did they all leave? Li Shu came up to Mo Lu and asked with a smile. Well, they all had things to do. Commander Li, let me take you to your residence. Mo Lu turned and walked, his steps light and brisk, eager to get to a less crowded place as quickly as possible. Li Shu followed Mo Lu to a white jade courtyard. Mo Lu handed him a set of keys. Commander Li, this Heaven No. 7 courtyard is prepared for the commander of the 7th group. It has never been lived in before, so it might be a bit untidy inside. You'll have to clean it yourself, or you could ask your group members to help you clean it. After handing over the keys, Mo Lu smiled and said, Your technician group, formerly known as the Demon Armor Group, is located on Sunset Avenue in the western part of Longevity City. It used to be managed by Vice President Bai, but now that you're their commander, you'll need to meet Vice President Bai soon for the handover. Thank you, I understand. Li Shu nodded. If there's anything, never mind. You're the commander now. I'm just a regular guiding envoy, and I might need your help more often in the future. Mo Liu continued. I'm unfamiliar with this place. I should be the one asking for your help. Li Shu replied. Mo Lu chatted a bit more with Li Shu, telling him about matters that needed attention in Longevity City, before finally leaving the 7th courtyard. Li Shu unlocked the entrance to the courtyard with the keys and found it quite clean. Jade walls, jade tables, jade stools, along with a fish pond and a flower bed, all made of white jade. The entire courtyard was spotless, with no apparent signs of dirtiness. Only a few small grass stalks grew in the flower bed, likely unattended, as they had grown taller than a person, resembling reeds. Approaching the fish pond, the emerald water was deep and bottomless, but 2 lionhead goldfish frolicked in the water could be seen. Ordinary lionheads are either golden, red, or pure white, but these lionhead goldfish were somewhat special, with patches of white and black resembling the colors of a cow. The white parts glistened like jade, and the black parts were as dark as ink, looking like goldfish drawn in ancient-style paintings. Inside the courtyard were 3 main rooms and 2 wings. Despite not being very large, it was quite quaint. All furniture and facilities in the rooms were carved from white jade, with nothing else, such that the bed was a single block of white jade without even a blanket. There were no appliances, not even a water heater or running water. After making a round, Li Shu found a well in the courtyard, which seemed to be the source of drinking water. The thought of a flush toilet was out of the question, but fortunately the courtyard had an old-style outhouse. Times are advancing. How is longevity heaven still so outdated? It looks like I'll have to bring in some decent furniture later. Li Shu could do nothing but make do for the night. However, without even a blanket, sleeping would be uncomfortable. He decided to visit Shachu and see if he could borrow some bedding from her. 0477, Chapter 477, 210 New Commander 2. After changing into a different outfit, Li Shu went to the address that Shachu had left for him. Although Longevity City was somewhat ancient, fortunately every street had street signs and door numbers, making it not difficult to find where Shachu lived. The place where Shachu lived wasn't as good. It was a small room in a courtyard. When Li Shu knocked on the door, he saw Shachu open it. She wasn't wearing her usual red leather skirt outfit, but had on a black lace slip dress. The large expanse of white exposed at the front almost dazzled Li Shu's eyes. "It's an honor to have the chief technician visit. Please forgive me for not welcoming you from afar," Shachu said with a smile. Li Shu ignored her and walked straight into her room, noting that it indeed wasn't very large, with only a jade bed, a jade table, and a jade cabinet without much else. "Do you have a spare quilt or something to lend me, or at least tell me where I can buy one?" "I don't have anything on my side, and will need to get some essentials," Li Shu said, sitting beside the table. "The shops and market in Longevity City are all on the east side, but you'd better not go there just yet." Shachu sat down, poured Li Shu a glass of water, and then propped her cheek with her hand, looking at Li Shu with interest. "Don't look at me like that. I don't even know how I became the commander. The Red Sand City Lord gave me an invitation card which was for the commander." "I truly don't know why he gave me that," said Li Shu, feeling a bit uneasy under Shachu's gaze. "It's a good thing. Now that you've become commander, I have a chance to transfer into your group. Unfortunately, your group was originally the Demon Armor group. I'm not a magic armor master, so it might be a bit difficult to transfer over," Shachu said. "Don't worry about that, I've already asked. Although I'm taking over the previous Demon Armor group, it doesn't mean I can only recruit magic armor masters. However, transferring you from your original group won't be an easy task," Li Shu replied. "Of course it won't be easy, but fortunately my blood seal stone hasn't fallen into Han Mingshu's hands yet, so we still have a chance." Shachu stood up, opened a cabinet, and took out a set of bedding, placing it beside them. "Tomorrow, you and I will go together to Vice President Bai to apply for a group transfer. You need to go there anyway to take over the Demon Armor group. I wonder if Vice President Bai will have any issues with you taking over as Magic Armor Master, since it was his group before. Does the group transfer have to be approved by Vice President Bai?" "That's a bit troublesome," Li Shu mused. "It's already the best-case scenario. If Vice President Han were handling this, it would be really troublesome." Shachu was quite open about it. Han Mingshu is related to Vice President Han. Li Shu immediately understood Shachu's point. "They're from the Han family. How can they not be related?" Shachu sighed. "Living here might not be very safe for you. I have plenty of houses at my place. Why don't you move there to stay?" Li Shu suggested after thinking for a moment. The two lived too far apart, and if Shachu really ran into trouble, Li Shu wouldn't be able to get there in time. All right then, Shachu didn't hesitate and began packing her things. She didn't have much to pack, just a few clothes, a backpack, and her outfit. After Shachu finished packing, she turned to look at Li Shu. "What's the matter?" Li Shu asked, noticing her persistent gaze but not understanding the reason. "Do you want to watch me change clothes?" "That's not impossible, but maybe we should get a certificate first, and then I'll change 10 different outfits every day for you. How about that?" Shachu teased with a smile. "There's no need for that," Li Shu said as he got up and walked out, closing the door behind him. Shachu's place was just one room without any privacy to change, so Li Shu had to step outside. Just as he closed the door, he saw a middle-aged man standing in the courtyard, glaring at him coldly. Li Shu could tell who he was just by the look in his eyes. "Commander Han?" Li Shu asked calmly, looking at the man. "You're the new chief of the skills group, Li Shu." Han Mingshu didn't answer but coldly asked. "Yes, does Commander Han need something?" Li Shu replied lightly. "Do you know what the most dangerous thing within Longevity Heaven is?" Han Mingshu said with a cold gaze and expressionless. "No idea." Li Shu sat down on the jade steps by the door, speaking nonchalantly. "The 4 great families of Longevity Heaven are rule followers. As long as you don't break the rules, we won't bother you. But some people aren't like that. Some people particularly dislike following rules, and those people are the most dangerous. And you've unfortunately offended such a person," Han Mingshu said with a casual tone. "Are you talking about Wan Chaoxin?" Li Shu understood what Han Mingshu meant. "Yes, Wan Chaoxin has ambitious plans. He dared to shoot arrows to kill when you were climbing the mountain. Now that you're in Longevity City, he has even more opportunities to kill you," Han Mingshu replied. "The 4 great families must follow the rules, so why does Wan Chaoxin dare to break them?" Li Shu asked indifferently. In the past, Wan Chaoxin didn't dare to be so bold, and he still somewhat followed the rules, at least not blatantly breaking them. But now it's different. Someone from the Wan family has returned. Han Mingxiao squinted his eyes as he continued. With this person around, even if everyone knows Wan Kaoxin killed you, no one can do anything to him. 478 Chapter 478 210 The New Commander 3. Oh, who is so formidable that they can disregard the rules set by the commander. Li Shu already guessed who Han Mingxiu was referring to. Of course, the rules set by the commander must be obeyed, but they are made by people, so they can also be interpreted by people. The commander would be more than willing to hear this person's explanation. Han Mingxiu paused for a moment, then continued. You may not have heard of the name Wan Kao-kun since you just joined Longevity City, but decades ago, this name was the nightmare of the entire Longevity City. Practicing martial arts at 3, entering the trial ground at 9, becoming super spirit at 13, and undefeated within the association by under 20. To not exaggerate, Wan Kao-kun single-handedly pulled the Wan family back from the brink of collapse. If not for Wan Kao-kun, the Wan family would have long fallen to a lower tier. Fortunately, Wan Kao-kun disappeared for decades. Otherwise, Longevity City wouldn't just have the 4 major families, but 5. Now that Wan Kao-kun has returned, Wan Kaoxin is still of her grandson's generation. Though not her direct grandson, Wan Kaoxin is the future hope of the Wan family. Do you think Wan Kao-kun would stand by idly if something happened to Wan Kaoxin? Even the commander would give Wan Kao-kun some consideration, and in the end, your death would be in vain. Wan Chaoxin once competed with me for the position of the commander of the pursuit group, but unfortunately he didn't succeed, so he is also my enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, wouldn't you agree? Han Mingxiu smiled. So, what can this friend do for you? Li Shu's lips curled slightly. Given Han family's status in Longevity City, we don't need others to do anything for us. However, if you need it, the Han family is your best friend. But as friends, I hope you can abide by manners and not meddle in family matters. Han Mingxiu finally revealed his intention. What do you mean by family matters? I don't quite understand. Li Shu squinted at Han Mingxiu. Sha Chu is a member of my pursuit group, Han Mingxiu said. Oh, so you're talking about Sha Chu, what a coincidence. She's not only a member of your pursuit group, but also a member of my City of Light. It seems we have a lot in common, with the same enemies and the same friends. We should get along very well. Li Shu smiled and said, Since we are friends, can Commander Han do me a favor? What favor do you want? Han Mingxiu's eyes turned cold. Could Commander Han transfer Sha Chu to my group? It shouldn't be too difficult a favor for a friend, right? Li Shu looked at Han Mingxiu and said, Since Commander Li is not someone who understands the situation, I've said too much. Han Mingxiu turned around and walked away, no longer wasting words with Li Shu. After Han Mingxiu left, Sha Chu, now dressed in a leather skirt and boots, pushed the door open and stepped out. Watching Han Mingxiu's departing direction, she said, It seems Han Mingxiu won't let me go no matter what. The transfer issue will probably be very troublesome. I may not like trouble, but I've never been afraid of it, Li Shu said calmly. Brother Shu, that Li Shu really doesn't know his place. Should I find a way to teach him a little lesson? Han Minghao said as he followed beside Han Mingxiu. Don't be reckless. Li Shu setting up a new group must have a background, not as simple as a new member. Han Mingxiu frowned. Don't worry, brother. How could I put the Han family in the spotlight? This matter doesn't require us to intervene personally. We just need to find someone to help. Han Minghao smiled. Are you talking about Wan Kaoxin? Do not get involved in the Wan family's matters now that Wan Kao-kun is back. The Wan family cannot be provoked, Han Mingxiao said. If Wan Chaoxin wants to kill Li Shu, that's his own business. We must not be implicated in it. We overthink it, brother. Wan Kaoxin wanting to kill Li Shu is something everyone knows. There's no need for us to make superfluous moves. Han Minghao lowered his voice and said, Besides Wan Kaoxin, Master Ba has also returned recently. I heard the commander wants to invite Master Ba to divine the celestial secret. Han Mingxiu's eyes lit up. What do you mean? With the relationship between the Han family and Master Ba, asking him for a small favor shouldn't be a problem, right? Han Minghao smiled and said, During the divining, if Master Ba casually mentioned something about Li Shu that wasn't very auspicious, how do you think the commander would react? Not a bad idea, but my sister would have to personally visit Master Ba. Han Mingxiu squinted his eyes. In the entire Longevity City, everyone knew that the commander believed in fate. However, Master Ba was known for his eccentric personality and being extremely greedy. To move him, one not only needed money, but also had to be someone Master Ba regarded highly. It wasn't easy to impress him for an ordinary person. Fortunately, Han Mingxiu's sister, the current Vice President Han, had personal ties with Master Ba, so this matter was not impossible to handle. Of course, Han Mingxiu would not be so bold as to have Master Ba alter the celestial secret, just asking him to casually say 1 or 2 irrelevant words would suffice. Although he thought this plan feasible, Han Mingxiao decided to consult his sister's opinion first. After hearing Han Mingxiao and Han Minghao's proposal, Han Minghui's expression was as if she were looking at 2 idiots. Big brother, have you considered what will happen to our Han family if the commander finds out about this? Han Minghui said coldly. She already regretted pushing Han Mingxiu to the position of commander of the pursuit group. If Han Mingshou were not the only son of their parents, she would never have considered helping Han Mingshou rise to power. There shouldn't be any major issues. Just letting Master Ba casually say something irrelevant, Han Mingshou still had not realized the seriousness of the situation. Don't ever bring this up again unless you want our Han family to be erased from Longevity City, Han Minghui said coldly. What about Sha Chu? The old commander's relics must be with her. You know what those things mean. We can't let them fall into Li Shu's hands, Han Mingshu said. Are you sure the old commander's relics are with Sha Chu? Han Minghui frowned. No doubt about it, the old commander always favored her, practically treated her like a daughter. Now, nothing can be found. It must be with her, Han Mingshu said with certainty. Han Minghui pondered for a while, then slightly smiled and said, We can't mention Li Shu during the divination, but we can have Master Ba privately divine for him. 479, Chapter 479, 211 Vice President Bai. Early in the morning, Li Shu got up and saw Sha Chu, who lived in the East Wing, busy in the kitchen making breakfast. Shortly after, breakfast was served. Is this our breakfast? Li Shu looked at the food on the table with a peculiar expression. Is there a problem? Sha Chu scrutinized the breakfast on the table. She didn't see any issue, but judging by Li Shu's expression, there seemed to be a big problem. Can I eat something cooked? Li Shu looked at the fish slices and raw lettuce on the table and said with a grimace. The fish slices were thinly cut, translucent and glistening, with plump, tender meat. The vegetables were raw, washed clean, green and vibrant, seemingly healthy. But Li Shu was used to eating cooked food, and having these things first thing in the morning was quite uncomfortable for him. Being able to eat vegetables in Longevity City is already impressive. The main food here is seafood, which is relatively cheap. Other foods like rice, wheat, eggs, and milk are very expensive, Sha Chu said. Don't worry about spending money. My stomach can't handle these things, Li Shu said. Of course, you're not worried about spending money because it's not your money. Sha Chu rolled her eyes at him. With those gemstones you brought, if we eat noodles every meal, they'd probably only last half a month. That expensive? I am a commander after all. I should have a salary, right? The commander's pay can't be so low that it's not enough for rice and noodles, Li Shu said. You can afford it, but you'll have to wait until your salary is paid. What about this month? Furthermore, if you spend all your salary on food, how will you purchase the resources needed? How will you enter the trial gate? Sha Chu pouted. I don't care, I just can't eat these things. At least cook these fish slices for me and stir-fry the greens, okay? Li Shu said helplessly. Cooking fish and stir-frying vegetables requires oil, doesn't it? Oil is quite expensive around here. If you eat dishes with oil every meal, your gemstones won't even last 10 days. Although Sha Chu said this, she still took the fish slices and vegetables back to the kitchen. After some tinkering, she brought out fragrant pan-fried fish slices and stir-fried greens, along with a fried egg. Thanks to the mercy of the goddess, Li Shu consumed some pan-fried fish slices, finding them a bit fishy and tasteless, ultimately resorting to eating the fried egg and stir-fried greens. Sha Chu quietly ate the pan-fried fish slices beside him, commenting as she ate, The condiments here are also very expensive, make do with it. Li Shu was somewhat speechless. Initially, he thought Longevity City would be the epitome of luxury, but he didn't expect even eating here to be so challenging. After finishing the meal, Li Shu said to Sha Chu, Let's go to Vice President Bai first to take over the Magic Armor Group. Sha Chu cleaned up the dishes and utensils and led Li Shu to Vice President Bai's office. On the way, Sha Chu briefly introduced Vice President Bai's background to Li Shu. The Bai family used to be one of the 8 families, but now they're not as successful. They don't hold a position among the 4 families, but because they're close to the Li family, they still hold some status in Longevity City. This Vice President Bai is currently the most powerful person in the Bai family. Apart from managing the Magic Armor Group, Vice President Bai also handles many affairs within Longevity City, resembling a General Affairs Department head. This is definitely a profitable position. Li Shu knew that places like the General Affairs Department, even leaking a bit from the cracks, would be a lot of money. The saying goes, 3 years in administration, poor but jingling with gold. The Bai family is considered direct affiliates of the president. Otherwise, given their current status, it's difficult to hold this position. Sha Chu pondered for a moment before continuing. Although the Magic Armor Group isn't highly regarded in Longevity City, many trial gates are guarded by Magic Armor Masters from the group. Plus, the Magic Armor Laboratory is a significant expense. There are many benefits to be found. Whether Vice President Bai will hand over the Magic Armor Group to you easily, it's still uncertain. Li Shu originally thought the Vice President's office would definitely be within an institution like the City Lord's Mansion. Unexpectedly, it was merely a small building on Sunset Avenue without even a guard at the entrance. Chief Technician, pleasure to meet you, pleasure to meet you. So young, and already a Chief Technician, bound for great achievements in the future. When Li Shu and Sha Chu met Vice President Bai, he was as round as a ball but was very enthusiastic, standing up to shake Li Shu's hand and even personally pouring them tea. Vice President Bai is too kind. There's a matter I'd like help with from you, Li Shu said with a smile. I've prepared the handover for the Magic Armor Group quite thoroughly. It can be done anytime, Vice President Bai said. No rush on the handover. This is my friend. She was originally in the Seeking Path Group. Can Vice President Bai do us a favor and transfer her to my technician group? Li Shu asked, looking at Vice President Bai. This might be a bit tricky, Vice President Bai said with a troubled look. Each group's members are generally recruited by their respective commanders themselves. In principle, unless permitted by the commander of the original group, members of each group cannot change groups freely. Of course, the Seeking Path Group situation is a bit special now. The old commander has just passed away, and the new commander hasn't been in position long. These members were not developed by the new commander, but by rights they belong to the Seeking Path Group's commander. If they want to transfer to another group, they still need his agreement to proceed. Otherwise, it's difficult for me to manage. I-480, Chapter 480, to 11 Vice President Bai 2. Since it's difficult, let's first transfer the Demon Armor Group, Li Shu said. Vice President Bai smiled warmly. Of course, this place was originally for the office of the commander of the Demon Armor Group. I was temporarily managing the group, so I used this office. Yesterday, I heard the group now has an official commander, so I moved my stuff out. All the materials and items of the Demon Armor Group are here, and you can work from here. These desks and chairs are ones I used before. If you don't mind them, please use them for now, and later you can replace them if you wish. As he spoke, Vice President Bai placed an account book in front of Li Shu and said, "This is the account book of the Demon Armor Group. Everything of the group is recorded here. Please check it to see if anything is missing." Vice President Bai is really considerate. Li Shu accepted the ledger and immediately handed it to Sha Chu, instructing her to verify the possessions of the Demon Armor Group. My work is pretty much like warehouse management. Clearly defined accounts have become a habit. Vice President Bai chuckled and added, "Everything from the Demon Armor Group is here for sure. However, the blood seal stones of the group's members are currently managed centrally in the City Lord's vault, so we need to follow some procedures to retrieve them. You will need to wait a few days. I will expedite the process to turn over those blood seal stones to you." How much time is needed? Li Shu asked. The blood seal stone is the foundation of a group. Without them, it will not be easy for a new commander to get the veteran members to comply. Everything else might be transferable, but the blood seal stones cannot be handed over easily. Vice President Bai might not be as willing to relinquish the Demon Armor Group as he appears. As long as he holds on to the blood seal stones, it's likely the group's members will only acknowledge Vice President Bai and not recognize Li Shu as the technician group's commander. Well, I will handle it as quickly as possible. You know, I was only temporarily overseeing the Demon Armor Group. Its members were mostly assigned here by other commanders, who typically place the blood seal stones directly into the vault, bypassing me completely. I merely managed them temporarily without applying the stones out of the vault. Over the years, many magic armor masters have died, and some have been promoted. Records have transferred frequently, so applying for all of the technician group's members' blood seal stones is quite troublesome. Give me some time, and I will sort it out quickly. Despite Vice President Bai's lengthy explanation, he meant only one thing. The blood seal stones of the Demon Armor Group cannot be handed over now. Vice President Bai should take his time with the blood seal stones. However, I still need assistance from you regarding Sha Chu joining my technician group, Li Shu said, glancing at Sha Chu, who was busy verifying records. This, Vice President Bai looked troubled. If you, Vice President Bai, can't manage this, I might have to ask the President for assistance, Li Shu implied clearly. If he approached the President, it certainly wouldn't be just about Sha Chu's transfer. Though Vice President Bai couldn't ascertain how Li Shu became the new commander, the establishment of a new group must have been approved by the President. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. Vice President Bai thought for a moment and smiled. All right, I will try my best to handle this. Regardless of success or failure, I will provide you with an answer within 3 days. How does that sound? Whether it succeeds or not, I shall remember this favor from Vice President Bai. Currently, the blood seal stones of the Seeker group should also be in the vault, right? Although extracting one group's stones is complicated, Vice President Bai can take his time. Extracting just one person's blood seal stone should not be too difficult, right? Li Shu looked at Vice President Bai. This may not comply with the regulations. Extracting the blood seal stone of the Seeker group is equally very complex, and probably cannot be accomplished in the short term. You actually don't need to worry about these problems. Vice President Bai hesitated. Vice President Bai, if you had someone by your side whose life was under someone else's control every day, wouldn't you worry? Anyway, I am quite restless, Li Shu said calmly. I can overlook everything else, but not this matter, and I kindly ask for your assistance. All right, for your sake, I'll make an exception this time. Since they are going to be transferred to your group, handing over the blood seal stone in advance shouldn't be a problem. As for the matter with the Demon Armor Group, there's no rush on that front, as I have no particular interest in Demon's armor. If it's convenient for Vice President Bai, it would be great if you could help manage things for a bit, Li Shu said. Commander Li, you're too polite. Should you need my help, please don't hesitate to ask. Vice President Bai's smile grew even brighter as he addressed Li Shu by his actual surname. In fact, there was no need for Li Shu to use a code name anymore. In Longevity Heaven, very few people didn't know the technician commander was Li Shu, and his identity was no secret at all. Vice President Bai personally extracted Shachu's blood seal stone from the vault and handed it to Li Shu, making a suggestive remark. Now, Commander Li, you can sleep peacefully. Thank you so much for your help. Li Shu accepted the blood seal stone with a smile. This is my duty. Let me take you to the Demon Armor Group to introduce you to some of its elders. It will help you with your future work, Vice President Bai said, looking at Li Shu. W481, Chapter 481, W5, W1, W5, W5, Vice President Bai 3. I've just arrived at the long-lasting sky, and am still not quite used to the environment here. I can't sleep well or eat properly. It's really uncomfortable. My body doesn't feel too good. Could I trouble you to manage things on my behalf for a while longer? Li Shu said with a smile. We're all family. There's no trouble at all. Rest assured, I'll keep an eye on those matters for you. You can resume work when your health improves. Vice President Bai replied with a wide grin. We don't have an attendance system here in the long-lasting sky, right? Li Shu asked. No, Commander Li, just focus on getting better. All benefits will be given out fully and on time. You can come to me to collect them, or I can have someone deliver them to your residence. Vice President Bai quickly responded. Then I'm relieved. After a friendly farewell with Vice President Bai, Li Shu returned home with Sha Chu. Watching from the second-floor window as Li Shu and Sha Chu left, the smile on Vice President Bai's face gradually faded, muttering to himself, this Li Shu is no ordinary person. Exchanging a demon armor set for my blood seal stone, you're taking quite a loss. On the way back, Sha Chu smiled knowingly at Li Shu and said, exchanging something that never belonged to me for something that truly does, how can that be a loss? It's clearly a gain, Li Shu chuckled. Sha Chu rolled her eyes. Who is your something? Li Shu didn't answer, instead saying, without the blood seal stone, taking over the demon armor group is pointless. Let that Bai person manage it for now. We should go to the trial gate, and hopefully gain entry to the land of trial. We need to bring some resources back. I have many magic spirits to feed, and can't just sit by and wait. Where do you have mountains? Sha Chu laughed. As far as I know, among the thousands of trial gates in the long-lasting sky, only about 20 to 30% have been fully developed. There are plenty of choices. I'm only familiar with a few I frequent. Which trial gate do you want to explore? Go to a place with lots of magic spirits, Li Shu stated. You have a super spirit, so you should indeed go somewhere with plenty of magic spirits. Sha Chu thought for a moment and said, I know a land of trial where the number of magic spirits is high, and their levels are quite advanced. Generally, trial takers don't dare to go there, but you're different, having the super spirit Jedi. It's the perfect place for you. However, getting an admission ticket requires some luck. I don't have many gemstones left, maybe only enough to open the door 4 times. If we don't randomly draw a ticket, then there's nothing we can do. Let's try our luck first, Li Shu said. Han Minghui brought Han Mingshou and Han Minghao to the 8th Lord's courtyard. Han Minghui accompanied the 8th Lord for tea, while Han Mingshou and Han Minghao could only stand by the side. 8th Lord, just a little token, please don't mind it. Han Minghui placed a wooden box on the table in front of the 8th Lord. The 8th Lord wasn't the least bit polite, opening the wooden box directly for a look. The dazzling jewels inside made him smile so much that his eyes seemed to disappear. Minghui, your father and I were brothers in life and death. I'm already very happy you came to see this old man. Why bring such things? Despite these words, the 8th Lord just slid the wooden box into his sleeve. Precisely because you are my father's dear friend, when we didn't know your whereabouts before, there was no way to express our sentiments. Now that you're finally back, I, as a niece, finally have the opportunity to express some junior's goodwill, Han Minghui stated earnestly. There aren't many people as affectionate as you nowadays. No wonder you could become a vice president. The 8th Lord said with a smiling face. Besides seeing this old man, is there anything else on your mind? Nothing escapes the 8th Lord's sharp eyes. Han Minghui sighed and said, 8th Lord, I indeed have a matter I'd like your help with. If it weren't concerning the decline and prosperity of the Han family, I wouldn't dare bother you. The 8th Lord said leisurely after a sip of tea. This is my brother, Mingshu, who has recently taken over as the commander of the Seeking Tao group. 8th Lord, you know best. We have an unwritten rule here in the long-lasting sky that whoever assumes the role of commander, if the outgoing commander has no close children, their magic spirits and contracts belong to the new commander. The old commander of the Seeking Tao group not only had no children but no relatives either. Yet, after his passing, those magic spirits and contracts that my brother should have inherited were taken away through deceitful means, leaving him with nothing to inherit. Such a thing happened? I heard that old Taoist passed away naturally within the long-lasting sky. How could his belongings end up with others? The 8th Lord exclaimed in surprise. Han Minghui sighed. That person was cunning. He took everything before the old commander passed away. The old commander shouldn't have passed so soon. It was because of this that he did. Who is this person? The 8th Lord frowned. To kill and seize contracts is a great taboo among trial takers. Although many have done it, rarely does anyone openly admit it. That person is called Sha Chu, originally a member of the Seeking Tao group, Han Mingshu hastily added. An ordinary member would have no chance or capability to do such a thing, the Eighth Lord asked. Han Mingshu said indignantly that Sha Chu relied on her few charms to somehow beguile the old commander, making him heed to her every wish and led to such a disastrous end. I see, a hero can't resist the lure of a beauty. Who would have thought the old Taoist also fell into the flowers and tarnished a lifetime of repute? The Eighth Lord sighed. Eighth Lord, it's not that simple. The old commander was likely victimized. Sha Chu is just an ordinary member. Even if she has some charm, using her beauty to bewitch the old commander, she probably doesn't have the courage for such actions. There's someone behind her. Han Minghui said, if it were by the rules, our Han family wouldn't contest it, but that person was so underhanded, using a woman to seize all the old commander's magic spirits and contracts. We just can't swallow this indignation. We hope you can stand up for us, Eighth Lord. I must. Even if you didn't seek me, given my friendship with that old Taoist, I can't let him be unjustly harmed so. Who is behind Sha Chu? The Eighth Lord asked. That person is the newly appointed commander of the technician group, Li Shu. Han Mingshu immediately replied. Number 482, Chapter 482, Chapter 482, 212. What's missing isn't demon armor. The city lord of the City of Light, Li Shu. The Eighth Master was slightly taken aback. Yes, Eighth Master. That Sha Chu is staying at his house now, acting recklessly and disregarding everyone. His ability to become the commander likely has the backing of the Li family. We truly have no other recourse, so we've come to seek your help, Eighth Master, Han Minghui said. What do you want me to do? The Eighth Master inwardly sneered. We wouldn't dare trouble you to act personally. We only ask that you predict a word for us, to see if we have the fortune to bring him down, Han Minghui said. The Eighth Master naturally understood Han Minghui's intention. They wanted him to find an opportunity to finish off Li Shu. The Eighth Master pretended to ponder, then write a word, and I'll predict it for you. Han Mingshu and Han Minghao rejoiced, while Han Minghui remained expressionless, dipping her finger in the tea and writing the character Li on the tea table. Han Minghui had her reasons for choosing this character. Li Shu carries the surname Li, unexpectedly rising to be commander upon entering the organization. She suspected whether Li Shu indeed had ties with the Li family. If Li Shu truly belonged to the Li family, then to move against Li Shu, one must be fully prepared and guard against the Li family. The Eighth Master immediately understood Han Minghui's thoughts upon seeing the character Li. After observing the character for a while, the Eighth Master spoke. Muzi Li, this character seems quite ominous. Eighth Master, how so? Upon whom does this ominousness befall? Han Minghui asked. With Mu beneath a Z, it signifies dead wood coming back to life, a situation where everything revives and flourishes. You wrote this Li word with water. When you combine Mu's with 3 drops of water, it becomes Mu, which in ancient times meant washing the hair with flowing water. Adding water to Z becomes Zai, homophonous with a word meaning swimming skills. Dead wood is reborn when washed by water, changes appearance to embrace new opportunities, riding the winds and waves to ascend the skies. How can this Muzi be of the human world? This person's fate is invaluable and also blessed beyond words. If you act against him, you naturally invite disaster. The Eighth Master spoke slowly. The expressions of the 3 Han Minghuis were unpredictable, having not expected such an outcome. Eighth Master, is this person related to Li? Han Minghui fixed her gaze on the Eighth Master and asked. The Eighth Master understood what Han Minghui wanted to ask. She was inquiring whether Li Shu had any connection with the president. Rumors outside already suggested Li Shu was the president's illegitimate son, but Han Minghui hadn't believed it initially. Yet after hearing the Eighth Master's prediction, Han Minghui began to doubt her judgment. The Eighth Master took another careful look at the character Li on the table. In the time past, parts of the T-written character Li had dried up. Now, upon re-evaluation, all that remained visible were the strokes of Shi and Ding. After observing for a while, the Eighth Master also displayed ambiguity, hesitant to speak. Eighth Master, is there something you can't say? If it's inconvenient, just leave it unsaid, Han Minghui hurriedly said. If the Eighth Master truly couldn't say, then she knew the answer. The Eighth Master shook his head. It's not that I can't say, it's just somewhat strange. What's strange about it? Han Mingxiao asked. Look at this Li character now, only Shi's and Ding remain. Shi's is the sum of 9 and 1, traditionally considered a complete number. But 9 is already an ultimate number. Adding 1 renders it less beautiful. Too much perfection is a flaw in itself. If we only look at this Shi character, this person should not be related to Li. But adding this Ding character, it becomes entirely different. Related yet unrelated, this character cannot be measured. How does it become entirely different? Han Minghui asked. I cannot say. The Eighth Master shook his head. I cannot predict this character anymore. I have already said all that needed saying. What decisions to make are up to you to contemplate. Han Mingxiao wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Han Minghui, who then saluted the Eighth Master and took her leave. Why didn't you let me clarify? So many gemstones, and yet we only got such obscure words. Isn't that a bit too much? After stepping out, Han Mingxiao said with a gloomy face, but Han Minghui said calmly, "He has already said everything, you just didn't understand." "What did he say?" Han Mingxiao asked in confusion, and Han Minghao also didn't understand what was meant. "Add an element of ding, and you still don't understand." Han Minghui indicated Han Mingshu. "Add an element of ding, add a ding, doesn't that mean Tian Ding?" Han Mingshu shuddered with fright, exclaiming, "Could it be that Li Shu is really— I cannot say, if even the eighth master dare not speak it, how could we?" Han Minghui stopped Han Mingshu, preventing him from finishing his sentence. "Is the eighth master's prediction accurate? Why don't I believe it?" Han Mingshu was unwilling to accept this result, as accepting it would mean giving up the demon spirits and contracts left by the old commander. "Better believe it exists than not. Let's observe for a while." Han Minghui's attitude was very clear. After Han Minghui and her group left, the eighth master stared at the table in contemplation. Originally, he only intended to deceive the three Han Minghuis so they wouldn't trouble Li Shu, but what he had predicted didn't allow him to continue deceiving, because what he said indeed matched the signs revealed by the characters. Strange, Old Four's fate is quite peculiar. This is already a non-human appearance, related to Li and unrelated. How do I interpret that? The eighth master pondered for a moment before suddenly dipping his finger in tea and tracing over the path of the previously written Li character, engraving another Li character on the table. Mainz 483, chapter 483 to 112, what's missing? Isn't demon armor too? However, the character Li he wrote was completely different from the one Han Minghui had written. That Li character shone brilliantly, seemingly a tangible entity condensed from golden light fixed on the table. When the last stroke of the character Li was completed and eighth master was about to examine it, he suddenly exclaimed, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground with a thud, staring in horror at the Li character on the table. The character Li, which was formed by the celestial inscription light, had already disappeared without a trace. Eighth master struggled to get up, looked at the now blank table with uncertainty, and muttered, "Impossible. Even if the celestial inscription light can't detect the true celestial mandate, it shouldn't destroy my contract just by measuring fate. No one could have such a fate. Could it be that Old Fourth really isn't human?" Li Shu originally intended to go directly to Wansheng Town at the foot of the mountain, and from there enter the trial gate. But thinking that both descending and ascending the mountain would require the Jedi Knights to carry them, Li Shu thought of the magic armor laboratory. Although Li Shu didn't plan to take over the magic armor group just yet, as the commander of the group, applying for a set of demon armor from the laboratory should not be a problem, and he could take the opportunity to see how far the magic armor laboratory of the Everlasting Heaven had progressed in its research. Fortunately, just now, when Sha Chu was tallying the accounts, he noted the location of the magic armor laboratory, and the two of them arrived outside the walls of the testing facility. To their surprise, there was actually a doorbell installed here. After Sha Chu pressed the doorbell, the main door soon opened, and Lei Qingfeng walked out, looking sleepy. "Who is it, so early in the morning?" Lei Qingfeng surveyed Sha Chu and Li Shu with dissatisfaction. He hadn't met Li Shu before, let alone that Li Shu was wearing a bronze mask. Even without it, Lei Qingfeng wouldn't recognize him. Seeing strangers, Lei Qingfeng immediately guessed, "You must be the chief technician Li Shu, right?" "It's me," Li Shu replied with a smile. "Come in then." Lei Qingfeng glanced at Li Shu, lazily said, and turned away. Li Shu and Sha Chu exchanged glances, both feeling that this person was a bit too much. After all, Li Shu was at least nominally the commander of the magic armor group, yet this person acted with such indifference, seemingly not caring about Li Shu's title at all. Without the blood seal stone, the title of commander is just an empty position. Sha Chu laughed as he said to Li Shu. Sha Chu didn't lower his voice, deliberately letting Lei Qingfeng hear it. After hearing this, Lei Qingfeng shockingly replied without turning his head, "Even with the blood seal stone, it's useless. This is the magic armor group, not the Everlasting Six groups." Li Shu and Sha Chu didn't know what he meant by this, but after entering the courtyard, they found it somewhat different from what they had imagined. Li Shu originally thought that even if the Everlasting Heaven didn't value the magic armor group greatly, magic armor masters were still the most effective combat force. As long as there were magic armors and magic armor masters, combat strength could be immediately formed, unlike trial takers who required a long time and enormous resources to cultivate. They were quite useful for guarding the trial gate. However, now it seemed the situation in the magic armor group might be worse than they had anticipated. The courtyard was cluttered with all sorts of junk, and some damaged demon armors were just piled directly on the ground, discarded everywhere. More alarming was that in the courtyard, there was a group of old men setting up tables and playing poker, with several of them having their faces plastered with paper slips. "Hey fellas, we've got the new commander of the magic armor group here," Lei Qingfeng shouted from the side. The old men glanced over, and after seeing them, they didn't even bother to greet and continued with their card game. "What's going on here?" Li Shu asked Lei Qingfeng. Lei Qingfeng lazily said, "These old fellas are just researchers in the lab, not much to do usually, so they just play cards, chat, or sunbathe. Isn't the laboratory researching demon armor?" Li Shu frowned. "What's there to research about demon armor?" An old man interrupted while playing cards. What we're lacking isn't demon armor, but magic armor, masters. 4-2's bomb, what do you mean? Li Shu asked. The old man, engrossed in his game, ignored Li Shu. As Li Shu frowned, the door of the laboratory opened, and an elderly man who seemed quite proper walked out with a younger person. This is Professor Shu, the head of our laboratory. If you have any questions, talk to him. Lei Qingfeng pointed at the elderly man. Lei Qingfeng, what are you up to now, getting up so late and not testing the demon armor? Professor Shu reprimanded. Got it, I'll wash my face first. Lei Qingfeng left lazily. Nobody here seemed to care about Li Shu, this new commander. Professor Shu merely approached Li Shu and said, Commander, is there something you need from us? I initially wanted to see how advanced your top-tier demon armors are, but it seems like the laboratory is facing difficulties. Is it a shortage of materials and budget provided by the association? Li Shu asked. Not at all. Our materials and budget are sufficient. To see the demon armors, that's easy. Tianyu, take him to have a look. I have work to do. Professor Shu said as he turned back into the lab on his own accord. We have 4 types of demon armor, heaven, earth, black, and yellow. I wonder which type the commander would like to see. Chu Tianyu, with a gentle demeanor, asked with a smile. 484, Chapter 484, 2212. What's missing? Isn't demon armor 3? What's different? Li Shu asked. To you, there shouldn't be much difference. They're all demon armors that can't be operated. Chu Tianyu's tone was mild, but his words were somewhat hard to accept. Li Shu wasn't angry either. It was understandable for a magic armor master in such a repressive environment to have some psychological distortion. What about you? What's the difference in the demon armors from the celestial, earth, profound, and yellow vaults? Li Shu asked leisurely. For me, the demon armors in the yellow vault are just toys, nothing interesting for those cannon fodder to use. The demon armors in the profound vault are the ones I usually use. The demon armors in the earth vault are those currently being tested, and the ones in the celestial vault are those that can't be used. Chu Tianyu answered as they walked. Demon armors that can't be used? Li Shu's interest was piqued. Didn't Third Uncle just say that what we lack here isn't demon armors, but magic armor masters who can operate them? We have plenty of advanced demon armors developed, but unfortunately, no magic armor master can activate them. No matter how advanced the manufactured demon armors are, they're useless without a user. Hence, the main production demon armors are in the profound and yellow vaults. Those in the Earth Vault are being researched and tested, and those in the Celestial Vault have been made, but no magic armor master can activate them. They are advanced, but if no one can use them, they're no different from garbage. Chu Tianyu said, then asked, Commander, which vault's demon armors do you want to see? Let's see the demon armors in the Celestial Vault. Li Shu was now even too lazy to be angry with these people. There were so many demon armors within the immortal sky, and since no one cared about these armors, if he could get some to bring back to the City of Light, wouldn't that be a profit? Chu Tianyu led Li Shu to the door of a warehouse, then used facial recognition to unlock it. After opening the door and flipping the power switch, the scene before Li Shu and Shachu left them both stunned. The warehouse was at least a few hundred meters deep, with display stands on both sides, each with a set of demon armor on it, each with a different style. Various demon armors stood on either side like demonic puppets, as if like a legion of demon gods welcoming them. There were at least a few hundred sets of demon armors in these 2 rows. Are these the high-grade demon armors that can't be used you mentioned? Li Shu asked Chu Tianyu beside him. Sort of. Only a few people among the magic armor masters can use some of them. Most can't be activated. Chu Tianyu said. Can you introduce these demon armors? Li Shu noticed that the models and designs of these demon armors were ones he hadn't seen before. There are over 300 sets of demon armors here. If we were to introduce them one by one, it would take several days to finish. Just take a look around, and if you see one that looks good, I'll give you a detailed explanation. I still need to do demon armor testing later, Chu Tianyu said. Let's go with this one. Li Shu wasn't upset as he pointed to the demon armor closest to him. This demon armor is codenamed Immovable Nether God. It's made from super spirit materials cut from within the Celestial Gate. It said that the demon spirit was called Immovable Nether God, so it was used as the codename. Since it was created, no magic armor master has been able to activate it, Chu Chunyu explained. Can it still be used now? Li Shu asked while examining the Immovable Nether God. It can't be used because nobody could operate it after it was made, so the demon core and super spirit gemstone have been taken away. Now it's just an empty shell, Chu Chunyu replied. Li Shu inquired about the origins of several sets of demon armors. They were basically made with super spirit materials, and without magic armor masters able to use them, the demon core and super spirit gemstone were removed, leaving them here as empty shells without core energy sources. Is there no complete usable demon armor here? Li Shu frowned and asked. No matter how good these demon armors were, without an energy source, they were just a pile of junk, completely unable to function. After these demon armors were manufactured and found unusable, their core energy sources would be repurposed elsewhere. You know how precious those super spirit demon cores and super spirit gemstones are to the trial takers. It's impossible to leave them here. Chu Tianyu paused for a moment, then continued. However, there are a few sets of demon armors whose energy cores are still intact. Some use experimental alternative energy cores, and some, due to their special design, don't use Super Spirit Demon cores or Super Spirit gemstones as energy sources, which is why they've been preserved. And there's one set whose energy core, due to its design, has deeply integrated with the armor, making it impossible to extract for use. Show me those demon armors. Li Shu suddenly became interested. It's the few sets over there. Chu Tianyu pointed to a row of demon armors at the far end. The first demon armor on the left is called Thousand-Handed Guanyin. Li Shu and Shachu looked over and found that the suite of armor only had 2 arm guards and no additional arm pieces. It was unclear why it was named Thousand-Handed Guanyin. Seeing the doubt in their minds, Chu Tianyu explained, it's called Thousand-Handed Guanyin not because it has 1,000 arms, but because the design of the Thousand-Handed Guanyin demon armor involves a multi-core system and energy source, requiring simultaneous control of multiple energy sources and systems. Although it only uses S-class demon core as its energy source, the energy burst from the multi-core power shouldn't be inferior to a demon armor using a super spirit demon core as energy. What do you mean by shouldn't? Shachu asked. Because it uses too many cores and no magic armor master can activate and control so many cores at once, making it impossible to operate at full capacity. So how strong the power of Thousand-Handed Guanyin really is, no one knows. Theoretically, it shouldn't be weaker than a demon armor powered by a super spirit demon core. Chu Tianyu added, no matter how strong a demon armor is, without a magic armor master who can use it, it's essentially junk. That's the situation with the demon armors here. Can I take these demon armors with me? Li Shu asked Chu Tianyu. Chu Tianyu looked at Li Shu somewhat puzzled and asked, what do you want them for? 485. Chapter 485-213, The Useless Demon Armor. As the chief of the technician group, isn't researching demon armor a normal thing? Li Shu said. Chu Tianyu looked at Li Shu for a while, then smiled faintly and said, whether you're an ordinary member of the demon armor group or the chief technician, everyone in the group can only apply for one set of demon armor for personal use. If you want to research, you can only do it in the lab. You can't take it out. All demon armor here has been recorded. If you want to apply for a second set after the first one is damaged, aside from explaining the damage incident of the first set, you also have to bring back the damaged demon armor and submit it. Li Shu looked at Chu Tianyu's expression and knew he misunderstood, thinking he wanted to take these demon armors out to sell. It's not Chu Tianyu's fault. He didn't know Li Shu was also a magic armor master. What else can non-magic armor masters do with demon armor except sell it? Many in Chongsheng Tian knew Li Shu had hosted a magic spirit tournament, and his own magic spirit even won the championship. Who would have thought he was also a magic armor master? Li Shu didn't explain but merely said to Chu Tianyu, doesn't the chief have any privileges? The chief doesn't have 2 heads and 4 hands. He can't wear 2 sets of demon armor, probably can't even wear one, Chu Tianyu said. Is the demon armor group doing so poorly that everyone speaks so sharply? It's flattering to call them straightforward. It's nasty to say they're brain damaged. Li Shu was too lazy to argue with Chu Tianyu and just said, then apply for 1 set of demon armor for me. Which set would you like to apply for, Chief? Chu Tianyu asked. Give me an introduction to these remaining sets, Li Shu said, looking at the other sets of demon armor. This set is called Artificial Number 13, using an artificial demon core as its energy source. Currently, it can't be activated, and it's unknown if the artificial demon core was successfully activated. Chu Tianyu pointed to the red demon armor beside them. Can something like a demon core be artificial? Li Shu was somewhat surprised. If demon cores can be human-made, then why bother fighting and killing magic spirits? Just mass-produce demon cores, and humans would become invincible. It's obviously impossible to create a demon core out of thin air. Here, an artificial demon core refers to the technique of using low-level demon cores for fusion and purification to create high-level demon cores. The artificial series of demon armors are made using this technique. The previous generations, from 1 to 12, were relatively successful. They could use a large quantity of E-level or D-level demon cores to synthesize a demon core with energy equivalent to a high-level demon core. However, the highest artificial demon core synthesized only reached S-level, unable to achieve super spirit level. Moreover, the value of the low-level demon cores consumed is already no less than the value of an S-class demon core itself. Because the resource consumption was too high, this project was ultimately cut. Artificial Number 13 is the last prototype of the artificial series, and due to its excessive resource consumption, the artificial demon core technology was halted. However, I think this technology is still very valuable. The demon armor itself uses super spirit materials, even if they're composite materials made from edge materials. The technology involved is still high. As for this artificial demon core, the inner energy likely already reached the level of super spirit, but since no one can activate it, whether it truly reached that level isn't supported by actual test data. Why hasn't anyone taken this demon core? Li Shu asked, puzzled. The energy inside the artificial demon core wouldn't be false. With so much energy, who cares if it's artificial? It can completely be used to feed magic spirits. The demonic light attribute inside the artificial synthesized demon core is rather mixed, not a single demonic light attribute. Previously, there were trial takers who used artificial demon cores to feed magic spirits, but the results weren't ideal. Chu Tianyu coughed lightly and said, listening to his implication, Li Shu understood it was probably not just not ideal, and perhaps the artificial demon core technology being halted was related to this issue. However, Chu Tianyu did not delve into details, and Li Shu did not inquire further, turning to look at a purple set of demon armor beside them and asked, what's the situation with this set of demon armor? This set of demon armor is called the Suicide Bomber. All the materials used, including armor, demon core, and super spirit gemstone, come from the same magic spirit, with the entire demon armor fused into a whole. The manufacturing was quite successful, and there are even magic armor masters who could use it, but later some issues arose, so it's been shelved. What kind of issues? Li Shu asked. This set of demon armor was one of the few manufactured using super spiritual energy source, and an S-class magic armor master could activate and use it. Unfortunately, once the Suicide Bomber's power exceeds a certain level, there's a risk of self-destruction, to the extent that even disassembling it poses a self-destructive risk. Nobody knows where the problem lies, so its Super Spirit Demon Core and Super Spirit Gemstone were preserved because they can't be disassembled, Chu Tianyu explained. Upon hearing this, Li Shu already understood why Changsheng Tian didn't value the Demon Armor group too much. The creations couldn't be used by ordinary magic armor masters, yet required excessive resources. With those resources, it would be better to push magic spirits directly to the super spirit level rather than make demon armors that few could use. The remaining sets of demon armor, without their energy sources removed, also each have their unique issues. Essentially, these contraptions couldn't be used by regular magic armor masters and could only gather dust here. 486, Chapter 486, 213, Unusable Demon Armor. 2. Li Shu thought for a moment and said, just help me apply for this divine spirit. Li Shu pointed at the last set of demon armor, which Chu Tianyu had introduced before. This set, the Divine Spirit Magic Armor, uses rather advanced super spirit materials. After its creation, not only couldn't anyone activate it, but it also had significant flaws, which led to it being left unused here. The significant flaw that Chu Tianyu mentioned was quite cryptic. It seemed like anyone who touched this armor would be unlucky. Those who wanted to use or dismantle this armor seemed to have met with accidents, which is why the Divine Spirit Magic Armor remained intact. Li Shu thought it over. Among these armors, the Divine Spirit Magic Armor seemed relatively normal. It could be used as is, or if it couldn't be used, he could dismantle the Super Spirit Demon Core and Super Spirit Gemstone inside to enhance his magic spirit level. The multi-core thousand-handed Guanyin was not within Li Shu's consideration. As for the artificial Demon Core, he wasn't sure about its effectiveness. Regarding the Suicide Bomber, Li Shu also didn't want to joke around with his life. After all the choosing, only the Divine Spirit Magic Armor seemed reliable, and the key was that Li Shu was not afraid of things like curses. Or rather, ever since he could consume gemstones, he had constantly dealt with cursed objects. Are you sure you want the Divine Spirit? Chu Tianyu asked, looking at Li Shu with a strange expression. Is there a problem? Li Shu asked. Of course it's fine, as long as you won't regret it. Chu Tianyu pointed at the Divine Spirit and said, you can take it yourself. We need to go to Professor Shu to fill out an application form. Once he approves, you can take it away. Currently, the Divine Spirit is still in armor form. Li Shu directly grabbed it with one hand, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and left the warehouse with Chu Tianyu to find Professor Shu in the laboratory. When Professor Shu heard that Li Shu wanted to apply for the Divine Spirit, he just glanced at Li Shu and then signed approval without saying a word. Watching Li Shu and Sha Chu leave with the Divine Spirit, Lei Qingfeng couldn't help but say, is it really okay to let him take the Divine Spirit? Anyway, I've already told him about the issues with the Divine Spirit. He insists on applying for it, so if he runs into bad luck, that's his business, not ours. Chu Tianyu pouted and said that Li Shu is even greedier than Vice President Bai. He comes to us wanting to exchange and sell our demon cores. Truly, it's a world of greedy ravens alike. All right, stop the chatter and quickly go test the magic armor. We must create a super spiritual energy armor that even ordinary S-class magic armor masters can use. Only then will the armor group truly be valued. Professor Shu interrupted the conversation between the two. It's called the Technician Group now. I don't know what Li Shu was thinking when he gave it such a name. Now all of us have become laughingstock across longevity heaven. Those people call me Technician whenever they see me. It's really distressing. Chu Tianyu said with a troubled face. On the way back, Shachu asked Li Shu, with all that they said being so mystical, aren't you afraid there might really be problems with this armor? Plus, if you can't use it, there's no point in taking it back, right? Others can't use it, doesn't mean I can't. Even if I can't use it, I can dismantle the demon core and super spirit gemstone inside to feed my magic spirit. Li Shu chuckled. Just hope everything will be fine, Sha Chu said. Li Shu thought for a moment and asked Sha Chu, do you know where the Heaven Gate is? Previously, old Dao had told Li Shu that upon arriving at Longevity Heaven, he should go to the Heaven Gate to find him, where there would be benefits. Sha Chu thought for a bit and said, the Heaven Gate you mentioned should be the highest and largest trial gate within the sinkhole, which is a forbidden zone, and trial takers are not allowed to approach. Others can't approach it, not even those at commander level? Li Shu frowned. That I don't know, you could try and see. Sha Chu smiled. The two didn't go back. They directly carried the divine spirit to the edge of Longevity City. Longevity City is not much different from an island. Actually, there's no need to enter and exit through the main gate. It's only because it was Li Shu's first visit, and he needed the guiding envoy to receive him that he came through the main gate. Now there's naturally no such necessity. The two came to a cliffside, where Li Shu set down the divine spirit, reached out to grab the activation device, and directly initiated his spiritual sense, intending to activate the divine spirit. As Li Shu's spiritual sense invaded, the divine spirit remained unresponsive, which was what Li Shu expected. The divine spirit uses all super spirit materials, and the energy source includes both super spirit demon core and super spirit gemstone. If the spiritual sense doesn't meet the threshold, it's likely difficult to activate it. White enveloped Li Shu's eyes, and the black pupils were covered by white, seemingly vanishing. The divine spirit suddenly moved, disassembling into pieces of armor that automatically wrapped around Li Shu's body, and in no time, his body was fully enclosed within the armor. The divine spirit had a white base with black edges. Most parts were white, with only the edges resembling outlines in narrow black that added a sense of heft and chill to the divine spirit magic armor. Once attired in the divine spirit, Li Shu thought, and black light patterns began to emerge on the white armor of the divine spirit magic armor. Let's go down. Li Shu extended his arm to encircle Sha Chu's waist and directly leaped from the cliff's edge, bringing Sha Chu along to fly in the sky. Being held by Li Shu, Sha Chu's expression was somewhat complex. We 487, Chapter 487, 213, Unusable Demon Armor 3. Even those guys in the Demon Armor group said that the Divine Spirit model couldn't be used, yet Li Shu was able to use it. This made Sha Chu, who had already held Li Shu in high regard, still somewhat surprised. One must know that many of the researchers and magic armor masters in the Demon Armor group were top-tier magic armor masters, and researchers absorbed from around the world over the years, including some who had once topped the world rankings for magic armor masters. They all said that the Divine Spirit magic armor couldn't be activated, yet Li Shu insisted on choosing the Divine Spirit model and actually managed to activate it, which was quite surprising. Who was this guy before? Sha Chu was pondering, but suddenly felt her body rapidly descending. The demon light pattern on the Divine Spirit magic armor suddenly all extinguished, and after losing power, it immediately plummeted. Li Shu frowned slightly. He had clearly already activated the Divine Spirit magic armor, so why did it suddenly cut off? With a thought, his spiritual sense surged, forcefully reactivating the Divine Spirit magic armor that had severed its connection with his spiritual sense. The light pattern on the magic armor lit up once more, allowing Li Shu and Sha Chu to rise again just before hitting the ground. Li Shu landed steadily on the ground, set Sha Chu down, and disassembled the Divine Spirit magic armor, turning it into the state of a magic armor box. The technical level of the Demon Armor group was no worse than Shimin Guan's. Some techniques were even more advanced, but in terms of armor size, they were far inferior to the magic armor made by Zimen Guan, comparable in size to ordinary magic armors, or even larger. What happened? Sha Chu asked Li Shu. The incident just now wasn't Li Shu joking with her. This could be seen from the expression on Li Shu's face as he looked at the magic armor. This set of magic armor indeed has some problems, but they're not major. Let's go over to the Celestial Gate first and take a look, Li Shu said as he hoisted the magic armor box onto his back and led Sha Chu towards the Celestial Gate. Sha Chu didn't ask any more questions and followed Li Shu slowly. Passing by some trial gates, it could be seen that there were some magic armor masters guarding them, which indicated that ordinary people weren't allowed near these trial gates. More trial gates were guarded by trial takers, or sometimes by no one at all, suggesting that anyone could enter at will. Approaching the Celestial Gate, from afar, they could see many magic armor masters patrolling the area, and before getting close, they were stopped. Celestial Gate is a restricted area, no entry allowed. A patrolling magic armor master noticed Li Shu and Sha Chu, immediately stepping in to prevent them from approaching. I am a friend of Elder Dao, please pass the message for me, Li Shu shouted to the magic armor master. Elder Dao has entered the Celestial Gate for inspection and won't return for a short time. Come back in 4 days. The magic armor master glanced at the magic armor box on Li Shu's back, his tone much milder. Li Shu didn't expect Elder Dao to be absent, so he had to leave the Celestial Gate first. Since he couldn't meet Elder Dao, Li Shu headed to the trial gate Sha Chu mentioned, hoping to try his luck and see if he could randomly get an entry ticket to acquire some resources from the land of trial. The trial gate Sha Chu spoke of was called the Beast Gate. It had no guards, suggesting it was a trial gate anyone could enter. After arriving at the Beast Gate, Sha Chu took out over a dozen diamonds and embedded them to open the Beast Gate. You actually brought so many diamonds? Li Shu was a bit surprised. Although they were all less than 1-carat fragments, they were still worth a significant amount. I'm not like you, coming here and acting as commander. I had to prepare something, otherwise how would I manage? Sha Chu said as she walked in. Li Shu followed her in, and as the view cleared, they found themselves standing on a 10-meter diving platform above a swimming pool. Welcome to the Beast Trial Ground. A-level trial is about to begin. The trial rules are as follows. After reading the rules, Li Shu realized this was a 10-meter platform diving competition. The rules were simple. A diving video would play on the light screen, and the trial taker must imitate it. The closer the imitation, the higher the completion, and the greater the chance to pass the trial. Fortunately, this trial didn't require 2 people to compete. The trial taker only needed to achieve a passing score to clear the trial. The first round is relatively simple. When you jump, make sure you plunge in like an arrow without causing large splashes. The movements just need to be close enough. The first round isn't that difficult. Sha Chu advised Li Shu on what to pay attention to. As the countdown ended, the trial began, and images appeared on the light screen, showing a human in a white bodysuit standing on the 10-meter platform facing away from the pool. Opening their arms, they suddenly leaped, spinning countless times in midair before plunging into the water like a sharp arrow, causing only a small splash. A-level does have some difficulty, but as long as the movements aren't too far off, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Let me demonstrate first, Sha Chu said, moving to the position on the 10-meter platform. After posing, she took a deep breath, and then with strength from her legs, she leapt up. She wore a red leather skirt that showcased her fair and long legs. Her body traced a beautiful arc in the air, spinning several times before finally plunging into the water. Although her posture was quite standard, the splash was much larger than in the video. The light screen showed a score of 8-1, well above the passing mark. Don't be nervous. For a trial taker, this should be no big deal. Sha Chu climbed out of the pool, standing by the poolside, saying to Li Shu above, "Indeed, there's no difficulty." Of course, Li Shu wasn't nervous at all. To him, such a trial was a freebie. A trial taker's strength and explosive power are far superior to those of ordinary athletes, allowing them to jump higher and stay in the air longer, better completing movements. As long as the movements were done well, and he didn't fall into the water on his back, there would be no significant issues. Sha Chu watched Li Shu from below, wanting to see how Li Shu ended up entering the water. Although the difficulty wasn't great, making the movement standard wasn't that simple either. Once Li Shu stood at the edge of the diving platform, he hesitated hardly at all, exerted force with his legs to jump up, then flipped in the air before finally entering the water. The entire move was executed in one smooth motion, and hardly any splash rose as he entered the water. At the place where he entered the water, bubbles surged incessantly, yet none erupted onto the water's surface. Sha Chu was slightly dazed. Li Shu's diving move was just like it had been cut out from the video, matching the video's actions perfectly. Even with the complex clothing Li Shu was wearing, the splash was incredibly small, which was quite astonishing. 2488 Chapter 488 214 Land of Beasts. In the Wan family's garden, Wan Chaoxin and a few young members of the Wan family were drinking. Why does Li Shu get to be the commander as soon as he joins? Just because he organized a super spirit tournament? With those lousy super spirits of his, Brother Xin could crush him with his eyes closed. We're of similar age, so why can he be the commander? Brother Xin has to be told he's lacking in experience or age when he applies for commander. What experience does Li Shu have? It's a double standard, damn it. Wan Chaozhe cursed while drinking. Nothing can be done, they say he has backing. I hear that people are saying in the city that Li Shu is a member of the Li family, and he could even be the president's illegitimate child. Wan Chaohua said from the side. So what if he's an illegitimate child? Even if he were Li Qingyi, he shouldn't be able to climb the ranks like that, should he? Wan Chaozhou retorted. How can that be the same? Li Qingyi is a woman after all, but Li Shu is a man. He might even be groomed to inherit the president's position someday, Wan Chaohua replied. I doubt it. Wan Chaozhui snorted coldly. The president is immortal. Why would he need a successor? Even if Li Shu is an illegitimate child, he can't inherit the president's position. At most, he'll just be a commander for a while. Wan Chaoshuan listened to the discussions but didn't say a word, just continued drinking quietly. Brother Xin, say something. Our Wan family has been working so hard for so many years, bleeding and sweating for the eternal heaven, and yet they won't even give us a commander position. That guy walks in, and he's given one. It's too unfair, Wan Chaojue said, looking at Wan Chaoxin. Wan Chaoxin's gaze swept over everyone's faces, and the chatterers fell silent. If this were before, would you find it unfair? Wan Chaoxin asked calmly. It's always been unfair. It's an open secret, Wan Chaozhe replied. Wan Chaoxin gave him a cold glance and said, Before, even if you knew things were unfair, you wouldn't dare speak up like this, let alone curse. Now that little Ant has returned, you think you have backing and go around talking nonsense, thinking someone will support you? I'm just stating the truth, Wan Chaozhe mumbled. The truth is, you're causing trouble for little Ant and for our Wan family. Wan Shaoxin snorted coldly. If today's words reach the president's ears, what do you think he'll think of our Wan family, or of Little Ant? Are you trying to push the Wan family to a dead end? We didn't mean that. It's just that the association is being unfair to you, Brother Xin, Wan Xiaohui and the others quickly said. There's nothing unfair about it. Not becoming a commander before was due to my lack of ability. Don't talk about fairness or unfairness. Absolute fairness never existed. Family power is also a part of strength. If I can't become a commander, it's because I'm not strong enough for other reasons. Wan Kaoshin said calmly. Now that Little Ant is back, our Wan family's strength is enough to rival the four major families with the potential to advance further. But that doesn't mean you can be reckless, nor does it mean you can ignore everyone else. Acting like nouveau riche will only harm you and our Wan family. Brother Xin, I'm sorry, we, Wan Chaozhui and the others felt a bit uneasy. Focus on what you need to do, only the incompetent shout useless threats. Wan Chaoxin drank the wine in his cup and put it down. What we need to fight for, we will fight for. What we need to get, we will get. Don't worry, I will reclaim what's ours. After divining Celestial Secret, I will challenge the commander position. Challenge the commander position? Brother Xin, which commander are you going to challenge? Wan Chaojie and the others were shocked upon hearing this. In Eternal Heaven, there indeed exists a rule of challenging the commander. However, in recent years, it's rare for anyone to use this rule to take a position. Previously, when there were 8 major families, but only 6 commander positions, there were always 2 families that couldn't get a commander position. So back then, the rule was set that if any of the 8 families believed their strength was greater than the current 6 commanders, they could challenge to obtain a commander position. Back then, it was a case of too many people and too few positions, leading to fierce competition. But now, with only 4 families and still 6 commander positions, the rule has rarely been used in recent years. Besides, there are now 7 commander positions, so generally, there's no need to fight for them. Moreover, those who can become commanders now not only have tremendous strength but also complex networks of relationships, not something easily shaken. Han Mingshou. Wan Chaoxin replied lightly. Brother Xin, Han Mingshou is Han Minghui's biological brother. Now, Han Minghui seems to be becoming the head of the 4 families. Challenging Han Mingshou is tantamount to breaking off with the Han family. Instead, challenging that newly appointed commander, Li Shu, might be easier. I've heard Han Mingshu's super spirit limit is comparable to Li Qingyi's. Defeating him won't be easy, Wan Xiaozhui said. Do you think even if we don't break off with the 4 families, they'll agree to let our Wan family become the 5th family? Wan Shaoxin sneered. Stop dreaming. No one would willingly share their power. If our Wan family wants to become the 5th family, we have to break the monopoly of the 4 families. Sooner or later, we'll have to confront them. Now that Little Ant is back, as long as I can defeat Han Mingshou, even if the 4 families are unhappy, they won't actually take action against our Wan family. This is our opportunity. 489, Chapter 489, 214, Land of Beasts 2. Although that's indeed the case, I still think the risk of challenging Li Shu is smaller. After all, he has just joined the association and his foundation is unstable. Taking over his group would be relatively easy, and we wouldn't immediately have to tear our relations with the 4 major families, Wan Chaohua said. Easy? Wan Chaoxin glanced at Wan Chaohua. You must understand, the Demon Armor Group isn't really in Li Shu's hands. It's in the hands of Vice President Bai. Li Shu is now merely the nominal head of the Demon Armor Group. In reality, the group is still controlled by Vice President Bai. Do you think if I became the commander of the Demon Armor Group, Vice President Bai would just hand it over to me so easily? Well, Wan Chaohua was left speechless. The Demon Armor Group may not appear glamorous, but you may not know that the association's annual investment in the Demon Armor Group is greater than any other group. Otherwise, why do you think the group has remained in Vice President Bai's hands without appointing a new commander? It's because the Bai family is directly related to the Li family, and Vice President Bai is a confidant of the commander. The Demon Armor Group has always been under the control of the commander and the Li family. Wan Kaoshin analyzed. If we move against the Demon Armor Group, it would essentially mean going against the commander, the Li family, and the Bai family. Do you think the power behind Han Mingshou is more terrifying than theirs? I see, Brother Xin, you are indeed thoughtful, Wan Chaohua said somewhat embarrassedly. Wan Chaoxin smiled and said, but Li Shu probably isn't the commander's illegitimate child. At most, he has some connection with the Li family. Li Shu becoming the commander of the Demon Armor Group is a signal that the commander and the Li family are starting to become dissatisfied with the Bai family. Perhaps Vice President Bai has been skimming too much from the Demon Armor Group over the years, so much so that even the commander cannot overlook it anymore. Does the Demon Armor Group really have that much benefit to gain? Wan Chaozhui asked in disbelief. The Demon Armor Group's image in the Longevity Heaven has long been that of a meek wife doing all the dirty and tiring work without any status. Where do you think all those high-level demon spirit materials in the association go? It's likely that 9 out of 10 end up in the Demon Armor Group. Also, super spirit level demon cores and super spirit gemstones are allocated under the guise of crafting super spirit magic armor. But where do those demon cores and super spirit gemstones eventually go? Wan Keoxin said. There are so many things I hadn't heard about before. Wan Keojue and Wan Keoshue exchanged looks. People in the four major families are well aware, but they don't dare to say anything. The Demon Armor Group is practically a private asset of the Commander and the Li family. Who dares to speak out? Wan Keoshin said calmly, so we definitely can't touch the Demon Armor Group, but as for that Li Shu, I might have a proper chat with him. Brother Xin, according to what you say, Li Shu is with the Li family and the Commander, so why should we seek him out? Isn't that making an enemy of the Commander and the Li family? Wan Xiaohua asked puzzledly. It won't be so easy for him to reclaim the Demon Armor Group from Vice President Bai. This presents an opportunity. Maybe we can persuade him to work for us. Wan Xiaoxin squinted his eyes and said, inside the trial ground, Li Shu and Sha Chu passed the final trial, and the rewards appeared before them. Luck is on our side. We randomly got admission tickets on the first try, and there are 2 of them. Li Shu smiled as he saw that Sha Chu also had admission tickets among her rewards. Indeed, quite lucky. Sha Chu breathed a sigh of relief. The gemstone she held could only open the Gate of Beasts 3 more times, and without admission tickets, it would have been troublesome later on. The 2 of them each chose an admission ticket and entered. Li Shu came to the mysterious ancient lampstone table. On the stone table lay a pair of black boots, and he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Just what I needed show up, now I finally have both clothes and shoes and look somewhat civilized. Li Shu reached out and picked up the boots, causing them to shine brightly. Without waiting for the longevity lamp's prompt, Li Shu dripped his blood on them. Beast hide boots, parasitic contract. Level, E level. Primordial embryo quality, 06, quality, flowing radiance. This contract's quality is indeed not great, without even a talent skill, and the primordial embryo quality is only 6 or 6. But Li Shu was quite satisfied, as having shoes to wear was all that mattered to him. After putting on the beast hide boots, Li Shu looked around, finding that while they didn't quite match his scholar's robe, it was still better than nothing. Following the longevity lamp, he entered the land of trial, where the sight made Li Shu pause slightly. In the previous trial grounds that Li Shu had visited, there were more or less some structures, but here it was just a meadow with no structures at all. On this meadow there were some magical creatures with completely white bodies, bouncing around like snowballs while grazing. Seeing Li Shu, these snowball-like magical creatures showed no special reaction, continuing to graze without any intent to attack him. These magical creatures are called white ball beasts, the most common magical beings in the Land of Beasts trial ground. They are of relatively low level, mostly E level with no particular quality. As long as you don't provoke them, they rarely attack people. Sha Chu appeared beside Li Shu with her longevity lamp, explaining as she watched the white ball beasts. This was Li Shu's first visit to such a trial ground. The magical creatures he'd encountered before were all ferocious and menacing, so seeing such cute and gentle magical creatures was somewhat unsettling. 490 Chapter 490, 214. Land of Beasts 3. The land of trial for beasts is very vast, like a gigantic and boundless prairie. Apart from white ball beasts and other demon spirits, there are also many high-level demon spirits, though you have to travel far to encounter them. Additionally, many demon spirits appear in groups, so trial takers need to be cautious when encountering them. Sha Chu informed Li Shu about some intel regarding the land of trial for beasts. These white ball beasts are quite adorable. Do they have a high drop rate for demon spirit rings? Li Shu asked as he looked at the white ball beasts. Very low. I've heard stories of people killing over 10,000 without getting a demon spirit ring from a white ball beast. Sha Chu chuckled and said, our luck seems pretty good today. You can give it a try. Maybe you'll get a white ball beast's demon spirit ring. Anyway, I've never heard of anyone obtaining a white ball beast demon spirit. Li Shu knew that it would likely be very difficult. After all, white ball beasts lack quality and their level is low. In the past, he had killed many S-class demon spirits outside, and because they lacked quality, he had never seen those S-class demon spirits condense into demon spirit rings, nor had he seen talent gemstones or skill rings, much less a white ball beast, which is merely E-class. After pondering for a moment, he decided to spare these non-aggressive white ball beasts and summoned the Pink Nightmare, riding with Sha Chu towards the distance in search of more advanced demon spirits. The land of trial for beasts indeed had an abundance of demon spirits. As they raced on the Pink Nightmare, they often saw white ball beasts appearing in groups. After running for more than 10 miles, the two discovered a group of demon spirits. These were horse-like demon spirits, but they had wings like those of a pigeon on their backs. While grazing on the ground, their wings were folded against their sides, but once they sensed danger, they would immediately spread their wings and fly into the sky with impressive speed. Li Shu's eyes lit up upon seeing them. He had been lacking a flying mount, and now he had the opportunity. These are Pegasus beasts, commonly ranging from E-class to C-class. Higher-level Pegasus beasts are quite rare, Sha Chu explained. The Pegasus beasts came in colors of black, white, red, and pink, numbering at least 300 or 400. But before Li Shu and Sha Chu could approach, the Pegasus beasts scattered like startled birds, spreading their wings and flying high, staying well out of reach, giving no chance for Li Shu to come near. Sha Chu laughed. Pegasus beasts are naturally timid and suspicious. Though their level isn't high, they are challenging to hunt because they can fly, unless you have a flying demon spirit or long-range weapons. This is not a problem. Li Shu immediately summoned the Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight charged towards the group of Pegasus beasts, unleashing the Bloodlight Slash from a distance, slicing one Pegasus beast in half with the crescent-shaped blade light. Other Pegasus beasts flapped their wings and flew into the sky, but the Jedi Knight leapt into the air, swinging his samurai sword repeatedly, slicing several nearby Pegasus beasts into halves. Seeing most Pegasus beasts flying high, the Jedi Knight's form began to fall. Suddenly, eerie glimmering light patterns appeared on the Jedi Knight's body, resembling characters covering his armor, constantly flowing and flickering. As those light pattern symbols appeared, the falling Jedi Knight's body suddenly rose, propelled by something akin to the demonic energy patterns on his demon armor flying into the sky. The sky quickly turned into a slaughterhouse, with the flying Jedi Knight pursuing the Pegasus herd, tearing them apart. The sky was filled with blood and carcasses falling down, scattered blood-stained feathers fluttering everywhere. The Jedi Knight's titular skill, Jedi Knight, those light patterns resembling characters, not only could unleash the Jedi Knight's potential, but also allow manipulation of demonic lights to perform special abilities, with flying being just one utilization of those light patterns. Previously, when climbing Spiral Mountain after falling down the mountain, the Jedi Knight used this skill to fly back to the peak, shielding Li Shu and Sha Chu from the two Golden Phoenix arrows. While the Jedi Knight chased the Pegasus group in the sky, Li Shu and Sha Chu rode the Pink Nightmare below, collecting items. Unfortunately, the quality of these Pegasus beasts was too poor, with few of Flowing Color's quality, mostly of ordinary quality. After half a day of collecting, they only managed to gather some demon cores. The Jedi Knight kept pursuing and slaying the fleeing Pegasus beasts, while Li Shu and Sha Chu continued to follow. After chasing for several miles, they suddenly saw another group of Pegasus beasts on the prairie ahead, even larger than the previous one, numbering possibly up to 1,000, with several of shining quality, and even spotting radiant quality Pegasus beasts. Li Shu hurriedly ordered the Jedi Knight to stop chasing the scattered Pegasus beasts and instead charge directly into the larger group. The Jedi Knight was like a lion among lambs. No Pegasus beast could withstand his blade, and soon the area was littered with carcasses. Li Shu instructed Sha Chu to ride the Pink Nightmare to collect items while he walked towards a nearby grass nest. Earlier, he noticed a white ball beast in that patch of grass, glancing around, ready to deal with it. Ordinary white ball beasts are about the size of soccer balls, but this one was noticeably larger, bigger than a basketball, covered in snow-white fur that seemed filled with a white fluorescent agent, causing its fur to glow continuously as it moved. Li Shu had seen many white ball beasts along the way, but it was the first time he encountered such a quality white ball beast, stirring some thoughts. 491, Chapter 491, 215, Zhu Zhao Yun Li Shu was a person who craved novelty. He wasn't interested in what others could do, nor in what others possessed. No matter the level, quality, or usefulness of the White Ball Beast magic spirit, none of this mattered. The key was that others didn't have a White Ball Beast magic spirit, so he was curious to see what this White Ball Beast magic spirit was like. The white fur on the White Ball Beast magic spirit was as dense and thick as snow. Its 4 short legs were stubby, and the fur was so thick and long that its legs were almost invisible. From afar, it looked like a fluffy ball moving across the ground. The white fur of the White Ball Beast emitted a fluorescent glow, likely due to having a light pattern, but the fur was too thick to see the light pattern directly. It should just be a Flowing Colors quality magic spirit. When Li Shu walked over, the White Ball Beast surprisingly didn't flee like normal White Ball Beasts, but charged directly at Li Shu, seemingly intent on hitting Li Shu's leg. Li Shu kicked the White Ball Beast with one leg, sending it flying like a soccer ball. The White Ball Beast flew dozens of meters before crashing to the ground, yet it didn't die from the fall. It got up and charged again, its short legs desperately speeding up, but its low stance prevented it from appearing as if it was sprinting. Having finally reached Li Shu, it was once again sent flying by Li Shu's kick. With this kick, Li Shu had used 70% of his strength. After all, he was a C-level trial taker whose strength far exceeded what this E-level Flowing Color demon spirit could withstand. Li Shu initially thought his kick might just explode the White Ball Beast's body. But unexpectedly, the kick distorted the White Ball Beast's body, deforming it like a squashed balloon. However, the White Ball Beast didn't explode. It was sent flying again, this time hundreds of meters before smashing down, then rolling far before coming to a stop. Li Shu thought that even if the White Ball Beast wasn't dead, it was likely half dead, but unexpectedly, as soon as it stopped moving, it got up again, angrily charging at Li Shu. Li Shu guessed its eyes were probably red, but he couldn't see them as the long fur covered them, only faint red light shone from where its eyes should be. This guy is quite tough, Li Shu thought as he prepared to draw the Fire Lotus sword to finish it off, unwilling to waste more time on it. Then suddenly, he recalled something, and quickly drew the Forbidden Spear, aiming a shot at the charging White Ball Beast. Due to the low grade of the Forbidden Spear, Li Shu rarely used it before. Of course, it was also because the demons he killed previously were of too high a level, and the bullets from the forbidden spear couldn't penetrate, making them useless. Bang! The non-lethal bullet struck the white ball beast, and this bullet, which normally had no killing power, surprisingly knocked the white ball beast away, evident that its grade and strength were indeed very low. The non-lethal bullet was embedded into the white ball beast, and it crawled up again, ready to charge, its abilities lacking, yet its temper was huge. Li Shu had a thought, and another forbidden spear appeared in his left hand, transformed from the evil spirit token. If two non-lethal bullets hit a demon spirit simultaneously, what will happen after the demon dies? Li Shu fired another shot at the white ball beast. Originally, it was impossible to fire a second shot at the same creature with the forbidden spear's non-lethal bullet, but now the forbidden spear formed from the evil spirit token could also shoot non-lethal bullets, unaffected by the true forbidden spear. The second non-lethal bullet hit the white ball beast, knocking it to the ground again. Li Shu continued to shoot, but the forbidden spear formed from the evil spirit token jammed. It seemed the same as the true forbidden spear. It could only fire one non-lethal bullet at the same creature. Seeing the white ball beast stubbornly charge forward again after being shot, Li Shu was ready to send it to its end, but then he thought of something and summoned the Dragon Vein Spirit directly. Let's see if the Dragon Vein Spirit skills have any effect. Li Shu commanded the Dragon Vein Spirit to attack the white ball beast with his mind. The Dragon Vein Spirit possessed heaven, earth, and human 3 luck, but Li Shu wasn't clear on its exact function. If it was simply good fortune, how was that fortune measured? Could it help find a wallet on the street? Or perhaps when fighting monsters, the enemies would self-destruct on their weapon? When facing unbeatable demons, would the demons suddenly die of a heart attack on the spot? Li Shu found such possibilities to be extremely unlikely. He speculated that heaven, earth, and human 3 luck might aid in obtaining items from demons. Like the possibility of a normal quality demon spirit, which rarely could produce items, might produce something like a demon spirit ring. And the lucky strike, Li Shu suspected it might have a similar effect. Of course, these were all Li Shu's own guesses, and he wasn't sure of their accuracy. The Dragon Vine Spirit activated heaven, earth, and human 3 luck, launching a lucky strike towards the white ball beast. The Dragon Vine Spirit's massive body suddenly transformed into a beam of white light, streaking across the white ball beast like a blade. The white ball beast continued its advance, but suddenly its body shattered, and the white light gathered in 2 places. The gap in level between the white ball beast and the Dragon Vein Spirit was too vast. The Dragon Vein Spirit's strike directly shattered the white ball beast's body. 49.2, Chapter 49.2, 215, 9 Clouds 2. The places where those 2 beams of white light converge are exactly where Li Shu fired 2 non-lethal rounds using the true and false forbidden spear. Will the simultaneous effect of 2 non-lethal rounds have any impact? Li Shu stared at the 2 non-lethal rounds gathering light energy and pondered silently. As the light intensified, the 2 non-lethal rounds gradually changed. Soon, the rounds transformed into 2 rings and fell to the ground. Li Shu discovered that the 2 rings were different. One was a skill ring, and the other was a demon spirit ring. Just 2 non-lethal rounds can create 2 items simultaneously. Now that's refreshing. Li Shu joyfully picked up the 2 rings and immediately chose to use them. He wanted to see if the effects of these items combined would have any special outcome. White Ball Beast, non-evolvable demon spirit. Grade, grade equality, flamboyant. Talent skill, demon spirit collector. Demon Spirit Collector increases the chance of condensing Demon Spirit Ring by 5% after killing a demon spirit. Demon Spirit Collector E-level skill increases the chance of condensing Demon Spirit Ring by 5% after killing a demon spirit. There's a skill like this. Li Shu felt both joy and concern. The joy was that with the White Ball Beast and Demon Spirit Collector skill, he could increase the chance of obtaining Demon Spirit Ring, which was undoubtedly excellent. The concern, however, was that since there are skills specifically for increasing the chance, the Heaven, Earth, and Human 3 Luck and Lucky Strike might not be skills that increase the chances of items appearing. It's a pity, the White Ball Beast is a non-evolvable demon spirit, and the skill only increases the chance by 5%. Li Shu summoned the White Ball Beast, and a large, round snowball appeared in front of him. It's quite a fine mascot. Li Shu stored away the Dragon Vine Spirit and headed towards the direction where Sha Chu and the Jedi Knight were located with the White Ball Beast. They had already run quite far chasing the Pegasus Beast herd, so Li Shu had no choice but to summon the Masked Emperor, letting the White Ball Beast squat on top of it, and rode the Masked Emperor across the grassland, soon catching up with the Jedi Knight and Sha Chu, who were hunting the Pegasus Beast herd. Did a Pegasus Beast demon spirit appear? Li Shu rode the Masked Emperor and came to Sha Chu's side, asking, "Not yet." Sha Chu's eyes caught sight of the White Ball Beast in front of Li Shu and asked with some surprise, "Did you get a White Ball Beast demon spirit?" Luck was on my side. I saw a flamboyant White Ball Beast and happened to get a demon spirit ring. Li Shu smiled. You really do have some good luck, but this kind of demon spirit doesn't really help much in battles. It's more like a pet. Sha Chu didn't care much about the White Ball Beast since its level was low and its attack ability was poor. It really had no combat prowess. Sometimes looking good is also a kind of excellent ability. Li Shu smiled. Are you complimenting me? Shachu tossed her hair and smiled back. One has to admit, Shachu was indeed fair-skinned and beautifully legged, especially those slender and smooth long legs under the red short skirt and leather boots, highlighted by the creator's favor. Can't you stop always flaunting your advantages? One should learn to be modest. I'm so handsome. When have I ever said I'm good-looking? Li Shu said seriously. Yes, I really should learn from you. This shamelessness of yours, I'm far behind compared to you. Shachu laughed. Then let me teach you the first lesson. Being shameless doesn't matter. What's crucial is having taste. Li Shu laughed. What does being shameless have to do with taste? Shachu asked in confusion. There's a big connection. If your taste is high and your vision is good, you can appreciate my good qualities. Then no matter how shameless I am, you'll relish it. If it's someone with no taste and poor vision, who can't appreciate my qualities, then being shameless becomes downright brazen, so I only act shamelessly towards people with taste, but keep my face before those without it, Li Shu explained earnestly. You're the first person to talk about shamelessness in such a professional manner. Shachu rolled her eyes. While the two were talking, the corpse of a Pegasus beast fell down, and upon hitting the ground, a demon spirit ring formed from the demonic light on its body. Here it is. Li Shu picked up the Pegasus beast's demon spirit ring and tossed it directly to Shachu. It was just a glittering Pegasus beast, only B-level. Li Shu wasn't too interested. Moreover, he had the Jedi Knight, able to go up and down Spiral Mountain anytime. The Pegasus beast was more needed by Shachu. Shachu took the Pegasus ring without reservation and immediately contracted it. Shortly after, Shachu summoned a pink Pegasus beast. She mounted the Pegasus beast and extended her hand towards Li Shu. Stop babbling, sis will take you to the sky. Li Shu held the white ball beast with one hand, grasped Shachu's hand with the other, turned around and mounted the horse, sitting behind Shachu and placing his hands securely on her wasp waist. Shachu commanded. The Pegasus beast unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. The vast grassland slowly revealed its full view, gazing at the plains from the skies, offering a different charm. Shachu rode the Pegasus beast, wielding her saber to slash at a Pegasus beast charging head-on. The blade shimmered as it severed the Pegasus beast's head. Might be a coincidence, but after having the White Ball Beast and Demon Spirit Collector, the chance of Demon Spirit rings appearing seemed indeed higher. 493, Chapter 493, 215, 9 Clouds 3. Just as the group of Pegasus beasts was about to be wiped out, another Demon Spirit ring suddenly materialized. Shachu was riding a Pegasus beast, about to land to pick up the Demon Spirit ring, when suddenly ripples of light appeared on the ground, and a demon spirit like a shark leapt out from underground, with a person sitting on its back. He reached out and grabbed the Pegasus Beast Demon Spirit Ring and then slyly thanked Li Shu and Shachu. The shark demon spirit brought him back to the ground, disappearing as if it had fallen into water. Who was that? Li Shu landed on the ground, stomping his foot to find that it was solid, with no underground tunnel or anything. He realized that the guy could burrow underground, likely a skill of that demon spirit. I don't know many people in the Eternal Heaven, but I do know that person, Shachu said with a wry smile. Most members of the 6 Eternal Groups are figures of great repute outside, so they don't want to easily reveal their identities. That guy is an exception. Within Eternal Heaven, no one shouldn't know who he is. I don't know, Li Shu replied. That person is called Zhu Xiaoyun, a name that sounds like a nickname, but is actually his real name, a super member of the Immortality Group. Even outside, his identity is well known, the grandson of the Jewel Thief 9 Cloud Dragon. Shachu stared at the nearby ground and said, his demon shark can traverse both air and ground, except for water. There's no place he can't go. Perhaps he inherited his grandfather's nature. Even though Zhu Xiaoyun doesn't dare to steal in Eternal Heaven, within the land of trial, he's famous for taking others' possessions. But as he has a super spirit level demon shark, even some super spirit testers can't do much about him. I heard even Wan Chayushin fell for him once, his prey stolen. But since he has the demon shark, there's nothing one can do about it. It's fortunate he only steals things and hasn't been known to harm anyone, Shachu said. Having such a demon spirit mount certainly gives him an advantage, but clearly being a fish that can't go underwater is indeed quite peculiar. Li Shu didn't take it too seriously and said with a smile, not sure where he got the demon shark from, probably a demon spirit from a demon spirit gemstone, not a demon spirit ring. Shachu thought for a moment and said, his grandfather was a jewel thief, having stolen countless precious gemstones. Having a gem demon spirit wouldn't be surprising. He's so blatant in his thefts, doesn't Eternal Heaven do anything about it? Li Shu asked. He doesn't commit theft in Eternal Heaven, only in the land of trial, taking demon spirits others are hunting or items not yet obtained, and doesn't harm anyone. The land of trial is a place where the strong devour the weak. Even reporting it to the president would only highlight one's own inadequacy. Shachu explained. I see. Li Shu nodded. Indeed, killing someone in the land of trial would probably be hard to investigate, let alone merely stealing something. Didn't expect Zhu Xiaoyun to show up in the land of beasts. We can only consider ourselves unlucky. A shame about the Pegasus Beast demon spirit. Shachu sighed. No need to feel sorry. If we get robbed this time, just take it back next time. Let's move on. Maybe we'll encounter another group of Pegasus beasts. Li Shu recalled the Jedi Knight and shared a ride with Sha Chu, heading deeper into the grassland. After traveling a dozen miles, instead of finding a group of Pegasus beasts, they saw several enormous creatures like elephants snoozing beside a lake. That's Karun Lake. Legend says there's a fairy in the lake, and if you toss in a gold coin, your wish might be heard by Karun Lake's fairy and come true. Sha Chu said, looking at the large demon spirits sleeping by the lake, those demons are called Du, extremely violent, and usually don't have a level below B. I've even seen an S-level Du before. If it weren't that it couldn't fly, it would have killed me on the spot. These few Du seem to only have one that is superior, not sure about the level. While Sha Chu and Li Shu were talking in the air, those Du woke up, stood up, and roared at them in the sky. They looked like wolves, but with bodies as huge as elephants, devoid of wolf fur but covered in thick scale armor. One of the Du had mysterious light patterns glowing in each black scale, seemingly a flowing color demon spirit. Li Shu summoned the Jedi Knight, diving directly at the Du from the air. The Du had quite decent combat power, and their levels were not low, but in front of the Jedi Knight they were like chopping vegetables, all slain in no time. After the flowing color Du was killed, demonic light gathered in one spot within its body, gradually forming a demon spirit ring. Another demon spirit ring appeared. Your luck is truly remarkable. No wonder you have so many demon spirits. Sha Chu was both amazed and delighted. Before they could descend to fetch the ring, they suddenly saw demonic light spreading beside them, and Zhu Xiaoyun riding the demon shark appeared once more. The demon shark leaped from the ground, and Zhu Xiaoyun grabbed the demon spirit ring formed by the flowing color Du. In the air, he looked provocatively at Li Shu and said, "You weren't planning on stealing from me, were you? If you have the skill, come and take it. Let's see who ends up robbing whom." Zhu Xiaoyun was all smug. He held grudges. Just now he had hidden underground, heard what Li Shu said, and was waiting to act. Having now seized another demon spirit ring, he felt quite pleased with himself. Just as the demon shark was about to plunge into the ground, a white beam suddenly shot out from the side, whipping the demon shark like a whip and sending both the demon shark and Zhu Xiaoyun flying. Right beside them was Karun Lake. The demon shark and Zhu Xiaoyun fell into the lake with a splash. Once in the water, the demon shark immediately struggled desperately, throwing Zhu Xiaoyun off its back. Though clearly a super spirit, and a fish at that, the demon shark struggled like it was drowning, yet its body continued to sink. Zhu Xiaoyun hurriedly summoned the demon shark back. Everything was fine about the demon shark, except it sank the moment it entered water, completely unable to swim out. "Did you think you could use the same trick on me twice?" Li Shu stood by the lake, looking at Zhu Xiaoyun in the water, and said with a smile, 494, Chapter 494, 20 Xiaoyun 6 Karun Lake Demon Spirit. Zhu Xiaoyun floated on the lake's surface, scanning around, but he didn't see the white light that knocked the demon shark into the lake. He laughed and said, as expected of the commander of the technician group, "It was presumptuous of me, Zhu Xiaoyun. I returned the demon spirit ring in full, and I hope Commander Li can forgive me. Returning it in full is expected, but I was scared twice in a row. How do you plan to compensate for my mental distress?" Li Shu squinted and asked. After the dragon vein spirit strike, he had already withdrawn it, so naturally Zhu Xiaoyun couldn't have seen it. Commander Li, having more friends leads to more paths. Don't push too hard. Aren't you afraid that even your sleep will be disturbed in the future? Zhu Xiaoyun snorted coldly. He was clearly threatening Li Shu, implying that with his demon shark, he could launch a surprise attack any time, making it hard for Li Shu to sleep peacefully. So you're saying you don't plan to compensate for my mental distress? Li Shu's face darkened, and he directly issued an order to the Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight instantly entered super spirit state, holding dual blades, glowing with luminescence, and slashed toward Zhu Xiaoyun in the lake. Red blade lights flew out one after another, scaring Zhu Xiaoyun into quickly swimming away while shouting, "I'll pay! I'll pay! I'll pay!" The blood light slash hit the lake, causing water splashes to erupt, almost hitting Zhu Xiaoyun. Zhu Xiaoyun immediately felt deflated. He could see that Li Shu was genuinely intent on killing him without the slightest intention of holding back. If he had been any slower just now, he'd probably have been chopped into pieces and fed to the fish. First throw my demon spirit rings back, Li Shu said to Zhu Xiaoyun in the lake. Zhu Xiaoyun retrieved the 2 demon spirit rings he had just snatched from his pocket and threw them back, secretly vowing, "Just wait until I get out of this lake, then I'll deal with you." Li Shu caught the 2 demon spirit rings, confirmed they were correct, and then, smiling, looked at Zhu Xiaoyun. "Now let's talk about the mental distress compensation. How much do you plan to pay me?" "Commander Li, I have a talent gemstone here. It's an S-class gem. I'll give it to you as compensation. What do you think?" Zhu Xiaoyun held the talent gemstone, letting Li Shu see it. "Sure, throw the gemstone over here first," Li Shu said. "Let me get ashore first. What if you take the gemstone and don't let me go?" Zhu Xiaoyun said. "I need to see the gemstone first. Otherwise, how do I know if it's really an S-class talent gemstone?" Li Shu replied coldly. "All right then," Zhu Xiaoyun said, throwing the gemstone, using a lot of force to toss it far away. Li Shu remained unmoved, staying with the Jedi Knight by the lakeside, summoning the Black Death Demon King to fetch the talent gemstone Zhu Xiaoyun threw. Seeing this, Zhu Xiaoyun was somewhat annoyed. He originally planned to rush ashore or fly directly into the sky while Li Shu retrieved the gemstone. As long as he left the water with the demon shark on him, he could disappear without a trace and deal with Li Shu later. But Li Shu was completely unfazed, not even showing a hint of wavering, just staring at him. This left Zhu Xiaoyun extremely frustrated. Commander level is truly not someone to be trifled with. Zhu Xiaoyun felt even more frustrated seeing Li Shu directly use the talent gemstone he had thrown away. Is this what you call an S-class talent gemstone? After using the talent gemstone, Li Shu found it to be an ordinary E-class talent skill, and the kind that couldn't even upgrade, looking at Zhu Xiaoyun with increasing hostility. Ahem, don't be angry, Commander Li. I really don't have any other alternatives right now. That's the only thing I have with me, and there's really nothing else I can compensate you with. Zhu Xiaoyun said helplessly. So, you refuse to compensate, is that it? Ah, Zhu, Li Shu called over the Jedi Knight. Wait, please wait. Seeing the Jedi Knight ready to attack, Zhu Xiaoyun quickly said, While I don't have any goods to compensate you, I know a secret that might interest you. Attack, Li Shu said coldly. The Jedi Knight raised its blade to strike, while Zhu Xiaoyun dodged the bloodlight slash, yelling, This secret concerns how you became the commander of the 7th group. What do you know? Li Shu halted the Jedi Knight, gazing at Zhu Xiaoyun. I'm out of patience. This is your last chance. Zhu Xiaoyun said, I overheard this secret by accident. You know I have the demon light shark as my spirit. Sometimes it lets me overhear many unknown secrets. Seeing Li Shu's brows furrow, Zhu Xiaoyun quickly continued. That day, I unintentionally overheard the Great Elder and Vice President Bai talking. The Great Elder mentioned that the 7th group should have a commander soon and told Vice President Bai to prepare. Vice President Bai seemed to be aware of this long ago, smiling and saying he was already prepared. Once the 7th group's commander was in place, he would hand over the demon armor group. Are you trying to fool me? Didn't the Great Elder die while suppressing the Heaven Gate? Shachu frowned and said, That was before the Great Elder died, about half a month before the battle at Heaven Gate. That's when I heard their conversation. Zhu Xiaoyun continued. From what I gathered from the Great Elder and Vice President Bai, it seemed like they had misappropriated some things from the Demon Armor Group, creating a huge gap, and they wanted the new commander to take the fall and cover it up. That was the basic idea. 495, Chapter 495-26 Karun Lake Demon Spirit, to who can prove what you said, Shachu asked. Beauty, I was hiding underground eavesdropping. How am I supposed to find evidence for you? But I can swear, I truly heard it. If I'm speaking nonsense, let me be struck by lightning and die a terrible death. As Zhu Xiaoyun was swearing, Li Shu and Shachu's eyes widened and their pupils contracted. Beneath the waters of Karun Lake, a massive shadow was gradually emerging, and Zhu Xiaoyun was right at the center of it. If I'm lying, let me die without a burial place. Zhu Xiaoyun swore, growing more venomous. Just as he finished speaking, a swishing sound was heard, and the surrounding lake water surged like ocean waves, as if something underneath was parting the water and coming up. Zhu Xiaoyun was startled, looked down, and immediately realized something was wrong. He dashed out of the water with a powerful leap. Right beneath Zhu Xiaoyun, a mouthful of fangs and sharp teeth broke through the water's surface. That enormous mouth was so large that Zhu Xiaoyun was no bigger than a popsicle in its presence. In midair, Zhu Xiaoyun had already summoned the demon shark. As the demon shark appeared above him, Zhu Xiaoyun grabbed onto its tail fin, and the demon shark carried him skyward, narrowly avoiding the demonic spirit's bite. Li Shu and Shachu saw the full form of the demonic spirit that leapt from the water. It was entirely transparent, resembling an octopus yet incredibly large, with transparent fangs and talons akin to a wild beast. Its body was transparent, its tentacles covered in suction cups that glowed with a blue light. Inside its head was a luminescent organ, blinking with a blue glow. It missed Zhu Xiaoyun by a hair's breadth, and as it began to fall, the tentacles covered in suction cups suddenly curled upwards, attaching to the demon shark's body, wrapping around it rapidly. The 8 tentacles tightly bound the demon shark like a zongzi. The demonic light on the demon shark burst forth. Black light shot out from the gaps in the tentacles, indicating it had entered the super spirit state. Yet the 8-tentacled demonic spirit clung tightly to the demon shark, its suction cups tightening, its body bursting with blue light, simultaneously entering the super spirit state. Super spirit! Li Shu and Shachu exclaimed in shock, not expecting to encounter a super spirit so soon. Shachu was even more alarmed, having been to Karun Lake before. Luckily, this super spirit hadn't emerged back then, or it would have been deadly for her. Plop, the demon shark, seemingly overwhelmed, fell from the sky, once again plunging into Karun Lake, creating water splashes several meters high. In the water, the blue and black lights intertwined and flashed, making Karun Lake shimmer as if lit by disco lights. Li Shu seized the opportunity, commanding the Jedi Knight to unleash a bloodlight slash into the water. Bloodlight slashes struck the demonic spirit's tentacles, causing the demonic spirit to flinch in pain, and a few tentacles loosened slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhu Xiaoyun retracted the demon shark, leaping into the air again, summoning the demon shark to ride it skyward. The demonic spirit leapt out of the water again, its tentacles lashing out. The entire demon shark radiated black light, turning its body into what seemed like a black diamond. It swung its tail to knock away several of the demonic spirit's tentacles, but its body was entangled again by a few blue light-filled tentacles. Fortunately, this time only 3 tentacles wrapped around it, failing to strip it of flight ability. The demon shark pulled the demonic spirit up, flying out of the boundaries of Keb Lake. More tentacles curled in, and the demon shark hadn't flown far before it fell out of the air. This time, however, it crashed not into the lake but onto the grassland. Li Shu ordered the Jedi Knight to charge and attack the demonic spirit with relentless bloodlight slashes, continuously making slits on the demonic spirit's tentacles, seeping with a liquid illuminated with blue fluorescence. The demon shark struggled desperately to escape the tentacular confinement, but the more it struggled, the tighter the grip became, weakening the demonic light on its body. Li Shu was surprised to notice that the demonic light on the demon shark was being transmitted into the demonic spirit through the suction cups. Damn, this demonic spirit can actually absorb light energy from other demonic spirits. Li Shu was shocked, becoming even more cautious in controlling the Jedi Knight. He ensured that the demonic spirit's tentacles didn't touch the Jedi Knight, to prevent it from also absorbing the light energy from the Jedi Knight. Zhu Xiaoyun leaped down from the demon shark's back, rolled on the ground, and upon getting up, threw a crystal needle at the demonic spirit. The needle pierced the demon shark, embedding itself while radiating a crystalline light, making the demonic spirit shudder in pain. Just as Zhu Xiaoyun thought he had succeeded, he saw the demonic spirit extend a tentacle, wrapping around the exposed part of the crystal needle. Utilizing the suction cup's force, it absorbed the light energy from within the crystal needle. Zhu Xiaoyun's face turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The needle was his symbiotic contract. With its damage, his body was also harmed. He tried to retract the crystal needle, but it was firmly held by the tentacle, continuously draining its light energy. Li Shu finally understood why, even though the demon shark was a super spirit, it was so difficult to escape once entangled by this demonic spirit. 496, Chapter 496, 216, Karun Lake Demon Spirit. 3. This dark spirit is just like it can absorb stars. It can absorb any kind of light energy, and any spirit absorbed by it will only grow weaker. The Jedi Knight quickly moved while executing a sword-light slash on the tentacle that was absorbing the crystal needle. Because the crystal needle was too small, the tentacle only wrapped it with the tip's thinnest part. The Jedi Knight executed a bloodlight slash, forcibly cutting off the arm-thick section of the tentacle. The crystal needle lost its restraint, and Zhu Xiaoyun immediately retrieved it. Infuriated by the slash, the dark spirit went berserk, leaving only 3 tentacles to entangle the demon shark, while the other 5 tentacles coiled toward the Jedi Knight like giant pythons. The Jedi Knight's strength and speed were not advantageous, obviously. Its super spirit limit was much inferior to the dark spirit's. However, under Li Shu's control, the Jedi Knight used its skills, mysterious runes shimmering on its body, moving swiftly, evading the tentacle attacks like a flower-skipping butterfly, and continuously slashing out bloodlight slashes. Despite being at a disadvantage in all aspects, under Li Shu's control, the Jedi Knight forcefully attacked the strong, seemingly gaining the upper hand. The dark spirit was endlessly getting wounded by bloodlight slashes, its body leaking fluorescent blue liquid everywhere. Realizing the disadvantage, it forcefully dragged the demon shark towards the lake, trying to pull it into the water. Zhu Xiaoyun hurriedly summoned several magical creatures, including flying birds, tiger-like spirits, and humanoid spirits. 7 or 8 spirits rushed towards the dark spirit, attacking fiercely. Most of these spirits were already S-class or A-class. Who knows how many resources Zhu Xiaoyun had to pour in to elevate them to this level. However, as these spirits charged to stop the dark spirit from entering the lake, 5 of them were entangled by tentacles, having their light energy continuously absorbed. The dark spirit dragged Zhu Xiaoyun's 6 spirits along, almost reaching the lake, while the remaining spirits' attack power couldn't break through the dark spirit's super spirit demonic light. Spirits unable to reach the super spirit state were almost useless in this kind of battle. Li Shu knew that once the dark spirit entered the lake, it would be difficult to kill it. He had no choice but to command the Jedi Knight to unleash its full power, using both Desperate Realm and Jedi Knight skills to launch its strongest unrivaled national hero strike. The samurai sword in the Jedi Knight's hands merged into one, transforming into a terrifying light blade, holding it high and slashing down furiously on the dark spirit. The gigantic light blade transformed into a tens of meters long fluorescent giant blade, slashing violently onto the dark spirit's body. With all 8 tentacles occupied, the dark spirit found it too late to block the strike, getting heavily slashed by the gigantic fluorescent blade. Its transparent body was forcibly slashed into a massive wound, slicing open a third of its head. After the unrivaled national hero strike, the Jedi Knight's brilliance rapidly faded, falling directly out of the super spirit state, losing its combat power. Li Shu had to recall it to avoid injury during weakness. Li Shu, holding dual guns, fired 2 shots at the dark spirit's wound. One bullet was swept away by a tentacle during flight, the remaining one pierced into the wound. Severely injured, the dark spirit's tentacles involuntarily loosened, allowing the demon shark to finally break free with a tail flick and disappear underground immediately. When it reappeared, it was already beneath the dark spirit, directly using its head to lift and crash the dark spirit into the air. In midair, the heavily injured dark spirit's 8 tentacles loosened, dropping the spirits it had entangled before. The demon shark flew into the air, delivering a dragon tail strike on the dark spirit's injured head, sending it flying horizontally again. Smashing onto the ground, creating a crater, the demon shark emerged once more, directly biting one of its tentacles, dragging it underground. With the dark spirit now far from Karun Lake, returning would not be simple, and its body couldn't enter underground, leaving it to frantically strike the ground, creating long, deep trenches. However, the demon shark underground paid no heed, biting its tentacle and forcibly dragging it down, sinking almost half of the dark spirit's body into the ground. Crunch. The tentacle bitten by the demon shark was severed, leaving the dark spirit struggling to crawl out. Yet it hadn't emerged from the dirt pit before the underground demon shark bit another tentacle, pulling it down again. Under the demon shark's assault, the severely injured dark spirit was outmatched, unable to climb out of the deepening dirt pit, its tentacles being bitten off one after another. The dark spirit, already heavily injured with its tentacles bitten off, had blue liquid leaking everywhere, gradually ceasing movement. When the dark spirit became motionless, the demon shark bit its head in one gulp, following the wound slashed by the Jedi Knight, tearing the dark spirit's head into 2 pieces. Upon the dark spirit's death, light energy immediately converged towards the area struck by the no-kill bullet. Wisps of blue light rose from the dark spirit's body, with blue light strands emerging from the spilled fluorescent liquid, all flowing towards the location of the no-kill bullet, the blue light growing stronger and condensing together. Li Shu walked up to the dark spirit's corpse, turning to look at Zhu Xiaoyun and his demon shark on the other side. Whatever this thing was, he was certainly going to struggle with Zhu Xiaoyun for it, not allowing Zhu Xiaoyun to take it away. But since the light energy hadn't yet condensed into form, it could not be taken immediately, he could only watch over it. 497, Chapter 497, 207, Wan Kaosin sends a gift, brother. Don't be so tense. What do you take me, Zhu Xiaoyun, for? After all, you helped me just now. How could I, Zhu Xiaoyun, be someone who repays kindness with enmity? Besides, given your current state, Zhu Xiaoyun paused as if pondering something. In the next instant, the demon shark suddenly vanished and reappeared beside the demon spirit's corpse, emerging from the underground, opening its mouth to bite the thing that was about to solidify. He calculated the time just right, ensuring the demon shark would swallow the thing at the exact moment it solidified. If I really wanted to take it, how could you possibly stop me? I can desire it if I wish, but I, Zhu Xiaoyun, hadn't finished his sentence when he suddenly saw a flash of white light. The demon shark, about to swallow the thing, was directly knocked away by the white light. The white light returned to Li Shu's hand as he reached out and gripped a skill ring that had solidified, looking at Zhu Xiaoyun and asking, "But what were you saying?" Cough, cough, it's nothing. It's getting late, farewell. Zhu Xiaoyun, in frustration, mounted the demon shark and dove underground, disappearing from sight. Li Shu, watching Zhu Xiaoyun vanish, immediately used the skill ring in his hand. The skill ring transformed into a brand marking on Li Shu's finger, then slowly disappeared, and several pieces of information appeared in Li Shu's mind. Bottle suction, super spirit skill, absorbs light energy and converts it for personal use. It's actually this skill. Li Shu was both surprised and delighted, having been astonished by this skill earlier, and it unexpectedly emerged. Li Shu attempted to use the super spirit technique bottle suction, and a circular ring of light energy instantly appeared in his palm. To call it a ring wasn't entirely accurate. It more closely resembled a suction cup, circular on its exterior and increasingly concave inside. Li Shu found that this skill couldn't be used remotely. It had to be in contact with the light energy to absorb it. After using it just once, Li Shu immediately felt that his internal light energy was about to be drained dry and hurriedly ceased the skill. These super spirit skills required a substantial consumption of light energy, and currently, Li Shu's light energy couldn't sustain it for long. However, the light energy consumption of bottle suction was significantly lower than that of the four sacred eyes, allowing Li Shu to sustain a bit longer without immediately draining his internal light energy upon use. If I can absorb enough light energy with bottle suction, could I maintain a cycle of absorption and usage? Or use the absorbed light energy with the four sacred eyes? Li Shu contemplated the feasibility of this concept. Although possessing a super spirit skill, Li Shu had hardly used it, as light energy consumption was a major issue. Perhaps bottle suction could resolve this problem. If the skill bottle suction could be applied to demon armor, maybe I could refine the hand of God. Then there's no need to fling out the controlled demonic light, it could just be absorbed and digested. Conversely as well, I'm now a trial taker, possessing light energy. If I apply the hand of God through the body and combine it with bottle suction, Li Shu continued to brainstorm. This bottle suction skill revealed many possibilities to him. For Li Shu, the practicality of this skill far exceeded that of the four sacred eyes. Together with Sha Chu, they hit the road once more, hunting for demon spirits. Any quality demon core was fed to the Jedi Knight, whose super spirit limit increased by a few percentage points. By the time Li Shu and Sha Chu left the Land of Beasts, the Jedi Knight's super spirit limit had reached 6%. This was despite Li Shu's urgency to return, not solely focused on hunting demon spirits. Once outside, Li Shu handed over all other trophies to Sha Chu for her to exchange for needed supplies. Aside from Sha Chu and Li Shu, each keeping a Pegasus demon spirit, they swapped all acquired talent gemstones, skill rings, and demon spirit rings for supplies. Riding the Pegasus beast back to Longevity City, they no longer needed to climb mountains or wear demon armor. Li Shu rushed back because it was nearing the time to divine celestial secrets, wanting to see what Longevity Heaven's divining celestial secrets looked like. Previously, when at Longevity Hall, a voice from inside the furnace had informed him about divining celestial secrets, and Li Shu was quite intrigued. According to the voice from the furnace, every 60 years, Longevity Heaven divines celestial secrets, adjusting policies based on the findings. Although the 60-year term had passed, the person responsible for divining celestial secrets encountered issues, and no suitable replacement could be found, causing a delay of several years. Li Shu is also somewhat of a beneficiary of this delay. Had things been normal, this cyclical divining celestial secrets would determine whether to push the trial takers onto the world stage. However, since divining celestial secrets didn't occur on time, when Li Shu held the demon spirit competition, there were supporters and opponents. If the celestial secrets were set, Li Shu wouldn't be organizing the demon spirit competition, or he might have been secretly eliminated by Longevity Heaven while preparing for it. The decision to push trial takers onto the world stage was already made, so the contents of this divining celestial secrets will change, but what will be measured is still unknown, to be decided by the president. Previously, such events were announced in advance, but due to the special circumstances this time, no one knows yet what the divining of celestial secrets will entail. 498, Chapter 498, Chapter 498, 217, Wan Keoxen gives a gift. Li Shu came back just to see what the president of Longevity Heaven looks like, and then to see what he wants to divine. What are they doing? Li Shu walked on the main street of Longevity City and saw quite a few demon spirits pulling large and small cartloads of things heading towards the northern district of the city. He had not walked far before already seeing 4 or 5 groups of people. Sha Chu shook her head. She also didn't know what they were doing. They're going to divine words. A man's voice came from beside them. Li Shu and Sha Chu turned to look and found the speaker was Mo Lu, accompanied by that Sun Gang they had met before. Divine words? Li Shu thought of Old 8. Mo Lu came over to explain, yes, it's divining words to ask about fortune. Longevity City runs a fortune every 60 years, divining the celestial secret once each cycle. Before each divination of the celestial secret, these prestigious great clans always go to invite the celestial master to divine their family's fortune, hoping the next cycle will still be prosperous. Is that really fortune-telling? It should be called fortune-buying instead, Sun Gang said disdainfully. What is fortune-buying? Can fortune still be bought? Does that celestial master have great methods to change one's fate? Sha Chu asked in surprise. Whether there are great methods to change fate, I don't know, but among the 8 great families of the past, 2 declined rapidly after some unfavorable prophecies related to them appeared during the divination. These great families, in name, spend big money to have the celestial master divine words and ask about fortunes, but in reality, they just hope the celestial master doesn't mention prophecies related to them during the divination of celestial secrets. Doesn't the president know about these things? Sha Chu felt it was a bit unbelievable. Such a powerful organization capable of controlling the world from behind the scenes decides the rise and fall of families in such a bizarre manner. It's simply absurd. It's because the president believes in this, so there's a divination of celestial secrets every cycle. Otherwise, who would divine this stuff? Sun Gang was evidently very dissatisfied with the divination of celestial secrets. Sun Gang, don't talk nonsense. Seeing Sun Gang getting more absurd, Mo Lu hurriedly stopped him. Although Sun Gang was very dissatisfied, he knew it was inappropriate to speak like this, so he stopped talking. What are you going to do? Li Shu sized the 2 of them up and asked. Going to divine words and ask for auspiciousness. Mo Lu replied with a smile. Aren't you guys skeptical about this? Sha Chu looked at Sun Gang unexpectedly. Believing or not is one thing, but going is another. Mo Lu said, moreover, the Celestial Master has just returned, and it's important to show some concern. Who exactly is this Celestial Master? To Li Shu, he increasingly seemed like Old 8, but he couldn't sense Old 8 being so capable. The Celestial Master's surname is Yu and is respectfully called 8th Lord, Mo Lu said. It really is Old 8. Li Shu wasn't surprised, thought for a moment, and asked, Can you take me along? You can certainly go, just afraid you might not be able to enter, Mo Lu said. Why? You guys are bringing so many gifts. Would the Celestial Master really turn you away? Sha Chu asked in disbelief. Sun Gang snorted and said, They usually only receive patriarchs. People like us who go to divine words on our own often can't even get through the door. They only collect the items, let servants take the characters to be divined in, and we can only wait outside for the prophecies. Moreover, they only write the prophecies and don't interpret them. You have to guess the meaning yourself. Surely, this money is too easy to earn. Hearing this, Li Shu felt he should definitely take a trip. Old 8 actually holds such a position within longevity heaven, with everyone throwing money at him. This older brother spending a little from him, treating him a couple meals shouldn't be too much. Li Shu let Shachu go handle things first, while he followed Mo Lu and Sun Gang to the Celestial Master Institute. The Mo family and Sun family had others to seek the Celestial Master for fortune-telling. Mo Lu and Sun Gang were just representing their own parents' generation and couldn't represent the entire Mo family and Sun family. Thus, the gifts they prepared weren't many, just 1 box of gemstones each. Arriving outside the Celestial Master Institute's gate, they found people lined up were already queued to the alley entrance, with many pulling carts full of gifts. Li Shu looked ahead and surprisingly saw a familiar face. Wan Shaoxin was also in line. Wan Shaoxin had a keen sense, and while Li Shu was looking at him, he seemed to sense it and turned back to glance at Li Shu. Seeing it was Li Shu, Wan Shaoxin said a few words to the person beside him, seemingly instructing the person to continue queuing, while he himself walked over. "Commander Li, we meet again." Wan Shaoxin came to Li Shu, seemingly more friendly than before. "Better not to meet. I don't want someone shooting arrows at me any time," Li Shu said lightly. "Commander Li is joking. I didn't know your identity before and have been offensive. Please forgive me," Wan Shaoxin said, approaching 2 steps closer and lowered his voice. "Commander Li, you are currently in great danger. If you don't believe me, you can check Demon Armor Group's accounts. There must be some clues. If you need help, feel free to come to the Wan family." After speaking, Wan Shaoxin stepped back 2 steps, resumed normal volume, and said with a smile, "I've already queued there. If you don't mind, why don't we go in together?" 499, Chapter 499, 217, Wan Kaoxin delivers a gift 3. Li Shu glanced at Mo Liu and Sun Gang. Seeing that they had no objections, he nodded and said, "Then thank you very much." Li Shu and the other 2 followed Wan Kaoxin back to his position, and soon it was their turn. There were quite a few people ahead who just delivered items and had to sign, so they could only wait outside for servants to bring out the signed messages. When it was Wan Kaoxin's turn, the steward actually invited Wan Kaoxin and his group inside, showing that Wan Kaoxin still had some influence in Longevity City. "Today is different from the past. The Wan family is indeed different now," Sun Gang said. As soon as Wan Kao-kun returned, the Wan family immediately gained an air of prominence. Although Wan Kao-sin was a top figure among the younger generation, in terms of status, he was not yet qualified to be invited by the Celestial Master into the Mansion for Divination. Now being able to enter the Mansion for Divination, the Celestial Master is undoubtedly taking Wan Kao-kun's face into account, which is why Sun Gang spoke thus. "The Wan family is not much different from before, only because I represent the Wan family here. Perhaps that's why I received some preferential treatment," Wan Kao-sin said calmly. "We are all fortunate thanks to Brother Wan, otherwise we wouldn't be able to enter the Celestial Master's mansion. We are very grateful." Mo Lu quickly came out to smooth things over. Wan Chaoxin didn't seem to mind Sun Gang's words, and the group entered the Celestial Mansion, guided by the steward all the way to the reception room. "Please wait here. The 8th Lord is in the Lawn Hall with someone for divination and will come to the Bamboo Hall after that," the steward said as he served them tea before taking his leave. "I wonder what Commander Li would like to divine on this visit?" Wan Chaoxin asked Li Shu. "I won't divine anything, just here to take a look," Li Shu smiled. Wan Kaoxin looked at Li Shu in surprise for a moment and said, "Commander Li just established a new group. Don't you want to know the rise and fall of your fortune?" Because they were in the Celestial Master Institute, Wan Kaoxin spoke very tactfully. His true meaning was that someone like Li Shu, who had just become a commander and was not yet stable in Longevity City, faced risks. If even one word during divination was related to him, it might not only affect his position as commander, but could also endanger his life. Fate is dictated by heaven. Knowing or not knowing, the result is the same. Why seek trouble for oneself? Li Shu replied. "Commander Li, that's not quite right. As they say, man proposes, God disposes. Some things require one's own effort to bear fruit." Wan Kaoxin paused and then said, "If you are inconvenienced, I do have something that can be offered as a gift for divining. As an apology for the prior misunderstandings, I present it to Commander Li." As he spoke, Wan Kaoxin took out a box and placed it in front of Li Shu. Li Shu looked surprised at Wan Kaoxin, who had an uncanny ability to switch moods, previously eager to confront him, now offering a gift. Seeing Li Shu had no intention of taking the box, Wan Kaoxin opened it himself, immediately lighting up the room with a dazzling necklace inside. The necklace was encrusted with diamonds, shining brightly in the light, looking extraordinarily luxurious. However, the focus of this necklace was not the diamonds, but the large emeralds embedded in it. Each of these emeralds was larger than a quail's egg, of exceptionally high quality and color. Is this the Delhi Durba necklace? Mo Liu exclaimed in shock upon seeing the necklace. Indeed, this necklace is the authentic Delhi Durba, not a replica, Wan Caoxin said. Listening to Wan Caoxin, even Sun Gang couldn't help but take a closer look. This necklace's history is extraordinary. Even Li Shu had heard of it. The necklace is owned by the ancient royal family that possessed the Cullinan diamond, and the legend says those emeralds were won by the queen's great-grandmother in a bet. After her passing, her son inherited these emeralds and gave them to his mistresses. Queen Mary's grandmother later spent money to buy these emeralds back from those mistresses and crafted them into this necklace. Although the necklace has many diamonds, the real focus is these emeralds, with the diamonds serving only as a complementary feature. Notably, the diamond pendant used as a complement is reputed to be the legendary Cullinan 7. Even the Cullinan diamond serves as a complement, proving the Delhi Durban necklace's opulence. If this is truly the Delhi Durban necklace, its high value is immeasurable. Especially the Cullinan diamond used as embellishment could very well be a demon spirit gemstone and possibly of radiant quality. Li Shu already possessed a demon spirit transformed from a Cullinan diamond, increasing his interest in this necklace. Upon a single glance, Li Shu confirmed the pendant's diamond might indeed be Cullinan the 7th because his stomach already felt hunger. On the contrary, those large emeralds evoked no feeling in Li Shu. They were just ordinary gemstones without added value. Mo Liu and Sun Gang's gazes also fell upon Cullinan the 7th. Using Cullinan diamonds to contract a radiant demon spirit in Longevity City is no secret. Many have ideas about the Cullinan diamond. Wan Caoxin actually presenting such an item to Li Shu signifies an unparalleled gift. Since you are so sincere, I will accept it, Li Shu said bluntly, taking the box along with the necklace. Since Wan Caoxin had shot at him 3 times, Li Shu felt taking some compensation was fair. As for the super spirit gemstone Li Shu seized, he believed it was ownerless, thus deserved by the able, not a concession by Wan Caoxin, certainly not counting against Wan Caoxin. Wan Caoxin did not stop him, only smilingly watching. Longevity City's 6 divisions are dominated by 4 major families, making Li Shu's 7th group a maverick. Wan Caoxin wanted to challenge for the commander position of the Seeking Dao group. Even if successful harmonious relations with other groups would be difficult, but perhaps collaboration with Li Shu's technician group was plausible. Additionally, Li Shu might be connected with the Li family. If Li Shu could be pulled into his camp, it would have great benefits for the Wan family, explaining Wan Caoxin's willingness to lavishly spend. Of course, just one Cullinan the 7th isn't much. Even producing a radiant demon spirit, Wan Caoxin was not overly concerned. Power is indeed a wonderful thing. Just becoming a commander, former enemies start gifting me such valuable presents, Li Shu mused to himself. 5000, Chapter 500-18, Divining Celestial Secret. By 18th Master Commander Li, have you decided what to divine? Wan Caoxin asked with a smile as he watched Li Shu accept the wooden box. I don't want to know things that haven't happened, and it seems there's nothing in particular I need to divine. Li Shu replied casually, everyone's here, and the gift has been given. Just ask about something you're curious about, it might help solve some troubles, Wan Caoxin suggested. Li Shu understood the implication in Wan Caoxin's words. He wanted him to divine something related to the Demon Armor Group. Li Shu certainly wouldn't divine such matters. If he wanted to know about the Demon Armor Group, he might as well directly ask Old 8. Divining would leave things vague and uncertain. Solving issues might be tough. Mo Lu chimed in. If you don't want to ask about fortunes and omens, you could inquire about matters like marriage. That's not too bad. Instead of divining such things, why not ask about the longevity of parents? A little good luck couldn't hurt, Sun Gang remarked. While the 4 were chatting, they heard someone pushing the door open, and they all looked over. A middle-aged man dressed in a grand robe walked in. Although he appeared middle-aged, his hair was graying, his eyes carried stories, and he had an elegant demeanor, possessing an aura akin to celestial and mystical. Seeing the middle-aged man enter, Wan Caoxin, Mo Liu, and Sun Gang stood up to greet him. Though Sun Gang often expressed skepticism about such things, upon seeing Old 8, his face lacked the usual disdain, instead welcoming him warmly. Old 8, this is a token of my father's regard. Please accept it with a smile. Sun Gang respectfully presented the prepared gift box. Mo Liu did the same, offering up a gift box. Old 8 didn't look at their gift boxes. The butler behind him accepted them. Sun Bodang and Mo Ganyan used to love coming together. Now their sons have grouped up too. I imagine your adults must have headaches, Old 8 said with a smile. I didn't expect Old 8 to remember our fathers. We aren't as capable as our father and uncle, just causing minor troubles and embarrassments. Mo Lu said respectfully. Just a glance at your faces shows you're no pushovers, surpassing your fathers in prowess. Old 8 smiled. Wait a moment. I'll divine a word for the Wan family's boy first, then chat with you. Old 8, I'm not in a hurry, Wan Caoxin said with a smile. You're not in a hurry, but I am. There are many more waiting for word divinations. No time to waste here. Old 8 laughed. I am akin to your elder. Feel free to mention anything you want to divine or ask, Old 8 said as his gaze swept over the remaining seated individuals in the bamboo hall. Upon entering, he noticed someone still seated, thinking, who is so rude, sitting while I am standing, showing no manners at all. Only then did Wan Chaoxin, Mo Liu, and Sun Gang notice that Li Shu was still sitting there drinking tea, not standing to greet Old Eight. Mo Liu secretly cursed, Sun Gang repeatedly signaled to Li Shu, while Wan Chaoxin frowned slightly. Though Li Shu held the esteemed position of commander, his foundation was not yet stable. Displaying such arrogance in front of Old Eight seemed excessive. Even veteran commanders visiting Old Eight would most likely treat him with respect, at best claiming camaraderie. None would dare sit like Li Shu, as if waiting for Old Eight to approach and pay respects. This was courting trouble. Li Shu's behavior made Wan Chaoxin reconsider whether pulling Li Shu into his camp was a wise decision. Seeing clearly who was seated, Old Eight was momentarily stunned, then immediately approached. Wan Chaoxin and the others anticipated trouble, but Old Eight came to Li Shu and unexpectedly called, "Fourth brother." Wan Chaoxin and the others thought their ears must have malfunctioned, surely they'd heard wrong. Old Eight appeared to be in his 40s, yet his actual age could be counted as their grandfather's generation, and indeed it was. Li Shu was so young, even if they were cross-generational friends, calling him young friends would be a grand honor. How could Old Eight possibly call the younger Li Shu fourth brother? It wasn't until Old Eight affectionately called fourth brothers again that Wan Chaoxin and the others confirmed they hadn't heard wrong, exchanging odd glances between Old Eight standing and Li Shu seated. "Fourth brother, when did you arrive? Why didn't you notify me first? I would have arranged a banquet to welcome you." Old Eight privately called Li Shu Old Fourth, but respectfully addressed him as Fourth Brothers in public. "I heard that the Celestial Master of the Eternal Heaven is incredibly accurate at word divination, so I just came along to see the excitement. I didn't expect the Celestial Master to be you, Old Eight." Li Shu laughed. "Old butler, please make arrangements. We won't be doing any word divination today. I have an esteemed guest to entertain," Old Eight instructed his butler. The butler responded and departed, while Wan Chaoxin, Mo Liu, and Sun Gang's expressions grew even more peculiar. Li Shu being addressed as Fourth Brother seemed not just a simple title. Judging by Old Eight's demeanor, there seemed to be genuine respect for Li Shu. Someone who could make the Celestial Master personally entertain him, even willing to dismiss the long-waiting noble descendants outside. There probably weren't many like that in the Eternal